Shepherding Humanity Chapter 252 to Chapter 308. The previous species on Mount Akina was almost complete. Now, he could only refine it and add more functions. I don't believe I can't handle that spicy taste. Even if she puts her foot in my mouth, I want to say that it smells good and not cry and leave Yumiya dumbfounded. He set a ruthless goal for himself, even if it was just an exaggeration, he had the determination to do it. In fact, the Spore Evolution Sandbox was about to enter the era of species explosion. Most of the players who entered the Sorcerer World and the Primordial World were top players and read names. The remaining 200 to 300 players were one level lower and didn't have enough talent, so they had to work hard to make up for it. After 2 worlds of hard work, they were almost completely formed. Most of them evolved plants. The cute girl from before was just the first plant, and there were other players who were about to complete it. However, the Ancient Wood world was practically made for plant players like them. They were originally excited. They finally made it, and it was their turn to go in and have fun. If they weren't being watched, they would even want to sing their own version of green while evolving plants. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy. After all, my brain is made of meat too. In order not to get liver cirrhosis, I disguised as a woman to become stronger. But now, a certain person cruelly stopped them from secretly changing their hormones to become male elves when they became female elves. The ancient tree of life must be on guard. Could they really only become female elves now? Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Mumu was still acting coquettishly, sending screenshots and chatting with everyone. In fact, although I became a man, I cut off your future path of becoming a man and successfully got together with the girl I love. We travel every day and eat delicious food, but I'm not as happy as you think. It's happiness that you can't imagine. Everyone's mood had calmed down. Mumu could comfort them if he didn't speak, but the next sentence made them choke to death. Everyone was furious. Looks like you're a black-hearted profiteer. You're here to show off, aren't you? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know your surname. In the next second, Mumu, who had stopped talking, opened his mouth again to apologize and comfort everyone. In fact, I was just bragging just now. The world is fair. There are gains and losses, equivalent exchange. This is the truth of the sorcerer world. I am no exception. While I have obtained happiness, wealth, freedom, glory, and power, I have also lost many things. For example, worry, weakness, poverty, and balding, which has caused your hair to go bald. Screenshots. There was a demon hunter with 2 wings and 2 black goat horns on his back. He was swinging his dark brown hair that fell over his shoulders. There were words attached to the picture. You're just that confident when you use floating softness. Everyone. Do you dare to be even more despicable? Are you King crazy? Are you a demon? This was going too far. Everyone started cursing. Mumu spoke again. I really am a demon. Screenshots. A demon hunter was flying in the sky. It was shrouded in fiery red flames, its arms spread out like a rock spreading its wings, its legs like a golden rooster standing on one leg, looking down at the earth. Attached to the picture were words, is this demon hunter handsome? Riding on the clouds? What are you doing flying like Sun Wukong? Everyone was choked to the point that their heads hurt. Mumu was extremely pleased and secretly complacent. You animals, you were gloating over my misfortune earlier. You wanted me to post pictures of me in female clothes? Now that I have my revenge, I am not a gentleman. He expressed his satisfaction. He wanted to show that he was a straight man. Okay, now that he had gone down the path of men's clothing, they had nowhere else to go. Once they came in, they could only wear female clothes. What was he most angry about? It was that there were already people making figurines of the elven king Yumiya on Taba. They were selling very well. But this was not the most flashy thing. What was the most flashy thing? The most flashy thing was that some figurines had functions. A palm-sized figurine could not only be placed on the dining table as a sculpture, but it could also be used as a multi-purpose seasoning bottle. With a turn of the switch, garlic powder could be poured out of the hands, chili peppers could be sprinkled from the feet, and 5-spice powder could be placed on the head. How shameless, he thought. What's wrong with me being despicable for revenge? It's normal for me to take revenge. Come on. Let's hurt each other. The netizens watching from the side choked with laughter when they saw this scene. Both sides were acting coquettishly and provoking each other. When would there be an end to revenge? The situation had developed to this point. The conflict between both sides had intensified, and there was an urge to fight to the death. After waiting for Mumu to leave, there was silence for more than 10 minutes. Then, a post was posted. Gather. The 5th closed beta activity, Fight the Landlord, officially begins. The post was from Xianxia. Closed beta activity. In the first closed beta, this big boss led everyone to fight a boss and wanted to poison the god of creation. In the second closed beta, he created an evil god, Cthulhu, and started the god creation movement. Was the 5th beta going to do something big again, fighting the landlord? Could it be that they had to think of a way to gang up on Mumu and teach him a lesson? This is a secret plan. Live broadcast is prohibited. This is to prevent information from leaking out and being discovered by someone. Xiaomingyu got the anchors to turn off the live broadcast. This is a war between factions. It was the second day of the 5th beta. More than 300 strange-looking creatures formed a huge field. They carried rocks and sat in rows. Many of them were new to the field, and they were excited to join the army of troublemakers. Our goal? It's the heavenly realm. When we set out for the 4th Calamity War, not even a blade of grass will grow. A funeral chicken stood on the barbecue platform left by Mumu without saying a word. Its wings were beating against the bones of a funeral chicken. Everyone, it's time for the civilian players to rise up and overthrow the despicable landlord. That fellow is too much. Does he think that we can't kill him just because he hides in the ancient wood world? Can we tolerate this? We can't. Surprisingly, everyone was in agreement. They all held their breaths. Xiaomingyu coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Now, let's count the 10 sins of Mumu's silence. First, he created 2 races for a woman. He stole the forbidden fruit and brought disaster. He caused the elves to lose their divinity and become mortals. He had desires and destroyed the peace and tranquility. Not only did he destroy the peaceful lives of the single elves, he also dealt a critical blow to us single dogs. We should burn him to death. Elves representing justice, destroy him. Clap clap clap, everyone applauded, and the sound of applause rang out. They all felt that it was reasonable. Second, he was a profiteer. He sold food all day and monopolized the market. He cheated us of a lot of money. Third, he cut off our path to becoming men. He cut off our path and left us with nowhere to go. Fourth. Xiaomingyu thought for a while and paused. He seemed to be unable to think of any charges. Then, he said, these are his 10 sins. We will label him as a red-named player. We will travel through the world passage. The 4th Calamity War will descend upon the ancient wood world to capture the traitor. Does anyone have any objections? A player spoke with his hands behind his back. His voice was cold. No objections. He is a traitor and an anomaly among the players. He lived such a wonderful life. Give him a woman, and he can create 2 races? This little B*TCH calls himself Irfan Stormrage? I want him to change his name to Illidan Stormrage and sterilize him. Then, I will let him go. Clap, an octopus player slapped a rock, and his arm cracked. He shouted like a bandit, you're too kind. I want to turn him into a woman like us. Whoosh, immediately, the surrounding players looked at this player with shock, pity, and regret, as if they were looking at a freak. That player was dumbfounded. He was at a loss. He did not know why he was being isolated. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot, and it deeply hurt his fragile heart. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding about this. You got into character so quickly. How awkward would it be to expose you? We are the peasants rising up to fight against the villain big boss. Mumu did not speak. He called it the landlord plan. But strictly speaking, to enter that world for revenge, one must become an elf. It could be called landlord in female clothing. But no one mentioned it. You are the most insensible. Moreover, there were only a few players who could really enter and obtain the achievement reward in a short period of time. If you are confident, give me a number. Akina-san spoke. Let's form a group and go to the instance dungeon. Let's go to the new world. I am almost there. I have about 60% confidence. I also have confidence. I have found a good path. I will definitely succeed. I don't know if I can catch up. Another plant spoke up, but everyone ignored him. After all, this plant had said the same thing in the desolate ancient world, and it was saying the same thing now. Who knew how long it had been? Perhaps after opening 10,000 heavens and worlds, it had finally settled it. Akina-san counted the number. Out of more than 300 people, there were more than 10. It was an unexpected number. It seemed that they had really achieved results. Then, I'll be the vanguard. Akina Zephyr stood on the field, bathing in the sun, and started a war mobilization. My species is being modified, and it will be completed in a few days. I should be the first to enter, I have experience, and everyone trusts me. I'm loyal. We'll go against the heavens together, and we'll put up a wall together. During the Cthulhu incident, I led a group of people to engage in guerrilla warfare against the red-named players. I'll go in and establish a stronghold first, and become a tavern hero hired by the elves. Yes, tavern hero, I think we need to establish a system, and accept employment like the ancient war tree. We'll go to whichever house the elves give us the most. We don't fear death, and can be reborn in the hero's altar. At that time, I'll wait for you to come in, and before the warden, we'll capture the world's most wanted criminal, the demon hunter, and send him to prison. We'll execute him ourselves. The big boss species was done so quickly, everyone was stunned, but instantly understood that it was a matter of course. Every peerless genius was basically a rare talent, they all had super specialties and amazing achievements in a certain field. If the alchemy emperor of mixed origin Thunderclap Hand was a mechanical expert climbing the technology tree, then the Akina Mountain Speedster was an evolutionary chemistry expert. How many species had he evolved until now? Evil Eye, Deaf Chicken, Cthulhu Evil God. In fact, the two of them were not very talented in cultivation. For hundreds of years, they were still at the 6th rank until they died of old age. They were beaten by all kinds of cultivation geniuses who rose later on. Mount Akina was so wretched. Seeing that he was a cultivation waste and lived for hundreds of years, he must have been crazily studying the theory of evolution. Now the real details of his background and the theory of evolution, to what terrifying level had his research reached, no one knew. I'm looking forward to the big boss species. Someone shouted, feeling that it might be the crystallization of hundreds of years of wisdom. Don't worry, my species is the strongest creature in history. It's about to beat Dicky. Akina Zephyr said. Everyone was shocked. Dicky is a cheat. Your species is a cheat too, everyone was looking forward to it. Brothers, repeat after me. A large rooster stood on a high platform, looking down at a bunch of strange creatures of all shapes and sizes as it declared, in order to prevent the destruction of the world, in order to maintain the peace of the world, we shall carry out the evil of love and truth. Cute and charming righteous character, my speed on Mount Akina, my embroidery needle, my cute sister begs. Suddenly, someone in the crowd couldn't help but blurt out, Sailor Scion transformation, the players? Oh my. It seemed like there was a sense of déjà vu. But in the next second, he immediately reacted. There is a traitor among us. Everyone glared at him. After Akina-san drove off the line, he looked in the mirror. Even if you're making a fuss, you still have to work. In the mirror, there was an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, but his temperament was vaguely extraordinary. He stood up from the computer with dark circles under his eyes. He flipped through the thick stack of handwriting and overturned many conclusions. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his girlfriend. Do you want to watch a movie tonight? The latest My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald, Emperor Ermine, and the epic hymns of the major wizard worlds. This phenomenal game was not only discussed but also deeply integrated into every corner of reality. Even those who didn't like games enjoyed the history of the game as an epic movie, with a sense of vastness and vicissitudes. There were even people who adapted it into a novel, telling the history inside. The twists and turns of the fantasy epic story, The Hymns of Mankind, was very popular. After all, there was the entire novel, with exquisite real illustrations of various events as wallpapers. It would be strange if it wasn't popular. Want to watch a movie? I have a postgraduate exam tonight, maybe another day. Akina-san did not tell his girlfriend his real identity on the internet and instantly rejected her. After all, he had returned. What was the point of being in a relationship compared to evolving species? Oh my god. It's already formed, and now I have to stay up all night to improve it. My species is definitely one of the strongest species in history, referring to Dicky. To surpass Dicky? Impossible. No one can surpass him, they can only imitate him. He touched his head and revealed a smile. Let's see who can copy better. When I meet him, I will definitely hang him up and beat him up. Beat him until he calls me daddy. Just thinking about it made him excited. He was very confident about this. Although his cultivation talent was average, he could only think of ways to make himself more talented. As a super powerful supernatural species, he had a high starting point and had a higher chance of attaining the Tao of origin. Just like the cute girl, he could just muddle along and wait for his death. The biggest problem in attaining the Tao of origin was an earth-shattering opportunity. So he set his sights on the boss Dicky, who seemed to have a cheat. Was there anything more impressive than this wall hanging? His species was imitating Dicky. He suddenly imagined himself one day, standing in front of Dicky with his hands behind his back and saying, "Your unique skill is very good, but it's mine now." While it was really bustling here, Suji was studying seriously. After all, he didn't study the theory of evolution. Those bald jobs could be handed over to others, but he still had to learn all kinds of knowledge, improve the 9 revolutions mysterious art, practice the incense system, and all kinds of knowledge. When it comes to the incense system, maybe I can try to practice it in reality. After all, the souls of all living beings on Earth also emit emotions. Can their emotions be used for practice? If it could really be used as an additional source of energy, he wouldn't have to wait for the extinction of all living beings every time. Suji used air witchcraft to hide his figure. He easily carried the electric scooter on his shoulder with the 9 revolutions mysterious art, flew into the air, and landed in an alley in Dong City. Clatter, he rode the electric scooter out quietly, crossed the streets and alleys, and came to a movie theater. He had booked tickets and entered. The seats were already very full. It was the most popular movie recently, so it couldn't be so empty. On the screen, there was Ermin and various movie scenes, causing a burst of exclamations. Wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. Even in the end, countless people in the audience were silent. In the flying rain of blood, wizards gave their lives in order to make Ermin a god. Some girls couldn't help but sob. This is a good place. The population is dense, the emotions are spreading, and I can feel the strong incense. Suji slightly closed his eyes and began to sit in the movie theater to practice. However, he soon found that the progress was too slow. As an ordinary person, they brought with them a large amount of thinking, but it was very messy and not refined. It would be good if he could use 1/10 of it, and the rest were useless impurities. Just like the current ancient world, the mortal world lost the ancient gods, and the practitioners can only absorb the aura emitted by ordinary people. It's also slow. If it's the first or second stage, the speed of cultivation is good, but I'm at the 6th stage, absorbing the aura of ordinary people is almost negligible. He shook his head and could only slow down the speed of looking for ways to practice in reality. With this time to absorb incense, it was better to develop some strong people in the orchard sand table world. It seemed that he still had to indulge in the game of planting vegetables in the orchard. In fact, the current path system was nothing more than 3 types: the wizard world's self-cultivation, the barren world's absorption of all living beings, the ancient tree world, which was still in its embryonic form, absorbing light and cosmic rays. Light and cosmic rays were originally a kind of energy, otherwise plants would not be able to photosynthesize. Moreover, there were half plant and half animal spirits inside, so photosynthesizing was very normal. My body is too big, and each realm increases exponentially. I want to break through to the 7th rank to become a celestial emperor and a legend sorcerer, which is obviously bigger than the previous 6 realms combined. I need at least the energy of mass extinction when more than 10 origin immemorial saints were born. Now, only 3 saints have been born, and there have been 3 life forms energy of mass extinction. There were still more than 10 origin immemorial wizards to break through to the 7th level. And after the 7th level, the 8th level mythical creature will have a terrifying qualitative change countless times. I need to directly cross over to the energy of tens of thousands of saints. This, I and Medusa are the same. After all, her body is now the same as mine. The bigger the body, the more terrifying the level of life, and the more terrifying the energy needed to break through. Perhaps an ordinary sage of the same size as me and Medusa wouldn't need so much power. Just the power of 5 or 6,000 sages would be enough. However, Cthulhu's body is too heaven-defying. The amount of energy required is terrifying. Suji understood that he cultivated the wizard system and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Cultivating both systems at the same time, he was also heaven-defying within the same level. He was not afraid of Cthulhu at all, and the amount of energy needed was terrifying. Even now, it was only temporary. When he cultivated a few more systems, it was estimated that he would need more energy to break through. Now, I understand more and more what the previous Queenzerg meant. The smaller the body, the more powerful it is, and the easier it is to change. The further he went, the more impossible it was to fight across levels. So what if he, a giant, became a level 7 epic creature? His body was tens of thousands of times bigger than Ermin's, and his energy was countless times more than Ermin's, but he would still be killed instantly. No matter how big a level 7 creature was, it was still a level 7 creature, and it was impossible to be an opponent of a level 8 mythical creature. Level 8 was the compression and qualitative change of energy, even if this level 8 mythical creature was only the size of an ant. It was enough to turn into a sharp sword and stab you to death in an instant. Then, this super small level 8 god could absorb a level 7 giant creature, which was enough for her to achieve a great breakthrough. Of course, in the same realm, the bigger one would have more life force, and their battle prowess would be instantly suppressed. However, it was too difficult to break through to the next realm with a bigger body. This is the true meaning of the insect nest queen. She had indeed chosen the wrong path. If she had sacrificed her body and turned into the smallest ant, the energy requirement for her wouldn't have been high. With the energy needed to nurture a god of my size, she could nurture 10,000 small-sized ant gods. The reason why the other races didn't do this was because they lacked geniuses who could break through to the god realm. A single race might not be able to produce many of them, which was why they chose to have large bodies, gathering them on a single body to create the most powerful individuals in the same cultivation realm. They even continuously expanded their bodies to accommodate more energy. And with the terrifying reproduction ability of our insect race, we are destined to have no lack of geniuses. A batch of geniuses could use the advantage of being small to pursue rapid advancement in realms. Then, standing in the higher realms, they would fight the weaker ones and beat them to death. Suji concluded, then, they would absorb the huge energy in their opponent's huge body. Even if their opponent's cultivation realm was lower than theirs, the energy would still be huge, allowing them to break through. With this, they would constantly kill to nurture their battle. This is the bloodthirsty style of the insect race. Suji's hair stood on end. Behind this sentence, there was a terrifying war mentality. It was no wonder that the later insect race queen mothers would start to regret after their own system was formed. For example, if the level 8 Ermin killed him, who was only at level 6, perhaps the energy of his huge body, which was tens of thousands of times her size, would be enough for her to break through to become a middle god. This was the advantage of having a small body. The smaller the body, the easier it was to cause a qualitative change in energy, and the easier it was to break through. At this moment, Suji already felt that after experiencing a period of rapid development, it had now become slow. He needed countless years to accumulate energy. His body was too big. And the insect nest queen mothers might be able to wait, but he was too young and did not have that much patience. The cultivation of the other two extraordinary systems is too slow. What about the power of the stars? Suji suddenly raised his head slowly, riding the electric scooter through the noisy streets, looking at the blue sky. The universe has endless energy. Should I plant hundreds or thousands of ancient trees of life, continuously absorb the power of the stars, and then let me absorb it? His eyes gradually brightened. But there is no way to do that on Earth. Earth is in a relatively quiet solar system, and most of the rays are blocked by the ozone layer. It is very barren, and there is no way to obtain it. Right now, Aquamarine, the ancient tree planet, is constantly flying in harsh environments such as meteorite belts. The radiation it receives, as well as various energy spheres similar to the hot plasma and magnetic fields of the sun, are naturally unimaginably huge. That's why the ancient tree world has a source of cultivation. He raised his eyebrows. If he planted a bunch of ancient trees of life and greened the environment, wouldn't it be a bunch of solar power stations? Perhaps every day, it would bring him a wave of energy that would cause mass extinction. Suji's breathing quickened. But I have to find a habitable planet with high radiation, one that can accommodate the survival of trees. This long-distance spaceship, Aquamarine, is for me to find a habitable planet. Suji changed his mind and felt that his goals were beginning to overlap. Although the ancient tree of life could survive in high radiation, it did not mean that it could survive in the vacuum of space and all kinds of uninhabitable conditions. The reason it could survive was because Dicky had created an atmosphere, air, and water for his artificial planet. It was a replica of a habitable planet. Perhaps he could wait for Dicky to multiply and develop and continue to promote a simple civilization. When a seventh-order epic or celestial emperor realm existence appeared, there would definitely be leaves in the sky, and the planet would enter the era of wandering Earth that Suji had envisioned. Only then would their world truly be on the right track. It would begin to transform into the explorer. Experts would explore all kinds of barren planets, gather resources, and obtain all kinds of treasures. Only then would they be able to explore such a habitable planet. He silently imagined for himself. The required environment would be high radiation, an energy source close to the sun, and the temperature of the entire planet should be between 10 degrees to 70 degrees. There should be water, an atmosphere, and air. As he thought about it, he rode the electric scooter to a remote corner of Dong City. He cast an air-shielding spell and took off with the electric scooter, returning to the orchard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard the voice of the subbrain of the Zerg. A fake Zerg hero is evolving. Fake Zerg hero. One had to know that the current fake Zerg heroes were only the Phoenix and Cthulhu, two heaven-defying existences. Suji was stunned. He felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He hurriedly asked, "When did this happen?" The mechanical voice said, "Sometime after the Zerg Queen flew out of the orchard with the electric scooter and went to the city to watch a movie." Suji strode into the courtyard, put the electric scooter on his shoulder at the door of the storeroom, and began to approach the sand table, asking about the situation of the intelligent subbrain. The mechanical voice said, "It has failed countless times, but it is close to success. Which hardworking bald guy is giving me a huge surprise? Let me take a look." Suji moved a stool and sat down. He looked at the small sand table and saw a plant growing. This plant was very strange. Its trunk was green and bare, and only a few round leaves that looked like copper coins were hanging. So ugly. Suji was stunned for a few seconds, and said, "It's like a crooked tree with copper coins growing on it." The most important thing was that the hanging copper coins, when blown by the wind, made melodious tinkling sounds and collided with each other. They actually emitted a metal-like luster, like some kind of iron wood. At this moment, Mount Akina's electric scooter had been fumbling with failure several times, constantly improving, and finally reaching the level of a finished product. He stood in the shape of a plant. When I was in the sorcerer world, I didn't stay in the Church of Light. Instead, I wandered around this world. I spent hundreds of years studying the structure of countless lives with a microscope, and even grafted countless plants to produce new plants. I also used 2 animals to get rid of the reproductive isolation, and used witchcraft to warm and give birth to new animals. That sorcerer world called this, magic beast. In that era, when the witches created all kinds of gene fusion potions to improve human fusion with the squint gene, he had already walked to a new height. I'm too strong, I'm too *king good at stirring up trouble. No one knows that the later magic beast of the sorcerer world was created by me. I used the giant beast to fuse one of the 173 tissues of the Cthulhu evil god. His expression became strange. Those idiots thought that they had been parasitic on the body of the magic beast when they were alive, and after they died, their own organs were still instinctively symbiotic with the giant beast. He was very proud of himself, but he didn't tell them, lest they found out that he was stirring up trouble. If he lied to them, they would beat him to death. He would become the next Mumu who didn't speak. At that time I was constantly studying the evolution of living things, the structure of molecules and cells, imagining what the strongest species in the world was. Did I have to start a new spore and continue to evolve? Finally, I spent hundreds of years researching an invincible species with unlimited evolution potential. It can create life, constantly fuse with the cells of the opponent's body, copy the opponent's genes and bloodline, clone him, and then form into numbers, madly beat him up and defeat him. It can create life, just like the ancient tree of life now. This copper coin tree constantly shook, clanking. Mount Akina shook his head. I finally understood. Only a species that can create life is the species with unlimited possibilities that I want to evolve. It is like another Dicky, able to constantly steal and copy the opponent's genes, and create clones of the opponent. Mount Akina was proud of himself. It can even use my strongest talent. It is like a biological factory. My knowledge of species evolution can use it to create all kinds of life forms to fight for myself. I want to call my army that can reproduce with unlimited possibilities, the mother nest of the insect race. Ha 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 ha. In this way, I am another creator. I don't have to look at the face of the giant sitting on a chair eating an apple anymore. He gave a middle finger to Suji, who was sitting on a chair eating an apple. The gods of creation take turns, this year it's my turn. He laughed wildly. I'm a genius. Suji? He was stunned on the spot by this guy. You're so coquettish. Suji exhaled after a long time. This man's head was full of dirty thoughts from the beginning to the end. Previously, he wanted to overthrow the giants. Then, after knowing that the giants were the god of creation, he began to plan to create a god. After creating the evil god Cthulhu, he went one step further and directly wanted to become the creator. This guy is indeed a god-defying professional. Suji felt that he should take out his little notebook again and jot down something that he hadn't written in a long time. For half a day, he sat on the chair and watched Akina Mountain Speed constantly evolve, fail, and evolve again. This seemed to be an unprecedented biological structure, extremely complex and precise. The evolution process was somewhat based on the evolutionary route of the ancient tree of life. This was the most powerful creature that Akina Mountain Speed had deduced after hundreds of years of mastery of evolution. I did it. Akina Yamaguchi suddenly laughed out loud, laughing unrestrainedly, even tears came out. He was unusually excited. I've spent hundreds of years researching liver cirrhosis in the sorcerer world, and I've finally solved it. Let's try the results. This strangely shaped tree walked at a pace that didn't recognize anyone. The leaves of the copper coins hanging on it swayed continuously. It was very proud of itself. Its tree claws casually grabbed a funeral chicken, plucked out a feather, and ate it with its mouth. Whoosh, the leaves swayed, and the tree trunk rose and fell like a steam engine, emitting steam. Suddenly, this ancient tree of life completely absorbed the gene of the funeral chicken and kept brewing. A copper leaf slowly bulged, turned into a round fruit, and fell to the ground. Swoosh. A small, bronze-colored chicken with leaves all over its body walked out with a clucking sound. Ha ha ha, gene duplication. This plant laughed very happily. I'm like an enhanced version of the ancient tree of life. Life embryos are born in the fruit. Although they don't look like the original, their life structure has been duplicated to the standard of 70 to 80%. In fact, as long as I absorb the gene of this creature, its structure, various toxins, and special lethality will be greatly reduced to me. He laughed, plucked out the feathers of another funeral chicken, and roasted it. He even ate the poisonous head. Crunch, crunch. A bark mouth of a big tree chewed slowly. It tastes good. He felt his body. After absorbing the N chicken's gene, the N chicken, which could poison a rank 4 creature to death, was now only slightly uncomfortable for him. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was. This way, I'll be super resistant to beatings. As long as I steal Yumiya's genes, Yumiya won't be able to suffocate me to death. This is my later improvement, in addition to self-resistance. Suji took a bite of the apple and let the hive's subbrain pull out the creature's gene chain. Name, Insectoid Hive, Fake, 1. Duplication, Fusion, Creation of Life, Without Intelligence, 2. Energy Absorption 3. Stacking of Resistance 4. Offspring manipulation. 5. Empty. One had to admit that the bug race mother nest was really all-round. It possessed the possibility of producing an endless number of species, and could even produce a life structure similar to itself. It was just that it couldn't achieve perfection, and would create an unnatural mixture of ingredients. As for the talent life replication and fusion, it was simply on a heaven-defying level. It was comparable to the phoenix's rebirth from the ashes and the evil god Cthulhu. However, as a gene factory, the life forms he created didn't seem to possess intelligence and were incapable of self-cultivation. As for energy absorption, Suji took a look. It was similar to the ancient tree of life's energy absorption method, but it was more brutal. It could absorb the energy of dead life forms. After all, the stronger the life form, the greater the energy required to produce a life. Stacking of resistance? Suji was stunned. Its form is somewhat similar to the ancient tree of life. As a parent, it doesn't have any combat power, but it's very resistant to beatings. It can replicate the opponent's life structure and extract the corresponding resistance from it, making itself more resistant to beatings. This idiot obviously knew that his talent in cultivation and combat was too poor, so he simply didn't want to fight, he just lay there and take a beating. Offspring manipulation is also a matching talent. Its offspring don't possess intelligence, so they can only control it themselves. Suji thought about it. This life factory, which could replicate and create life in batches, indeed had endless potential. It indeed had the qualifications to be a fake insectoid hero. It even fell into the hands of Akina Yamaguchi. With his knowledge of evolution, this life form was simply terrifyingly strong. It was tailor-made for him. When he reached the other world, he could also use this life factory to continuously research the theory of evolution and create strange life forms. However, it was difficult to replicate the talent of a heaven-defying life form, such as the phoenix's rebirth through fire, Cthulhu's evil god. At this moment, the surrounding players also surrounded it. Boss, it's settled? F*CK, what tree is this? Its whole body is the color of copper coins, so strange. Why is there a copper coin color on the ground? It's a funeral chicken with the same style as you? Everyone, quiet down. I'll explain. Akina Yamaguchi was very proud of himself. Looking at the strange life forms around him, he said, "This species of mine is called the insectoid mother nest." Everyone was instantly startled. The insectoid mother nest was the species that reproduced the insectoids in TV and novels? Insectoid base? This species has the potential to become a creation god. Akina Yamaguchi continued. Creation god. Everyone was suddenly excited, dumbfounded. This big boss's goal was still very ambitious, crazy things, not a single second was quiet. You can also call it an alchemy factory. I made copper coins to fit the theme, to refine life. Previously in the sorcerer world, I have been studying this life alchemy. Now with this alchemy factory that combines life alchemy, as long as I buy gold energy, I can become infinitely stronger. Akina Yamaguchi laughed, you don't believe me? You kill yourselves, put energy into my alchemy factory, and I can reproduce all kinds of species. The characteristic of my species is to create species. Someone did not believe it, controlled his own octopus species, killed a few as life energy, and opened his mouth to say, there's not much energy, but it should be enough for a slime, right? I want a slime. Wait a minute. Akina Yamaguchi immediately grabbed a slime, poking a little skin. Next is the time to witness a miracle. In the blink of an eye, a copper coin leaf on his tree moved, turned into a copper coin fruit, fell down, and a bronze slime spawned, jumping and jumping, cute and silly. Is this really possible? Some people thought it was just a similarity, testing the strength of the slime, but it turned out to be really powerful. His copy and paste not only looked similar, but also had the essence. Mother **Cur. You bastard, you're copying Dickie? The results of our painstaking research will be yours in the next second. Everyone was distressed. Did Dickie copy and plagiarize the achievements of the celestial emperors in the primordial world? Did this guy copy and plagiarize the potential species that all the major players had painstakingly researched? What a tumor, what a bastard. Many people felt their minds go blank, thinking, if I can't beat Dickie, I'll join him." Akina Yamaguchi was immediately dissatisfied, and said in a low, muffled voice, "Let me tell you. What is Dicky? As long as I have enough energy to buy gold, except for the legendary gods, I can copy all 7th grade life forms. Even if Dicky is in front of me, I can copy him. His Dantian cultivation method, meridians, the characteristics of the ancestral witch golden body. I'll copy them all, then I'll copy a group of Dicky, and the pirates will beat the real body to death." At this time, no one knew that Dicky had long become a god. Akina Yamaguchi spoke again. "Forgive me for being blunt. Although Dicky is a genius of the copy school, his knowledge is too simple and shallow, and he has not experienced the gold civilization of our Earth. I'm going one step further, copying and pasting the results of the enemy, and then buying gold to become stronger." Everyone? This person was even more shameless than Dicky. However, although it had unlimited potential, it was only in theory. The amount of money needed was a bottomless pit. How much energy was needed to duplicate the body of a powerhouse? Moreover, even if the body was duplicated, the consciousness, combat experience, and Tao in the mind could not be duplicated. This was also a limitation. In addition, the amount of energy needed was unreasonably large. If you wanted to create a grade 4 life form, you would probably need the energy of a dozen grade 4 life forms. However, the flaws did not obscure the brilliance. The potential of this species was terrifying to the extreme. "Everyone, I'm going in. Wish me luck." Akina Sanji said, "Also, don't tell the network outside the sand table about me. Otherwise, some animal will find out. I'll go in and cut him up." "Awesome, boss. Awesome, boss." Everyone cheered and silently praised. However, there was one thing that they did not say. "You became stronger by dressing in women's clothing and spending money." As expected, after a while, the long-lost system notification sounded again. Announcement: Congratulations to player Akina Sanji for evolving the species Alchemy Factory. It has great potential. Achievement reward obtained. Brothers, I'm going in. Akina San drove past the tree, with devilish steps, he strode into the world passage. Now, all the plants had become serious. After all, walking was a necessary talent for serious plants. Walala, in the pitch-black world passage, Akina Sanji's species gradually died in a dark corner that no one cared about. Ancient Wood World. Akina Sanji looked at the brand-new Ancient Wood World. Thin and bright sunlight seeped through the leaves and sprinkled down from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. He took a deep breath and strode forward. The Night Elven Ancient Tree and Yumiya are eliminating traitors on behalf of the entire elven race. They're getting rid of the males of the human race and the demon race, implementing the male elimination plan. The other 10 ancient trees of life are probably very uncomfortable and afraid of Yumiya and the Night Elven Ancient Tree, but they have no choice but to help them and save the elven race. And now that I've appeared, there will definitely be ancient trees who can't help but become chess players. They want me to become their elven race hero and use me to fight against Yumiya and get rid of the males. He continued to analyze. The other ancient trees would definitely be happy to have him join them, even if they were uncomfortable and vigilant about the appearance of a second elven race hero. In that case, it would be a problem of which elf clan to rely on. According to normal reasoning, the one he wanted to rely on the most was the feather elf race. They had a pair of pure white wings on their backs, which was the beginning of the angel race. They could obtain 6 levels of ability in advance, allowing them to soar in the sky. However, among the 11 ancient fairy trees, the feather elves were the most indifferent to this war. Because they were high up in the sky, the chaos of the battle could not find them, and the men could not find them either. Omega, the leader of the feather elves, was not worried that her precious elves, who had lived for hundreds of years, would be snatched away by stinky men. Excluding the feather fairies, I can only choose from the remaining fairy tribes. After learning magic techniques, they've become much closer to their own attributes. Water fairies, dream fairies, wind fairies, light fairies, sand fairies. He went through the selection process. Every single one of them had their own specialties. I want to choose the day elf. He chose what he thought was the best. Sun elves were spirits that were closest to plants. They could even photosynthesize and were close to the light element. What plants needed was sunlight, he was short of. Energy. With energy, one could become stronger. Their ability to photosynthesize was deeply attractive to him. Zhao Fu spent a few days traveling towards the Sun Flame Elf tribe, and he hunted animals along the way to obtain energy. After getting close to the Sun Flame Elf tribe, he started to construct his rebirth altar. Only then did he feel at ease and enter the tribe. A grotesquely shaped tree walked over, staring at a beautiful sun elf with a fiery figure. I want to see the ancient sun tree. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen it before. What a strange tree. The surrounding fairies were stunned as they stared at this strange, ancient tree. However, their lifespans were extremely long, especially after cultivating. There were countless young fairies who could live for 200 or 300 years. They had heard of the Night Elf tribe before the Elven Empire. The current elven god Xianxia, the Shadow Song, the Watcher, before becoming an elf, they were all grotesquely shaped ancient trees. They could walk on their own, and their gait was quite arrogant. Another elven hero? The surrounding fairies began to breathe heavily. Some of them immediately went to report to the ancient sun tree. A moment later, he saw a massive, ancient pillar that reached into the heavens. He clearly knew that this was not a heaven-reaching pillar, but rather an ancient tree of life. It was just that its branches and leaves were too tall. If one looked up, they would think that it was a massive and terrifying wooden pillar. You can also be reborn? I can sense your strange aura, the ancient sun tree said softly. I am of the same race as that traitor. I came to capture him, Akinayama said. Please allow me to become the elven hero of your race. I will help the sun elves rise to power, and I will capture the traitor of the elven race, the demon hunter. And if I am not willing, a faint voice said. Then you can only choose to kill me. After I am reborn, I will choose to meet another ancient tree of life. The air suddenly fell silent. Mottled sunlight shone down on the tree. I am the first ancient tree you have met. You are the first. You will be proud of your choice. After a moment of silence, a voice said, Come, I agree to your request. I will provide you with an enormous amount of energy. Soon, Akinayama died. He had the ancient tree of life construct the altar of rebirth spell formation within a fruit of life that contained an enormous amount of energy. Whoosh, within the hazy space within the fruit of life, a seed slowly grew. There was a flash of light. The seed instantly died. In the next moment, Akinayama's seed was reborn, once again appearing within the altar of heroes within another fruit of life. He didn't seem to notice. This time, he's prepared? The ancient sun tree's voice was solemn as it looked at the other fruit of life. After killing him, the seed he leaves behind will rapidly decay. Her original intention was to duplicate a sun elf hero. It was too envious of powerful special elf heroes like Xianxia, but it did not want to be at a disadvantage like the night elf ancient tree. It planned to clone one and then kill the original body to prevent future trouble. It did not expect the other party to be prepared. In that case, we can only make it a true hero of our elf race. At this moment, Akinayama rapidly multiplied. He had transformed into an extremely beautiful sun elf, and behind him was an enormous hazy golden halo. The halo was inlaid with 6 copper coins, giving him the appearance of an inviolable and holy sun goddess. This is my power after disguising as a woman? His eyes widened as he instantly sensed an incomparably powerful strength. Level 5. In addition, my species has become even more powerful, especially the speed at which I obtain energy. It's a pleasant surprise. He felt that he had not suffered a loss this time. However, even though I've guarded against the ancient tree of life duplicating me, it's also guarded against me. It's sealed my elf life, and can kill me at any time. He could feel a brand in his mind. Unless he was stronger than the ancient tree of life, he wouldn't be able to escape. His life was being controlled. However, he didn't care. If his body died, he could just be reborn. In any case, it was free. Furthermore, he wouldn't trigger the ancient sun tree's reverse scale. What do you think your name should be? The ancient sun tree asked calmly. I'll call myself Kaya. He casually came up with a name and put on a female elven dress, looking tall and cold. I'm called Alchemist, a gold digger. I can create alchemy factories. As long as I have enough energy, I can move the entire world. The entire world? The other sun elves behind him looked at this elf hero in shock. They gathered around, looking at this newly born elf hero of their race. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you also very powerful?" "I'm not powerful. In fact, I'm incredibly weak, weaker than all of you." Kaya's voice caused the gazes of countless elves to dim. How they hoped that this sun elf hero would be as powerful as the dark night elf hero Xianxia, who was omnipotent, and even had an invincible aura that surpassed dragons. "But I can make all of you stronger." Kaya smiled gently. Under the astonished gazes of the elven girls, he walked up to a high boulder and spread out his arms. Behind him was a golden halo, and 6 ancient copper coins shone with golden light. "Come, go hunt. Give all of your energy to me, the alchemist. Mounts, weapons, armor, anything you want. As long as you give me your energy, you can become stronger. You can even surpass the elf king Xianxia. Money will make you stronger." "We can become stronger?" The innocent and cute elven girls were very confused, but they were bathed in the holy light, forever remembering this moment. Countless years later, the epic hero Luna, riding a moon leopard, holding the epic life weapon Crescent Blade, and wearing a full set of godly equipment, told her descendants, "At that time, it was as if we saw a great god." The 6 golden copper coins behind him radiated boundless light, and they embraced us, as if they were whispering the truth of this world: money will make us stronger. Charging money to become stronger was not a concept that existed in this fantasy Western elven world. However, a certain evil internet addict player who was used to playing online games was happily luring these pure native elves into a strange worldview. "What's Krypton?" Countless pure and beautiful elves couldn't help but ask. He slowly narrated in a seductive tone. "Krypton is a way to become stronger quickly. Krypton is the supreme truth that we elves pursue." 3 days later. In a hall made of trees, a beautiful elven girl was sitting among a pile of bottles and jars. There were all kinds of alchemy tools beside her. She looked like an alchemist from a fantasy world. Finally, it's about to be done. As the hero of the elves, he had asked the elves to take out the fur and bones of the demon beasts in his warehouse and extract the demon beasts' bloodline genes. He was copying, gathering, and hybridizing. "Finally, I've created the first creature, an elf mount tailored for the elves. It's time to open the alchemy factory and create a powerful life that belongs to the elves." As a big shot of the theory of evolution, carrying the life alchemy factory was equivalent to carrying a simplified version of the spore evolution. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't powerful. It was difficult to create a new species, but it was easy to fuse, improve, and hybridize a new species. Voila, the 6 copper coins hanging in the ring behind her suddenly swelled up and turned into fruits that fell to the ground. Voila, small black cheetahs slowly walked out. They had elegant bodies, sharp cold eyes, and powerful bodies. They made people feel a bone-piercing sense of danger. Even though it was only the embryonic form of this life form, still incomplete, only having 2 levels, in the future, this creature would become more and more powerful. "They look like cheetahs. I'll call them moon cheetahs." He thought for a while and walked out of the door. The Hunter's Hall was officially opened. The Sun Elves were dazed. They didn't know what Sun Elf hero Koya was doing, but they still approached the huge room made of trees and walked in. Black cheetahs were lying on the ground and looking at them elegantly. "So handsome. What creature is this? He's so handsome, I've never seen him before." The eyes of the young elven girls quickly lit up. For the elves who loved beauty, this cute and handsome little black panther simply poked at their sensitive nerves. "This is a mount that recognizes its master and listens to you. Do you want it? Pay up if you want it." A beautiful and slender elven hero was standing at the side, smiling at these ignorant beautiful elves. "A complete body of a rank 1 magical beast can be exchanged for 10 sun coins, a rank 2 can be exchanged for 50 sun coins, a rank 3 can be exchanged for 300 sun coins, and a rank 4 can be exchanged for 2,000 sun coins." She carefully explained the value of the currency to everyone and asked them to bring the body to exchange. The price of a Tier 1 Moonrider is 200 sun coins, and a Tier 2 Moonrider is 1,000 sun coins. Exchanging 20 for one of the same level, one could imagine how black-hearted this fellow was. We're having a server opening event now. As long as you charge $600 first, you will become a VIP 1 member and enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases in the future. If you charge $1,000 in one go and become a VIP 2 member, you will enjoy an 8.5% discount. Also, there are many special products that require high-level VIPs. The countless fairies were startled and looked at the mounts with fervent gazes. They immediately raised their sabers and walked out of the forest. A few days passed. The fairies had always lived a primitive and impoverished life of training. Every day, they would sense the magic net and train. How could they have experienced such temptation? They were already addicted to the shopping craze of paywalls. They realized that as long as they provided powerful enough corpses, they could obtain many things. Weapons, equipment, mounts. As expected, only cool and handsome mounts will be popular. While Akina Shan was silently looking at their struggling backs, he revealed a charming smile. TSK. I evolved into this species and became an alchemist. Was it to kill monsters and level up? It was to obediently lie down and count money. Wouldn't it be nice to get some commission? Paywalls are addictive. I just need to think of ways to trick them into spending money, organize events, and make clothes. Bring out mounts. Sell equipment and they can charge money for me. Let him obediently kill monsters and level up. No way, he wasn't an idiot, he would definitely think of ways to trick people. Go crazy and cause trouble. He knew what kind of trash he was. This was the best method. Besides, their mounts were all species that bred themselves. They had no intelligence and only had beast-like instincts. Although he made them listen to their master, they could instantly seize control when necessary. They're practically working for me. He was overjoyed. The corpses they brought back could not only create life for him, but he could also use the corpses to research and create all kinds of alchemy weapons and armor. After all, he came from the sorcerer world and learned alchemy for nothing. And life alchemy was originally the highest level of alchemy. Mounts could not be traded, and the creatures he bred could only recognize one master. There was no way to stop the trade of equipment, but if they were used for a long time, they would wear out anyway. He wasn't afraid of them trading with each other since they would wear out sooner or later. In a short month, he opened the hunter's hall and produced the moon leopard, an elf mount. He sold it in large quantities and earned a huge sum of money. I'm so jealous. I want one too. Sister, I want one too. Can you buy one for me? The elves looked at the eye-catching cheetah mounts. They all changed from ordinary elven archers to moon riders and huntresses. They were all envious and ran to top up money to become stronger. However, these pure and cute elves didn't feel happy for long after topping up money. Only a short month had passed. A new mount was pushed out. It was a beautiful giant bird called the hippogriff. It had huge wings and was extremely fast. It was a flying mount. It can fly. Compared to the moon leopard, it's so powerful. I want to fly. Many elves' eyes were burning with passion. A group of cute elven girls held hands and chatted. If they could fly and enjoy the scenery in the sky, it was the dream of every terrestrial life form, and they were no exception. Topping up now, Rank 2 Hippogriff only costs 1,000 sun coins, Rank 3 Hippogriff 8,000 sun coins. A tempting voice sounded. VIP 3 is 20% off, and VIP 3 only costs 10,000 sun coins. Are you sure you don't want to top up VIP 3 as well? There's an event in half a month. Topping up to buy a mount will give you a 20% rebate. The more you charge, the more you earn, and the more I, the alchemist, will lose. He smiled bitterly with a worried expression. All the elves were stunned. This price was terrifying. 10,000 sun coins was equivalent to 1,000 rank 1 magic beasts. They had basically killed all the rank 1 magic beasts, and only rank 2, 3, and 4 magic beasts were left. The number of magic beasts required was astronomical. However, they weren't afraid. They planned to ride the moon riders and go further into the mountains. Damn it, why didn't the hippogriff come out earlier? Yeah, I wouldn't have bought the moon leopard if I had known. Countless elves were heartbroken and felt tired. The moon leopard hadn't even had enough fun for a month, and there were new mounts already. Looking at the new flying mounts, their hearts itched. Another month passed. The elves were still struggling. Only a small number of elves had hippogriff mounts and changed their job to the more powerful hippogriff archers. At this time, in the hunter's hall, there were still ownerless mounts being sold for ordinary elven archers to change their job. In the room, Xianxia was still researching. "I've finally created a new bloodline potion." He was excited. In the sorcerer world, humans fused with the slime gene and became behemoths. Humans fused with the chicken of death gene and became harpies. Could the elves fuse with the genes of other creatures? He discovered a secret. Ordinary creatures in the natural world could not fuse with their bloodline. Just like in the sorcerer world, humans could not fuse with the bloodline of ordinary giant beasts. They could only fuse with the extraordinary bloodline of some species with potential. However, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the magical beasts in this place were born with extraordinary energy. Their ancient ancestors seemed to be some kind of species with extraordinary potential. He took out the corpse of a thunder rat. For example, this magical beast has extraordinary abilities. It can release lightning. It's actually similar to a certain idiotic species with potential, God-whipping whip. The magical beasts in this world seemed to hide the bloodline of their ancestors. It was very thin and had mutated. However, he could extract, refine, and fuse them together to create a new species with potential. This was the origin of moon leopard and hippogriff. He looked at the new giant bear in front of him. It was very powerful. It was fused with 5 types of magical beasts, but the success rate was too low. He had failed more than 100 times and used up all his savings to barely produce one. Even if he had the same amount of energy, he might not be able to produce another one. It's a very powerful giant bear, but it can't be mass-produced. However, its strength does not lie in its strength, but in the fact that it has undergone genetic modification. Its bloodline compatibility is very high, and I can fuse an elf with the bloodline of the giant bear. This was a daring idea of a mad scientist. Humans fused with the chicken of death gene and became harpies. What would happen if an elf fused with the giant bear gene? He had some guesses in his heart. This giant bear actually had flesh and blood genes similar to the true form of the witchcraft. In other words, it might have a battle form. Perhaps after fusing with it, I'll be able to transform into the ancestral wizard's true body or giant bear like some idiotic demon. Or perhaps I'll become a druid, a claw druid. His eyes gradually lit up. He abruptly killed the giant bear, drew its blood, and destroyed the corpses. He understood how terrifying the species he had fused with was. It was a terrifying transformation for the elves. He couldn't allow it to survive. If it was discovered by the ancient sun tree, it would be finished. The ancient sun tree would definitely crazily raise this giant bear and continuously extract its blood. As for popularization, that was not what he wanted to see. The rarer something was, the greater its value. He put away the only blood he had and then put a sign on the door. Seasonal celebration event, hidden profession potion, elf hero claw druid. Price, 300,000 sun coins. There is only one profession potion available at the moment. Only available at VIP 5, as soon as this post was posted, there was an uproar. Elven hero, class change potion? How is this possible? Can I become an elf hero after using this potion? Like Yumiya the Shadow Song and Kaya the Alchemist? Countless elves' eyes burned with passion. This was a peerless treasure. If word of this got out, the entire elf world would be shaken, but it was 300,000 sun coins. Right now, not many elves could even afford the 8,000 horned eagle mount. It was like an astronomical price. What was the point of putting it out? It was just to make people drool. But Xiao Mingyu didn't think so. There were still some rich people who could afford it. The entire elf tribe had been tricked into spending money by her. There was only one left. He was still sitting on the sidelines, watching the fire burn. Because he still didn't have any valuable chips to take out, he still put the notice at the door and continued to research. 3 peaceful days passed. Finally, the ancient sun tree couldn't take it anymore. Is it really an elf hero? To her, this made her eyes burn with passion. Because she was a plant, she didn't have any combat strength. She needed to breed elves to protect herself. But ordinary elves were too weak. How could she not want an elf hero who was truly loyal to her? Qiu Mingyu replied. Of course it's an elf hero. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? I know. According to what you said, any elf who uses this bloodline potion can become an elf hero? Yes. Qiu Mingyu calmly replied. He knew that he couldn't deceive the ancient sun tree, so he didn't leave anything behind. After all, he wasn't a life form that he created. It was just his own bloodline. If it fused with an elf, that elf would naturally not be under his control. As for the bear bloodline, even though it was powerful, it was only average. It couldn't compare to Yumiya's batch 300,000. I'll take it. The ancient sun tree clenched its teeth. This was a huge blow to it. It could breed 15 elves. Half a day later, a beautiful female elf chosen by the ancient sun tree took the potion and became a claw druid. She had the special ability to transform into a bear, and she was extremely powerful. The entire sun elf tribe was in an uproar. Heavens! She really can become an elf hero. She has a special ability. This is too terrifying. Becoming an elf hero, doesn't that mean she's close to the elf king, Yumiya? The ancient sun tree was also extremely excited. It immediately joined in. What else do you have? I'll satisfy you. Qiu Mingyu was also very satisfied. The elf tribe was extremely powerful now. There were moon rider huntresses, hippogriff archers, and countless powerful and elegant mounts accompanied the female elves and druids. After all, they had experienced becoming stronger, and the stronger they were, the more money they could earn. Only then would they spend more energy. Especially when there was a landlord in front of them, Qiu Mingyu was very satisfied. He said to the ancient sun tree, "Give me another 300,000 energy points. With energy, you can become stronger. I can create a chimera comparable to a giant dragon. I can even create a fairy dragon that belongs to the sun elf tribe. I can even create a mountain giant." Hearing this, it became extremely excited. The ancient sun tree. However, it immediately felt a headache. I've already been emptied by you. All of our tribe's savings are gone now. It still had dozens of fairy fruits worth of energy to breed elves, but it had been emptied in an instant. 7 had been used to breed an alchemist, and 15 had been used to buy an elf druid hero. That was its savings over hundreds of years. Qiu Mingyu was speechless and dumbfounded. He thought he could squeeze some more, but it had emptied his savings so quickly. He couldn't help but shake his head. You look like you're struggling to earn energy, but your posture is really charming. Akina Yamaguchi knew that his life alchemy factory could not create new life forms, it could only replicate and mix species. But this was enough to optimize more powerful native species. Unfortunately, the sun ancient tree of life had been hollowed out, becoming one of those addicted to money. This is a terrifying magic. I don't even need to plot against it. This elven ancient tree of life will naturally succumb to my Krypton gold pomegranate skirt. It will become a slave to money and listen to my commands. He indicated that he never used violence to crush his opponent. Instead, he used psychological methods to crush his opponent. As for the sun elves, their style was completely distorted, crazily charging money, entering a period of exhaustion. But this energy is enough for me to advance to the 6th grade. He smiled, feeling very relaxed, breaking through to the 6th grade in just a few months. It was like riding on a rocket. Compared to obediently training before, this crooked path was the right one. But at this time, the sun ancient tree that had been hollowed out took the initiative to find him, then directly said, "It's time to enter the war, join the Yumian Night Elf army, our tribe will definitely shine, and wage war against the humans, plunder them, we can obtain more energy." The sun ancient tree had already started to think of ways to earn money, expressing its desire for those chimeras, elf dragons, mountain giants. It seemed that every elven ancient tree was keen on farming, developing its own forces. Okay. Akina Yamaguchi did not refuse. He clearly understood that this was a war for the survival of his race. It was difficult to stop, he could not stop it, nor did he want to stop it. If there was something to blame, it could only be blamed for Mumu not speaking, creating 2 new races, bringing a terrible disaster and catastrophe to this land. That little bitch with a cheap mouth. His expression gradually became strange. You want to become a man and be with the girl you like, I don't mind, everyone has the right to pursue their own dreams. But since you want to become a man, become a heretic, you have to wait to be hunted down, this is the consequence you should bear, you chose to wander the world. Spend your days drifting. But in order to live a comfortable life, not being harassed by the elves, you produced a large number of males, starting to bring disaster to the elves and the entire world of the ancient tree. Humans and demons were born because of this. From this point of view, Mumu not speaking was indeed the cause of the entire disaster, he should be hunted down. But now that things had come to this, was it wrong for the humans and demons to fight for their own survival? They came to this world as living beings and had their own dignity. They should write songs of praise for their own race. At this point, this was already a war between races. There was no right or wrong. He could only blame the culprit behind all this, Mumu's silence. Now that he was standing on the elf side, no matter what would happen in the future, as the elf hero, he had to share the honor and disgrace of the elf race. He silently sighed. After all, he had experienced the disaster of the sorcerer world, and he had a strong aversion to red-named players. After all, this is a real, living world. They are all living creatures with their own emotions. In fact, he had secretly communicated with the alchemy emperor, Xianxia, and the others to come up with the rules of the industry together. You can make a scene, but you can't go too far. Don't blame us for treating you as a red name player and killing red names for bringing disaster to an originally peaceful world. Since the ancient sun tree wanted to start a war, it was time to reveal his identity. He went to the outside network and began to speak. A screenshot opened the declaration of war. Some bastard, damned keyboard warrior, the other world is not a place outside the law. You must abide by harmony, love, prosperity, and peace. A beautiful sun goddess with a hazy golden halo on her head and 6 bronze coins on her back. Her legs were slightly spread apart, and one hand was on her forehead, making a beautiful gesture with her fingers like an orchid. The other hand was on her waist. This was the classic movement of the pretty girl warrior transformation. I will destroy you on behalf of the sun goddess. As soon as the picture was posted, countless people felt a headache coming on. You can declare war, but what the hell is this? Dressing up as a girl can make people sexy, this person is so fast. We underestimated his shamelessness. Is his adaptability so strong? He was immersed in the life of a girl and couldn't extricate himself. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, maybe, he wanted it for a long time. Sneer, cute girl begs, a woo. Kuya? Paywall? Shameless dog producer. Scammer expert. A needle, perverted boss, I've learned something new. Countless people discussed. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. The others were embarrassed after dressing up as a girl. They could still tease happily, but this person seemed to be enjoying it. He even put on such a shameful pose. If the netizens said he was beautiful and praised him, he might even enjoy it, bastard. He couldn't even speak. On the other side, when the group was in an uproar, Mumu secretly saw everything and suddenly panicked. She actually snuck in. How can she kill me? What should I do? He couldn't help but post, boss of Mount Akina, I was wrong, please let me go, please forgive me, shivering, Mount Akina, haha, forgiving you is Dickie's business. My job is to send you to see the sun. Sun goddess transformation. JPG, screenshot, this young girl who was like a sun instantly assumed a handsome pose, transforming into a Xiaomaxian. You're so coquettish. Mumu's face instantly darkened. He felt like his head was about to explode. This was a crazy blow to his morale. He had been bragging on the internet and had never thought that they would actually come to kill him. He hurriedly went to investigate the Sun Elf tribe and found that they had secretly become incredibly powerful. Moon riders, horned eagle archers, elf druids, even the alchemists had reached stage 6 and were not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. They were obviously secretly developing and only started a war now. He found out too late. But as a demon hunter, how could he yield? He was currently traveling around the world. Looking at Gilna beside him, he said, I have to go out. Half a day later, he flew in the sky. I have to be a real demon for once, luring people to fall and giving them power. I have to find a powerful human genius, like Dao Chongqing or Ermin, and find a way to help them rise. Otherwise, they won't be able to defeat the current elves. He wandered through countless small towns and finally saw a young woodcutter. The youth was going up the mountain to chop wood. After he finished chopping wood, he continued to swing his knife at the trees, as if he was training his skills. The most exaggerated thing was that every time his axe fell, it landed in the same place, without the slightest error. It was exquisite to the extreme. Maybe he'll be a good disciple. Year 97 of the Xianxia Empire. The Sun Elves suddenly rose up. A group of special soldiers walked into the Elf Kingdom's capital, Silvermoon City, shocking the entire Xianxia Elf Kingdom. Horned eagle archers who can fly. Elf knights who ride special beasts. On the streets of the capital, they saw two powerful elves in special attire greeting the Elf Kingdom. Their breathing quickened. Were they elven heroes? And two of them, countless elves stared. The Sun Elves were going to rise, but in the next second, something even more terrifying happened. As the two special elven heroes received passes, an elite elven hero army slowly and orderly walked into the city. Many moon riders and horned eagle archers appeared in the crowd. Elven heroes, to the elves who had never seen such a grand scene, their minds went blank. But gradually, some elves from the palace whispered, "They're all ordinary elves of the Sun Elves. The one at the front is the true Sun Elf hero, Druid Makina. Is she really like Emperor Xianxia?" The elves were shocked, their curiosity swelling. "It's said that she's different. Without the hero altar, once you die, you can't revive. However, it's said that a true Sun Elf hero appeared in the Sun Elf tribe. He can revive from the hero altar. He's called the Alchemist. These powerful elves and Druid Makina were all created by him." Alchemist? A hero who can create elven heroes? Heavens! She can turn me into a hero? All of Silvermoon City was in an uproar. They felt like their worldview had been shattered. They looked at the Sun Elves with envy. The Sun Elves looked proud as they walked forward with their chests puffed out. "Because of pay to win, we're strong." "What's pay to win?" the other naive elves asked. In the next few days, they gradually understood that they were here to join the war and capture the humans. With such a powerful force joining, the Elf Kingdom had become more than 3 times stronger. After all, the previous elves had only been supported by Xianxia. The rest were ordinary elves and did not have much of an advantage. Meanwhile, humans grew too quickly. Their reproduction speed and maturing speed far surpassed elves who only reached adulthood at 80 years old. Currently, there were only 3,000 to 4,000 elves in total, and they lived on less than 1% of the land. What about humans? There were already tens of thousands of them hiding in various mountains and hidden forests. Moreover, their numbers were still increasing at a crazy rate. After every great purge, they were like centipedes that died but never fell down. In the Elven Royal Palace. The Sun Elf, the new hero of the elven race. Alchemist Kia. Yumi the Elven Emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, "She is already waiting outside for an audience? Then let her come up and pay her respects to this emperor." Swoosh. A moment later, the alchemist Koya strode into the palace. He was looking at the Elven Emperor with his own eyes. He raised his head to look, and a domineering pressure came rushing at him. "This Xianxia is the real Xianxia. I can feel her terror, her powerful charisma and temperament, as well as her decisive killing intent." This seemed more like the real deal. In comparison, the person who borrowed external power was the fake Elven Emperor. Clang, a pair of exquisite black boots with golden patterns fell to the ground. In the next second, Great Elf Emperor Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of him. She attacked with her jade-like long legs. She didn't say anything. She started to fight and probe the other party's strength. She could clearly feel the other party's terrifying killing intent. "If I don't resist, I will die." A creepy thought appeared in his mind, but he did not have the ability to resist at all. In an instant, he was kicked to the ground. A foot stepped on his face, and a terrifying spicy smell came. "Tastes good." Koya lay on the ground, her nose twitched, and she sniffed, "Your foot is a side dish, it should go well with rice." Yumiya's face turned cold. Bang, her legs turned into afterimages, and she kicked him away. You are not afraid of my pressure? No. Koya laughed. But her face was pale, and it was obvious that she was not feeling well. In order to get close to the legendary strongest elven emperor, he had already gotten her clothes and collected her skin before coming here. I'm not afraid of you, because I already have your figurine. He took out a space ring made of fruit of life, and a bronze-colored Xianxia slowly walked out, looking at her mechanically. This was a life clone that he had created with all his savings, and he had also fused with other creatures to make improvements. Just as he said, just like Dicky, copy and paste and then innovate. How dare you clone me, Xianxia? Xianxia suddenly attacked, rushing towards the clone. Both had terrifying pressure and similar abilities. And the clone's combat power had some other special abilities, and its pure combat power was even a little higher. Xianxia had thought that it would at least be a draw, but he never expected that this clone Xianxia would not be able to fight back from start to finish. Dong dong dong, a pair of leg techniques were like a storm, and together with the wheel of poison, it was unimaginably exquisite. In less than 10 moves, the clone was defeated in an instant. This is a terrifying combat prodigy. He looked at his alchemy doll defeated, his mind a little blank. These years, she has walked her own path. If that demon hunter from back then appeared in front of her, he would probably be killed in an instant, and then captured alive. She doesn't need my help at all. Sure enough, the android he had created was a perfect clone, but had no combat intelligence. Elven Emperor, please spare me, I surrender. After a moment, Xianxia surrendered, and was flexible. Remember, from now on, there will only be one Emperor Xianxia, no more clones of me. Xianxia sat back on the elven throne, and said coldly. Is there really only one? Xianxia asked. Xianxia was startled, and looked at him meaningfully. It seems that you are indeed not as treacherous as the last traitor. You have won the trust of the elven ancient tree, and have already told you about it. Then, I can also trust you. The previous Xianxia lost her glory, and betrayed the elves, which was our greatest shame. She is already dead, and I am the only elven king in this world, the elven god Xianxia, who will forever protect the glory of our elves. Xianxia looked at this elven emperor, as if he was looking at a powerful elven monarch, the true rise of the elven era. Perhaps the era doesn't need my interference, and it will go the way it should go. On the other side, the demon hunter was still looking at the woodcutter. This young woodcutter had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was ferocious, and 2 tiger teeth protruded from his lips, like fangs. He secretly observed for a few days, and found that he was curled up in a thatched hut outside the elven town. To the elves who loved beauty, he was extremely ugly, not to mention that he was an elven traitor. The elves would throw him an axe, and let him go up the mountain to chop wood in exchange for food. The young man did not hate them, knowing the pain that humans brought to the elves. As long as he exchanged firewood, the beautiful elves would give him food, and allow him to live here, which was already very kind. On this day, he went up the mountain again. Bang bang bang, after this deformed young man chopped wood, he crazily swung his machete, swinging at a huge black rock. His arms holding the axe were already slightly twitching, and his palms began to bleed from the impact. He had a hobby of chopping rocks, and every day, he would swing the axe thousands of times. Swing, swing, blood seeped from his arms, and pain tore through his body, but the feeling of facing death like this was very good. As long as he crazily swung, he could forget race, status, gender, origin, appearance. He did not need to care about anything. It was just a simple swing, and this feeling was very good. After the sky turned dark, he returned to his room and handed the firewood to the elves. He continued to curl up in his room, silently waiting for the arrival of the next day. Over the past few days, Irfan had been constantly observing this strange young man, and found that his physique was shockingly showing signs of atavism, showing signs of witchcraft. He's a madman. This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't care about his life, and who enjoys self-abuse. Every day, he swings the axe thousands of times, and his hands are bleeding like this. He's obviously not liked, and he has a grudge, but he doesn't hate them at all. He's so stupid that he put all the points in his brain into his physique. He's still alive after such self-abuse. This was simply unbelievable. His demon true body was constructed by imitating the witchcraft true body, but this young man actually had the bloodline of the witchcraft true body, as if he had fused the blood of the elves, demons, and humans, and had undergone some kind of subtle mutation. His physique is extremely strong, and he's also a madman, but he looks a little stupid. None of these species with the potential to evolve could really fight, and they still had to rely on native geniuses. Thinking of this, he quickly flew down and looked at the young man. The young man was chopping a huge rock, and was slightly shocked. He looked up. "You're a human powerhouse? The legendary ancestor Arthur?" The ugly young man threw down the blood-soaked axe, and was shocked. Arthur was the first human in the world, and also the ancestor of all humans. He was also the only rank 6 powerhouse who could fly. You can think of it that way. Ilfin tempted him. "What's your name?" "I don't have a name. My parents loved each other, and they were captured and sent to the Tree World prison. I live in the town, and the elves call me the ugly human." Acho. The ugly young man was somewhat ashamed of this name, and was silent. "You want to have power, fame, power, anything?" Ilfin took out a common demon trick. "I don't want it." The young man shook his head. "The elven sisters are very good to me. Even though I'm the child of their enemy, they still didn't chase me out of the town. Even when the patrol team came, they pretended not to know me." "You don't want anything?" Ilfin was stunned. It was the first time he met a child who had no desires, and it seemed that chopping rocks was his monotonous joy and joy. Was this person a masochist? As long as he chopped, he would feel satisfied and happy? "What do I want?" The young man Acho was startled. "I want to see my parents, but I can't." "Cultivate spells." Ilfin was startled, and immediately sensed his body. He found that there was indeed something wrong with him, and he could not walk the path of a spell cultivator. It was because of his ancestral atavism, and he was closer to the terrifying ancestral witch physique, so he could not cultivate spells or sense the magic net. It was a pity that this beast-like ugly young man could not cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. His intelligence was too low. Then stop the war, and let the elves and humans live in harmony. "I don't have any techniques, only a simple physical cultivation technique." He thought about it, and still passed the 9 revolutions mysterious art to him. "If you can't learn it, you can only cultivate the physical cultivation technique, right?" "Okay." The young man was still silent. On the other side, deep underground, Dickie, who was covered by a thick crust, opened his eyes slightly. "Interesting. Life Alchemy Factory? It's very good, but it's mine now. I've studied it countless times before I understood the theory behind it. Also, I used Taoism to simulate this strange replicated life, and learned how to create life. I captured 3 humans, elves, demons, and our ancestral witch's bloodline. After countless experiments, I finally created an ugly young man with mixed bloodline. Unfortunately, it's very imperfect. His combat power is low, and his intelligence is low. But every intelligent life is unique, Acho. I hope you can surprise me." Dichi was also secretly pushing forward the era of civilization. "I don't want a one-sided war, I don't want one person to suppress the world. I want to see a brilliant world of competition, where geniuses of different eras appear, brilliant and amazing, and even challenge me." He wanted to be defeated, he wanted the threat of death. He looked down on the weak, believing that being weak was a sin that should be harvested like rice straws. However, he respected the strong and gave them the dignity of life. Throughout his long life, only the strong like Su Yonyan and Dao Chongqing could earn his heartfelt admiration and respect. "Can there be a being that can defeat me? I really look forward to it." His voice was filled with longing as he slowly fell asleep. As expected, he was a blockhead. On the other side, Mumu sighed and looked at the foolish youth Acho. These days, teaching him elementary mathematics was as difficult as ascending to heaven. His battle talent was heaven-defying, but if he wanted to learn the 9 revolutions mysterious art, it would probably be impossible in his lifetime. However, after teaching him, he seems to be very happy that he has only learned the simplest dantian cultivation and body forging. He was speechless, then completely lost confidence. He handed the child to his son, the leader of the human rebellion, Arthur, and left. He wanted to search for even more talented humans. However, in the following days, he came up empty-handed. 113 years of the Xianxia Empire. With the help of the Sun Elves, the entire elf race's power grew rapidly. The Sun Elf tribe became the holy land of the entire elf empire. Many elves even came because of its fame. On the streets, there were luxurious and expensive hunter halls, selling many things. Originally, the Sun Elven ancient tree definitely would not allow other elves to get their hands on mounts and equipment to become stronger. But it was finally persuaded, because it received a very simple reply. Foreign elves, the purchase price will be increased by 30%. And this 30% will belong to the Sun Elven ancient tree of life. Thus, the Sun Elven ancient tree that had long been addicted to the power of pay-to-win completely joined in. After receiving the commission, it even worked very hard to help promote. In these years, the Sun Elven ancient tree was addicted to pay-to-win, and finally built its own miracle elf building, Chimera Perch, on which lived a terrifying dark blue chimera beast. Wow! This is the Sun Elf tribe? A group of dark elves arrived, led by a genius girl called Luna. A dark elf sister who had stayed here for a long time led the tour. Do you see that giant tree? The giant beast living on it is the legendary guardian beast of the Sun Elves, the Chimera. She then pointed at a female elf knight riding a griffin in the sky. Do you see the emblem on her chest? That's a VIP 5 Krypton King. Luna suddenly looked forward to seeing the strong griffin flying in the sky. VIP 5? That's a character who spent 100,000 sun dollars. Just how strong is that? At this moment, an elf girl with a pair of dragon wings came to greet them. Welcome to our city. You're the elven hero Parker who drank the elven hidden class potion? She was stupefied. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of this expert before. It was said that he had a power similar to a spatial ring. He could hide in a different space for a short period of time and avoid attacks. Luna silently looked at the badge on his chest. It turned out to be a VIP 7 Krypton Gold boss. Over the years, the elf tribe had unknowingly been led astray by others. However, countless elves gathered here to buy equipment, mounts, and prepare for the upcoming battle. Year 115 of the Xianxia Empire. The elves attacked the Bilaman Mountains on a large scale. The Xianxia Elven Emperor issued an order forcefully. Among the 3,000 to 4,000 elves, 500 of the most elite troops, equipped with equipment and mounts, surrounded and slaughtered a large number of humans. Hiding in the mountains, women, old people, and children were all killed. The methods were so bloody and the process was so cruel that even the countless elves themselves couldn't imagine it. The crisis of humanity had arrived. They couldn't hide deep underground like the demons before. The Iron Blood War that shocked the entire history, the Bilaman Elven battle, had completely begun. The entire land was dyed with blood. Run! A woman ran quickly with her child in her arms, but a huge bright red wind blade appeared out of thin air behind her, and she quickly fell down. Hurry up and leave! A husband stood in front of his family and picked up a hoe. His whole body trembled as tears and snot flowed down his face. He blocked the door and roared, "Come on! Come on! I'm not afraid of you! You actually abandoned us!" A woman looked at her husband who abandoned his family and ran away with his child in his arms. All kinds of ugly human nature, all kinds of true temperament, life and death were completely displayed here. Crash, the Moon Riders, holding exquisite and sharp moon blades, slaughtered the entire land in a terrifying manner. Whoosh, the griffin archers in the sky released a rain of arrows, accurately landing on the back of every fleeing villager. The elves and humans fought, and a large number of lives were lost. The entire town was quickly slaughtered, and it fell into dead silence. The elves got off their mounts. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they began to sit on the ground to rest and eat dry food. Is it really right for us to do this? Luna suddenly trembled. For the peace-loving and quiet elves, this was undoubtedly cruel. Even the wailing and angry eyes of a child just now deeply pierced her heart. No elves around spoke, and they all ate dry food silently. Suddenly, Druid Makina picked up the dry food and sat on a tree trunk. This is a war between races. We elves, humans, and demons are destined to not coexist on the same land. Only one side can die. Do you still remember that your sisters who have lived for hundreds of years were cheated away by those humans? Our race is decreasing. Either they assimilate us, or we exterminate them. Just as the god of the tree of life said, they have fallen and lost their divinity. They have desires, cruelty, violence, and these humans are reproducing. Generation after generation, the density of the elf's bloodline is getting lower and lower, and they are getting weaker and weaker. From birth, they become rank 2, rank 1, and even completely turn into ordinary babies. They become rank 1 creatures with short lifespans, and they are cruel and violent. Their women fall sick and bleed every month, and they have to endure painful pregnancies, childbirth, and even death. Are we going to become them? Lose our divinity? The elves on the battlefield were silent and sorrowful. They could only silently eat their food, and then mount their mounts again, carrying their luggage and bags, and walk on the land of death and barren. Hold on, we are the elites sent by every tribe. We are all heroes that our tribe is looking forward to, waiting for our triumphant return. A beautiful elf rode on a moon leopard, gently comforting the crying elves. But, were they really heroes? Perhaps the heroes of their own race were just the executioners of other races. They felt numb in their hearts. This war would be a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives, but they were still a tribe behind them. No elf could retreat, and they could only continue forward and start this war. It was just like how they sacrificed their lives in the past to wave their weapons and challenge the tree of war. This was the courage that was engraved in their hearts. This was the divinity that belonged to the elves. They were not timid, fearful, or evasive. They only had the good side of life, and no evil side. They could quickly recover, and this was their nature. The blue leaves were mottled in the sky. A few figures stood on a giant chimera beast, and they were searching for the next hidden human tribe to attack. The elf emperor Xianxia stood on a high place, looking at the entire mountain range. Now that we have griffins and chimeras, no tribe can escape our detection. They no longer have a place to hide, and it is only a matter of time before we completely wipe them out. Mount Akina was silent. Can't we just lock them up? He wanted to try to interfere in this war, and felt that enslaving them was not a bad outcome. At least they had a chance to rise, but he did not expect Xianxia to directly want to exterminate them. Xianxia calmly said, "They are too despicable, low-class, and lowly. They must be exterminated, or else they will infect our pure bloodline, and cause us to fall. This is what the Tree of Elves wants." Celine's body was trembling. What a sad life. Don't you have what you want, what you love? She already knew that Xianxia was no longer Xianxia. This Xianxia was too cruel, and filled with reality. He did not even look like an elf who longed for a beautiful life, and did not have the peace and love of the elf race. What the Tree of Elves wants is what I want. Xianxia calmly said, "Do you really think that I am loyal to the Tree of Elves?" Xianxia was calm, and suddenly ordered the chimera to lower its flying altitude. Whoosh, a chimera appeared in the sky above the human city. It's the elf race. Countless people walked out from the houses, and angrily roared. They picked up swords, spears, and drums, and threw them into the sky. They shouted all kinds of words. For the glory of humans, for their families, they did not fear death. Look. Xianxia pointed below, and said, "It's the humans. I have observed this race for countless years. They are greedy, cruel, lustful, and arrogant. They have lost their divinity, but as the sinners of God, it is undeniable that they still have their own uniqueness. They still retain a part of our divinity, and they take pride in their own race. We are also proud of being elves. Our lifespan, strength, and potential far surpass that of the self-reproducing humans. We are perfect beings that far surpass humans. If we become humans, it will make us even more perfect. I would instantly go against the Tree of Life's words and choose to assimilate with humans. Unfortunately, I won't. Assimilating with humans will only bring us elves endless disasters." Celine was trembling. However, Xianxia did not care at all, and continued to speak. "In fact, if the Tree of Elves goes against us elves and hinders our development, I will also think of a way to destroy it. I have been fighting for the elves from the beginning to the end. In reality is very cruel. I have observed humans for too long, and have come to a frightening conclusion from human observation, if we elves continue to be kind and weak, and live in the deep forest, aloof from worldly affairs, it is only a matter of time before we are overthrown by the cruel humans, destroyed, and even enslaved. No elf is willing to be tainted by blood and fall, and no elf is willing to embrace peace. The elven monarch Xianxia exuded an astonishing charm, and even her confident tone made people feel that what she was saying must be the truth. If she, Xianxia, did not appear, the elves would definitely walk towards destruction, and the fate of being enslaved. War is unavoidable, she has struck first to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Akina Mountain's speed was chilling, and she was also looking at this domineering, yet extremely charming and far-sighted elven emperor. From the moment she was born, she was raised to replace Xianxia, but she did not feel repulsed. Instead, she gladly accepted becoming Xianxia. This was the greatest glory she felt, and also the meaning of her existence. She was protecting the entire elven race. In every sense, she truly carried out the great name of Xianxia, the guardian, guarding the elves present, looking forward to the future, and as the Song of Shadows, walking in the dark, turning into a depraved, cruel, and bloody elf assassin, protecting every elf who loved kindness and peace. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Xianxia just gently stroked Celine's trembling head, and there was an invisible domineering pressure. You asked me if I want it? Don't have what I love? I am very greedy, and what I love is every one of my people. She sighed and smiled. With a sigh, she turned her head to look at the alchemist Koya, and with a domineering and resolute tone, she said, I hope you will always be a member of us elves, and become my friend, and not do strange things because of insignificant humans. Year 117 of the Xianxia Empire. The Battle of Bilerman elves had completely reached the peak of slaughter. The entire mountain range was plunged into blood. Tens of thousands of humans and villages and tribes were killed, including the old, the weak, the women, and the children. The brutality of the brutal suppression completely established the name cold-blooded elven emperor Xianxia, the Song of Shadows. The elf slaughterer who walked in the shadows was also known as the Warden. The prison of the tree world locked up countless fallen elven traitors, as well as various human powerhouses. Year 118 of the Xianxia Empire. The human tribe sent a letter. The humans were willing to surrender. If they don't surrender, kill them. The elven emperor Xianxia stood on a high place, looking at the moon riders and the griffin archers. He was cold and elegant, and his beautiful figure was intoxicating, but his voice was filled with endless blood. The humans are elves who lost their divinity after falling. They are evil and tyrannical. The elves Irvin and Gilna were born after stealing the forbidden fruit of life from Eden. They are a race of sinners, and they are ordered by the god of the 11 ancient trees of life to completely disappear. Splash, the earth was once again bathed in blood. The slaughter continued, and corpses piled up like mountains. Year 119 of the Xianxia Empire. The elders, powerhouses, old people, women, children, and representatives of various classes of humans, as well as the ancestor of the humans, Arthur, took the initiative to surrender, making their last struggle. The humans were lowering their arrogant heads. In the military tent, the elven emperor sat on the throne, looking at the leaders of the humans who were rebelling. Their faces were pale. They originally had the capital to resist, and they felt that the humans would rise up sooner or later and be on par with the elves. They were even optimistically divided into two factions. One faction wanted to live in peace with the elves, and they wanted to marry freely. The other faction was a radical faction, and they wanted to enslave the elves, who were few in number, and control the ancient trees of the elves. However, many terrifying elven mounts and equipment suddenly appeared, and they were instantly defeated. They didn't have the chance to rise up, and their dreams were broken. At this moment, no matter what request the elven emperor Xianxia made, they could only accept it. However, it was a pity that they were thinking too much. We won't accept the surrender, and we won't kill the envoys. Go back. The elven emperor Xianxia's voice was abnormally decisive. You elf with no divinity. Executioner. You even killed children and women. A fifth-grade middle-aged man couldn't hold it in anymore, and completely exploded. You don't have the peace and gentleness that elves should have. An old man sobbed. You killed my 7-year-old little brother. God will curse you. An 8-year-old little girl cried out in pain. God will curse me? Yumiya's voice was domineering and unquestionable. If the god you are talking about is the ancient trees of life, then it was them who asked me to exterminate you. If the god you are talking about is the elven god, then I am the god who exterminated you mortals. The so-called god is just a powerful being worshipped by the weak. If you want to punish me, then don't borrow the power of the god. Use your own strength to challenge me, and kill me, humans. I want to challenge you. Arthur, who had been silent, suddenly roared. He couldn't suppress his anger anymore. Human ancestor Arthur, your courage is commendable. Xianxia suddenly stood up, waved his dark green cloak, and looked at the human representatives. This is the scheme of you humans? You want to use the kindness of the elves to move me? But you are wrong. I am angry at the crying of the children, I am angry at the ignorance of the strong, and I am angry at the cursing of the old. This is the incompleteness of the human race. Facing the strong, you weakly surrender, facing the weak, you cruelly draw your sword. I am even angrier because of this. I feel that the human race should be exterminated. You came to beg me, but it made me more determined to kill the human race. Only you. Arthur. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Human ancestor Arthur, you let me see the brilliance in you. After all, you have inherited a part of the divinity of the elves. I choose to accept your challenge. Year 119 of the Xianxia Elven Empire. The human Arthur led all levels of the human race to surrender. In this negotiation between humans and elves, the ideas of humanity and divinity completely broke out in the dispute. Xianxia the Great recognized the incomplete and violent flaws of the human race, and was determined to destroy humans. The human race and the elves, this battle of humanity and divinity was destined to be recorded in history. Thousands of years later, people opened the history book Chronicles of the Xianxia Empire, which clearly recorded this Bilaman conference. Frowny face humans are a new fallen race that two elves stole the forbidden fruit. They are tyrannical, arrogant, and have lost their divinity. Xianxia the Great Elf Emperor wants to destroy them with iron and blood. 3 days later, Arthur challenged Xianxia the Great Elf Emperor. This was the last resistance of the humans. Are we going to be extinct? In the countless battles before the surrender, almost half of the strong people died, leaving only the elderly and children. In the human towns deep in the mountains, countless women carried their children. That night, countless cities and towns were destroyed. Cries and wails rang out amidst the flickering lights of the houses in the dilapidated walls. The end of the world was coming, and no one was optimistic about Arthur, the ancestor of the human race. Xianxia still had not reached the legendary level 7 and stepped into the level of the ancient tree of life of the elves. He was still level 6, and Arthur was also level 6, but the difference was too big. As an ordinary level 6 human without any talent, Arthur was no match for the hero of the elves, Xianxia. The end of the world was coming, and all humans were anxious. They huddled in their houses. Some kind people hugged their wives and daughters, enjoying their last dinner. Some extreme people and evil people completely fell into madness, burning, killing, and looting. They wanted to do all the evil things before they died. Countless pessimistic people could not help but cry when they saw the scene of these thugs committing murder. Oh my God! Are they crazy? At the last moment, they actually attacked our own people. They are simply cruel beasts with intelligence. Perhaps the Elf Emperor Xianxia wasn't wrong. We are weak and surrender when facing the strong, and cruel when facing the weak. Our race is like an intelligent beast, selfish and greedy. In the short span of 100 years, our tribes and towns have given birth to thieves, bandits, perverts, and all kinds of sinister swindlers. Even we humans, who live in the towns, have suffered greatly. In the city of elves, there is never a single evil person. They are perfect, kind, free from disease and pain. They can completely trust each other and communicate with each other through their hearts. They live a beautiful life in the forest together. Our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit of life from Eden and gave birth to our incomplete race. We shouldn't have come to this world. It's time to end this, evil creature. Evil creature. When a white-haired old man saw the thugs committing the crime, he cried out in anger, "No wonder the God General punished us, the sinners who stole the forbidden fruit, and crushed our backs." The pessimists were exuding pessimism and anxiety. They were even more concentrated in this dark land. But in the face of disaster, there were still resolute people, human experts donned heavy armor and wielded massive swords as they started to kill the villains. Blood splattered everywhere as they held the villains' heads and roared unwillingly at the crowd, "You bastards, you bastards, you bastards! The human race has glory. We humans have the unyielding spirit of humans. As long as we exist, there is a reason for our existence. We have fallen. We have lost our divinity. But human nature is complicated. There are evil people and good people. We kill the evil people ourselves. I don't believe that the human race has no value. Humanity still exists, and it shines brightly. Write a poem for us in the vast history." Some powerhouses were spontaneously dealing with the rioting thugs. Human nature is complicated. It is undeniable that some people have turned into beasts, and some have turned into divinity. But more than that, it depends on ourselves. Whether we are gods or beasts, it is just a decision of human nature. On the night of the final declaration of war, too many riots broke out. Flames soared into the sky, crazy roars, and all kinds of terrible dark turmoil. Cowardice and courage became two kinds of people here. Whoosh! The flames flickered in the dark night. Irvin took Jurna to walk in the burning town. Everywhere was burning, killing, and looting. He saw all kinds of people in the world. A pious white-haired old man knelt on the ground. He had already submitted to fate, praying that his race would be destroyed. He saw a ferocious-looking giant, holding a butcher's knife dripping with blood. In the burning houses, his face was crazy and violent, waving the knife at a young mother holding a baby. He also saw many powerhouses, wearing armor, spontaneously forming guards. They stood up in rage and slaughtered those thugs. Suddenly, in the burning sky, a white-haired old man walked over. Are you the ancestor of the human race, Irvin?" He was startled. Looking at the old man in the disaster, he was lost for a moment. "I am not. You are mistaken. I am just an ordinary traveler fleeing with his wife." "Oh." The white-haired old man was disappointed. He turned his head and left, trembling. Irvin put his hand on his chest. After a long time, he finally caught his breath. "I am too cowardly. He looked at the suffering on this piece of land. All of this happened because of him. However, he did not want to bear and face all of this. He was afraid and panicked. From the beginning, he had calculated and thought that he would win. However, he made a mistake and was backstabbed by the ancient tree of life. It would be good if he won, but he made a mistake. He should bear the responsibility for his mistake and failure. However, he was not willing to bear the responsibility for his mistake and pay the price. He created an entire race, but he did not succeed in creating an environment for them. He did not overthrow the rule of the ancient tree, leaving them in a state of near extinction. He understood that he had always been weak and had always been struggling in his heart. He had never succeeded. He was a complete failure. In reality, he was an office worker. He was bullied by his boss and colleagues all day. Therefore, in reality, he swallowed his anger and did not dare to insult others. When he came back from work, he chose to attack heavily on the internet, insulting the netizens. He was in high spirits and poured out his anger. However, he still had a very strong talent. In the game Spore Evolution, it was also put to use, and he successfully evolved into a species. He smiled bitterly. "I've always felt that the heavens are unfair, that I'm a man of talent, but now I can only admit that not everyone with talent can become a hero and shoulder everything. I don't have the corresponding courage. I'm incomparably weak in reality, and I'm even scolded as a keyboard warrior on the internet. But this is the mistake I've made. I should shoulder the rise and fall of the human race and stand up for myself." That terrifying Xianxia had become too powerful over the years. If he appeared in front of her now, he would definitely die. But even so, even though I know I am going to die, I still want to. He trembled all over. He told himself that this was the sin he had committed. He needed to pay for it. However, after a night of thinking, the sky welcomed dawn. His fearless passion gradually cooled down. He could not help but think, I can't be stupid. I will only die if I go. I might as well continue to hide with some of the remaining humans. This way, I can go sightseeing with Gilna again and live a happy life. He still succumbed to strength. He suddenly told himself, I endured so many times in the past. Why do I have to endure one more time now? This way, I can continue to be with Gilna. My world is too lowly. No one can look up to me. I can only vent on the internet. But it doesn't matter now. I already have someone I like. As long as I still have Gilna, in order to be with Gilna, I will pay any price, bear any scolding. He turned around and wanted to pull Gilna away, but Gilna shook off his hand. You. Ilvan looked at her in a daze. His face was full of disbelief. The gentle and kind Gilna actually chose to disobey him. I always thought that Emperor Xianxia, whom I once loved, would lead the elven race to rise. He was brave, fearless, kind, and responsible. But maybe I was wrong. I was wrong. Gilna looked at him and wailed with tears in her eyes. That's our child. Reality was cruel. Not everyone could shoulder the heavy burden. Mumu was just an ordinary person in reality, not the 1 in 10,000 hero. Looking at the tide of the long history, it required extraordinary people to have the courage that only 1 in 10,000 could stand in front of death even though they knew it was going to happen. And there could only be 2 results for such people. The first was to become heroes. The second was to become martyrs. He's gone. Arthur was wearing heavy armor and holding the huge metal sword tightly. His voice was somewhat lonely. A voice came from the shadows. Our father. He stole the forbidden fruit, which means he's the first greedy, sinful, intelligent being in this world. It's normal for him to fear death. He's a normal human being. It's because of our father that we're here. We're also hesitant, fearful, and cowardly when we encounter things. Do you really want to help me? Arthur asked. A voice came from the shadows. If you all die, with the iron blood of great Emperor Xianxia, the next ones will be us, the races hiding underground. For the sake of the humans and the demon races, let us brothers fight against great Emperor Xianxia. Cowardice and courage were still 2 different kinds of people here. Pung, pung. Pung, the black boulder was covered in cracks. One blade. Another blade. Ah Cho had been practicing for more than 30 years. Day after day, year after year, besides eating and sleeping, he was swinging his blade. He was like a robot, swinging his blade for more than 10 hours a day. His blade still looked simple and unadorned, straight, without any flourishes. It was so simple that people could see through it. He has no other thoughts. Swinging his blade can make him happy, it is the only meaning in his life. This was everyone's evaluation of him. Ah Cho was said to be a human sent by ancestor Irfan. He seemed to have some kind of battle form, and had the same huge potential as ancestor Irfan. At the start, Arthur took care of him. After all, he was innately strong like a high elf. The first time he saw him, he had rank 4 cultivation. At that time, Arthur saw that this youth liked to swing that ugly axe all day, so he gave him a sharp blade. So Ah Cho very casually threw down the axe and started swinging his blade. But later, he gradually realized that Ah Cho didn't seem to have a battle form, and only had this ugly human body. And in these 30 years, every once in a while, his cultivation would drop out of thin air, and always maintained at the level of the 5th level. Slowly, Arthur became disappointed in him, and didn't care. This was a human with low intelligence, even like an idiot. Usually when you spoke to him, he would just listen quietly, and as he listened, he would swing his blade, without any reaction. This is the flaw of us humans. Not only will we suffer from diseases, we will also have some deformities. Some people longed for the perfect form of elves. Even after countless years, some people gradually developed a habit. If they had something they could not communicate with others, they would secretly tell it to the knife-wielding Ah Cho. Confessions, worries, prayers. He acted as if he did not hear it, and continued to swing his blade, and would not tell the secret to others. Stupid Ah Cho, he was a very good listener. Slowly, after 30 years, he got the name, the listening Ah Cho. Many people would get into the habit of praying and telling. Even some thieves and thugs, because they had no one to show off, would come to Ah Cho and tell him their proud achievements, and then continue to steal. Ah Cho waved his blade on the spot on the mountain every day, forming a scenery. He could hear many filthy and evil things that most people would never hear in their entire lives. He could hear the innocent thoughts of a young girl in love, the regrets of an old man, the troubles of a strong cultivator, the sufferings of a poor family. Ah Cho had heard so much of the mundane life, the good and evil of human nature, but it was as if he didn't hear it. His knife was still steady, unaffected by the mundane world. Every knife accurately landed on the blade repeatedly. Wielding the knife seemed to be Ah Cho's entire life. Dang, 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 in front of a huge cliff, Ah Cho was still waving his knife. The end of the human race had arrived, and countless people stood behind him, praying. In fact, the number of people who prayed far surpassed the number of people who had prayed in the past 30 years. The elderly, the women, the children, and the strong all prayed devoutly before they died. This was the psychological comfort they had developed over the past 30 years, and it was still the same. Before, they all came alone, and secretly talked about their worries when there was no one around, but in front of death, there was no need to hide their secrets, no need to care about other people's gazes. Everyone was muttering to themselves, and there was only one person to talk to, the listening Ah Cho. Dang dang dang, Ah Cho waved his axe, and still didn't notice anything. Amidst the voices of countless people, he still waved his knife. The first day after the declaration of war passed. Countless people were praying, and they talked about their experiences on this day. Some thugs fell into madness, burning and looting everywhere, but were stopped by the human warriors. This was the darkest day of disaster. The second day passed. On this day, the safety of the people was ensured, and the people moved from chaos to stability, and started the last prayer of their lives. In front of Ah Cho, the people gradually started to talk to each other, communicate, discuss, and sob in the midst of crying. Even the thieves, secret thieves, and robbers were confessing to the people, wailing loudly. And they shockingly discovered a terrifying thing: there seemed to be more than one Ah Cho. What, on the mountain of your tribe, there's also a Ah Cho? He's constantly waving his knife. Ah Cho didn't escape from the faraway Manta mountain range with us refugees, but has always been here. Over at our side, there's also a Ah Cho, constantly waving his knife. We all call him the foolish Ah Cho. We also talk to him. That Ah Cho, we call him the slow Ah Cho. It's about the same. Your tribe, our tribe, adding them up, there are 4 Ah Cho? Dang, dang dang, Ah Cho was still waving his knife. But the people praying fell into a strange situation. Previously, the human tribes were rather primitive, and they were scattered and hidden in the dense forest, each avoiding the pursuit of the elves. They didn't communicate with each other, and even experts like Arthur didn't have the time to communicate with all the tribes. But now that the disaster had happened, and only a small portion of the refugees were gathered together, the people communicated with each other, and only then did they discover this terrifying truth. Ah Cho, is he really foolish? Who is he? The third day arrived. The humans were still praying, but no one was calm, because today was the final battle. The human Arthur challenged the elf emperor Xianxia, and decided the fate of the human race. At this moment, the sky was shaking, the leaves rustled in the sky. A ray of light shone through the clouds, a ray of holy white light shone down on the valley, like a sharp arrow. The 11 great ancient beings all focused their gazes on this mortal realm. The war is about to end, our hands are stained with blood, but we will use the rest of our lives to repent. In the sky above Bilamon, there were countless horned eagles and giant chimeras, like shadows with huge wings, wandering between the white clouds. Countless elves whispered, but they didn't dare to get close to the battlefield. No one dared to get close to the pressure of Emperor Xianxia. In the mountains not far away, countless people, the residents of every town and tribe, stood on high ground, looking down at the battlefield in the distant valley. When our ancestors stole the forbidden fruit. When we were born in the mortal realm. When we were deprived of our divinity. Immersed in the sea of bitterness of life, a faintly discernible song passed by the human tribe spread around the entire valley. The notes vibrated, and converged into the sharp ears of the high elves. Almost the entire valley, at this moment, sounded a synchronized sad dirge. We have no choice. A human swordsman, Arthur, wearing a huge black armor, held a huge sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground. He looked at Emperor Xianxia in front of him, and revealed a carefree smile. we are brothers, we will fight together. A tall demon, covered in flames, had 2 twisted spiral goat horns on his head, and the demon roar also stood in the same place. Xianxia, you may not be able to defeat us 2 brothers. Is this the last of your strength? Emperor Xianxia's expression was calm. Her legs were bare, and a flame spell covered her legs. Boom, with a kick in the air, large beads of sweat scattered down, turning into flickering ripples like breathing. It was like a huge invisible pressure net covered the valley, pressing in all directions. Even the horned eagle knights in the sky, and the humans on the mountain peak not far away, felt a huge pressure invading them. They couldn't open their eyes, their breathing was stopped, and they bent down in pain. Whoosh, countless gray clouds rolled and surged, forming a thin crimson mushroom cloud in the air like a nuclear explosion. The mushroom cloud slowly stirred and gathered into a face, which then turned into an incomparably huge statue of a black elf girl. The huge statue stood on the ground with a smile on its face, and its hands were wrapped around the wheel of poison. Its whole body was red, and it was clear and exquisite, like the only true god in the world, like the Statue of Liberty, standing on the valley. All the creatures in the whole valley felt a sudden shock, and they felt a huge piercing pain. The overwhelming and violent pressure made it hard for them to breathe. A draconic aura that far surpasses that of a giant dragon, the condensation of pressure. Song of Shadows. Arthur looked at the figure of the invincible Emperor of the Elves, the strongest existence in the legends, the god of the elves, and his expression became bitter. He originally thought that they were qualified to fight, but who knew that they had been left behind long ago? Just this terrifying condensed pressure, and the huge condensed aura, made them unable to open their eyes, and any backup plans they left behind were useless. I am not tyrannical, and I am only killing to bring peace between us. I will let the 2 of you die painlessly, including all the humans. Xianxia's gaze swept across, and its cold gaze shot down. It waved its hand. Bang, Xianxia's figure flickered like a ghost. Arthur and Roar's bodies seemed to have been hit by an invisible force, and they flew backward quickly on the ground. Large amounts of blood seeped out of their bodies, and they were seriously injured in an instant. No. A ray of blue light pounced from afar, and fell on the 2 of them. Jilna knelt down, picked up her 2 children, and stood in front of the 2 of them. Jilna. A complicated expression flashed across Xianxia's face. In the end, her expression gradually became cold. This was a battle of standpoints, and she knew that she had to bear the taboo of iron and blood, and be ruthless, in order to bring peace to the elves. Boom, the huge wind pressure flickered again, and an earth-shattering, violent attack came, crushing the 3 of them. In the next second, circles of dizziness appeared in the sky, and the blood-red ripples turned into flames, and a tall demon landed on the ground. Irfan had finally come. He could be called a demon, and he was selfish, but he couldn't let go of Jilna. She was all he had. Run, he growled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The current Xianxia was already incredible. If there was a path to the 7th level, she would have stepped into it. Even so, she was about to find the next path to the 7th level. You finally appeared, Xianxia said calmly. Run. Irfan roared angrily again, crack, in the next second, his entire demon body flew backward. At this moment, the earth held its breath, and the Hippogryphon archers in the sky were silent. Seeing this devastating battle, they knew that the curtains were about to fall. On the mountaintop, the tribal ballad of the people stopped abruptly. Bang, 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 in a mountain village, there were still people surrounding Ah Cho. Although they didn't know the situation of the battle, they were still carrying out their last prayers. Wails, repentance, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. Ah Cho slowly opened his eyes, and seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked around, and asked with a complicated expression, "Do you think? Did the gods come first, or did humans come first?" Ah Cho actually spoke, countless people were trembling as they looked at him. Did the gods come first, or did humans come first? There was no doubt about the answer. Gods came first, then humans. After all, humans were gods who stole the forbidden fruit, lost their divinity, and became a fallen life form. But I've heard you talk for a very long time. Kindness, love, hate, killing, stealing, complacency, it seems to give me the feeling that only humans exist in this world, and only gods exist. Ah Chow's words were simply outrageous. Humans are more complete than gods, divinity is just a certain side of humans. It seems that the elves extracted the divinity of humans, and formed an independent race. Because kindness, gentleness, and bravery, they can protect them, and don't have to worry about betrayal. Until that unique existence appeared, stole the forbidden fruit, and became a complete human. Them, who was it referring to? The surrounding humans were all trembling. Foolish Ah Chow, silent Ah Chow, he never spoke, he just silently chopped the huge rocks. But now that he spoke, it was like a wise man, shocking the heavens. Ah Chow raised his head, and looked at the swaying leaves in the sky. The mottled sunlight shone on the ground, and his voice had a penetrating power, as if it had turned into a beam of light that pierced the sky. Divinity, bestiality, they are all human nature. Once he said this, it was as if the heavens and earth shook. The leaves in the entire sky rustled, and started to tremble. So it's true, I understand now, a faint voice sounded. Ah Chow silently stabbed several huge red flag-like machetes on his back, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. It's time to end. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and felt a transparent figure silently stepping over, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. She suddenly turned her head, and using her mental power to sense, she saw a translucent figure hidden in the air, as if separated by a translucent air barrier. Gale step. A simple and unadorned machete quickly fell, and cut a huge ravine in the ground. Bang, the earth was torn apart, and a huge ravine was opened. Xianxia suddenly turned her head and looked at the direction where the red blade came from. What kind of creature are you? She looked at the hideous and twisted monster with a pair of spiral demon horns on its head. Its eyes were filled with a brutal and cruel light, bringing with it the extreme evil and tyranny of the world, as if it was a life formed from pure evil thoughts. How could there be such an evil creature in this world? Xianxia felt a piercing cold. This cold was not because she was afraid of the opponent's strength, but because the opponent was emitting an extremely disgusting black breath, full of aggression and violence. Any other creature would instinctively feel disgusted, as if they were staring at the abyss. Man, are you a demon? Yumi's voice gradually became cold, and she looked at the demon Roar next to her. Is this your backup? Roar was also shocked. That disgusting breath, he is more like a demon than we are. But we demons don't have such a creature like the Abyss Demon. The demon clan was born with a powerful demon form. But they were born tyrannical, violent, aggressive, conquering, and slaughtering, and they were countless times more horrible than human beings. Roar, the ancestor of the demons, was clear about this, so he didn't let them live on the surface of the earth. He took his clan to the depths of the earth to live in seclusion and become underground demons. The evildoers of the world. You are accumulating the power of rage. Yumi's face became cold, and she felt that the flame of anger in the monster was getting stronger, as if it was brewing something horrible. You are such a horrible creature, I can't let you live. In an instant, the two figures fiercely collided with each other. Bang, another fierce chop. This horrible man fiercely chopped, and the simple and flawless sword skill made the whole valley crack quickly. His whole body was emitting black flames of rage, and his eyes were burning with anger, as if all his emotions were burning, and he was not afraid of Yumi's horrible pressure at all. Gale step. The monster took a strange step and fiercely waved the long knife. His eyes suddenly bulged, and the endless breath of rage he had accumulated finally reached the peak, gathering into a force of rage. He held the knife with both hands and jumped up to chop. Critical hit. Buzz, in an instant, the horrible rage was mixed with wails, screams, pain, madness, despair, and countless voices of black emotions intertwined and mixed into an overwhelming power. Hundreds of meters of blade marks were left on the ground, and dust was flying everywhere. What kind of power is that? The entire mountain valley was deathly silent. The griffin archers in the sky were dumbfounded, and the humans standing on the mountain peaks in the distance roared with joy. They had finally recognized who it was. That's Ah Chow. Some people were extremely excited. They didn't expect that the slow man who had been waving his sword at rocks for more than 30 years would hide his strength so deeply. But Ah Chow, isn't it Ah Chow who listens? The silent Ah Chow? Ignorant Ah Chow? How could he be so furious? This is the furious Ah Chow. That's Ah Chow. Not far away, Arthur and her fawn looked at the blade marks that tore the ground apart. Ah Chow's appearance was slightly different now. He was more like an evil demon with two spiral horns. Perhaps this was his battle form, however, that kind of power was too terrifying. It gave people goosebumps, and there was a black color of despair and anguish. It was berserk and terrifying, making everyone revere and fear it. Monster! Yumiya dodged the attack, but his entire body was covered in fine and dense blade scars, even revealing his snow-white skin. He turned his head, turned around, and quickly soared into the sky to leave. I have to think of a way to leave and use my arm to heal the wounds. Her recovery ability was very strong. As long as she was given some time to catch her breath, she would be able to recover her battle power again. The furious Ah Cho looked at Yumi's back and didn't chase after her. Instead, he used his furious red eyes to quietly watch her leave. In the lush forest, the surroundings were quiet. Tap tap tap, a figure flew over from the ground. Yumi Elven Emperor had never been in such a sorry state. She couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying creature it was. Human, evil demon, or was it their mixed blood? How could there be such a terrifying and disgusting creature in the world? As expected of a creature that had lost its divinity and fallen into depravity. However, it was indeed too terrifying. It was tyrannical and mixed with the extreme evil of the human world. Just by standing there, the black aura covered the sky and earth, forming a kind of pressure that wasn't inferior to her power. What kind of environment did it grow up in? That's why it was so violent and dark. Human nature is indeed too complicated and evil. Her delicate and beautiful face pursed her lips with difficulty. She took a deep breath, far from our divinity, pure and kind. I have to exterminate them. I don't regret it, even if I have to bear countless blood and crimes. She saw such a terrifying evil creature and became even more determined. This was a war between races, there was no right or wrong. These days, although she was lost, she kept telling herself firmly that she wasn't wrong. The birth of humans would exterminate the elven race. Maybe, I'm not myself anymore. I've turned into the murderous Shadow Song, the iron-blooded guardian, or even another tyrannical evil demon like just now. But, so what? She strode forward and started taking off her gloves to heal her wounds. She said coldly, after this war, the elven world will regain its peace. I should step down. An elf like me isn't fit to continue being a king. In her mind, she suddenly thought of the elven emperor of the previous generation, Yumiya. He once sat in the elven royal palace and said in high spirits, "The king acknowledges, the king allows, the king carries the entire world on his back." The previous emperor, Yumiya, was in high spirits, but he didn't manage to do it. Instead, he worked hard to move forward. She was silent. It seemed that at this moment, she truly understood the meaning of these words. The king carries the entire world, so there is no good or evil. The elves don't have to bear the pain and blame. All of this is decided by me. I will force the will of my people. Suddenly, a transparent figure that was even more hidden approached. Gale step. The translucent figure was like an assassin, quickly jumping and slashing. It's you again. Yumiya waved the wheel of poison in his hand. The translucent figure completely revealed itself. This time, the man's appearance was actually a little different from before. He had sharp teeth and his eyes weren't the kind of tyranny that could destroy everything. Instead, there was a kind of pure wildness, a kind of creature's most primitive instinct. Perhaps it could be called bestiality. What kind of creature are you? Yumiya's expression was completely solemn. She fought with this monster once again. Compared to the demonic monster from before, this wild monster's aggressiveness was clearly much less. But what replaced it was a kind of beast-like sensitive instinct. He could actually accurately predict her every move. Yumiya had always been proud of her superb battle skills. But in the hands of this man, she witnessed what was called true battle skills. It was a terrifying killing intent that was like an instinct. This battle was extremely difficult. Large patches of trees were corroded. The entire forest had become a wasteland. But the pressure seemed to have no effect on this creature. He didn't seem to be a living creature. Yumiya struggled a few times before quickly leaving once again. That beast-like man holding a blade only looked at her quietly. He didn't chase after her. She once again moved forward like a ghost. A rundown human town appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a moment before quickly rushing into the town. She entered an empty and dilapidated hut at the edge to rest. The stove, the wooden table, and the wooden door had all been knocked over. It seemed that the owner of the hut had met with a mishap. She stood up and looked at the streets outside the town from the crack of the window. In the broken eaves, there were still women hugging their children. A middle-aged man was trying to find a way to find food for his family in the ruins. Xianxia closed her eyes slightly and began to recuperate. She had already experienced 2 heavy injuries. If he chased after her again, she might not have the confidence to escape. What exactly is he? If I really have to make a guess, the first man has the demonic nature of a demon. His entire body is filled with the most evil of the world. The second man is like a wild beast in the forest. He has a pure bestial nature. Appearance was born from the heart. Their appearances did indeed match their inner characteristics. She kept thinking. Would there be another man? But in the next second, another man carrying a long blade on his back walked in. His face was handsome and flawless. He was as gentle as jade. His entire body exuded a natural freshness. It was as if he was bathing in a divine radiance. It made people unable to help but get close to him. It was as if they were close to nature. Xianxia was already very familiar with this aura. Elf. Feeling this aura, Xianxia stood up in shock. Her head shook violently. That man bathed in divinity did not seem to have any intention of fighting. He only smiled warmly, revealing his white teeth. Xianxia, do you want to know the truth of the world? What truth? Xianxia held the wheel of poison vigilantly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was incomparably weak. She did not deserve to be the elf king. She had let down her own people. The 11 elf ancient trees hide the secret truth of this world, the pontiff of history. For example, Xianxia, who are you? The man's voice was also filled with divinity. Bathed in the warm sunlight, he said, Xianxia, are you really an elf? Am I really an elf? Xianxia looked at this man's question, and suddenly had a strange feeling. This creature filled with divinity, and could even be called an elf, would not lie, just like how the kindness of elves would not lie. I am an elf, Night Elf Xianxia. Xianxia exclaimed, looking at him warily. Are you really an elf? The man smiled, and lit a bonfire in the house, inviting the heavily injured Xianxia to sit, letting her stall for time to heal. If you are really an elf, why are you so cold-blooded? So cruel? Leading the kind elves filled with divinity to massacre the other races? Xianxia became cold, and said lightly, because this is a war between races, I have no other choice. If I don't exterminate the humans, with the brutality of the humans, they will definitely exterminate us elves in the future, and use elves as slaves. She believed that any intelligent human would not refute the correctness of this decision. From a human's point of view, they would definitely do the same. Yes, this thinking is not wrong. Ah Cho smiled, using his long knife to stir the bonfire. The firewood crackled, like a group of travelers chatting in a rundown house in the rain. He said leisurely, but this correct war decision should be made by humans, and not by the kind elves. The kindness of the elves, even if they know this is right, they will not bear to carry out such a cruel massacre. Xianxia was about to speak. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Ah Cho continued, I have observed the history of the elves, they are kind, gentle, and will not lie. They gather the perfection of any life, the beauty of the world, it is called divinity. They can protect their mother ancient tree, and work hard, and sacrifice their lives, but if it falls on them, with the kindness of elves, will they take the lives of other races for their own survival? No, definitely not, they are too kind. To take the lives of others for their own survival, this is a decision made by humans, and not by elves. So, Xianxia, are you really an elf? Yumi's mind was blank. At this moment, she finally reacted, and knew where the true contradiction was. Her decision was definitely correct. But her thinking was not the thinking of an elf. For the continuation of the race, this was the thinking of humans. As the emperor of the elves, she was no longer an elf, maybe, she was already a human. Her head thundered, and she couldn't control herself. Ah Cho continued to speak plainly, I looked at the entire history of the elves and realized that the elves were kind, harmonious, gentle, and without greed. This also caused them to not think of improving themselves. Very early on, the elven civilization had never progressed and lived in the forest. They stopped at the age of wooden and stone tools. Greed, on the other hand, was the progress of living things. As God had said, strong desire was the original sin of all things, the root cause of the loss of divinity, the root cause of all disasters and misfortunes in life, but it also allowed living things to move forward. In order to obtain better weapons, he learned to forge iron. In order to better travel, he learned how to tame a mount. In order to better fill their stomachs, they developed farming. In order to become stronger, he developed a cultivation system. And all of these, the elves in the past didn't have them. They were pure, kind, and gentle like a pool of clear spring water. Until a certain elven emperor appeared, he pushed the entire elven civilization to progress, allowing the elves to cultivate. Because he had desires. But success is also because of desires, and failure is also because of desires. He stole the forbidden fruit. Ah Cho laughed, he stirred the long blade, sparks sparkled. Xianxia was silent. It was like this, the elves were too easygoing. It wasn't that they didn't have desires, but they lacked them too much. If it wasn't for the alchemists who sent the items to them, they might not have taken the initiative to buy the equipment and conduct research. If it wasn't for the mother tree telling them to start a war and bury the other party's corpse under the tree, they wouldn't have done anything. She already vaguely had a terrifying thought. Due to the special nature of her birth, she was the same as the previous generation elven emperor Xianxia, mixed with the pure divinity of the elves, something that shouldn't be there. As the elven emperor, due to the special nature of Xianxia, the elven hero's body, she had already fallen from birth, and no longer had the perfect divinity of the elves. Perhaps she was already a human. As a human, she had selfish motives, and started to want to protect those adorable elves, and started to kill. Her expression became bitter. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe it. When you think you are you, you aren't you. When you know you aren't you, you are you. Do you understand who you are? Ah Cho looked at her with a deep gaze. This was originally a laughable fallacy. Elves won't kill people, only humans will kill people. Only humans will kill people? She widened her eyes, and an indescribable fear flashed across her eyes. The elven emperor was actually a human. If this news were to spread, the entire world would be in an uproar. The uproar and inconceivable it would cause was simply unimaginable, Possier. Ah Cho laughed again, and lowered his head to stir the firewood. Looking at the bright flame swaying and making crisp sounds, it was as if it contained the truth of the world, and had endless profoundness. I have observed for countless years, and I discovered that the elves are flawed, they are extremely incomplete. Don't be in a hurry to refute me. He looked at Xianxia the elven emperor. You have also seen it, although they symbolize all the goodness and beauty in the world, and possess all the perfect characters, it is precisely because they don't have greed and desire that they don't think of improving themselves, and don't resist. Perhaps this is what the God who created them wanted. Only then will they be controlled. Because humans have greed, and will go against the heavens, but elves won't. Yumia's gaze flickered, and her mind was constantly being attacked. This man was filled with charisma, as if he was the wisest person in the world, and had seen through everything in the world. What is a human? Xianxia suddenly spoke softly with indescribable bitterness. Elven Emperor Xianxia, do you think divinity or humanity came first? Ah Cho asked. Xianxia didn't answer, but her heart was already in turmoil. Divinity came first, or humanity came first? Every word was like a clap of thunder, exploding in her heart. I have listened to the words of humans for countless years. Happiness, anger, greed, darkness, filth. In listening, I have already guessed the truth of this world, the main text of history. Ah Cho looked at the bonfire, at the ruins of the city outside, and at the women hugging their children. Maybe, a very long time ago, when the heavens and earth had just been split open, the elves' ancient tree of life and ancient tree of war started the war of the tree world. In order to protect themselves, they were able to give birth to complete humans and their fruits. But they quickly realized that humans, this kind of intelligent creature, were terrifying, and had limitless potential. Sooner or later, they would rebel against them. Thus, they made a decision. They extracted all the beauty and kindness in humanity, and turned into elves. But they realized that by taking away the desires of the elves lost their motivation to advance. Kindness, gentleness, and love, like a pool of stagnant water. You can't deny this point, right? Greed and desire, killing and war, these are the motivation for a civilization to advance. Thus, the War of the Elves that we saw after the War of the Tree World appeared. The elves' ancient tree of life started to wage war against each other, wanting to promote the development of civilization. But it's a pity that they were still too slow, and didn't have the aggressiveness that came from their hearts. Maybe if this continued, after tens of thousands of years, the elven world would still be a pool of peaceful stagnant water. Yumi's mind had already sunk into an incomparable struggle. She knew that she had heard the truth of the entire world. The entire history of the ancient tree of life. Why were the elves born? Why were the elven tribes waging war against each other? It turned out that the perfect was the most imperfect. The elves weren't perfect. From the very beginning, they were the incomplete parts that had been extracted. She had always thought that the elves came first, and only after stealing the forbidden fruit did the despicable humans appear. She didn't expect it to be the other way around. This instantly toppled the beliefs that she believed in, and caused her pride as an elf to be fiercely smashed into smithereens, and the ancient tree of life seemed to be waging war against each other, but in reality, they were very harmonious. They could chat and discuss in the sky of leaves. Until a certain special dark elf hero appeared, bringing the elves to develop their civilization. He brought them a pleasant surprise, but in the end, the pleasant surprise that he brought them surpassed the limits of what they could tolerate. Perhaps that greedy creature that stole the forbidden fruit was guilty, but he ultimately became a key in history, and pried open the beginning of the entire world. Yumi said softly, "The truth of our world is that the current ancient tree of life wants to wipe out humanity and exterminate the human race. It's not because they stole the forbidden fruit and fell from divinity to become sinners. A race filled with violence and incomplete parts caused this land to lose its paradise of bliss." Yumi's mind gradually gained some understanding, and a terrifying thought exploded in her mind. It's because they are a complete life with humanity, a complete existence that surpasses divinity. There will definitely be a day when humans will overthrow their rule. Perhaps, the root of this ancient tree of life's calamity was not the war between the elves and the human race, but the war between divinity and humanity. And all of this was because the ancient tree of life had extracted divinity from the very beginning, and created the elves. It was a hidden danger that was buried. Yumi was completely moved, and stood up, and bowed deeply to Acho. "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. May I ask, what is humanity?" Yumi asked again. "I guess that the 11 ancient tree of life of the elves back then split the human's personality into 3 parts, divinity, demonic, and bestial." Acho said faintly, "Only the divinity was extracted to create the elves, and the remaining demonic and bestial were still stored in the fruit." That year, when Irfan stole the forbidden fruit, not only did he steal the complete humanity in the fruit of life, and turned into a man, he also inadvertently stole the pure demonic nature that was opposed to the divinity of the elves. So, one of the children he gave birth to became an evil demon. The pure demonic nature of the demon corresponded to the pure divinity of the elves. One was extremely good, one was extremely evil. War was indeed evil. He participated in the war only for the continuation of the underground demon race. He knew that once the human race was exterminated, it would be the time of his and his children's deaths. The truth of history was placed in front of him. Yumi couldn't help but ask, then, what is the bestial nature that wasn't stolen? Divinity is good, demonic nature is evil. Divinity and demonic nature are the subjective intelligence of intelligent life. Only the bestial nature is the most primitive and basic survival instinct, like the fierce beasts in the deep forest. Acho said with a smile. "I guess that the ancient tree of life divided human nature into 3 major aspects. What is the proof?" Yumi asked. "I myself am the proof." At this moment, 2 people appeared at the door. The demonic man, the bestial man, and a very normal-looking human man, but he was like a ruthless machine, very cold. "I was originally ugly, named Acho, born from the heart, and gathered all kinds of distracting thoughts and bloodlines." The normal-looking machine man replied, "I wielded the knife day by day, listening to people's complaints. The 3 big distracting thoughts became more and more, and finally gathered into a mirror image, so I cut off the 3 distracting thoughts, the demon body, the god body, and the beast body. The three mirror images started to gather slowly, and walked into the expressionless Ah Chow's body. His ruthless eyes gradually flashed with humanity. When the three mirror images gathered together, I am a human. In reality, Ah Chow also had the true body of the witch, but his true body of the witch was not transformed, becoming extremely huge, with all kinds of 3 heads and 6 arms, but divided into 3 mirror images. They were the beast body, the god body, and the demon body. This was the truth he comprehended by referring to the rules of heaven and earth of this world, the operation of the ancient tree, the law of reproduction of life, and belonged to his own true body of the witch. Yumi looked at Ah Chow, and could not help but ask, "How is the battle power of your true body?" Ah Chow explained, "The battle power of the mirror image is only 3.5 times that of the true body, and its defense is weak, and it has to endure 3 times the damage of the true body. But the death of the mirror image is insignificant to me, it will just consume some magic power." Yumi's mind was blown. This man clearly had the ability to suppress with violence, but he chose to use such a method to convince himself, and she, as a kind elf, chose to use violence and brute force. She became bitter, and completely lost her soul. At this moment, she completely submitted to this man full of humanity. Brute force would not make her submit. She was not afraid of death, but this man was extremely intelligent. He was the smartest saint in the world. The charm of his words crushed her firm heart, and made her submit to him wholeheartedly. Yumi is willing to submit. Yumi knelt on one knee in front of this man. "The elf race is willing to respect you as king. If I want to start a war against your mother tree?" Ah Chow asked. "The elf race is willing to be the vanguard." As a human, Yumi expressed her opinion. Recorded, Yumi knew clearly that no one in this world could stop Ah Chow. If Ah Chow had the intention to massacre, the elves and the ancient tree of life could do anything to him. His avatar was enough to sweep the world. The elves were already defeated. The ancient tree of life did not have the ability to fight back. It could only stand silently on the ground and allow itself to be slaughtered. He said he wanted to wage war against the ancient tree of life, but in reality, he was just waiting for her to express her opinion on the ancient tree of life. "He wants to use me as the vanguard." She looked at the man with his deep eyes and completely understood the purpose of his trip. "He is persuading me, weighing the pros and cons for me. He is telling me the truth about the elves in this world. Humans are complete. Then, he wants me to be the vanguard to persuade the ancient tree of life for him. If he wanted to kill, he would not ask for her opinion. He wanted her to express her opinion. Yumi the Elf Emperor, you are indeed very smart. You have extraordinary wisdom and forbearance." Ah Chow laughed, "You can instantly understand my intentions. The ancient tree of life will also understand that it cannot stop me. I hope you can persuade the ancient tree of life for me." He stood up and placed the blade behind him. His eyes were bright. "The ancient tree of life is a part of this world. It is the mother of the entire land. They are afraid of the birth of intelligent life. They are also considering their own survival. They are not wrong. But I guarantee that as long as I am alive, no one will destroy them and enslave you elves. But I also hope that the ancient tree of life will not interfere with the world. What I want is a complete and peaceful world. Healthy intelligent life, with all races living together and developing together." On this day, Yumi called a halt to the entire war. She personally led the vanguard and went to Eden on the treetop to persuade the 11 ancient trees of life to surrender. There was no other choice. The conditions given were very generous. There was no reason to refuse. Impossible. The 11 ancient trees of life could not believe this fact. They did not believe that there was such a powerful human. On the ground, a man still waving his blade. His bronze muscles were sweating. He suddenly said, "Beast body, take a trip to the sky, 120 years of the High Elf's empire." The human sword saint went to Eden and argued with the 11 ancient trees of life for 3 days. He explained the origin of life and weighed the pros and cons. He successfully convinced the 13 ancient trees of life. This land is peaceful. Since there are humans, elves, and demons, there should also be beasts. This is a healthy world. Humanity is divided into 3 parts, divine beasts and demons. Ah Chow spoke to the ancient tree of life again, saying slowly, "But the last link of this world. Complete the last beast race and give birth. The 11 ancient trees of life fell silent. They already had no other choice. Human, remember your promise. On this day, the bestial sword saint of the human race descended from the sky with 10 ferocious-looking babies in his arms. A few years later, the bestial sword saint raised the baby into an orc and left alone. Tens of millions of years later, the beast men would still write down the strength of this mysterious sword saint in their history, and revere him as the Beastman's sword saint ancestor, Grom. In this way, this world will move from being incomplete to being whole. The human race sword saint still transformed into Ah Cho, possessing the power to rule over the world, but he did not rule over the world. Instead, he continued to wield his machete, chopping down trees every day, as if he was a silent mountain man. I'm going to abdicate. I'm not fit to be the elven king. On this day, Xianxia came again and spoke to Ah Cho, but the 11 ancient trees of life can't bear to part with me. They understand that the elves cannot defeat the humans, so they want me to continue protecting the elven tribe and the 11 ancient trees of life. Yumiya's expression became complicated. The elves were indeed too peaceful and quiet. Their previous development had always been pushed forward. If not for the mother tree wanting them to start wars and kill each other to bury each other under their ancient trees, they would simply be living their daily lives. If not for the alchemists sending equipment to their mouths, they would not have the motivation to research and become stronger. It was not that they did not have desires, but that their desires were too shallow. In reality, divinity, bestial, and demon did not lack other comet attributes, but their main comet attribute occupied the majority. The elves still had a small amount of other desires. After all, if they were completely singular and pure, they would not be true life. Now, seeing that it could not be stopped, the ancient trees of life wanted Xianxia, who had a human nature, to continue being the elf king. Humans seem to be the most complete, but in reality, they are the most complicated. Ah Cho suddenly spoke, and once again spoke of his ideals, as well as the results of countless years of thinking. I yearn for the peaceful life of the elves, not having to fight against each other. I yearn for your divinity. Just like how humans yearn for beauty. Xianxia looked at this powerful and mysterious man. The reason why he is so powerful is because he cut off the 3 mirror images, and became a pure human with no desires. He constantly pondered the truth of the world from a rational perspective, and trained crazily. This caused his speed to be so fast that it's almost inhuman. Not long later, he would probably step into the legendary rank 7. I want to retire and completely become a warden. I will guard the depths of Eden in the Leaf Vault, and guard all kinds of evil people. Xianxia was about to leave when he suddenly turned his head and asked, Human, what is your name? Ah Cho. You don't have a real name? Xianxia stopped. I don't have a name, but with 3 bodies, walking the world, there are already people who have given me all kinds of names, and written all kinds of legends about me. Ah Cho said. Then you shall be called Nameless Human Sword Saint. Xianxia said. Sword Saint Nameless, countless years later, was still the most mysterious ancient being on the entire planet. Suddenly, Ah Cho was still waving his machete at the giant rock, and said slowly, if I say that our world doesn't only have 1 heaven, but 9, and there are all kinds of powerful ancient beings living on it, as well as all kinds of intelligent life forms, ancient heaven, intelligent life forms, do you think that's possible? Xianxia stopped again. Some things don't exist just because we don't believe in them. Ah Cho continued to wave his machete, without a trace of error, I feel everything, our world is very mysterious, there are many layers of special vast space, there are heavens in the sky, there are incomparably dangerous, you want to go on an expedition with me? Xianxia was shocked, she heard from the mother tree that this world wasn't so simple, but she was busy with the war previously, and didn't have the energy to study the mysteries of this ancient tree world. 3 years later, I'm preparing to set off on an expedition, if you want to come, we can rely on each other. Ah Cho continued to wave his machete. He had already planned this a long time ago, the beast body mirror's sharp intuition made him feel that this world wasn't simple. Then I'll go. Xianxia said she could finally put down her burden and do what she wanted to do. History was completed here, historians were also recording everything for this land. Tree World Era, first year of world creation? The ancient elf tree and the ancient war tree were born, and they fought each other. The ancient elf tree gave birth to elves, and they became the 11 ancient gods. This period of ancient history was too difficult to research, unless the ancient tree of life personally explained it. No one knew where that period of time started, and how many years it took to end. God Creation Era, 1236, the major elf tribes fought each other, and they hired the ancient war tree to wage war against each other. High Elven Empire Era, 236–356, Emperor Xianxia the Elven Emperor ruled the world, and established the Xianxia Elven Empire. Irfan and Gilna stole the forbidden fruit, and humans and demons were born. The Elven massacre began, and the human sword saint appeared out of nowhere, swiftly suppressing everything, and gave birth to the beast race, thus completing the world. No matter how the later generations tried to figure out and comment on the history of these developments and the birth of the race, some obscure secrets were buried in history and turned to dust. No one knew that Xianxia was actually the Elven Emperor twice, and who exactly Ilvan was, but, in some unofficial history, some historians boldly speculated that the real or fake Emperor Xianxia and Irfan's true origins were infinitely close to the truth. 3 years later, the entire land was peaceful. Ah Chow's mysteriousness, everything about his swift and decisive actions, was discussed enthusiastically by the people living on the land. The world became completely complete. After that earth-shattering battle, the elven race no longer protected their tribe's ancient tree of life, and instead gathered together to live, while the other 3 races also lived on their own. It seemed that true prosperity started from here. This planet began to be divided into 4 continents, and set up a boundary line. At the boundary line, Ah Cho let the leaves of the ancient tree of life no longer cover the sky. Instantly a terrifying power sprinkled down, turning it into a desert of death, a sea of death. Unless one reached rank 4, it would be very difficult to pass through the death zone. This world is finally in order, no longer incomplete. The 2 of us are invincible in the world. In a dense forest, Ah Cho swung his sword for another 3 years, and suddenly said, "It's time to explore that ancient heaven vault world." Whoosh! Ah Cho silently sensed everything, and suddenly split open the space, bringing Xianxia the Elven Emperor along as they stepped into that world. Whoosh! Clear waters, green mountains, small bridges, flowing water, houses, surrounded by mountains, and layers of water rippling in the small lakes. At this moment, it seemed that they entered a tribe. The ground was covered in blood, and the corpses of children and old people. A black-robed cultivator with a gloomy face, holding a parietal magical weapon, black hair and black eyes, spoke in a completely incomprehensible language. The fire barbarian tribe worships fire, and is good at refining medicine. Did you kill them all? A few survivors escaped, another gloomy old man said, his eyes shining with a faint green light. Hiding in the shadows, Xianxia frowned. He could not help but say, "This world is a little too scary. There are 2 level 6 heroes, and there are powerhouses everywhere. Both of us are only tier 6, but we are about to break through." Who? Suddenly, a black-robed cultivator looked to the corner. They seemed to have a special aura sense, and could sense the incense and emotions of other creatures. At this moment, a smile flashed across Dichi's face. "Ah Cho. You are indeed gifted. Even I can't see through you. This is the greatness and mystery of life. It can give birth to flowers that make people sigh in admiration." It was supposed to be an exciting war. The earth was about to be bathed in blood, and a bright era erupted in death. Another calamity is about to come. Mein Yayun had a chance to awaken, but you stopped it. This time, you can't stop it, right? War was the driving force of deducing civilization. On the body planet in the outer world, he used it to breed new races, and on the 9 heavens of the inner world, other than the creation era, he still bred the ancestral witchcraft line of the past. This was the root he brought from the primordial world. And all these years, the ancestral witchcraft was still flourishing, even surpassing the original system of the primordial world, advancing on the original foundation. 500 to 600 years had passed, and there were countless experts. However, they lived in the inner world and could not locate the outside world, and as long as the strength of the outside world reached a certain level, they would be able to clearly sense the 9 spaces in the sky, standing on the ancient tree planet, and find a way to go there. From Dichi's point of view, a great war was about to break out. At this moment, Xianxia was also frowning, ready to burst out and capture these experts first. After all, she, Xianxia, was so powerful that her battle strength was almost unparalleled in the same realm, and it was not fake. "Don't attack." Ah Cho walked out, looked at the two black-robed cultivators with fierce expressions, and silently separated a divine mirror image from his body. The divine man bathed in the light, making people feel warm, tamed by his kindness. What kind of mutant is this? The two cultivators were shocked, and instantly their hair stood on end. That terrifying aura was not something they could resist. The man in front of them was at least an existence that was unparalleled in the same realm. That man bathed in divinity, and did not seem to have the intention to fight. He only smiled warmly, revealing his white teeth. Although he could not speak the language, he silently sent out his thoughts. Two experts, do you want to know the truth of this world? What truth? The two black-robed cultivators were vigilant. The truth of this world of yours, for example, the world that you live in, is it the real world? The man's voice bathed in the sunlight. This world, is it real, and are you really yourselves? The you at this moment, is it the you at the next moment? The two black-robed cultivators were stunned. And Yumiya was also shocked. She silently recalled the warning that alchemist Koi gave her, you must be careful of Acho. He dragged you, a good elf, into the water, making you feel that you are a lowly person, and then made the lowly people learn from the kind elves, and become elves. This reminds me of a man's hobby. What hobby? Dragging a good woman into the water, and persuading a prostitute to become good. That elf girl's face was solemn. Did he ask you 3 questions in philosophy? Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? And things like that. At this moment, Yumiya looked at the man who released the divine mirror image, Acho, who wanted to settle things peacefully, and instantly felt that something was wrong. Dicky? He was silently sensing the inner world, and now seeing this scene, his mind was a little confused. All the disasters and catastrophes that he created were all blocked by Acho, who liked to talk about philosophy. He instantly felt a toothache. Maybe he had met his match. Acho was quietly exploring this 9 heavens world. Not only were there countless rank 6 experts, there were even many powerful beings that reached rank 7. I want to stay here and continue to swing my blade. The stones of this land are very sturdy, I like it a lot. After Acho did a simple search, he felt that this piece of land was very mysterious and interesting. There was Heavenly Een world, desolate ancient beast world, barbarian shaman world. Furthermore, there were many strong practitioners living there, and they absorbed incense. It was actually similar to his 3 mirror images. Then I'll go back. Yumi felt that this land was too terrifying. Even though her pressure was terrifying, and if she met a rank 7 expert, the other party might not be able to withstand it. However, if the other party sealed his 5 senses, he could still easily kill her. She didn't have Acho's terrifying survival ability. Yumi returned to the tree world and continued to live in seclusion. She guarded her fawn so that he couldn't commit suicide and suppressed him for 10,000 years. As for whether he could live past 10,000 years, that wasn't her problem. Game Forum. Even though half a day had passed and species had already started to obtain achievement rewards and were planning to enter the desolate ancient world, they were urgently stopped because of a sudden post. Frowny face shocking. All-mouthy king saves the world. Once the post appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. Mount Akina, cough cough cough, hello everyone, I'm here again. First, let me talk about the current situation, it's beyond our expectations. First, Yumi, the great elf emperor, actually wanted to exterminate the human race. This was something we didn't expect, and I had no way to stop it at that time. At that time, I saw Arthur, Roar, and even a certain idiot who tried to save his wife being beaten to the ground. I instantly felt that this round was over. Who knew that Acho would suddenly appear, a nameless human sword saint? Screenshot, terrifying battle screenshots were released one after another. He could actually ignore that terrifying spiciness, he was simply a terrifying existence that was rarely seen. Everyone was watching carefully, discussing and observing who this savior that suddenly appeared was. Could he eat spicy food? Mount Akina, that's right. It's him, he's a spicy man. He used his mouth to say many strange principles, human nature, divinity, what the hell. This kind of philosophical bullshit actually managed to convince Yumiya. Screenshots, it was the interview handwriting, the speed of the car on Mount Xiaoming, the interview with Yumiya after the event, Acho's rough words, all sorts of philosophical discussions that went deep into human nature, divinity, bestiality, humanity, demonic nature. It was profound and mysterious. It really made one dumbfounded. Amazing. Who was this native? As expected of a game that loved learning. Now it's trying to trick me into learning philosophy? He is indeed the nameless sword saint with a sharp tongue. What do you guys think? If we cut this guy open, will he be as black as Emperor Qi? The mouth of a righteous hero is terrifying. He's even more talkative than most villains. Isn't he afraid that Xianxia will secretly recover from his injuries and counterattack? It's really awesome. We've lost. We scientific cultivators can't beat philosophical cultivators. No one would be able to stop him once he opened his mouth to speak of great principles. Naruto's mouth escape technique. JPG, on this point, I have something to say. Scientific immortal cultivation representative, Hierarch Baiue, what is love? Verbal canon Li Xiaoyao tells us, infinite love, antagonist's tears. JPG, in reality, everyone understood that in reality, if you wanted to use your mouth to escape, you had to have invincible battle power. Otherwise, who would listen to you? But it was undeniable that persuading others to surrender was also an art of language. However, Acho was indeed a weirdo. Other people wouldn't use their mouths if they could use their fists. If they couldn't win with their fists, then they would reason with you with a serious face. But Acho, he would press you down with a serious face and crazily instill his noble philosophy into you? He was simply too strong. Take this, villain. The art of correct values. Laughing emoji. The weirdest thing was that when he was thinking about life, he was chopping rocks every day, like a heartless stone chopping machine. He was born in the wrong world. He should be standing shoulder to shoulder with the moon, laurel being chopped. JPG, nameless sword saint, very charismatic. I'm a fan now. Philosophical warrior, after you go in, you must sign. Everyone didn't expect such a fierce person to suddenly jump out. His style of doing things was quite flirtatious, just like Emperor Qi from before. Instantly, he received great praise and popularity among the netizens. They expressed that they had become passers-by fans, as if they were fans of a popular idol drama, wanting to enter that world and ask for an autograph. At this time, the big boss of Mount Akina continued to speak. First, this world has completely calmed down. After the creation of the world, the basic laws have gradually become complete. This world is very interesting now. One human race, divided into 3 races, demons, elves, beastmen, and living on the same land. What will the future development be like? Let me tell you, I don't know, but I feel that it's like an incarnation of the world. I have a vague guess about the future. Humans divided into 3 races, then will the 3 races be able to develop the art of fusion? What ultimate life will be born? Humans? Or what the hell? Secondly, the current magic net cultivation system, the Western fantasy-style planet world has just been perfected, and the 4 races are born. The prosperous era has just begun. Under the leadership of the Sword Saint, the 4 races are developing peacefully. The future is bright, and the potential is limitless. Also, there are too many mysteries hidden in this world. For example, can the starry sky outside the leaf really enter the stars? Is it a boundless world? Also, Xianxia and the Sword Saint secretly went out for a trip. After returning, Xianxia didn't say a word. I suspect that they entered a new world, a world so powerful that even our beloved goddess of athlete's breath is afraid of it. In short, I'm blowing my top. I strongly recommend that they come in and explore the mysterious world under the leadership of the 2 native NPCs, Xianxia and the Sword Saint. Everyone's hearts were burning. Awesome, they felt excited just listening to it. Mount Akina's words seemed to hit the bull's eye, hitting the burning spot in their hearts. Now, their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. They didn't expect that Mumu wouldn't say anything, and now the world was even better. Mount Akina said, now, let's get down to business. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news? Someone spoke up. I've become a man. Screenshot, Sun Dream God JPG, a male elf with a sacred halo behind him and 6 copper coins around him appeared in front of him. Everyone. What happened? Why did you betray our faith without saying a word? Everyone's eyes widened, feeling bitter. Mount Akina said, ha 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 ha. All of you are too young. How can I love female clothing like all of you? This was my previous plan, to make the ancient sun tree addicted to money and then slowly make it fall. Finally, at the cost of all sorts of benefits, it would reproduce me and turn me into a man. Originally, this plan had a long way to go and it might not have broken its bottom line for me. Who knew that Acho would appear? Now that men are everywhere, it gave up. After I painfully took out 10 druid hidden jobs, a mountain giant, and went bankrupt, it agreed to turn me into a male elf. Take note, it's a male elf, not a man. Screenshot. 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 Elves were indeed so handsome that they didn't look like humans. I just want to ask, do you think I'm handsome? This Mount Akina was delighted and felt like he had reached the peak of his life. What's the bad news? Someone asked, wanting to know the exact situation inside. After all, this was a second life. Mount Akina said, the bad news is that when you enter, you will still turn into beautiful elves. After all, I paid a huge price to get it. Instantly, countless people were speechless. That was a trauma in their hearts. They decided to rather die than go in. Mount Akina said, now, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news? Someone asked. Mount Akina pretended not to hear. Then let's talk about the good news first. In order to prevent you from turning into beautiful elves, I have a way to turn you into males. He can turn us into males. Everyone was instantly overjoyed and even wanted to howl in excitement. That's right. Why didn't they think of that? Mount Akina could refine life. It was similar to the structure of the ancient tree of life and could form life fruits. They could also set up the rebirth altar in Mount Akina's copper fruit and let it give birth to an elf. After all, the Xianxia elf clone that he created previously came from this. Even though it was a bronze-colored elf, it was still better than a beautiful elf. Boss, you are fast but you have a conscience. I'm bragging. Happy, I really love you. I almost forgot that you could replace the ancient tree of life and reproduce us. Let us transform, happy, sexy male god, online surrogacy. Funny, the netizens were very happy. This was simply a life-saving solution. In the end, only Mount Akina and Mumu who didn't speak experienced the fanaticism of the cross-dressing slogan. After all, it was a straight man's way of thinking. Damn it. It was a lie to say that cross-dressing could only be done once or countless times. Mumu who didn't speak also began to speak. Everyone, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Can you save me? Shivering, he was imprisoned and couldn't even commit suicide. This game was too realistic. He couldn't commit suicide and could only be locked inside. He didn't even have the chance to come out after death, turn into a spore species, and re-enter. Everyone ignored him. What a joke. 10,000 years was only 3 months in reality. Besides, who could save him? The terrifying pressure of the warden wasn't something a normal person could bear. That big shot couldn't be provoked at all. He didn't want to save him, and he couldn't. In the next second, everyone ignored him. Mount Akina spoke again. Now, let me tell you the bad news, which is the price tag. Here, surrogacy can be reincarnated into 4 races: humans, orcs, demons, elves, and even spirit dragons, druids, mountain giants, and other special bloodlines. Someone asked, what about Xianxia? Mount Akina replied firmly, athlete's foot is forbidden. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten up by this big shot if he randomly copied Xianxia. Although as plants, you are most ideal to be elves, you can also choose other bloodlines. I will fuse with you, but I am not responsible for what form you will take. In short, after your potential species are fused, there will be thousands of possibilities. Let me talk about the price. The human race is the lowest, 100,000 solar dollars, and you will be an ordinary creature without a rank at birth. Elves, demons, orcs, because of our special characteristics, we don't have the personality defects of other races, so when we are transformed into 3 races, the starting point is very high, and we will also have the special abilities of our race. The starting price for the 3 races is 500,000 solar dollars, 3 ranks at birth, and 4 ranks at adulthood. As for the other extraordinary hidden professions, they are all created by me and fused with extraordinary bloodlines, such as spirit dragons, mountain giants, and so on. The starting price is 1 million solar dollars, negotiable. Tears streamed down everyone's cheeks. The price of goods was more than 10 times higher. This was a living rip-off. Not only was this guy scamming the natives inside, but he was also eating human blood outside. He was simply cheating people to the extreme. No wonder we were so crazy about coming in. Nonsense. The surrogacy fee is already very high, okay? Daddy gave birth to you, the children that God dotes on the most. It's very hard. Now that there is an event, only 20% off, first come, first served. If you don't have money, you can put it on credit and become strong. But if you don't pay back, you will have to bear the consequences. The species I reproduce have absolute control. I can control your lives. Mount Akina sent another screenshot of the goddess with her arms open. Come into my arms. Spending money will make you stronger. This resurrection NPC mentor was toxic, everyone spat out blood. Look at other online games. After dying, which of them didn't just run to the map to resurrect and pay a few hundred copper coins to the resurrection NPC? Many online games didn't even need resurrection coins, afraid that they would disgust the pay-to-win daddy. But this shameless animal was openly hindering the development of the times. Everyone was very sad. This was going against the times. They had to apologize to all the netizens. But there was no other way. Resurrection points monopolized the industry. Intellectual property patents were just that profitable. This game was indeed hardcore. Did players even need to be the resurrection point? There was another problem. Mount Akina was an alchemy factory. The species it produced could control their lives. In other words, if they let Mount Akina replace the ancient tree of life, their lives would be in his hands. But they trusted this person's character. After all, their lives would be controlled even if they transformed. Rather than letting the ancient tree of life control their lives, it was better to let their own people control their lives. After all, he had to have principles in order to continue doing business. He wouldn't take the opportunity to kill you. But after surviving the first 2 worlds, the era of the player's explosion had appeared. Especially on this planet with a resurrection mechanism. It wasn't easy to die. All kinds of mysteries were far more tempting to them than the first 2 worlds. After all, this was an undeveloped era. I want to go in. I want to choose a demon. He's handsome. I owe you. I only want the lowest priced human race, but remember to make me look like Naruto. I'm the champion of the school's debate competition, and I want to cultivate the art of diatribe so that I can compete with the nameless sword saint on the summit of the Forbidden City. Don't worry, I'll broadcast it live, paid. Paid broadcast. Was being stingy contagious? Everyone felt that the world was cold. Maybe there was no trust between people anymore. But debating with the nameless sword saint? Was it possible for a weakling to argue with the strongest person in the world? Everyone felt that it was possible. After all, this sword saint's personality was there. His 3 mirror images were all on the path of the mind. This is interesting. Crazy things. All-mouthy kings battle. At the top of the Forbidden City, 2 experts are discussing the philosophy of cross-dressing. Is the difference between men and women similar to the difference between human nature and divinity? Funny, ahahaha. I think the sword saint might be interested. Since he likes to reason, he might accept the challenge. Damn it. You guys really can think of anything. If I'm really tricked into discussing it, then my reputation as a sword saint will be dragged down by you idiots, gritting teeth. Soon, the number of people signing up gradually increased. Some of the species that had originally not planned to enter also decided to speed up their reproduction. There are a lot of people who signed up for the first time. There are 7 or 8 of them who will be coming in soon. The speed of Mount Akina was very satisfied. As long as he could master the core technology, they would all have to call him Daddy. I am the alternate world login device. Suddenly, he sat in his room, looking at the computer screen and muttering to himself, this is the benefit of being a transmigrator. I'll build the game server, extradite the players from Earth, create main quests, dungeons, plots, build cities, and make use of their immortality and idiocy to embark on the right path to another world. If this was written, it would be a novel. His eyes gradually lit up. This is indeed an online game. I can give them rebirth, sell them equipment, sell mounts, sell skins with paywalls, yes. There are also face and body shaping services. If they want to be big, they have to pay more. Otherwise, I'll cut corners for them, and they'll have to buy medicine from me in the future. He smiled silently, his smile as bright as the sun. There seemed to be a lot of paywalls. Tricking them in and burdening them with countless debts was just the beginning. However, I have to squeeze some of the natives first. At this moment, Warden Xianxia had already retired. Usually, it was the 11 elves who held meetings to make decisions for the High Elven Empire. As the hero of the Sun Elves and one of the 11 decision-makers, he could naturally get close to the 11 ancient elven trees. What? 3 elven heroes are about to arrive? Male heroes? The ancient trees of life were all moved. Now that Acho was ruling the world, they still wanted power to protect themselves and even overthrow Acho's rule. After all, as ancient trees, they could peacefully cultivate and protect all living beings. They felt that life was not in their hands. Now, gender was no longer important, as long as they did not let them touch female elves. The highest bidder wins. What elven race they will be, which faction they belong to, it all depends on your price. Mount Akina said, "Don't worry about them rebelling, I will multiply them and control their lives." The ancient tree of sun elves understood and smiled, "And I will multiply you and control your lives." This was indirectly controlling them, they did not have to worry about betrayal. The ancient elven trees all became impatient. Mount Akina was reselling, squeezing the players here and the natives, it was simply delightful. Next, he crossed the desert boundary and walked between the humans, beasts, and demons. What? An undying hero born from the altar of heroes? That we can summon? As long as we provide shocking wealth? The leaders of the various races were moved. Roar and Arthur knew how terrifying this was, so they all took out their life's work to buy heroes for their race. Although they did not know that even without spending money, they could have their own race's heroes. Mount Akina walked around and was immediately very satisfied. This was true alchemy, the alchemy of eloquence, creating something out of nothing. Moreover, although they were their race's heroes, they were also part of their race, but whether or not those idiots felt a sense of belonging to them was up to them. On the other side, Dicky was still frowning. Why is the situation not developing according to my plan? Cho has been stopping the war, I have to find some tyrannical creatures to start the war. As he spoke, he searched the entire surface, as if he was looking for the source of the war and inciting the other party. In the end, his target was actually a lush forest. What is this? He was puzzled. In the lush forest of the mountain range, there were 2 grotesquely shaped green trees, like walking grass. The 2 trees walked shoulder to shoulder, looking very social. Ahahaha, we finally came in. One of the plants laughed wildly. It even took out a square piece of chewing gum wrapped in a green leaf and slowly peeled it open. It took out the thing inside and put it in its mouth, chewing and chewing. Brother, my species is a rubber plant. Taste the mud that was rubbed from my body to make chewing gum, isn't it good? My body fragrance is very strong. I'm not that coquettish muumuu who likes to use foot odor to suffocate people. The other plant was stunned. This was the reason why you used body odor to suffocate people? Looking at this rubber tree, it was stunned for a few seconds. However, it was a species that could obtain the potential to achieve, so it definitely had its own strength. Only then did it slowly take the chewing gum and taste it. He was instantly addicted. You're awesome. This chewing gum tastes very good, there's even a coconut fragrance. The 2 strange plants walked forward with large strides, chewing something in their mouths, looking very curious. These 2 plants are not simple. Dicky's gaze focused slightly. If he didn't remember wrongly, this scene was very familiar. In the past, Saint Woodcutter had also taken out a green, rectangular, and thin pre-celestial cardinal treasure to remove its outer shell and take it out to chew continuously. Only then could he lift the huge axe and have the divine power to mend the heavens. Slaying the builder tree to turn into 4 pieces to mend the heavens. The shape and color were abnormally similar. Could these 2 plants be related to that Saint Woodcutter? His breathing quickened slightly as he observed silently. At that moment, 2 strangely shaped trees walked out. We are two brothers, cute sister, an embroidery needle is the fastest, so we have to be even more arrogant when we walk. They were laughing wildly at the sky. How many days has it been? Our hair has turned white, and our eyes are blurry. We have finally King snuck in, and we are also one of the first batch of big shots to enter. It wasn't easy, we have to be more arrogant while the others haven't come in yet. An embroidery needle was a species of rubber tree that could produce a special kind of energy rubber that could store energy. Cute sister, an embroidery needle was a special kind of iron tree, but it had a special kind of biological magnetism, like a magnet. Another world, so cool. It's simply too beautiful. All kinds of strange plants, all kinds of magical mythological creatures. I'm going to blow my top. This is the environment that big shots usually live in. Huge dragons, elves, devils, humans. As the two brothers walked, they looked around like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. Gradually, a handsome sun elf walked out to welcome them. Tell me your pay-to-win combo. I want to become a devil. An embroidery needle was extremely excited. I want to become a mountain giant. An embroidery needle was so frightened that she surrounded the handsome sun elf to size him up. She even tried to touch him. Mount Xiaoming looked at the two country bumpkins. It was fine to become a devil. After all, male devils were still very handsome, and they could fly. They were the best choice among the four races. However, to become a large mountain giant, that would require 1,000,000 sun coins, a huge loan. Furthermore, to become such an inhuman creature, it was a little too much. After all, didn't anyone come in to transform? You don't understand my romance as a man. A big and hard stone man is the most handsome, the cute sister said. Mount Akina was too lazy to care about them. These guys didn't know what kind of strange things were in their heads. They handed them a densely packed price list. F***ck, there's an extra charge for shaping faces and figures? This is so evil. Do you really think you're a game server? Forget it, we'll take this loss. We'll send you our faces. I've already thought of who I'll be. Message me on the forum. After saying that, the two creatures twitched and lay on the ground. Mount Xiaoming whispered and shook his head. F***ck, when I go offline, my whole body twitches, just like those village witches on Earth who summon the souls of the dead. It's like I'm having an epileptic seizure, my whole body twitches, and my head tilts. The setting of this world is a bit weird. When I was in the wizard world, when I went offline, I just lay there normally. In fact, the twitching of their bodies was caused by long-distance soul transmission. This sun elf, Kaya, also threw out an alchemy puppet from the space. Her whole body twitched and began to fall to the ground. Whoosh, a powerful sun elf and two plants fell to the ground, twitching and making strange sounds. The three creatures even began to foam at the mouth, and their eyelids rolled. Only one alchemy puppet guarded them. What's this? Dickie's mind gradually became muddled, and he could not understand the language. They met and chatted as if they knew each other. They also belonged to the incomprehensible ancient tree race of rebirth. But when they saw each other, they showed an expression of "I have something to tell you" after a long time, and then fell to the ground twitching. And on the other side, they also lay down and twitched? Is it some kind of telepathic communication method? Looking at the three twitching creatures on the ground, his brain was a bit broken. He kept silently sensing, but he could not sense any telepathic communication between them, nor any trace of Taoist magic. It was too bizarre. Previously, he had studied these rebirth plants, wanting to learn the ability of rebirth. After all, this ability was incomparably heaven-defying, but he could not learn it. He could only keep it in mind and keep observing them. He had always been very patient. Being able to hide behind the scenes for so many eras was enough to prove it. But now, he couldn't understand the meaning of this strange plant lying on the ground and twitching. Some kind of telepathic communication? I don't believe I can't learn it. Maybe this mysterious communication ability is the key to their rebirth. Dickie felt that his dignity had been dealt a blow. It was fine if he couldn't learn Saint Woodcutter's Taoist magic, but he couldn't even learn a few weak creatures. These creatures have descended from other worlds, so they definitely have their own unique and powerful civilization. This kind of communication method should be where their power lies. Even their actions and chewing on the pre-celestial cardinal treasures might be related to that saint woodcutter. After all, there was no such thing as chewing gum in this world. Their actions were too similar to saint woodcutters. Maybe their communication method requires movement coordination, forming some kind of special ritual to eavesdrop on their thoughts. As he pondered, Dickie naturally placed great importance on the fact that it was related to Saint Woodcutter. With the consciousness of a god, I don't believe I can't learn it. A golden crow pondered for a while and also laid down to try. Its body twitched slightly, and like the two strange-shaped plants, it even had slight epileptic movements. Its arms and legs spasmed, and its eyes rolled back. It imitated them exactly the same. After all, its learning ability wasn't just for show. Dickie did not care about this. Because in his own world, no one could see his ugly side. Learning about these strange unknown life forms might allow him to learn about the mysterious and powerful ultimate world's foreign civilization and enter their realm of thought. It was worth a try. His great heavenly sutra was all-encompassing, so it naturally included these magical domains. Caw, 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 a golden crow was still lying on the ground. Its eyes were rolled back, and its body was convulsing. It was spitting saliva and flapping its golden flame wings. It silently adjusted its body, consciousness, and soul. Like a village witch on earth, the golden crow tilted its head as if it was looking at the soul of the dead. The golden crow murmured in a mysterious manner. I see. I seem to see them, Suji? He was drinking water, and he almost choked on it, looking at the golden crow sage, who was convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Dickie could not help but fall into a state of confusion. Are you learning the coquettish manner of your ancestor's funeral chicken? But it's true. His ancestor's funeral chicken really is convulsing in front of him to learn. Suji suddenly understood. Perhaps, this was the legendary karma, the fate of the heavenly Tao. And at this moment, several minutes had passed outside. During the process of their private messages on the forum, 3 days had passed inside the ancient tree world. They were convulsing in the forest. Their vitality was extremely strong, but the flexibility and strength of their convulsions were not as strong as before. And Dickie also convulsed for 3 whole days. His convulsions also slowly weakened. I seem to see, Dickie imitated it perfectly, like another plant player, convulsing and communicating. Gradually, he actually saw some blurry images. In a room, the decorations were rather strange. It was a strange civilization decoration. There was an exquisite poster of a snake demon pasted on the wall. A human was sitting in front of a chair, facing a square plaque that was flashing with a strange white light. I really succeeded. Crack, the image suddenly broke, and Dickie woke up with a start from foaming at the mouth. His expression froze. I failed. It's indeed the incredible ultimate world. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the subbrain. An unknown stream of consciousness is trying to disguise the player's thought channels and carry their thought channels back to Earth. We've already intercepted them. Suji put down the teacup and was speechless again. He looked at the golden crow that was still twitching on the spot and could not help but mumble, I thought he was a bronze crow that imitates other players. Who knew that he's still a king? He had actually secretly learned it. They were imitating the players' souls, consciousnesses, and physical characteristics in an attempt to infiltrate the players and become one of those idiots. Indeed, the talent of this saint who secretly learned from him is not to be underestimated. Suji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They felt that he was incredible, that he could learn anything. It was already incredible that he could learn the alchemy factory, and now he was secretly imitating a player and trying to enter a player's body through their consciousness. Even though he did not understand the concepts of players and consciousness descending, he had indeed almost hit the mark by a stroke of luck. What a headache. None of them are content. The natives are stirring up trouble, Dickie is stirring up trouble, and the players are stirring up trouble too. Suji looked helpless, feeling that his days were not peaceful. However, at this moment, the players were all ready to go online one after another. Unfortunately, they've already returned from that communication dimension. There was already some progress. Dickie frowned slightly when he saw them get up. His real body stood deep in the Earth's core with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and he felt that this was a good opportunity to secretly observe these strange reborn beings. Perhaps he could learn some unique and heaven-defying skills. At this moment, the two plants jumped to their feet, patted the dust off their butts, and shouted in high spirits. "Shameless person, you made yourself so handsome." The magnetic plant was very indignant. "You still have the cheek to talk about me? You're a stone person, why did you make an extra leg? You're an unclean stone person. Did you do it to wear a dress?" the chewing gum plant growled. "The asterisk tch, that's my F asterisk king tail." The two of them cursed. Since they were done with the face molding, they began to prepare for rebirth. However, they were a little hesitant. Because they were beginning to fear pain. Previously, the mumu didn't speak. As a seasoning species, it specifically removed the sense of pain from its own species and casually cut itself to cook. However, the plants in front of them were different. They still felt pain. In the evolution sand table, the sense of pain could be adjusted to 0. They had never been afraid before, but here, it was a real death. Swoosh. Akina Yamaguchi threw an axe at them. "Give yourselves a quick death. Altar of rebirth, the set point of the array is already in my copper fruit. Just resurrect inside. We can't do it if you want us to commit suicide." As the bright and upright youth of the new era, no matter how many difficulties and setbacks we encounter, we won't do such dark things. Should we not cut each other? The two of them picked up the axe shakily, looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and fiercely hacked. "We're not killing people, it's just cutting down a tree." Crack, in the end, they turned into two crooked trees, lying on the ground, screaming crazily and rolling around. F***, F***. It hurts so much. Can't you be more ruthless? I'm still connected to you. Aren't you the same? Killing a tree is not manly at all. Akina Yamaguchi couldn't stand it anymore. These two newbies came in and made too many jokes. They were simply a disgrace to the transmigrators. They couldn't stand even a little bit of pain. Fortunately, there was no one around, and no one could see their embarrassment. He quickly waved the axe and ended the lives of the two plants. He muttered, "What a miscalculation. Next time, maybe I'll bring some euthanasia drugs and sell them to make money. If they don't pay, they'll die of pain." That's what the advertisement says. Are you still distressed by your birth deformity? Painless abortion, I wish you a perfect rebirth form, the best choice for you to be reincarnated into the belly of a kryptonite gold daddy. And Dicky was also dumbfounded in the dark. Killing each other? And scolding each other? What a cruel and unimaginable species this is. He had a strange expression. He felt that this strange species was becoming more and more interesting. The logic of their behavior was unpredictable. Then, under his witness, after more than 10 days, 2 new species were reborn in this dense forest. One was a demon that had fused with a rubber plant. It even cruelly carved a special scar on its face. Ouch, 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 ouch. He hurriedly applied the medicine on his wounds. After a long time, he finally regained his composure. Just as I guessed, my energy rubber body has the function of storing energy. It's also afraid of sharp weapons, but it has great immunity to blunt weapons. In the future, I can even enter the rubber energy explosive state. First gear, second gear, third gear. Unfortunately, although I can transform, my hair color won't change. On the other side, a mountain giant that was comparable to a mountain was constantly transforming its body, absorbing some iron. I'm an iron tree-type magnetic plant, a perfect match for a mountain giant. I can replace stones with iron, and in the future, I can absorb iron to replace my body and become a transformer. With the Tinder source, this is the romance of men. In fact, these players, as modern people who had never experienced war, were afraid of pain and death. But they all had one thing in common, they were elite students. Even if they were idiots on the internet, they were the ones with the best brains. At this time, their minds were naturally full of ideas, looking forward to their second life and setting up a delicate and thorough plan. It was impossible to enter a different world without a plan. They might not be good in other aspects, but they must have a good plan. Then, let's start our plan. An embroidery needle said excitedly, as a demon, I want to fly to the sky and explore the edge of the universe of this planet. The Sea of Stars is the romance of the king of pirates. I am the man who wants to be the king of pirates. Then I, the mountain giant, will transform into another Adolf alchemy giant and dig through the ground to see what is inside. I've wanted to see the Earth's core for a long time and see what kind of structure it has. It's just that I've only thought about it in reality. This fantastical planet in front of me is perfect for me to test it out. I want to dig through the magma and let the stone men swim in it. They not only planned their own race, but also made a detailed route. So, in just half a month, they divided into 2 groups. Boom. Boom, a rubber man began to use energy rubber to make a spacesuit and tried to fly into the universe. He laughed wildly and said, "Rubber is one of the foundations of modern scientific civilization. Many high-tech materials are made of rubber, and I am energy rubber. I can explode with unlimited possibilities." He was ecstatic, feeling that he must be the protagonist of the era, and began to post frowny face MC players are farming online, making spacesuits to fly into the sky, live video broadcast, asking the Alchemy Emperor to help us fly into the universe together. Screenshots. Screenshots. In the picture, a demon was walking in the city, shopping, choosing various magical beast materials, and planning to start learning alchemy. His demon-threaded goat horns were used as 2 hooks, hanging 2 shopping bags. What the F***ck? This person is so F***king sexy. It turns out that the demon's horns are convenient shopping tools for carrying things, shocking. As expected of the rubber demon, he even made plastic bags, funny. 666. I can make computers in MC, I'm here to help you. Make a spacesuit and go to the moon. Burning, my king's power, on the other side. A mountain giant that could absorb iron and stones began to dig the ground in the mountains, and also began to post live frowny face. The sky is boundless, but the earth is limited. Today, I, the little hole digger, will defy the heavens and the earth, and reverse the universe. We need to dig deep into the ground to see if there is magma in a planet. The title of the post was also very flashy. The entire forum was extremely lively. Everyone was shocked by their plan. The cute girl evolved into a dragon, awesome. I've already seen through everything. You idiots must have had a premeditated plan when you went in, Hans Akeem. JPG. Learning medicine to save the alternate world, 1 small step for humanity, 1 big step for Earth. Going into outer space and digging into the Earth's core, you guys are actually going to surpass the current Earth civilization. Laughing emoji, not only them, but even Xiao Now, scaring down the mountain, and Li Jiangjiang, the great alchemy emperor, who were sitting in front of the screen and reading the post, were also very excited. It had been more than a month since the start of the Spore Evolution sandbox and the player's evolution. Finally, the species explosion began, and everyone ushered in the tide of evolution. The vast universe and the fantasy planet brought them endless possibilities, perhaps the best time had come. Rumble, a mountain giant, kept digging. As an experienced miner, it kept digging deep into the ground. Large tracts of soil were turned over, and as it searched for metals to absorb into its body, it dug deeper. Dickie? He, who had lived for thousands of years, suddenly felt a toothache. This was a feeling that he had never felt before, even when he was facing Dao Chongqing. It was not the sense of crisis when facing a strong enemy, but a group of undead creatures that pestered him endlessly. Perhaps, a natural disaster had arrived in his world. However, crisis was also an opportunity. He had already begun to plan how to reap huge benefits. These animals, Akina Yamaguchi sat in the hunter's hall and could not help but shake his head. The traditional Western fantasy planet world has been changed by you guys the moment you come in. Rubber people, transformers, please be human, they were too good at playing and had so many tricks. It was a huge loss to let them play this game for free. It seemed like he had to think of more ways to cheat them. Suji sipped his tea and sat in his room, browsing through the posts on the computer. He suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. They had chosen the 2 most troublesome projects right off the bat, the spaceflight project and the Earth core project. Could they be any more troublesome? The style of the fantasy planet was instantly destroyed by them. Dickie will definitely have a headache because of this group of animals with strange brain circuits. Suji appeared very calm. However, everything developed according to his plan. Since he could not bring his own species over to that world, he could only go through the individual power system and descend alone with his consciousness. He made a hero's altar and could constantly be reborn. With their liver nature, they will definitely continue to seek death. They will cultivate to level 5, 6, or even level 7, then die and be reborn to cultivate. The energy feedback from the continuous death of powerful beings, over time, may be comparable to the energy of a catastrophe. Moreover, as a wandering Earth world, the advanced spacecraft of the Zerg, the exploration teams for resources, the search for planets, and a large number of cannon fodders dying in advance, are inevitable. If they died, not only could they help him explore the external environment, but they could also be turned into pure energy for powerful beings. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the crazy trouble they caused, let Dickie have a headache, it had nothing to do with him. However, Dickie had indeed been secretly learning and constantly adapting and improving. He had even secretly learned Sword Sejia Chao's mirror image doppelganger. Although he had incorporated it into the Daluo Heaven scripture, he did not use it because he had enough doppelgangers. In the Daluo Heaven scripture, he had seized the primordial spirit of the ancient god and split it into 9 primordial spirit doppelgangers, each suppressing a level of heaven. Dickie doesn't want to learn it, but I'm quite interested. Suji pondered. It was very useful to him. To be honest, in the ancient wood world, the nameless sword sage's heaven-defying existence had given him the greatest surprise. The 3 doppelgangers, although they only had 30% of the original's combat power and could withstand 3 times the damage, they had their own thinking and thinking abilities. They could also gather together, so there were no hidden dangers. Moreover, they could cultivate by themselves. Acho was so ferocious not only because he was diligent and swung his sword crazily, but also because the 3 doppelgangers were cultivating at the same time, gathering energy on him. What if I speed up time for my mirror doppelganger? 3 doppelgangers, cultivating for 100 years every day, the cultivation progress would be reflected on me. I'll be able to sleep on my own, it's so cool. He felt that it was a good combination. A must-have artifact for cultivating on the fly, however, a bigger problem had appeared. If he split into 4, the energy he needed would increase by 4 times. Although it could not be counted as that, his original body cultivated the Pangareel body, contained a world in his body, and also cultivated the sorcerer system, which was a bottomless pit. The broken mirror image could not cultivate the original body's system and was just an ordinary doppelganger. It could not even be considered a complete living creature, but the huge amount of energy needed was inevitable. Moreover, what was the use of doppelgangers to help increase the speed of cultivation? What was stopping him was not the speed of cultivation, but the energy needed for cultivation. Now, he cultivated the mental energy sorcerer system, Panga Golden Body, 2 major systems, plus a mirror system. He was walking further and further on the road of not being able to improve his realm. To be honest, although the doppelgangers could cultivate by themselves, because of their incomplete mental energy, they could not cultivate the sorcerer's mental energy system. They could only absorb external energy to become stronger, such as incense, star power. In other words, there were suddenly 3 more bottomless pits of energy. But it's still fragrant. Suji's heart was burning. Look at other people's multiple doppelganger technique, it was the dream of many people. The energy needed has increased a lot, but in the future, they will have a very long-term use. They can solve the problem of me having to learn the cultivation systems and civilizations of various worlds every time. They can help me learn knowledge and accumulate the foundation of cultivation. The bald heads are all theirs, but I have nothing. Suji had already begun to think of squeezing his own doppelganger. Reality was cruel. To become a master, one not only needed amazing talent, but they also needed to be knowledgeable. Endless years of boring cultivation and learning were unavoidable. And mirror doppelgangers might be able to help them learn. It's normal to lack energy now, but in the future, I definitely won't be so short of energy. 3 mirror doppelgangers cultivating and absorbing energy at the same time will actually increase my cultivation speed. Why did he lack energy now? Because the source was too simple. Suji's main cultivation energy came from the Great Extinction, the accumulation of countless masters and living beings. But this didn't mean that it was difficult to obtain energy. In fact, energy could be found everywhere. For example, the sun was a huge energy source. In the end, it's because Earth is very barren. Everyone is mortals, there's almost no incense energy, and the power of the stars is also thin, and my level is too low. Suji said, if I could walk in the universe, or even let my mirror doppelgangers get close to the sun and cultivate around this collapsed hydrogen molecular cloud, it would be an unlimited energy source and the best cultivation environment. Look at Dicky, wasn't that how he cultivated? He had endless stars around him and abundant energy. Now, his cultivation speed wasn't slow either. It seemed that in a few hundred years, he would break through to the middle stage of Sage. Look at the wizards Ermin and Medusa. They didn't rely on external energy to become stronger, but generated their own electricity and cultivated their mental power. Didn't they also spend hundreds or thousands of years to break through steadily? Ermin was already a middle god. Well, they all spent hundreds or thousands of years slowly cultivating with their own efforts. Indeed, their progress was relatively slow, not as good as absorbing the energy of the Great Extinction. After all, this was the cultivation method of the Zerg Queen. Other energies couldn't be directly absorbed and turned into cultivation, so they could only cultivate slowly. But the energy of the Zerg's death could be directly turned into cultivation and integrated into the body in an instant. This also led to Suji not wanting to cultivate slowly using the traditional method. Mirror doppelgangers consume a lot of energy now, but it's definitely a long-term plan. When I become stronger in the future, I can directly put 3 mirror doppelgangers and cultivate around the sun. That way, I'll be able to break even every day, just like the sages in there. I can progress step by step. Suji instantly made up his mind, he had to cultivate this technique. As Suji pondered, he looked at the mirror clone technique that Dichi had modified. In fact, it was much weaker than the original. Ah Chao's avatar slaying was to slay the bestiality, divinity, and malevolence of the 3 avatars, leaving behind the emotionless main body, turning his main body into the most emotionless ancient existence. According to Dichi's words, this is the Supreme Emotionless Sutra. He was a merciless and emotionless existence. Only with the return of the 3 great clones could he become a complete person. His strength was unquestionable. With the 3 great clones and the merciless main body, the 4 of them could surround and kill you. Every one of them had terrifying combat power. In fact, his mirror avatar only had 30% of his main body's battle strength. It seemed very low, but that was because his main body's battle strength was too high. His mirror avatar's battle prowess was enough to sweep away most of those in the same realm. His avatar was able to beat Yumiya, who was in the same realm. One could see how terrifying he was. His current battle strength was definitely far from Cthulhu and the 9 Revolutions' mysterious technique. But it was not impossible to look forward to the future. Ah Cho would continue to improve and become the 3rd heaven-defying technique, and the mirror clone technique that Dichi had modified ran in the opposite direction, slaying an emotionless mirror image, leaving behind one's bestiality, divinity, and malevolence in the main body. This technique was much weaker. It was just a simple clone technique. The essence of the 3 great mirror avatars was lost, but it was also much more peaceful. If I want to cultivate, I definitely have to cultivate Dichi's modified technique. Suji had the same concerns as Dichi. To personalize myself into 3 parts, although they are all temporarily separated personalities that I can take back at any time, the divinity is good, the bestiality is instinctive, and the malevolence is brutal. Once I don't control the 3 avatars, they will act according to their instincts and walk on the earth, which may cause a great disaster. Ah Chao's technique belonged to himself, but it was too extreme. Thinking of this, Suji closed his eyes slightly and began to cultivate the weakened version. Under the condition of time acceleration, time passed crazily. After a period of time, he felt a shock in his head, and his body gradually distorted. The ancestral which true body was gradually exposed, whoosh, the flesh and blood under his arm squirmed, and arms grew out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Suji turned into the 8-armed battle form. The ancestral which true body emitted an ancient and holy aura. Perhaps if outsiders saw this, they would even instinctively exclaim, the golden body of the 8-armed Arhat descends to the mortal world. After all, there was some resemblance. Ah Cho has the bloodline of the ancestral witch. Mirror clone, strictly speaking, is a kind of ancestral witch true body. Other ancestral witch true body forms have 8 arms and a snake tail, but he is a body that has fallen off from the main body. Gradually, his 8 arms wriggled. It was as if a person was slowly separating from his body. A person crawled out from his back, shoulders, and spine. It was an extremely strange sight. Whoosh, a man fell to the ground. Suji looked at this naked self, as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. It was indeed a mirror image. And he once again experienced the horror of the primordial world. The ancestral which true body appeared in reality, and it still felt incredible. Am I really human? Suji suddenly had the illusion of becoming an alien. The 8-armed true body, and a person separating from his body. The impact of the ancestral which true body was too great. However, he quickly realized that he was no longer human. Come back. Suji opened his eyes slightly, and the squirming flesh and blood gradually merged into his body. He realized that the first time was always very difficult, but it got easier and easier later on. It felt like a lump of slime gel, splitting and merging. It was very interesting. The first mirror image has been slashed out, but Ah Chao's first was evil thoughts, while mine is an ordinary mirror image without emotions, just like a machine with low intelligence. Ah Chao's mirror image is like a real living person, with its own consciousness, and can even develop unique tactics. He didn't mind, he didn't like splitting himself into 3 personalities. He delightedly researched the new cultivation method, feeling very addicted. Perhaps, he had already understood Diqi's love for the joy of secretly learning. Then he continued to think, learning from Diqi, and started to learn and localize it, turning it into a cultivation method that suited his requirements. Ah Chao uses it to fight, but I don't need the mirror image to fight. Because it has already become weak, I can make it even weaker, for example, make it smaller, and the energy consumption will naturally be lower. The flesh and blood on Suji's palm squirmed, and a fingernail-sized mirror image slowly fell off. Go read, yes. Little Suji looked like he was carved out of jade, bouncing on the table to read. Worm Nest Queen, give him the Magus World's potion system that I've been stuck on, the secret recipes of over 300 occupations, battle techniques, and let him learn all 300 occupations, as well as the incense system of the primordial world, the 4 races of witches, ancients, humans, demons, and every faction, as well as the current dragon bloodline system. These were things he didn't learn before, accumulating over time. It wasn't that he didn't harden his heart and started to speed up time, but after learning for a year, he couldn't take it anymore. He started to doubt his life. Suji was originally a top student, but he still couldn't take it anymore. One had to know that a world with a few hundred years of intelligence and civilization, to let you study alone. In a year, the intensity was even more terrifying than the college entrance examination, and this wasn't even 1,000th of it, to let you try it after 1,000 years. The rapid development of civilization was a blessing, but now there was a blessing. Suji thought about it again. After he's done, let him start learning the 8 languages of Earth, as well as the various technologies and fields on Earth. By the way, the few red names are currently studying the information from the major research centers. That's all the civilizations on Earth. Make a copy of it and let him learn all of it. Speed it up. 100 years a day. Set a small goal for now and learn it for a week. The subbrain of the Zerg had a low IQ, but it instinctively felt that something was wrong, so it couldn't help but say, clones can also die. It's not like he has any emotions, but he might indeed tire himself to death by learning. I just need the subbrain to keep an eye on him for me. Don't tire himself to death, this way, my cultivation progress will never fall behind. Suji's eyes widened as he looked at the back of little Suji's mirror image. May you study for half your life, and return as a teenager. To Diqi and the others, this was of little value. But it was exactly what he needed. After all, he had to learn many things to develop the civilizations of the world, and an emotionless learning machine clone was very important to him. But for now, this was the best it could do. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely have his clone sit around the sun, cross-legged, and cultivate. The magical power of the cloning type is awesome, it really surprised me. Suji's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the current ancient tree planet, expressing his satisfaction. At this time, with the entry of a few idiotic players, the ancient tree planet entered a temporary era of peace. They're still entering, and I think they're going to develop something or cause some strange incidents. It'll probably take a few days for them to settle down. Suji muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked at the vast land outside the window, which was already in a state of tension and strife. But now, the ancient tree planet has been developing for the past few days. The primordial world and the sorcerer world have ushered in an unprecedented change, and the world passage has begun to open. The 330 year of the Great Zhou dynasty. After Hu Renong accepted the two foreign beauties, he was in the process of cultivating and rising. However, the Great Zhou dynasty was getting weaker and weaker. The heroes of the Jianghu were emerging one after another. The era of the heroes of the Jianghu had reached its peak. A message came: Duan Qianyu had reached the 6th level of the Grotto Heaven realm and became the sword god of the present age. He wanted to shatter the void and invited the people of the Jianghu to witness his ceremony. Paradise? Sword god has already reached the legendary 6th realm? According to ancient rumors, during the Western era, when humans and gods coexisted, above the Grotto Heaven realm was the legendary Supreme Celestial Emperor of Hollowness, an ancient celestial emperor. Even in ancient times, the sword god was a famous figure in the holy land of the mortal world. The entire world of martial arts was shocked. Dare I ask, is there a sky? On this day, Duan Qianyu stood on the Wan River and brandished his sword, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble with thunder. His sword pointed straight at the sky, and it emitted a dazzling radiance. Its might overshadowed the surging river, and the sword slashed through the void. Immortal chi could be faintly seen lingering within the shattered gap. Jade palaces, majestic mountains, and rivers, all of them emanated a shocking aura of the Tao. There really are immortals. That's the heavenly palace. Countless people in the Jianghu looked at the sky, excited and overjoyed. It was as if a celestial being was standing on top of the clouds, roaring at the mortal world. How dare you, mortal, to disturb the peace of the heaven realm? Audacious? Duan Qianyu threw his head back and laughed. I've been waiting for this moment of audacity for 300 years. The immortal in the sky was high up in the sky. He wore a large Taoist robe and a Taoist crown. He glanced at Duan Qianyu and sized him up, and then he smiled slightly. Logically speaking, entering the heaven realm should cause one to suffer a lightning tribulation, but you're different. You can enter the heaven realm, enter my purple sky heaven, and serve my Lord Celestial Emperor. Duan Qianyu, however, turned around and walked away, sheathing his sword. I shattered the void just to prove that there is a heaven in the sky. The world's swordsmen were in an uproar. The immortals in the sky fell silent. Duan Qianyu's cultivation was close to that of a quasi-emperor. In the 330th year of the Great Zhou dynasty, the land immortal, Duan Qianyu, cut through the void and did not enter the immortal gate. Just to prove that there is a heaven in the sky? Sword god Duan Qianyu is an earth immortal. So what if I don't ascend to heaven? All the martial artists in the world were fanatical. They broke through the void and took him as a martial arts legend. Countless young people joined the Jianghu and completely entered the era of martial artists. The number of people who studied literature in Taoism became fewer and fewer, and they gradually became unorthodox. After another few decades, the so-called imperial court had completely turned into an empty shell. The imperial court is in great trouble. The court is no more, the country is about to perish. The Confucian scholars of the entire country were howling in grief. Teacher, you're awake? In the mortal world of the inn, a charming and mature woman with seductive eyes looked at her teacher, Mother Earth, while wearing a long green dress. Ahem. That's right. My disciple is very obedient and has been silently guarding me during my seclusion. The cute girl quickly got up. Naturally, she would not say that she went out to watch a movie. She said righteously, I cultivate the astral wander technique to sense the dragon veins of the earth. I need to go into closed-door training frequently. His disciple, the little fox, was now called Hu Haihan. She had a mature charm and was extremely seductive. As expected of a vixen. Now that the cute sister and his disciple were standing together, he looked like the younger sister while his disciple was the mature big sister. The cute girl started to sit up and listen to the developments of the past few years. Sword God opening the celestial gate? She was heartbroken to actually miss such a major event of the pugilistic world. Ah! The cute girl cried out in fury. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone out to watch those two fools transmigrate to the ancient wood world and broadcast themselves making spacesuits and digging through the Earth's core. Then should we help Big Brother Hu Reno? Hu Haihan asked. No need, he should walk his own path. You are my disciple. Cultivate in peace and accompany me to roam the world. You are the younger sister of Heavenly Tao, your aptitude isn't inferior to that silly brother of yours back then. Your future is limitless, and the main character of the next era will be you. The cute girl gave him chicken soup every day. She thought for a moment and said, however, since a war has broken out, we can go to the Martial Arts Alliance's side and take a look at the legendary martial arts legend, Duan Qianyu. That's right, where are Ailey and Michi? The cute girl asked. They went out to prepare breakfast for us, Hu Haihan replied. She was living a good life now, pulling 3 great beauties to share a bed and pillow every day, traveling the world together. She had made quite a name for herself in the pugilistic world, and was known as the 4 beauties of Jiangnan. This was the life that salted fish wanted the most. A few days later, the cute girl continued traveling with the 3 of them. They saw the scenery of the pugilistic world in the south, tasted all kinds of exquisite delicacies, and occasionally did some chivalrous deeds. It was great. However, one day, a strange tattoo gradually appeared on the skin of the 2 magical girls. It seemed to be a teleportation array. What the hell is this? The cute girl squatted down and looked at the totem on their bellies. She was very curious and looked at it silently. Could it be that some kind of monster has always been sealed in your bodies? Unexpectedly, there was a flash in front of them, and a stunning beauty appeared. Where is this? Medusa turned into a young girl, wearing a sorcerer's robe, and endless ink-black hair danced behind her. She looked charming and alluring, and her smile was beautiful beyond compare. She had a temperament of eternal vicissitudes, but her heart was indifferent. Have I finally arrived? Back then, when the god from the other world came to our world, we had to spend a period of time to find her. She took the opportunity to continuously learn about our world's civilization and extract the essence. Now, I will do the opposite. I will take advantage of the time before she finds me to learn about this world's civilization. She revealed a peaceful smile and quietly looked at the quiet environment around her. This was a brand new world, her steps in pursuing the truth might start from here. She did not descend with her real body, but only a part of her consciousness. She condensed a beautiful girl formed from the organs of the evil god. With the help of Ermin, a heavenly god, she located the location of the space tunnel and descended into this primordial world. Wow! A beauty! The cute girl's eyes widened. Medusa immediately frowned and looked at the girl in front of him. A epic great emperor, looking at her aura, the combat power of the same realm in this world was countless times stronger than that of an ordinary epic great emperor. Although Meng Mei was a weakling, she had absorbed a large amount of energy, making her look unfathomable, which made Medusa cautious. I have condensed countless organs of the evil god and have naturally reached the demigod realm. My aura is similar to hers. Although I am confident that I can kill her, the commotion will definitely attract the attention of that god. It is not good to make a move. Beauty, your clothes are very similar to those sisters. Did you come together? The cute girl asked curiously. She began to pull Medusa's hand and grope her. You look a little innocent. Medusa smiled and looked at the 2 magical girls beside him. Suddenly, he knew why he was here. He replied, yes, I don't know why I suddenly came here. Can you bring me around? Sure, let's sleep together tonight. The cute girl's eyes were bright and seemed very happy. Medusa only smiled. Next, as the cute girl brought her into the town, the ancient-style bluestone slabs, various great heroes, all kinds of taverns, restaurants, teahouses, and street food, Medusa's eyes widened. This is the civilization of this world, her eyes were as bright as snow, shining brightly. Eat this, candied hawthorn. The cute girl passed a stick of candied hawthorn to the beautiful girl. Yes, this is especially delicious. The twins Ailey and Mickey were also very excited. People from their hometown were always very friendly. Medusa tasted it lightly and felt that it was delicious. Is it delicious? The cute girl asked curiously. Delicious. The girl smiled sweetly. Can you bring me to see that sword god Duan Shenyu? I think he is quite interesting. Then we have to hurry. That night, the cute girl brought the 4 girls to stay in the tavern and slept together. Then she secretly went offline and crazily shouted in the forum, "Oh my god! The sorcerer world is really thinking of a way to connect to the desolate world. Someone is already here, and it is Medusa. I am so scared that I peed my pants. I am trying to find a way to pretend that I don't know her." Her fox disciple did not understand. Even the 2 natives, Ailey and Mickey, could not recognize him. This was the origin of all things in the era of potions, the ancestor of all professions. But how could she not recognize Medusa? Screenshot. Screenshot. In the Bluestone town, a cute and quiet girl, a snake-haired banshee, was eating candied hawthorn. The scene was so beautiful that it could commit a crime. WTF? My goddess is here? The entire forum was in an uproar, and there were countless people lurking around. Although Medusa was not a good person, she was the most popular villain. Many people used her as their wallpaper and became her fans. Many people immediately expressed their opinions and became solemn. With Medusa's character, I'm afraid she is here to invade and destroy this world. In any case, nothing good will come out of her head. Sure enough, this world is made up of 10,000 worlds. They can open up world passages and pass through different worlds. But speaking of which, the screenshot is so beautiful. My goddess slaughtered the world, disregarded human life, and ruled an era of dark sorcerers. She is actually eating candied haws. The contrast is so cute. She will be my wallpaper from now on. She will also be my wallpaper. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, cough cough cough. Medusa asked me to show her the local customs, all kinds of things, and explain the power system. I don't dare to refute. I'm afraid she will beat me to death, but I have Medusa's private screenshots here, all kinds of beautiful and cute. I took her shopping, watching a night fight, everything. 500 sand coins for one, guaranteed to be super high quality. Everyone, you're crazy. So she was waiting for us here. This damn money grubber was scared witless, but she did not forget to take screenshots and sell them to others to earn some extra money. Everyone was furious. Cute girl was making a fortune from a national crisis. Was this something a human would do? And it was not free? Cough cough, I want one. What? I want all of them. Me too. Some people began to express their excitement. The large-scale fan-selling scene began, and cute girl instantly smiled happily. Everyone knew very well that Medusa was very popular. This might be the only time Medusa could turn into this girl to eat, so it must be treasured. Suddenly, from the beginning, everyone's discussion of Medusa gradually went astray. They began to ask for screenshots as wallpapers. There were even people who shouted that they would pay a high price for cute girl to trick Medusa into saying one sentence, "Xianxia is my husband." This person called Xianxia was obviously a nouveau riche. He said that he could pay 30,000, and he could also exchange it for sand coins. Idiots, back off. The cute girl expressed that it was impossible. Tricking her into eating all sorts of delicacies and witnessing the local customs was a reasonable situation. This was already frightening enough. Tricking her into saying strange things? Although this big boss was pretending to be an innocent girl, her vicious and merciless personality wasn't fake. If she was provoked, she would instantly die. Her heart was trembling. Accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger. The person he was accompanying was the most terrifying monarch in the history of the sorcerer world, the Death Monarch. Now that he was in the primordial era, he had a chance to become a sage. It would be a piece of cake for him to prove his Tao. How could he possibly court death? After I die, who knows how long it will take for another species to come in. I definitely can't die. The cute girl had a serious look on her face. She had already made up her mind and entered the ancient desolate world again. It was still very lively outside. Sister Meng is going to die. Medusa's death stare. JPG, Meng Mei, she can only pretend that she doesn't know you now and try her best to lick you. She won't tell us how she secretly sacrificed her dignity to survive, laughing emoji. Everyone felt that this was a thorny problem. Medusa had come alone to investigate the market of this world and the laws of the system. However, this world was not so easy to understand. Because the mortal world had declined, the true main force of the primordial era was in the celestial world. Medusa, you came so quickly. Suji began to ponder, the current development of the primordial era is still too slow. The dragon vein has not been built yet, the country has not condensed fate, and the celestial dynasty system has not been formed yet. How can it compete with the mature potion system? After all, both sides had a deity in the upper echelons. They could restrain each other, and they would definitely be stronger than the lower echelons. If Medusa were to invade, the thousands of years of accumulated potion professionals would become a one-sided massacre. This was not the desired result. And Medusa had come here to explore this world and understand the civilization. Then, he would go back and let the countries prepare for war. After all, it was necessary to know oneself and the enemy. The time it takes for her to explore this world is at most a few years. Suji's expression became calm. I have to think of a way to let the primordial era civilization advance again. This point was mainly because the cute girl's disciple, who Renong, was not up to par. That ambitious youth in the past, although he was now a great scholar, he was still unable to move forward. But this was to be expected. Although they were both cultivating the path of incense, it had changed its form and turned into a brand new path. He was still trying to find a new cultivation system. It was not so easy to open up a new cultivation system. In the end, it's still because of the lack of knowledge and the lack of dedication. Suji turned his head to look at his own small mirror image and sighed. If it had the knowledge content of my mirror image and the degree of liver cirrhosis, it would have been developed long ago. At this time, the small mirror image was holding a wordless book and studying. The book was a projection of the AI. As he walked, he would stop. Sometimes he would dance with his sword, sometimes he would ponder, sometimes he would jump, and he would constantly mumble to himself. He was immersed in all sorts of profound mysteries and was immersed in the sea of knowledge. This split mirror image had its three natures cut off. It was like the coldness of the Taishang Wang Qing. Only reason was left. Immersed in learning, it was naturally unable to extricate itself and would not feel bored. It only knew how to learn and had no emotions. Maybe, while it is bald, it can be of some use. Suji looked at the silly mirror image and pondered. The barren ancient world. A useless scholar is a useless scholar. A weak scholar. People in the Jianghu kept saying, and it gradually became the truth. Over the years, martial arts and Confucianism started to be cultivated at the same time, but gradually there was a fork in the road. The earth immortal Duan Qianyu appeared in martial arts, but the Confucianism still did not advance. Heroes use martial arts to break the ban. This is the way out of martial arts. Then, where's the way out of Confucianism? Hu Renong was already a famous local Confucian. He had countless disciples, but his face was bitter. Over the years, those martial arts boorish people did not know how to read, they did not know how to cultivate their morality and rule the country. They only knew how to fly on roofs and run on walls, constantly harming the villagers, but they could not do anything to protect the villagers. The Mother Earth Vine prepared the perfect 9 revolutions mysterious art for the little white fox. But he only told him the method of the dragon vein. The rest of the road ahead needed to be opened up by himself. What is the incense? He went to see his teacher, the famous Confucian Su Weifang, who had already retired. Su Weifang looked at his young disciple. Do you still insist on Confucianism? Renong, you have extraordinary talent. There are countless martial arts sects in Jianghu that invited you to join martial arts, but you did not practice. You have the potential to become a martial immortal, but you are willing to become a Confucian and want to understand the truth of heaven and earth. Now, you are a weak scholar. Any swordsman can make you lower your proud head. Hu Renong was silent and said firmly, I still insist on Confucianism. Teacher, please show me the way. The old Confucian suddenly said, after half of my life, I have vaguely seen the way ahead. If you want to hold incense, you first need incense. If you want to rule the people, you first need to serve the people. Hu Renong gradually understood. Amidst the shock of countless disciples, he chose to disperse his rank 3 cultivation base and began to resign and live in seclusion. He became an ordinary young man, married a wife and had children. He gradually integrated into the market, became a teacher, lived an ordinary life, and became a member of the imperial court to provide incense. Spring passed and autumn came. 20 years passed. Hu Renong was now middle-aged. His hair was white and his body was covered with the marks of time. He was full of steadiness and vicissitudes. He wore white clothes and continued to teach in the village. He experienced the bitterness of many ordinary people. Gradually, he seemed to sense something from the incense emitted by the mortals. He became a teacher and took in many disciples. His disciples gradually followed the principles and made a name for themselves in the great Zhou dynasty. Teacher, what should we do? Build a dragon vein? Build a Confucian sect? Even some officials of the imperial court were gradually on the verge of poverty. They discussed the Tao with him and benefited greatly. Under Hu Renong's suggestion, the great Zhou dynasty began to build a dragon vein, gradually alleviating the decline. The great Zhou dynasty, year 330. Something shocking happened. The earth immortal Duan Qianyu opened the immortal gate. The imperial court became increasingly anxious. Although they had built a dragon vein, it was extremely imperfect. It was different from the Western era when the people believed in the ancient gods and cultivated. The powerful incense was pure. Now, the mortals provided too much and the incense emitted was mixed, turning it into a dragon vein. It was still difficult to purify it. Many great Confucians cultivated the dragon vein. Although their speed was extremely fast at first, they gradually died due to the chaotic thoughts of the people. The winter of this year was very cold. Many great Confucian cultivators of the imperial court received news of their deaths. Hu Renong heard all of this in a daze. He wept bitterly. Before winter passed, Hu Renong's wife gradually died of old age. She lay on a sickbed and told him, "It's not your fault, it's not your fault, they were all Confucian scholars who cultivated to rule the world. They wanted to establish rules for the world. You only gave them a direction, and they were still searching for it like you." Hu Renong silently guarded his wife until the end of her life. It was just that his demeanor and age grew weaker. 3 days later, he lowered his voice and looked at the grave. My Confucian friends from back then, all of them cultivated because they believed in me. I could only kowtow to their tombstones that were filled with weeds. Now, I've sent you away. The Confucian sect's sacred teachings are to cultivate one's moral integrity, to rule the country, and to rule the world. Is that wrong? Father, you're not wrong. His daughter's voice was bitter. She knew her father. A month passed and spring arrived. Hu Renong was still silent. He suddenly received news of his master whom he hadn't seen for decades. All these years, his master had been wandering outside with the little fox. Recently, I heard that my master has a new friend. It's an exotic beauty who is very interested in Confucianism. She wants to discuss it with me. He naturally respected the Mother Earth's ivy. But soon, because the great Confucians died one after another, the great Zhou emperor sent him an imperial edict. He summoned the great Confucian Hu Renong, the 11th imperial scholar, to the capital to be the prime minister. The great Zhou emperor still believed in him. Now, he was the only one left. I don't accept the imperial edict. I want to try again. Hu Renong was still lost. He left home. He knew that he had witnessed many deaths and he had to get used to it. This white-haired old man rolled up his clothes and walked alone on the road. After a few days, in a lush forest, he saw an unimaginable young man. He didn't show any emotions. His rational face seemed to be immersed in some kind of thinking. He held a wordless book in his hand and kept muttering. Sometimes, he would get excited and move his hands and feet. Sometimes, he would squat down and use a tree branch to draw many words. The words contained many truths of the great Tao. You are. Hu Renong opened his mouth. The young man's face was extremely ordinary. It was as if he had lost his mind. He ignored him completely and continued to gesture. Hu Renong became curious. He continued to interact with him and found that he was an extremely strange person. The young man seemed to use the sky as his blanket and the earth as his seat. When he was hungry, he would eat weeds and bark. He would not answer when you talked to him, but when you discussed things related to learning with him, he would answer and communicate with you. He is like a heartless learning tool, Hu Renong was stunned. He sighed at the purity and flawlessness of this young man. He had studied hard for decades, but he was not as pure and hardworking. This perseverance was admirable. He seems to be born to learn. He is always learning and reading. If you want him to talk to you, you can only exchange knowledge with him. What do you think about this question? He suddenly handed over a question. I have never seen this question before. It is as if it does not belong to this world. Hu Renong, who was proficient in mathematics, could not help but be secretly surprised. They worked together. From learning the basic rules to solving the problem, it took them a few days. The young man was suddenly very appreciative. He seemed a little dull. You are very good. You have solved the doubts in my learning. In exchange, I will give you the corresponding knowledge. After saying that, he turned around and continued to read. Hu Renong looked at the book in his hand. There were no words, but there seemed to be countless words on it. It made him feel intoxicated. It was really puzzling. Wordless heavenly book? Then tell me, how should the incense be purified? He could not help but ask. The young man was like a machine. He looked at the book in his hand as if he was looking for something. Perhaps it has something to do with one's willpower. Hu Renong's eyes widened. He could not help but say, if the willpower is strong enough, maybe it can be done. I also have this idea. But how to improve the willpower, this is another question. In exchange, the young man held the book and walked forward. If I learn something I do not understand, you can help me answer it. Hu Renong, he could only become a passive teacher. Fortunately, his talent was really amazing. He could answer some of the doubts of this young man in learning and gain some knowledge. In less than 10 days, the simple-minded young man was reading wherever he went, eating and sleeping in the open. However, an old man began to follow behind him. He turned into a page boy and followed him silently. A crazy young man followed by a white-haired old man with a strong scholarly aura. They formed a strange scene that attracted many gazes. That person is the legendary Confucian scholar who refused to enter the capital despite the imperial edict. If you don't enter the imperial court to be the prime minister, why would you follow a young man around as a page boy? The Hu Renong Grand Scholar is just a joke. The country spent a lot of effort to build the dragon veins, but now they're abandoning it. Those who cultivate the dragon veins are all trash. A Confucian scholar completely gave up and spoke in his drunken stupor. He has lost his mind. A scholar wants to rule the world? Some swordsmen were sitting in restaurants high above, teasing each other and drinking tea. The young man turned a deaf ear and continued to study. The old man continued to follow behind, asking questions and answering each other. After a full 3 months, they traveled to many cities, eating and sleeping in the open. On another day, the white-haired old man, Hu Renong, suddenly roared and cried tears of joy. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Thank you for helping me perfect this Tao. The young man still didn't listen and continued to read. He kept pulling at his hair, causing it to fall one by one. Wait a minute, come with me. I'll give you good food and drink. Don't wander anymore. Finally, Hu Renong received the imperial edict for the 13th time. He was willing to enter the capital and become the prime minister of a country. He also announced to the world that he would preach in the capital. Those poor scholars, are they going to stink again? Who knows, they're just doing it for fun. Some swordsmen heard about it but didn't care. The day of the preaching finally arrived. Hu Renong looked at the young man who was like a crazy beggar and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, please be patient. Don't wander around. Stay where you are and read in peace." After saying that, he strode forward and ascended the high platform. There were countless Confucian scholars and scholars below. The Confucian Tao is the divine Tao. The Confucian sect treats all living beings as the foundation. They can cultivate the dragon bloodline official position, Hu Renong said. How do we deal with the impure incense? Someone asked. The impure incense cannot be contained by the human body. We can cultivate all living beings. This is the divine Tao, gathering the impure thoughts into one body. When cultivating the Tao to the extreme, we can abandon the mortal body and ascend to the divine position. We can use our righteousness to shock the world and make the gods weep. All living beings worship me and give me their divine tablets. As long as they think of me, they can become immortal. The world fell silent. Legend has it that the heavenly Tao is the gathering of the incense of all living beings. This Tao. A great Confucian said. This Tao imitates the heavenly Tao. The sea of consciousness resides in the void and attracts the incense of all living beings, for the gods under the chief of the heavenly Tao. Hu Renong said. One cultivates immortality, all living beings cultivate divinity, this is the Tao of godhood. As soon as he said that, the world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. A mere Confucian scholar dares to disrespect an immortal? This is disgraceful. In a restaurant not far away, a swordsman was drinking. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure flickered. An earth-shattering sword chi broke through the restaurant and swept over the Confucian scholars. It's Earth Immortal Duan Qianyu's third disciple, Su Jiuqian. That's a Tao Palace realm expert. The sword chi was terrifying, and with a terrifying light, it arrived in an instant. Scram! With a loud shout, Hu Renong put down his book. Dressed in the black robes of a prime minister, he suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming righteous aura shot into the sky. It shook the world and sent the swordsman flying. His words were law, all the great Confucian scholars were dumbfounded. This was an aura that only ancient Taoist techniques could have. This was a true great Confucian scholar. With a loud shout, an overwhelming righteous aura could easily disperse ghosts and gods. Su Ji smiled. I let this mirror image study outside, and I also used my knowledge to provide some help to Hu Renong and do some good deeds. Now it's time to take it back. At that moment, on the other side, Meng Mei arrived with a few people, and they were all dumbfounded. My God, when did Hu Renong become an old man? And this aura, what cultivation system is this? I've never seen it before. Her eyes gradually lit up, and she mumbled to herself, I'm indeed the teacher of the heavenly Tao. To think that I've taught another sage who opened up an unprecedented era. Smack, she patted Little Fox's head beside her. Look at your senior brother, he's already one step ahead and opened up an era. You still have to work harder. If you don't invent anything, it'll be such a disgrace to me. Little Fox, Hu Haihan, looked wronged. She scratched her head. Teacher doesn't seem to have taught me anything. He's just taking me everywhere and letting me learn on my own. Could it be that there's a hidden reason that I didn't understand? She clenched her small fists. Yeah. Teacher is the green vine Earth Mother, and he guides each era. There must be a deeper meaning to it. At that moment, Medusa's eyes gradually lit up. The path of divinity. The martial arts of this world are already unfathomable to me. Although the path of immortals has declined, it's still possible to see its former glory. As for the path of divinity, interesting, her eyes kept moving, and suddenly, her expression froze. She fixed her eyes on the young man who was about to leave with his books. I heard that Hu Renong only understood the path of divinity after studying with an idiot for a few months. Su Ji, he felt that something was wrong. The mirror doppelganger was an emotionless learning machine, constantly learning other knowledge and indulging in the sea of knowledge. After all, Hu Renong's knowledge foundation was not enough. Now, he let the mirror doppelganger who was learning the knowledge of several worlds to supplement his lack of knowledge and open up the path of the celestial dynasty. Now that the matter had just been solved, he did not expect to run into a ghost. Meng Mei, this bootlicker, actually brought Medusa to look for his disciple. As a result, he had hit the muzzle of a gun, and Medusa had set his eyes on his own mirror image clone. Things suddenly developed in an unknown direction. At this time, the entire capital was in an uproar. Impossible. Su Jiuqian spurted out a mouthful of blood, revealing a look of horror. His whole body staggered. How could a Confucian scholar who cultivated incense be so terrifying? His teacher Duan Qianyu, the Earth Immortal, once said, in the ancient Western era, humans and gods coexisted, absorbing powerful creatures as incense, pure and orthodox. But today, they could only absorb the weak and miscellaneous living beings. The higher their cultivation, the faster they died. But now, this white-haired scholar in front of him shouted, instantly causing his mind to be distracted and his cultivation to suffer a great impact. Hu Renong ignored him, and his voice resounded throughout the entire capital, taking the incense of mortals as gods. This is the path of gods. Incense becomes the path of gods. As long as the incense is not extinguished, the path of gods is not extinguished, one can obtain eternal life. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar as they began to listen to this path, intoxicated. Young man, we hit it off at first sight, can we get to know each other? At this historic moment, Medusa suddenly shuttled through the large number of people and slowly called out to the mirror image. In the crowd, anyone who was hit on by a beautiful woman with a pleasant voice would stop, but the mirror image turned a deaf ear. Boom! The mirror image's body sank and was instantly imprisoned. Medusa smiled and walked over with a playful look. From behind, he looked at the young man's face. It was very ordinary. This young man, does he really have such great magical power? Who is he? What kind of creature is he? Where did he come from? It seems very interesting. Medusa's heart was filled with curiosity. He felt that this brand new world was interesting in every way. After stopping the scholar, he was not in a hurry. He continued to smile as he stood in the crowd, turning into one of the many living beings as he looked up at the white-haired old man. The scene in front of her was the most important. For her, this was a wonderful journey to a different world that was worth cherishing. I've seen this scene many times. Perhaps it will become an eternal legend in the future. This is the charm of time. Everything is covered in dust. Only by living long and deathless can one walk towards eternity. She laughed, the sound even next to the little white fox who Hai-Han, as well as the two beautiful female magicians can hear. The cute girl's breathing quickened. Only then did she realize that Medusa was still nearby. If she wanted to invade this world, killing Hu Renong now would be the best outcome. Otherwise, once Hu Renong's great Zhou celestial dynasty was established, the strength of the primordial world would increase greatly. If it was her, she would have instantly attacked and killed Hu Renong with the force of a thunderbolt, let alone this ruthless death monarch emperor. Not good. Her face was pale and she suddenly turned to look at Medusa. Medusa was already looking at her with a smile as gentle as water. What a rotten era. Medusa didn't move. He just turned his head and looked at the old man standing high above. I respect this old man. His back is not bent. The strong should have dignity and be respected. She seemed to let it go. Voila! The great Confucian preaches Confucianism. The imperial court is saved. The capital city was in an uproar. Even the great Zhou emperor had rushed over after hearing the news. Hu Renong was still preaching. No one knew that they were so close to death. Perhaps history was heading towards another dark age. At this time, a student raised a question. Immortal path, eternal life. Is that eternal life? The old man Hu Renong said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. As long as all living beings do not forget me, think of me, worship me, worship me, worship me, I will return from death. Everyone was shocked. This is immortal life. Looking at the world, who could say immortal life? Even the heavenly emperors of the past turned into piles of bones. The 12 witches entered the great heavenly heaven to avoid the 5 fades of heaven. They never thought that the Confucian path could reach such a height. From the incense civilization of the Western era, they sucked in and worshipped the gods, to the ultimate path of today, the path of incense to become a god. To establish a true immortal court and ascend with the whole country. Dare I ask the true meaning of this? A Confucian scholar asked. Countless Confucians held their breaths. All the scholars of the great Zhou dynasty cupped their fists, unable to hide the excitement in their trembling. Hu Renong smiled. I think, therefore I am. Boom, heaven and earth shook as if thunder had struck on a clear day. In the 9 heavens, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Immortal palaces and buildings shook continuously. Rubble fell from the sky as if the order of the entire heavenly Tao was rapidly changing. Heaven and earth trembled. The heavenly Tao sensed it and changed accordingly. Countless ancient existences of the Western era slowly walked out, including the ancient heavenly emperors. They looked at the blue sky and red sun in the center. Something that will shock heaven and earth and change the order of heaven and earth is happening. I don't know if such a change is good or bad. A group of ancient existences muttered coldly, go and meet the heavenly Tao. I think, therefore I am. Medusa's eyes flickered with disbelief. He praised, the Tao of idealism and only me, this is an unprecedented path. She pondered for a while and smiled. She looked at the scholar who was holding a wordless heavenly book. Let's go. I originally wanted to come here to have an exchange with this great Zhou Confucian saint, but it seems that he is busy now. It is not the time. The little fox seemed to be reluctant to leave. She felt that it was exciting and not to be missed. This is history. We travelers are only responsible for witnessing it. If you live a little longer, there won't be too many waves. Medusa said gently to the fox and then looked at the cute little sister. The cute little sister laughed dryly. Half a day later, the few of them continued on their journey. It was as if they were just passers-by in the capital that caused a sensation in the world and opened the immortal court. However, the two sisters, Aili and Michi, were left in the capital to assist Hu Renong in establishing the structure of the great Zhou dynasty. While doing this, the cute little sister was still looking at Medusa anxiously. Medusa only smiled gently and ignored her. We are witnessing history. In a carriage far away from the capital, the cute little sister and her disciple were talking about the divine Tao. Perhaps a celestial dynasty was about to be born. Inside the carriage, Medusa's eyes kept sizing up the scholar who was always reading. He brought him on his journey and now seemed to have understood some of his style. He was a person who was obsessed with learning. If you exchanged knowledge with him, he would only answer you. Otherwise, he would ignore you no matter what. Sister Emocholi. What are you doing? Suddenly, Hu Haihan's eyes widened. Emocholi, the previous group of people had turned Emocholi into the goddess of wisdom, and Medusa had directly changed his name to Emocholi. What did the god of wisdom do to provoke you? The current Medusa was gentle like a big sister. It was as if he treated them like little sisters and took care of them gently. It was impossible to tell that he was the Emperor of Death from before. I am doing an experiment. Medusa gently patted the girl's head. He cut off the young man's skin and continued to study it. He took out the alchemy table and bottles of medicine and reagents. What experiment? The little fox turned into a curious baby. Human experiment. Do you want to learn? I will teach you. The girl's face instantly darkened. She told her disciple not to ask too much, the more she asked, the faster she would die. She knew this very well. In the past, when she was a builder tree, she could not move for hundreds of years. Every night when there was no one around, she would start to talk to the little green bug lying on her body. Then, when she felt comfortable, she would crush the little bug to death. The reason was, you know too much, and now, they might be little bugs. In fact, they had not even done anything to Hu Renong before. There must be a conspiracy. The girl felt a headache coming on. She tried to chat with the scholar beside her, but her face instantly darkened again. This was a straight man. There were so many peerless beauties in the carriage, but he only knew how to read. She was the mother of Green Vine, a peerless beauty with wisdom and beauty, the heavenly Tao's teacher, the strongest existence since the creation of the world. There was also a super beautiful and moving fox girl, and the most terrifying emperor of death, Medusa, but he was not moved at all. As expected, he is not a real living being. Medusa continued to study the young man's microscopic dandruff. He seems to be some kind of rule of heaven and earth, or even a kind of natural imagination, like a mirage, a hurricane, a tide, but a projection of some kind of life, perhaps an existence similar to Cthulhu? Cthulhu is born from the gathering of the evil thoughts of all living beings. It is indescribable, indescribable, and indescribable. But this young man has no self, only wisdom, like some kind of learning creature that gathers endless knowledge, constantly learning. Is he a phenomenal creature called truth knowledge? The day passed. When it was close to night, they stopped the carriage and found an inn to rest. The girl spoke again, this silly scholar. He only knows how to read all day, and he reads wherever he goes. He doesn't pay attention to the outside world and only cares about the books of the sages. If we leave him alone, he will probably run away and sleep with us at night. Anyway, he is not a threat. Without hesitation, she labeled him as Wei Nan. Sharing a bed with him was not a threat at all. No need, I will be in the same room as him. I will watch him and not let him run away. Medusa laughed and held the young man's hand as they walked up the stairs, as if it was already his personal belonging. The girl's face stiffened. A man and a woman, sharing a room, F***ck, this is explosive. In the crowd, just because he saw him once, he could not forget his face and directly pulled him back to his room to spend the night. The girl quickly returned to her room with a few girls and immediately lay down to sleep. She quickly posted frowny face shocking. Medusa holding a scholar's hand and sleeping in the same room, this is the fall of morality. This station's reporter, the girl evolved into a dragon and followed the monarch Medusa who invaded the desolate world to conduct an investigation. Today, the monarch Medusa took a fancy to a scholar in the crowd and brought him back to his room late at night. There is a picture of the truth. The post quickly ignited a huge storm. After entering the simple and elegant room, Medusa laughed, "Are you truth?" The young man continued to read. "Sure enough, you are a creature formed by the laws of heaven and earth, a symbol of truth and knowledge." Medusa's eyes shone, "This may be my biggest gain since coming to this land. I have found a pioneer who is persistent in pursuing truth and knowledge, or even truth itself. My path has always been lonely, perhaps I have found a companion." She did not sleep for the whole night, as if she had found a treasure. Under the light, she sat in front of the table, picked up a brush and ink, and studied with this young man. Suddenly, her eyes gradually lit up. "With truth as my companion, perhaps my path will not be lonely." She waved the brush and ink, writing on the paper. She had lived such a life alone for more than 2,000 years, but now, perhaps she had ushered in a change and found a companion. A man and a woman read by candlelight, very pure, as if they were deskmates taking the college entrance exam, tutoring each other. Suji, he felt a toothache. "That is my learning tool, not your learning tool." "Do you think he is your learning companion?" Medusa looked like he was taking everything for himself. He was constantly learning and asking questions. When they discussed together, it seemed like they were making progress together. "Can you tell me that when Hu Rennong deduced the divine path, you deduced it together with him? Although you provided him with knowledge, you must know the process and remember it in your knowledgeable mind," Medusa said with a serious expression. "You have to solve the problem for me." The young man still treated her as if she was Hu Rennong, ignoring her and silently reading. "I like equivalent exchange, this is the wizard's truth." Medusa only smiled. On the table, she held her chin with both hands, looking at the scholar with great interest, waiting for his question. After a while, the scholar said, "This Taoist method is too difficult, I can't understand it." "Let me see, teach me the basic knowledge of this system." Medusa sat at the table next to him and became serious. After a while, Medusa solved the puzzle, stood up, and explained step by step behind the scholar. "This problem, it's like this, your thinking must be flexible, there are 3 ways to solve it." Medusa was the most knowledgeable ancient existence, the origin demon god Medusa. The only one who could match her knowledge was Di Qi, who constantly learned from her. Naturally, she could easily answer many questions. "That's it, did you not understand?" "If you still don't understand, I can explain it again," Medusa explained patiently while the scholar listened on the side. She solved a problem, but laid on the table next to her, her eyes gradually blurred. "I'm going to sleep, you learn by yourself for a while." "Forget it, you won't understand anyway." The scholar was still studying. Yes, the strong did not need sleep, but only Medusa did. Now that 1,000 years had passed, she once again improved her longevity bloodline, sleeping 24 hours a day, sleeping for 18 hours a day, which meant she was only awake for 6 hours. However, although the characteristics of Cthulhu's body had been suppressed by her, during her sleep, any hostile action would instantly trigger an indescribable fear in her. This would cause a terrible natural disaster. It could not be looked at directly, it could not be described, and it could not be heard, even if it was the sleeping Medusa. Any creature that saw this beautiful girl's sleeping posture would die in amazement. The cute girl was not stupid. She had long known that Medusa had the eternal blood of the god of creation and the characteristics of Cthulhu. Seeing her sleeping, she did not dare to disturb her, knowing that it would definitely trigger Medusa's Cthulhu instinct. After a few days, Medusa changed his routine. He slept in the carriage during the day and talked with the scholar at night. The cute girl's eyes widened as she looked at the scholar who was still reading. He was still in high spirits, reading and constantly gesticulating. Beside him was the tired sleeping Medusa, that was the Emperor of Death. How could he become so tired? That was heaven-defying. What is Sister Imochili doing? The little white fox Hu Haihan asked. She quickly slapped Hu Haihan and said, little kids shouldn't ask, you have to study hard. This is about giving birth to a baby. Oh. The little fox girl nodded blankly. Her eyes flashed with curiosity as if she wanted to find out what was going on. That night in the inn, the cute girl brought her disciple into the room to rest. After lying down to sleep, she once again posted on the internet frowny face shocking. The fiercest and most mysterious man in history. Is this the fall of morality or the distortion of human nature? Our reporter, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, broadcasting for you. The internet was boiling again. Everyone's view of the world was about to be overturned. Countless fans lamented and said to see her on the rooftop. After that, they rode the carriage during the day and split into two groups at night. The cute girl brought her disciple to rest. But on this day, the cute girl woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly found her disciple sleeping next to her. She tiptoed out and muttered to herself, "Teacher, I can't help it anymore. I'm going to give birth to a baby tonight." The cute girl opened her eyes and was immediately shocked. She was furious. She strode straight to the guest room next door, only to see Modus, who was tired from studying, sleeping next to him. His apprentice was sitting at the desk, discussing and studying with the scholar. The scene of loving studying was completely different from what she imagined. The cute girl could not help but stare at it. What do you mean by giving birth to a baby? The little fox put down her book innocently. Studying between men and women is a gathering of spiritual knowledge and brainstorming. It's probably what teacher meant by giving birth to a baby. It can produce new sparks of knowledge. After Sister Imochili and the scholar finished studying, I secretly came over. I feel very addicted. I can learn a lot of knowledge, but I don't dare tell teacher. Get lost. It's all my fault for not telling you the difference between men and women. You actually think studying with a man will give birth to a baby? Could it be that Medusa has always been learning with a scholar? The little fox secretly came over to watch and finally joined in. What an iron-willed straight man. The cute girl almost vomited blood. She felt happy and sad at the same time. He was happy that his disciple wasn't taken, but he was sad that this scholar was poisonous. Those were two great beauties. In just one night, he had studied seriously with them for countless days. Meng Mei wanted to cry. She left in a daze. My head is full of perverted thoughts. I really am impure. Another post was posted frowny face shocking. The Emperor of Death suffered from insomnia every night and was exhausted during the day. My disciple was also addicted to it. She sneaked into the man's room in the middle of the night and wanted to give birth to a baby. The netizens were all saying, the truth is unbelievable. This station's reporter, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. The truth of the matter is full of twists and turns. It's actually so terrifying. After a few more days, Meng Mei asked her disciple to stop sneaking around. It was just for learning. She asked her to ask questions during the day and exchange and learn from each other. As for Meng Mei, when she saw the two of them engrossed in their studies, she did not have any other thoughts. He. I won't be fooled by my passion for learning. I can become a saint just by lying down. Just have fun. However, the carriage continued forward. Waiter, serve the wine. When Meng Mei brought the few of them to a restaurant for a meal, they were gradually recognized and surrounded. That young man with the wordless heavenly book is the one who gave Confucian sage Hu Renong an epiphany. Many people came to ask questions and exchange ideas. Equivalent exchange. Scholar continued speaking mechanically. Some people used their knowledge and creativity as an exchange. Although few of them caught the eye of others, there were always a few who had bold ideas that gained recognition and the answers to their questions. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. My Dao Palace realm is just around the corner. A famous northern swordsman's eyes turned red as he bowed deeply. The northern swordsman brandished his saber in the air. Boom! A sharp saber beam shot into the clouds, clearing the entire sky above the town. The northern swordsman instantly broke through to the Dao Palace realm and became one of the top grandmasters in the world. Silence, silence, the restaurant was dead silent. Only after a long while did someone speak up and sneak a glance at the table. He actually allowed us to listen in. We also heard such a profound thing. I have an epiphany, Hu Renong entered the mortal world to train. He dedicated his life to the great Zhou dynasty. All his friends died. He refused the 13 imperial edicts and continued to wander the world to follow this ignorant scholar. He used the sky as his blanket and the earth as his seat. I believe him now. Great wisdom appears to be slow-witted. He may seem slow-witted, but he is actually a genius. Gradually, the story of a strange scholar who kept holding the wordless heavenly book and had an eccentric and dull personality gradually spread. The Jianghu's all-knowing man knew all the truths of heaven and earth. The entire Jianghu was shaken. It was the legend of an idiot. He did not know how to communicate and had no feelings. He only knew how to learn and possessed boundless wisdom. Run. The entire Jianghu is in a frenzy. The peerless divine weapon, all-knowing man, has appeared. I've finally caught up to this golden age of the Jianghu. Meng Mei drove the carriage and charged forward, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. I picked up a treasure. The Jianghu was in a frenzy. Countless Jianghu swordsmen searched for all-knowing man. They wanted to follow him and understand the truths. Another night. On the desk, the dim yellow light flickered. In front of the desk, a man and a woman sat side by side, reading and writing. The atmosphere was full of learning. It was as if they were students who were preparing for the college entrance examination. They did their own test papers and occasionally exchanged knowledge. There was a feeling of friendship between gentlemen. After a few days of studying like this, they had become accustomed to it. This time, the scholar's dull eyes asked, how to forge an eternal energy sun? To illuminate living things? This question is a bit comprehensive. Medusa was startled. This was not a question that a dull scholar would ask. It was a bit profound. She thought about it seriously and continued to organize her thoughts. Maybe we can use Wizard Murphy's law of circulation to reduce the loss of energy and form a stable energy ball. But we need to study the specifics. For us wizards, this is a new topic. Maybe we can think of it that way. As usual, Medusa began to discuss. But after discussing for a while, Medusa looked at the young man and sighed. You really are the best friend on my path of seeking. She stopped talking about studying and suddenly laughed as if she was talking to someone. The green vine mother of this world might know who I am. In order to invade this world, she wanted to find out the first opportunity. But she definitely doesn't know why I didn't kill Hu Renong. Do you know what I'm thinking? She smiled brightly. The scholar was still reading, like a wooden man. The reason is simple. Why would I kill him? Medusa laughed. I originally thought that this world was very strong. I didn't expect that they had just experienced a catastrophe. The change of the times is not what I want. I want to let this world grow and accept their growth. I want them to become stronger and even surpass our world. Unbelievable, right? This is the magnanimity that I have after living for more than 2,000 years. The era of magic potions has flourished for 1,000 years, but it is already a pool of stagnant water. If they invade this world and realize that they are far stronger than this world, then they will not think about advancing. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. Only death and difficulties can bring me courage and surprise me. Only an equal opponent is the opponent I want. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. It was somewhat beautiful and filled with longing. The scholar was still reading. I want someone who can bring me the truth of death. Don't you think that your fiery red blood is very beautiful? It's the color of roses, like the flower of death. In terms of the same realm, who can be stronger than me except for the gods? I am so lonely. During the age of antiquity, the strongest emperor of the century, Qi Tiandi, and Dao Chongqing. Do you know how excited I was when I heard about the history of this world? Her long hair was twisted like a snake, but at this time, it was tied into a black ponytail. If I was born in the Western era, how good would it be if I could trace back the river of time? I yearn for the ancient emperors of this world. Each and every one of them is a terrifying genius. Just listening to their lives makes me tremble with excitement. I want to see their peerless heroism. But now, it is still not too late. The heavenly Tao of this world still exists. Tao Changxing, who is the incarnation of heaven and earth, I look forward to fighting with him. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Her face was flushed with excitement, as if she could not help but be intoxicated by the thought of it. Then, perhaps, it will be the strongest battle under the gods. I look forward to it, and I am accumulating. It seemed that she rarely poured out her thoughts to anyone. Since her childhood, she could only confide in her teacher, Circe, and listen to her guidance. After that, there was no one she could trust. In the eyes of outsiders, she would always be the cruel and merciless emperor of death, Medusa. If it was a life with intelligence, she would definitely not open her mouth. But in front of her, it was a wooden person who was blankly reading. Staying in a world of peace, enjoying the supremacy of 1,000 years, and ruling the entire land as the original demonic god. Countless creatures are envious of me, but you will not understand. This is not the life I want. She was still writing on a piece of paper under the flickering candlelight. For 1,000 years, I am more and more unlike myself. I sleep in peace, and loneliness seeps into my bones. For many years, I have been dreaming of a figure that emits divine light. I do not know when it started, but it gradually overlaps with the truth that I seek as a wizard. She stared at the candlelight absent-mindedly. The bright flame danced as she murmured. I look forward to a beautiful death, just like I am full of yearning for the truth. The scholar was still writing, like a puppet. I'm going to sleep again. You, study first. Although she knew that the other party could not understand at all, she restrained her expression and still spoke habitually. She began to lean over the paper on the desk, quietly looking at the scholar who was reading under the candlelight. She gradually fell asleep. In a trance, it seemed that for a moment, the face of this wooden scholar overlapped with the face of the high-spirited and superior god of creation. She suddenly murmured, I'm going to see the truth again, whoosh. The fire on the wall swayed fiercely. The wind was blowing, the window kept shaking, as if a storm was coming. The teenager who was reading was still wooden, holding a book and reading at night. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, put down the book in his hand, and stood up to help close the window. Suji looked at the snake-haired monster sleeping on the table in front of him. She was wearing a black dress that outlined her beautiful curves. Her beauty gave people a sense of heroism. He could not help but rub her strange hair and sighed. Medusa, she is still so crazy. Suji, the young man with an ordinary face, stood up. In the flickering light, he got close to Medusa for the second time and looked at her sleeping face. Unexpectedly, she did not even care about her own world and even waited for the other party to grow. She wanted a strong enough and amazing opponent to push her on the path to the truth. Walala, the breeze hit the vermilion wooden window, followed by drops of rain, hitting the window. Without the wind, the lights gradually calmed down. Behind him was Medusa, who was lying on the table reading and sleeping. Suji quietly looked at the window, looking at the scenery outside, and suddenly sighed, the solar terms of this world. In a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Unknowingly, the sorcerer world and the ancient desolate world had become a perfect extraordinary world. Although it was inside his own orchard, divided into 2 levels, the surface and the cellar. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a rare full moon in a year. At this time, after studying for a whole night, it was almost 5 o'clock, and the sky was slightly bright. In the past few days, there were already people making mooncakes on the streets and selling them. Smoke curled up from kitchen chimneys. Children of families were holding candied haws in their hands, laughing and jumping around. The streets and alleys were filled with a festive atmosphere, filled with the atmosphere of an ordinary ancient time. When will the moon be bright? Holding a cup of wine, I asked the clear sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. The origin of the Mid-Autumn Festival, all kinds of celebrations, naturally had to be attributed to the cute salted fish type, this Mother Earth, who was above the heavens, and brought a variety of Chinese delicacies, turning into a real ancient world. There were swordsmen, literati, and the imperial court. Even for Medusa, Ailey, and Mickey, it was fresh. After all, the environment they grew up in was different. The sorcerer world had 50 days and 50 nights, a long cycle of time. There was no such rule of day and night every day, and there were no frequent festivals, for seasons in a year. My orchard is really becoming more and more perfect. Suji sat on the table by the window and looked at the golden sky outside. His palm slowly stroked the hair of the Medusa who was lying on the table. He couldn't help but secretly pinch her soft little face. This death monarch emperor, who was so terrifying that people would tremble at the sound of his name, seemed a little cute in her sleep. She no longer had that monstrous ferocity. Mirror image, can let me truly begin to have the ability to descend into this world. The mirror image did not have any emotions. Because it did not cut off the three natures, God, demon, and beast, only absolute rationality and common nature. It could be said to be a cold and emotionless absolute existence, only knowing how to be immersed in learning, even difficult to communicate. However, his consciousness could secretly descend into his own mirror image, just like now. Originally, Suji thought that this would be a tricky problem, but he didn't expect that he would end up becoming Medusa's learning machine. Perhaps this is also a good idea. After all, having my clone study alone in a room and repeating every day mechanically might cause him to suddenly die. It's better to throw him into a sand table and have someone as a study partner to prevent him from studying too much. Moreover, we can improve together and help him solve his problems. Suji sat on the windowsill and reached out again to stroke Medusa's hair. At this moment, Medusa was in a deep sleep. She possessed longevity genes, and as long as there was no hostility or excessive actions, her indescribable state would not awaken. Having such a fellow Taoist was indeed mutually beneficial. It could greatly speed up the learning efficiency of the mirror image. As for Medusa taking the opportunity to obtain the knowledge of his learning tool, Suji did not care. After all, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, mirror doppelganger, and all kinds of top-notch and heaven-defying cultivation methods were all blocked. What she could ask was only the basic knowledge system of each world. She could only use it to create various kinds of cultivation methods. It's good that she has become stronger. Suji lowered his head and looked at Medusa, who was sleeping on the table. It was as if he was looking at a high school girl in the classroom who loved to study and studied until she fell asleep. Sleeping and awake were two completely different people. He smiled and said, "The pioneers and powerhouses of the extraordinary worlds are all my teachers. They used their own lives and blood to write the hymn of history. As the era progressed, from simple to mature, they finally opened up a path for me to learn from, a variety of systems. However, I still lack a teacher in another form, a fellow Taoist who can accompany me side by side. She does not teach you knowledge, nor does she give you a mature power system. Instead, she accompanies you to deduce together, supporting each other on the road of knowledge, allowing you to have a stronger mind and a higher vision to see the world." After all, the knowledge that he learned was only knowledge. He clearly knew his own talent. He was just a lucky person. He was smart and above many people in reality, but he did not have the heaven-defying talent like Di Qi and Dao Chongsheng. He did not remain stagnant. If he wanted to become the god of creation, he must have the courage to pursue the Tao. The further he went, with the improvement of knowledge and experience, the development of wisdom, continuous learning and research, it would make the powerhouse smarter and smarter. The difference in aptitude would gradually not be so big. What was important was a persevering heart. Medusa's aptitude was not too high. It was comparable to Queen Lilith of Babylon in the past. To be able to reach this step, it was his own hard work that surpassed many geniuses with aptitude that was more terrifying than him, even the 3 witches who were smarter. Perhaps, in the long years, to have a fellow Taoist who could support and verify with each other was the greatest fortune in life. It was his greatest opportunity that surpassed all treasures and could lead him straight to the ultimate path. But it seems simple, but it is actually so difficult. Suji said calmly, "At their level, they are above the world, ancient existences that look down on the common people of every era. Who else can be trusted? Who would expose all the secrets of their foundation and verify them with others? If the other party has evil intentions and knows their cultivation method, they will beat themselves to death." Even Medusa and Ermin did not dare to open their hearts and tell each other their trump cards and true cultivation method. This was sad in a sense. The path of seeking the Tao was long, and they were all alone. Therefore, Medusa's joy at this time was to the extreme. It was precisely because he was not a real living being that he was the most perfect Taoist friend. He could rest assured that he could give everything to the other party, expose everything, and walk on the long and distant road of truth together. So, she was very happy and revealed her heart. For the first time, she slept so happily and peacefully. Suji looked at Medusa, like a sleeping girl who had obtained a treasure that she was satisfied with. His face was incomparably quiet and gentle. This was a win-win situation. They could discuss the Tao together, and with the help of Medusa's habit, he could also ask some questions about his usual cultivation problems, for example, the question he just asked about how to create a sun energy source. This was a problem that had been troubling him recently. He did not have a sun as his primordial spirit, so he could not open the gourmet world. The gourmet world was promised to the wizard community to encourage players with cirrhosis to meditate seriously. It was a special small world, mirror image clone. This learning tool will temporarily be placed with Medusa. It will make up for my biggest shortcoming. It will make up for my foundation of knowledge, which is not inferior to Medusa, Dicky, Phoenix, Ermin, and the others. It is not a bad thing. Suji's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, he saw the dense pile of papers on Medusa's desk. He could not help but pull them out to see what she had written. It was a letter, written to Ermin. It seems that her consciousness came here, and her body fell into a deep sleep. She could only use this method to write a letter, then teleport back through the space tunnel, and prepare for war. Suji was stunned for a few seconds. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. I'm coming in. The little fox, who Haihan, called out habitually, even though she knew that it was a scholar who only knew how to read, and Emocholi who must be asleep. The underworld of the sorcerer world was quiet and peaceful. This place was known as the home of the dead. It was the most mysterious, sacred, and terrifying place in the entire world. Countless mortals were terrified of this place, and they were in awe. Here was Erebus, the crossroads of life. The dead were divided into good and evil in life. Those who were kind, modest, and harmonious would go to Elysium, the place of happiness. Those who were tyrannical, arrogant, and evil would go to Tartarus, the place of pain. All karma would be repaid here after death. In the distance, Cocytus flowed, and the cries of the dead could be heard from the river of pain. Ermin walked in the garden of truth, and the fiery red spider lilies were everywhere. It was beautiful, like a fairy world. The entire land of the underworld was vast, and many ancient monarchs and emperors were practicing here, emitting a terrifying aura. Medusa. Ermin smiled, and her snow-white fingers gently opened, and a letter appeared in the void. Sure enough, that god is too strong. A lower god can actually fight a middle god like me. We must know the other's world, and what kind of system it is, so that we can prepare for war, and inform the epic professions of the major empires in the mortal world. Another war. She was in a trance, as if she was thinking of the Babylonian wizard mythological era 1,000 years ago. She was still the monarch of Ermin, and she started a war with the evil witch kingdom. She returned to the room that looked like a thatched hut, sat down at the desk, and slowly opened the letter. In the letter, Medusa described what he had seen in the past few days. He described one by one, including the solar terms, the rules of heaven and earth, the mortal world, the gods in charge of the sun and moon, the history of the Western era, and the general situation of the great Zhou dynasty today, who were known opening the path of divinity, as well as the origins of that god and the Tao Lord. Medusa gave a general explanation, and at the end, he attached the opinions of this worlds by Xianxia, as well as speculations and doubts. The amount of ink he wrote was unexpectedly much. The letter briefly explained the origin and process of foresight, and then wrote frowny face by Xiaoxing seems to have come from nothingness. He has no background and is not a living creature. When I first saw him, I felt that he was not a living being. After studying his body, I confirmed that he was like a mirror projection. I can even say that he is a natural mirror image formed by the convergence of certain rules, just like the god of wisdom of our world, Mercury, who symbolizes wisdom, but without self-awareness. But after 4 days of contact, we patiently answered each other's questions. I studied every night and asked several questions, and I became more and more shocked. The origin of this creature is a secret that far exceeds what you and I can imagine. I probed for several days and deduced for a long time before I grasped some terrifying secrets. I have a slight understanding of the Foundation, and I want to share it with you. I hope you can give me some advice. First of all, he did not stop at the desolate world, but he knows the rules and knowledge of our sorcerer world and even other worlds. I'm afraid that this ancient unknown existence has been wandering around the myriad worlds and has long stopped in our sorcerer world. Just like today, he is living in the open, living freely, and only concentrating on reading, but we did not notice it. He wandered around the myriad worlds, knowing all things, but without self-awareness. He is like a learning projection, constantly learning the knowledge of every world. This has already exceeded the scope of our understanding for thousands of years. Another few days and nights, I continued to ask him questions, and the questions gradually became more and more difficult. Yesterday, I asked him, "How do I become a god?" He did not answer, and I asked a few more questions. The secret of Pengu? The Daelord's cultivation method? He did not answer any of them. At first, I thought that he did not know. Maybe he did not travel to many worlds, and his knowledge of each world was not deep, until I accidentally asked, "Where did this world's Dichi go?" He could actually answer. Ermin, since coming to this desolate world, I have become more and more certain that the God of creation is not the only one. He was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of chaos, beyond time and space, latitude, and cause and effect. The two of us have seen the God of creation at the 4th level, and the God of creation that came to this world was at the 6th level, not the same clone. But Bai Shaoxing answered in detail, as if he was there at that time, observing the God of creation and recording his words and deeds. He even said the dialogue between Long Hong Tian King and God at that time, "The ultimate is real, and the myriad worlds are false. The myriad worlds stand on the ultimate, like stones inlaid on the boundless land. The ultimate sees the mystery of heaven and earth, and can perform the 3-vehicle sect, subtle and complete. Sitting in the underworld hut, Ermin's mind was shocked when she saw this. This is the God of creation's words to that world's Tian King, and we are lucky enough to hear this kind of opportunity? With an inexplicably complicated and excited heart that she had not felt for hundreds of years, she immediately opened an attached page from the letter. On the attached page was written what Go was, the rules of Go, and the essentials of Go. She stretched out her hand, and the ground in front of her solidified into a square grayish-black stone board, and black and white stones fell into it. The chessboard is the earth, and the stones are the heaven. She was ecstatic, picked up the stones on the chessboard, closed her eyes slightly, and actually fell into a state of meditation. This meditation lasted for a whole day and night. Gradually, there seemed to be 2 virtual shadows on the chessboard, playing against each other. At this moment, Ermin only felt that the chess pieces on the chessboard in front of him were surrounding and attacking each other. Some were upright, while others were dangerous. In the midst of the battle, the chess pieces seemed to have become the sun, the wind, the rain, the heavy earth, and the boundless starry sky. The ultimate was the chessboard, and the world was the stones. In just a few days, she had surpassed the level of any human on Earth in Go, and even reached the level of intelligent AI Go. After a long time, Ermin slowly opened her eyes, as if she had understood something. The way of Go did contain some kind of rules, the truth of heaven and earth. The chessboard is simple and unadorned, and there are stones on it. 129,600 worlds, this number is one era, and there is a catastrophe in an era. She was completely serious, and she felt creeped out. She kept reading the letter. Bai Shaoxing can actually talk about the communication between the strongest celestial ruler and the God of creation, big and small, as if he was there. He is now next to me, learning, and I am writing, but I still feel shocked and unbelievable. He has overthrown my speculation of the height of his existence again and again. He is unfathomable. Let me ask, even the God of creation can contact and listen. Maybe he is already the manifestation of the rules of a certain world. How can he not know the way to become a god? The secret of the golden body of Pengu? The cultivation method of the Lord of Tao? He knows, but he doesn't answer. I tried a few more times and found that this man only answered the basic questions, not the profound ones, and let you deduce it yourself. He is like a natural phenomenon, some kind of projection mirror image. Is he the projection of some law? Is he a world observer created by the Creator? he studies, travels, and observes one world after another? Regarding this, Ermin, as a god, although your knowledge is not as good as mine, your vision is higher. Maybe you can give me an answer, you must reply. By Xiaoxing's existence roams the heavens, crosses worlds, and is not something the two of us can explore. It is difficult to see through, far beyond our imagination, mysterious, unfathomable, and can shock the heavens, but it is undoubtedly the most precious treasure. He does not have greed, anger, or hatred, and as the best friend, he embarks on the path of seeking the truth with me. I have already taken him as my own, and he has become my personal belonging. After obtaining him, I seem to see the real future. It can simulate the three-creed sect, and the way of the chessboard coincides with the truth and falsehood of the ultimate and the myriad worlds. It is exquisite, mysterious, and unfathomable. I hope you can study it carefully, and maybe you will gain something good. I invited the Mother Earth Vine of this world to play chess with me. She was very weak at first, but she opened her mouth in anger, and asked Dog Owl to help her. After that, I don't know what kind of wonderful method she used, and it was indeed as if she had the help of God. Although she only placed one chess piece after a long time, she was on par with me. After a few days of comprehension, I have gained a lot of benefits, and there is already a path in front of me, and there is no more mystery. I am more and more sure that Bai Xiaoxing is not unaware of it, but he wants me to learn from the basics. I have already comprehended the path of becoming a god from the truth and falsehood of the ultimate that he provided. The chessboard is real, and the chess pieces are fake. There are 129,600 boundless worlds on it, and my body is also formed by the organization of 120,000 evil gods. Both of them coincide. Perhaps I can use my body as the chessboard, and place the 129,600 body chess pieces, turning them into 120,000 Dao fruits, and reside in the virtual sky. Ermin held the letter in a daze, and saw the last paragraph that shocked her. Ermin, in less than 10 years, I will enter the level 8 mythical realm. Ermin had lived for thousands of years and had long become calm, but after reading Medusa's letter, a storm was still set off in his heart. She knew how difficult it was to become a god, Cthulhu. Medusa guarded the gate to the underworld for 1,000 years, from the end of the wizard era to the peak of the potion era. She had been studying the method to become a god with the characteristics of her body, but she couldn't find anything. The amount of energy required was simply too much. Cthulhu was an aggregated creature, composed of 120,000 evil god organs. For a creature to break through to the 8th level, it needed a huge amount of energy to break through the realm. With Medusa's terrifying strength, she probably needed the terrifying energy of 10,000 gods to become a god. But that was almost impossible. That world is indeed mysterious. That mysterious scholar doesn't have any emotions. It's like some kind of gathering of the will of all living beings. It's incredible. Ermin put down the letter and looked forward to it. Such a strange existence, when I have time, I must meet him. I have some understanding of her thoughts. From that scholar, she learned the unique method to become a god from that world, a Dao fruit in the void. She also figured out the dialogue between Long Hong Tian and the god of creation, the truth of the ruins of End, and the truth and falsehood. She wants to turn herself into the chessboard of the ruins of End, and the 129,600 organs in her body will become the 129,600 worlds, the Dao fruit, and live in the void. She divided herself into parts, divided into 129,600 parts, and separated them to become a god. A saint, a Dao fruit, lived in the void. And her, each of them had 129,600 Dao fruits living in the virtual sky. This bold and terrifying idea was jaw-dropping. Only someone as crazy as Medusa could have such an idea. Turning herself into an era, if she could really succeed, she would definitely be the most terrifying god in history, although Medusa didn't know how to cultivate Pangu's real body, she vaguely guessed the principle. It was to divide the soul into 9 orifices and divide it into 9 parts to achieve immortality. And she wanted to divide her soul into 129,600 parts and distribute them evenly in every corner of her body. Perhaps this was the true immortality, rebirth from a drop of blood. It seems bold, but it might be possible. Ermin kept sorting out her thoughts. It's even a feasible chance. Because she had already gathered enough energy to become a god, It was enough to provide one of her organs to become a god. After becoming a god, she could replace those ordinary organs to cultivate. The beginning was very difficult. The cultivation of a single god was slow, but as more and more gods were born, her overall cultivation became faster and faster. 10, 100, 1,000, when there were 1,000 gods cultivating together, how easy would it be to provide an ordinary creature with the energy to become a god? As time went on, it was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. This was Medusa's unique way to become a god. This was unprecedented. Medusa's ambition was too great. Previously, he did not intend to become an ordinary god, which was why he had Ermin become a god. But now, she had directly deduced a heaven-defying path for herself. Once she became a deity, it was simply unimaginable. She also had her own ideas, and in less than 10 years, she might be able to perfect them and start putting them into practice, becoming the first deity among the 129,600 deities. Ermin was glad for her, but also felt a little emotional. Xianxia could actually enlighten Medusa and open such an unimaginable path to become a god. Ermin put away the letter. Her beautiful eyes flashed with incomparable curiosity. She was speculating what kind of existence this mysterious man was. What kind of rules of the world? She began to sort out her thoughts and prepared to reply. Ancient desolate world. Xianxia's name became bigger and bigger, forming a hurricane. Many Jianghu heroes even had evil intentions. They wanted to kidnap this young man who was obsessed with books and was always holding the wordless heavenly book. That young man was only a scholar, but he was innocent. That night, many thieves in the shadows jumped onto roofs and vaulted over walls, whispering on the roofs of the dark inns. This group of people is strange. No matter how many heroes there are, they will be instantly shaken off and then get lost. I don't know what kind of evil method they used. Our 100 Heroes Pavilion has influence all over the Jianghu. We have informants in brothels, restaurants, and inns. We have sent ordinary people to follow this group of people for several days. At night, they will stay in 2 rooms and talk as usual. Tonight, the Mid-Autumn Festival, is the perfect opportunity to make a move. Boom, suddenly, the roof burst open, and a few men in black rushed in. Xianxia, our pavilion master invites you. Under the flickering light, a young man and a young woman were sitting side by side in front of a desk. They held pen and paper, studying separately. It was a quiet scene. Suddenly, the beautiful woman slowly raised her head. Boom, everyone's mind shook. They flew out of the inn and turned into a few corpses. It's the Grandmaster of the 5th Dao Palace Realm, Heartless Sword Wei Wuji, ranked 13th on the heaven ranking. The experts hiding on the roofs of other inns widened their eyes. They originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't expect such a terrifying scene to happen. That was a famous expert in the Jianghu. I can't see through this woman. Don't provoke her. Countless people were shocked and quickly retreated, afraid that they would be too late. Medusa only smiled. How could these ordinary people know how powerful she was? Perhaps in this world, only the heavenly court and the celestial emperor could attract her attention. Otherwise, she really wouldn't care about the Jianghu of immortal world. She only hoped that she could live such a peaceful life for another 10 years and become a god, pushing her strength to the peak. It's to give this world time to rise, for who were known to completely prosper the celestial dynasty, and for me to break through. I'm waiting for that beautiful moment to welcome him with the best attitude. She smiled. She lowered her head and continued to study. Standing behind the scholar, she taught him step by step. She said softly, "Do you understand this question?" "Here, I don't understand." The scholar answered mechanically. "Right." Medusa suddenly smiled. Let's continue to discuss the previous topic. How to create an energy sun to illuminate everything. Okay. The young man nodded and continued to discuss. The next day, this storm caused a huge commotion. The grandmasters of the Jianghu's heaven ranking were the top experts of the major sections. Get Xianxia, get the world. The cute girl secretly spread rumors in the crowd, causing more and more trouble. Xianxia, this scholar has the wordless heavenly book. It contains great mysteries. No matter who follows him, as long as they listen to the truth of the great Tao, they can become a god or an emperor. The cute girl continued to hide in the dark and spread the truth. That woman was originally immortal, but she cultivated with him every night. I don't know what she cultivated, but every day she would be tired and sleepy during the day. But her cultivation has increased greatly. She might be comparable to the earth immortal Duan Xianxia. On the heaven ranking, maybe no one is her opponent. Suddenly, the whole Jianghu went crazy. Indeed, that woman is so powerful. I've never heard of her before. Could it be that Bai Shaoxing is an opportunity? Many beautiful heroines and the beautiful geniuses of the major sects couldn't help but look around, wanting to find the legendary Bai Shaoxing. This man was extremely mysterious and had endless knowledge. He was the dream lover of many Jianghu people. The saintess of the demon sect was good at charming and manipulating people's hearts. There was no man in the world who wouldn't be fooled by her. It was said that she had quietly left the mountain and turned into a beautiful girl. It was said that the saintess of the divine sect also went down the mountain with the 4 great protectors. They brought the source of the Jianghu back to the sacred mountain and personally suppressed him. Who told you to be a straight man? I tricked a bunch of girls into giving you. The cute girl sat in the carriage and looked at the wooden-faced scholar who continued to read his book. She suddenly felt very satisfied, and her eyes gradually brightened. Medusa asked me to protect his safety when he was asleep. But did he think that I had no way to do that? This beauty is in his arms and it doesn't threaten his life. It has nothing to do with me. I've already thought that even if he screams loudly, no one will save him. She muttered and imagined the scene of the wooden-looking scholar. That scene was so beautiful that I didn't dare to look at it. Within a few days, the entire pugilistic world became the center of a storm. At this moment, Suji was tidying up the orchard. However, it was his own orchard in his inner world. The racks were covered with emerald green vines, and all of them were fruits. The green trees on the ground were filled with chickens that were crowing happily. Following the mirror image's continuous learning, Suji's knowledge finally improved by leaps and bounds. The last time I entered the sorcerer world, I transformed into the anonymous Messiah monarch emperor. I spent 50 to 60 years in the library, and my head was already aching. Now, I have been putting it aside, unwilling to start learning again. My knowledge has stagnated. But with the mirror image, I no longer have to worry about my knowledge not being able to keep up. One had to say, a small step for Ah Cho was a huge step for the creator. In the future, he no longer had to worry about his studies. With Medusa accompanying him, and the mirror image being both a teacher and a friend, he improved very quickly, especially when he was facing a problem in his cultivation. He would occasionally pretend to be the mirror image and sit in front of the table with Medusa, chatting through the night. It was simply perfect. This reminds me of my high school days, sitting at the edge of the window with my deskmate, discussing exercises together, doing papers together. But the deskmate is now Medusa. Suji silently sensed his body. Now, the 9 revolution mysterious art had already opened up the 5th aperture. Also, there was some progress on the solar furnace. Everything started to develop very quickly. Suji was very carefree, living a leisurely life in the orchard, until he saw a certain person who wanted to cause trouble. At this moment, Meng Mei continued to spread rumors in the pugilistic world, adding oil to the fire. Originally, Bai Shaoxing had 2 fortuitous encounters, which turned into a male and a female. That Hu Renong took one of the fortuitous encounters and opened up the path of divinity, shocking the heavens and earth. On the day he preached in the capital, all the gods in the heavens opened up their heavenly realms to watch. And the remaining fortuitous encounter can only be obtained by a female. In the pugilistic world, countless women had fiery gazes, and men were heartbroken, wishing they were women. Meng Mei quickly made a post, saying that she would start a mid-autumn festival event, and that she would broadcast it live, welcoming everyone to watch online punishing iron straight men. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. As everyone knows, my species is to become a little sweetheart and be eaten by the creator, shyness. I came here to be an idol that fans are chasing after, but I missed the moment when the creator god descended to mend the heavens. I'm still far from becoming a saint, and I don't know when I'll be able to see my beloved Prince Charming again. In the primordial world, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, my creator god and I were still far away from each other, like the cowherd and weaver girl looking at each other on a magpie bridge. I couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. But a certain iron-willed man happened to appear and refreshed my worldview. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It was obvious that Meng Mei had secretly gone to catch him in the middle of the night. She was fuming with rage, and in the end, she instantly saw a scene of him enthusiastically studying. You didn't sleep in the middle of the night and stayed up all night to study with a beauty. This person must be poisonous. He had bumped into the cute girl's muzzle. She was angry. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon. The Mid-Autumn Festival special event has begun. A certain bookworm didn't even eat the meat that was sent to his mouth. He only knew how to stay up late to study with a beauty. His face was disgusting, so I had people rape him to vent the resentment of the commoners. Screenshots of the pugilistic world's beauties were displayed. The forum was in a frenzy. They felt heart-wrenching. They had never imagined that there would be such a person in this world who loved to study and did not care about worldly things. He was simply a role model for people who loved to study in the entire sand table. But they had to bite the bullet. How could they be so willing? They couldn't help but feel upset when they saw it. So that's how it is. This game planner has put in a lot of effort to set an example for all of you to love to study. This tells us that as long as we love to study, there will naturally be beauties throwing themselves at us. Picking nose, that makes sense. Countless netizens who were watching the scene went crazy with joy. They all teased and felt that at this moment, it was going to be trending again. Perhaps the title could be called, Love to Study Made Me Leave Single. Scoundrel, cute girl. Why did you force me to do something I hate? Let go of that scholar and let me do it. Gritting teeth, to be honest, Meng Mei's method is too cruel. This is the evil doctrine of women's boxing. You must think that all men are lowly and that there is no one who isn't lustful. You want to force others. When I saw the scene of beauty surrounding me, I couldn't help but feel sad. Tears kept flowing from the corners of my mouth. Meng Mei was secretly pleased. She really didn't have any dirty thoughts. She just wanted to see if this Tripitaka was truly devoted to reading the books of sages. After all, Medusa was in a deep sleep and didn't know what was happening outside. And this silly scholar didn't even know how to complain. Watch him read. A bunch of beautiful women flirt with him. Let's see if he can continue studying. A bunch of women even use force on him. Meng Mei's eyes were bright. I can already imagine his loud screams. In just a few days, many women from the pugilistic world, the saintess of the demon sect, and the goddess of the sacred sect came one after another. Fairy Hu, please be lenient. Countless people said to the fox-like girl. Meng Mei had been resting, but her disciple, Hu Haihan, had traveled the pugilistic world and gained quite a bit of fame. After all, he was now in the Dao Palace realm and ranked 7th on the heaven list. He was known as Fairy Hu. As long as you don't harm his life and don't use violence, we can ignore you. We are all people of the pugilistic world. It is very normal for men and women to have feelings for each other. He doesn't have a lover now. You can pursue him and win his favor, becoming immortal Dao companions. Meng Mei blinked her eyes and secretly hinted. It was very shameless. But don't come at night. That woman is very violent and wants to monopolize him. Don't appear before her. Each and every one of them was a genius from a large sect in the mortal world. They were all geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years. How high were their standards? Ordinary men naturally wouldn't catch their eye. Some even had thoughts of never marrying. But Bai Shaoxing was indeed a mysterious man. He had enlightened Hu Renong and opened up the divine path. Back then, Hu Renong had preached in the capital, shocking the world. Even the heavenly realm had opened the immortal gate and countless gods looked down on the mortal world. Such a man is a perfect match for me. Their hearts were burning. First, they used words to charm him. Bai Shaoxing held the wordless heavenly book and ignored them. Another day, each of them dressed up and showed their charm. They came forward to ask for advice. Their bodies slowly leaned forward and they whispered into his ear to ask questions. Bai Shaoxing held the book in his hand and was still reading. All the chivalrous women gritted their teeth in hatred. They couldn't help but be furious. They wanted to use force and slowly kiss him. In the end, bang bang bang, the scholar put down the book. All of them had bloody noses and swollen faces. They were beaten into pig heads and flew out. Meng Mei? Oh my god, this man is a beast. Beautiful girls disturbed your reading, so you beat them up. Meng Mei's eyes widened. Her hands were trembling when she took the screenshot. This wasn't Earth. The women who cultivated here all had extraordinary looks and were so beautiful that it was hard to find them anywhere in the world. Even the superstars in his own world couldn't compare to them. In front of these fairy-like women, they were just ordinary women in the mortal world. They needed cosmetics and skincare to maintain their beauty. All the famous figures in the pugilistic world and the protectors who were secretly protecting their saintesses were instantly stunned. What the hell happened? Each and every one of the extraordinary women of the pugilistic world was beautiful and charming. They were the dream lovers of countless pugilistic world heroes. In the end, they were beaten into pig heads. Their beautiful faces were so swollen that they couldn't even be recognized. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. All the young women in the pugilistic world are tempted by all men. This Bai Xiaoxing is so obsessed with reading that he doesn't treat them as women? This generation of female geniuses is a rare golden age of martial arts. At this time, all of them are competing in the Dao Palace realm. All of them have a chance to reach the Grotto Heaven realm and ascend to the heavenly realm to serve the ancient celestial emperors. Especially the two saintesses of the demon sect and holy sect. They are invincible in the pugilistic world. There are masters from various holy sects who said that they are rare talents in hundreds of years. They can break through the void and ascend to the celestial world. It is inevitable that they will become quasi-emperors. They even have the potential to become emperors. In the pugilistic world, countless people were shocked. This was too unbelievable. In fact, the calamity of heaven and earth was coming. Geniuses were born one after another. They all had amazing potential and talent. However, they saw that Hu Renong had opened up the divine path, which was a better opportunity than the fairy realm. They didn't expect to be beaten up. This is so boring. What a bookworm. Can't even do this? The cute girl opened her mouth playfully. She was bored and didn't seem to care about the disputes in the pugilistic world. She just treated it as a small matter and continued driving. Suji saw this scene and shook his head and laughed. How naughty. I'll have to write this down in my notebook next time. He was at the 6th level. After killing a mirror image the size of an ant, it was natural for him to have a cultivation of the 6th level. Although he didn't have a wizard body and the 9 transformations mysterious art, his knowledge was as vast as the sea. His attacks were mysterious and natural. Even an ordinary person of the same level might not be his match. Bai Xiaoxing, unbelievable. The whole pugilistic world was shaken. In a short period of time, no other girls came. The cute girl couldn't help but be disappointed. She spread the news in the forum. Countless people were having a headache. How could there be such a man? They looked at the pictures of the bruised faces and felt their hearts ache. After a few days, an old woman who had lost her soul stopped the carriage. One of her sleeves was empty. It was a broken arm. Her eyes were cloudy, and she looked very old. It's fine if it's a genius girl, but an old woman also came to join in the fun. The cute girl shook her head and sat in the carriage. She was surprised. He definitely wouldn't have such a heavy taste. The old woman just walked forward and slowly handed over a thin piece of paper. The paper seemed to be very heavy. She struggled for a while and said, "I hope you will treat him well." Then, the old woman turned her head and staggered away. The dull scholar looked at the paper and stopped the old woman. He invited her into the carriage. Equivalent exchange. Tell me your problem. The old woman's body trembled. She turned her head and said, "Can you let me ascend?" The various sects hidden in the surroundings shook their heads. Breaking through the void and ascending to the celestial world was just a piece of paper? How could it be so simple? It was simply wishful thinking. Reach the Grotto Heaven realm? Go to the celestial world? Please exchange of equal value. The scholar replied. As expected, she was rejected. The old woman seemed to be used to it. She continued to stagger away. The scholar opened his mouth again. This piece of paper can be exchanged for 100 of such questions. Please exchange of equal value. Voila, the entire forest shook rapidly. It wasn't that it wasn't enough, but the value far exceeded it. This piece of paper could be exchanged for 100 Grotto Heaven Realm old monsters. Wouldn't that make her a celestial emperor of the ancient era? Countless people's faces tightened. They looked at the thin piece of paper. It seemed to contain terrifying secrets. After all, the wandering scholar followed the principle of equivalent exchange. The things inside were enough to exchange for a celestial emperor, but no one in the Jianghu knew that old woman. She didn't have any cultivation either. This is an old woman with no cultivation. There aren't even any traces of cultivation. The cute girl sat in the carriage and frowned. Although she was a salted fish, she was the oldest existence in this world since the beginning of the world. She was also a 7th realm celestial emperor. Naturally, she could see it. This old woman with a broken arm wasn't a grandmaster of the Jianghu. She was born with blocked meridians. She was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. Not only her, but all the experts in the Jianghu could see it. They found it unbelievable. How could she be an ordinary person? The old woman's eyes were cloudy. Suddenly, tears flashed. My life's effort is worth a celestial emperor? Yes. The scholar answered mechanically. Suji had already arrived quietly. He sat on the carriage with a wordless heavenly book in his hand. He looked at the trembling old woman in her 70s or 80s, and his heart was filled with shock. I didn't expect such a person to exist in the dark. With the body of a weak mortal, he could not cultivate, but he could use his exquisite sword skills to secretly kill all the grandmasters in the pugilistic world, and even open the door to immortality. The old lady boarded the carriage and continued forward. Ta-ta-ta, dust billowed and the suppressive aura slowly spread out. The martial Dao masters in the dark suddenly saw a flash, and when they looked again, the carriage was long gone. As expected of Bai Shaoxing. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, just like an immortal technique. Many people sighed. Meng Mei, Hu Haihan, and Medusa were all very low profile. Instead, it was because of Bai Shaoxing who taught Hu Renong that he rose to fame. In addition to Meng Mei's crazy rumors, everyone thought that Bai Shaoxing was the master in the carriage. The jolting of the carriage actually caused the one-armed old lady to gradually fall into a coma, as if she was extremely exhausted. The little fox, Hu Haihan, caressed the old lady's wrinkled face. This one-armed old lady has no cultivation, she's so pitiful. She's only in her 70s or 80s, she's just immortal. Whoosh, Hu Haihan started to use her powers to gradually warm her old body, constantly sensing, in the early years, there seemed to be an expert warming her body, but she was heavily injured. It's already amazing that she could live until now as an ordinary person, but she doesn't have many years left to live. Who is she? Meng Mei could not help but ask Bai Shaoxing, not believing that this old mortal would be so ordinary. Equivalent exchange. Bai Shaoxing said. Meng Mei's face turned black when she heard this and spat out some knowledge. This was her accumulation over the years. Although she was a salted fish, it was impossible for her not to research it. These were all her core secrets, the results of her research, but they were about to be squeezed dry. That was why she wanted to mess with him. Bai Shaoxing's expression was calm as he slowly replied, Lu Wenjian, the strongest assassin in the underworld, #1 on the assassin list, an ordinary person without any cultivation. Lu Wenjian, is that a man's name? Ming Mei's eyes widened and stood up. In shock, wait, your words are contradictory. You said she's the #1 assassin in the underworld, but how can she be an ordinary person without any cultivation? Meng Mei looked at the old lady in disbelief. An ordinary person who was not even a rank 1 warrior, and a cripple with a broken arm, was actually the #1 assassin in the underworld? How did she do it? Was the underworld crazy? Assassinating Violet Palace and Dao Palace realm martial Dao grandmasters as mere mortals, one had to understand that even a 4th-rank Sifu disciple would be considered a powerhouse. In the Magus world, a 4th-rank Magus would be able to destroy an entire forest with the shockwaves of a battle. How could ordinary mortals possibly be assassinated? This was impossible. If this was the sorcerer world, it might be possible. After all, sorcerers had fragile bodies. However, those martial Dao grandmasters were all breathing like dragons and their bodies were tough. Even if they were asleep, they were not people that ordinary people could assassinate. Even a knife would not be able to pierce through the skin. In a breath, an ordinary person would be blown away. This ordinary old woman with a severed arm? It must be that piece of paper. Cutie's eyes gradually lit up. There had to be some heaven-defying secret that allowed an ordinary person without any cultivation to kill a cultivator at the Fifth Tao Palace. Her eyes were bright as she seemed to understand the meaning of equivalent exchange. It was indeed worth a celestial emperor. She immediately took the few pieces of paper filled with words. On them, it seemed to be densely packed with the blacksmith's sword-forging techniques. She couldn't understand them at all. She could only see a row of small words. Sick already sword. It seemed to be some kind of secret manual for forging weapons. Sickly sword? What's that? The two girls, master and disciple, were in shock as they chattered in the carriage. Speaking of the number one assassin? The disciple beside her, the little fox, Hu Haihan, suddenly exclaimed, "This old woman is the number one in the world, Butcher Liu." "My dear disciple, do you know her?" Cutie asked. "The number one butcher in the world, nicknamed Butcher Assassin." "How can I not know her? The most mysterious martial Dao grandmaster." "I don't know her gender. She once roamed the pugilistic world and massacred several sects in a single night. Many of the top Dao Palace realm grandmasters died in their slumber." "How can I not know her?" Hu Haihan shook her head. "Teacher, you are often in seclusion. When I roamed the pugilistic world, I did see her once. It was in a tavern in the south. What left the deepest impression on me was that she always wore a black cloak. She didn't have the aura of an expert, as though she was an ordinary person. One had to know that no expert could perfectly hide their aura. They would definitely be discovered. That was why she was the number one assassin in the world. Perhaps, the number one assassin really is an ordinary person. She doesn't have any aura." Cutie found it hard to believe. She looked at the woman in disbelief. Hu Haihan continued, "It was a golden age more than 50 years ago. Back then, Earth Immortal Duan Qianyu had yet to shatter the void. Butcher Liu was the first to shatter the void and step into the immortal world. Back then, the news spread like wildfire, shaking the entire pugilistic world. The assassin brandished his sword to shatter the void and shouted angrily at the sky, 'May I ask if there are immortals in the sky?' Unfortunately, Butcher Liu did not manage to shatter the sky. Instead, his sword shattered and blood splattered on the ground. He was heavily injured and disappeared. Back then, he became a topic of conversation. Everyone was glad that he had died, but they also mocked him for being a moth that flew into a flame. He dared to shatter the sky just because he was talented? Butcher Liu was indeed the number one genius in the pugilistic world. However, he also perished. No one has seen his true appearance. No one even knows if he was a man or a woman. At that time, everyone feared the heavens. At that time, Earth Immortal Duan Qianyu was already 200 years old. He had lived in seclusion for 50 years. In terms of seniority, all the people in the pugilistic world were his great-grandchildren. When he heard of this, he seemed to have met Butcher Liu once. He couldn't help but sigh. "Butcher Liu, if you want to slaughter others, you must first slaughter yourself." He arrived in front of the broken sword in the middle of the Wan River. "I once told you that your body was not strong enough to support everything, but you didn't listen. You said that if you can understand the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening without regrets." These words are very tragic, but I don't know why, but I always feel that they are very beautiful. They are so beautiful that they move the soul. He raised his wine cup and poured it on the ground. "I am older than you by 200 years, but I still offer you a cup of wine. I salute you for that amazing sword of yours. Since then, it has been covered in dust." These words confused the entire pugilistic world. Butcher Liu's talent was poor. No one believed that an assassin who could bring darkness to the pugilistic world and cause countless people to tremble in fear at the mention of his name would be someone with such poor talent. But several years later, Duan Qianyu left the mountain. On the Wan River where Butcher Liu used to live, he swung his sword. Thunder shook the heavens and the earth as his sword pointed towards the heavens. Dare I ask, does the heavens exist? He cut open the heavens, but he didn't enter the gate of immortality. He didn't care about the shocked immortals in the sky. He turned and floated away, as if he were completing Butcher Lu's wish in the past, as if he were passing on his friendship through the air. So this is the reason why Duan Qianyu opened the gate of immortality? The cute girl sighed with emotion. She looked at the old woman with the broken arm. Could she be the long-lost Butcher Lu? The grudges of the pugilistic world, the glint of swords, and the glint of swords, filled her with emotion. The extremely mysterious Butcher Lu was actually an ordinary person who didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation from beginning to end. Then, how could she stand above the entire pugilistic world with the identity of an ordinary person? It's very strange, too strange. Perhaps I have underestimated this pugilistic world too much. Now, it is comparable to the Western era's mythological era. This is a world of high martial arts. Perhaps in the future, an amazing martial emperor will be born who can fight against the immortal emperors of the ancient Western era. At this time, it is already an era filled with hidden holy lands, various sacred sects, and a group of proud sons of heaven fighting for the throne. The cute girl looked at the old woman with the broken arm. Time had left a mark on her body. Just what secret is hidden on her body that she is worthy of a heavenly emperor? Tell me everything about her background. The cute girl thought of Bai Shaoxing. An equivalent exchange, Bai Shaoxing said. The cute girl's face darkened again. Thud thud thud, a carriage traveled on the ground. It was simple and ordinary. In the southwest, there were many martial arts sections. Many martial artists competed, and their combat strength was comparable to that of the Western era. Those swordsmen who cultivated to the extreme could cut mountains and rivers with a single sword strike. In the end, the cute girl gritted her teeth and paid the price. She was too curious. Suji hid in the mirror and looked at this guy with great interest. He suddenly felt very comfortable. He had just tricked someone, but now he instantly felt the pain. As an ordinary person in the first rank, he assassinated all the masters in the martial arts world and broke through the celestial gate. There is only one person in the world who can do this, Lu Wenjian. An indifferent voice came from the carriage. It was Bai Shaoxing answering the question. As usual, he turned his head slightly and looked out the window coldly. 80 years ago, there was a swordsmithing family in the martial arts world, the Lu family. They were skilled in swordsmithing, but their cultivation was not high. They did not have any killing techniques and lived by swordsmithing. The head of that generation was only in the divine treasure realm, but his swordsmithing skills were exquisite. He forged peerless swords and various divine weapons for the heroes of the world. He was famous, but he had a daughter who could not inherit the family business. Lu Wenjian was weak and sickly. His meridians were blocked, so he could not cultivate and carry the hammer. However, Lu Wenjian was a stubborn person. Seeing his father leave in disappointment, he hated himself for not being a man and not being able to inherit the family business. Even as a girl, he was weak and sickly, so he could not cultivate. When it came to smithing, she refused to yield to fate. She constantly studied in the study and learned the family swordsmithing thoroughly. She was obsessed with it and even reached an unprecedented level of swordsmithing. That year, when she was 23 years old, she had amazing talent in swordsmithing. She taught the Lu family's craftsmen. Even though she could not forge herself, it was enough to sweep away the Lu family. She surpassed the body of a man and thought that she had finally made it through the first half of her difficult life. However, there were evil people in the martial arts world. A few major sects obtained a meteorite made from the bones of the heavenly path. They came to control all the men in the Lu family villa and forged a divine weapon for them. Once the divine weapon was forged, they killed the blacksmith who forged it. Only the old, the weak, the women, and the children were left in the Lu family. Lu Wenjian hid among them and survived. Meng Mei and the little fox lowered their heads and looked at the old and weak woman who was lying in the carriage. They listened quietly without saying a word. Then Lu Wenjian became a mad demon. Bai Shaoxing's face was still cold without any emotion. He slowly opened his mouth and said, she hated herself for being useless and not being a man. She hated herself for studying hard, but she couldn't wield an iron hammer. She hated herself for being powerless. Her meridians were blocked, and she couldn't cultivate. She couldn't take revenge. She cried hysterically, and she even stuck her arm into the furnace. She went crazy. She used her own hatred, despair, and sorrow, and with tears of blood in her eyes, she waved a small hammer in the raging fire. She endured the pain and hammered her arm, throwing in all kinds of divine gold and copper to open up the blocked meridians. Forging his own flesh and blood into a weapon, Meng Mei held her breath. Her eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't imagine the kind of pain she was feeling. She also knew that she had sunk into madness and sorrow. She wanted to struggle out of her fate again and again, but she was smashed into pieces by her rough life. She hated herself for being useless. Her meridians were blocked, and she wanted to use this kind of method to open up the meridians so that she could cultivate and take revenge. Her forging skills were close to that of a god. After she opened up the meridians, she cut off her arm and continued to forge. She forged thousands of times and condensed a cultivator's dantian in her arm. Every hammer strike was divine and landed in an unimaginable position. She forged her arm into a divine sword. She couldn't cultivate, but she controlled her sword to cultivate. The sword had a dantian. She kept forging the sword like a mad demon, pouring hot blood into it. Bai Shaoshan lowered his head and looked at the old woman who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She called the sword the sick sword to show that she was seriously ill. She was a mortal with a mortal body, so she would fall sick and catch a cold. She used a peerless divine weapon to strengthen her body and sneak around in the shadows. Using her exquisite sword skills, she could see through the meridians of her enemies and kill them with a single strike. Then, she would flee far away and slaughter her enemies' sects to take revenge. Meng Mei's voice gradually became solemn. Hearing this, she understood some things. She suddenly said, after all, she couldn't cultivate. She was a mortal with a divine weapon. She would grow old and die of sickness. Her body was extremely weak. Once she was hit, she would die instantly. She didn't have any defense and only had extreme attacks. But because she was a mortal, she didn't have the aura of a cultivator. She could sneak attack in the dark. She was already the strongest assassin. Little Fox Hu Haihan continued, if she was a mortal, then everything could be explained. Different cultivators become stronger as time passes. She was the most active when she was in her 30s or 40s. After that, her body aged and became as sad as a mortal. She had a short lifespan like a withered flower. Gradually, she became powerless and could only rely on crutches. Therefore, she wanted to break through the immortal gate at the age of 40 in her most glorious moment. She wanted to leave eternity in her life. An ordinary person with a battle strength like a cultivator? An extreme sword immortal? But she would grow old and die of sickness. Before she died of old age, she wanted to open the immortal gate. Unfortunately, she failed. Meng Mei said. Looking at the old woman with a broken arm, she sighed. Her sword was broken. Her Jianghu dream was completely ended. She became a real mortal and aged. Duan Qianyu knew her. But after she failed, he couldn't find this junior who was his friend despite the difference in age. He knew that she was a stubborn and proud person who refused to submit to fate. She disappeared in the vast sea of people. She wouldn't accept his help. Instead, she would die of old age in a deserted corner. Therefore, this earth immortal chose to break through the immortal gate. He held a memorial ceremony for this short-lived Jianghu legend. Her life was like a weapon. She was polished from a rough embryo. She was constantly burned and suffering. She was hammered step by step until she broke through herself. Then, she encountered new hardships. After thousands of tempering, the edge of a treasured sword was sharpened, and the fragrance of a plum blossom came from the bitter cold. But in the end, she didn't win. This is the injustice of God. I have to find time to go back and beat God up. Meng Mei looked down at the old woman. Now, she has come to us. It was hard to imagine that this was really a mortal who forged the sword with terrifying willpower. She had been haunted by bad luck all her life, but she struggled all the way. It was unbelievable that she could reach this day with a mortal's body. Her illness was the sword. She hoped that she would be gravely ill. But in the end, she couldn't escape her twilight years. Suji was also sighing. He didn't know of this person's existence before and almost missed her. This was the inadequacy of the subbrain. In her judgment and big data screening, she was just a mortal with a low realm. Her intelligence wasn't high. She didn't have earth-shattering talent. Her aptitude stopped at above average. Her talent was even inferior to those saintesses. It wasn't that aptitude and intelligence made one strong. This was the real strong. Perseverance and obsession would allow one to create an unimaginable path. Teacher, what should we do? Little Fox who? Haihan asked. She admired such a legend very much. Of course, according to the previous rules, Meng Mei replied. She looked at the unconscious old woman and then at Bai Shaosheng. She revealed a strange smile. With Hu Haihan's help, the old woman's body gradually recovered. You're awake? The cute girl's eyes lit up. Lu Wenjian got up in a daze and looked at them with his old eyes. This person's heart was dead. The cute girl looked at him, and her heart sank uncontrollably. There was only turbidity in her eyes. It was the sand of time that had clouded her heart. There was a sense of sorrow like a hero past her prime. Lu Wenjian's life had been full of ups and downs. There was no sweetness at all. She kept pursuing, but she kept falling. Since she was young, she had worked hard to learn blacksmithing. Finally, she was successful in her studies, but her family was destroyed. She lost her arm because of madness. She endured hellish suffering before she could take her revenge. However, she was already old and could no longer enjoy life. She wanted to open the celestial gate, but she was defeated. She completely lost her sick sword and became an old woman with a broken arm. She lived on the streets for 30 years, she could fail once or twice and climb back up from the bumpy road. However, she had failed so many times that she could no longer climb back up. The most bitter thing in the world was when a young woman's hair turned white and a hero at the end of her road. You want to reforge your arm and regain your youth? The cute girl's heart sank. She suddenly manifested boundless might, and a terrifying pressure came pouncing over. It gave her confidence. I'm Green Vine Earth Mother, the oldest being in this world. Lu Wenjian was stunned, and his body trembled. He had naturally heard of the legend of Green Vine Earth Mother. There was Mother Earth before Heavenly Tao. According to the ancient legends, Heavenly Tao was the disciple of Mother Earth. Now that such a majestic and ancient being had appeared in front of them, no one wouldn't be excited. Lu Wenjian's voice was hoarse. I can regain my youth and repair my arm? No, I can't. The cute girl smiled. The celestial emperors in the sky are all muscle maniacs. It's easy for them to regrow their limbs, but it's hard for others. Our Tao skills can't do that either. Your body is too weak. For an old woman, your meridians and flesh are as brittle as a wet piece of paper. You can't handle powerful Tao skills. According to the common understanding, it means that you're too weak to be nourished. Lu Wenjian's eyes dimmed. Even the celestial emperors of the ancient Western era couldn't make up for a mortal. But someone can do it. There's a civilization from a certain foreign world that likes to study the human body. They're very subtle. I reckon that they can help you grow another arm. It's normal for you to recover your youth. The cute girl smiled. What civilization? Lu Wenjian asked. I don't know what civilization it's called. Cutie smiled and looked into the distance. Perhaps, in our eyes, that potion world can be called the demon world. Every one of their powerhouses has inherited a part of the chaotic, tyrannical, and indescribable evil dark aura. The person we are asking for is their supreme demon god, Medusa. She was called the origin demon god by that transcendent world. All experts were separated from her, and after death, they would return to her body that was as majestic as the vast world. She was the mother of all things, and also the place where all things return to. She is indescribable, cannot be looked at directly, cannot be heard, and even attempting to understand the existence of her true form will lead to madness. Lu Wenjian was horrified. This was an ancient existence that she couldn't comprehend with her current level of knowledge. The cute girl smiled and looked at her. She pointed to the scholar who was reading next to her. Since you're here, you naturally know about us. Then, you'll choose a Tao companion for Bai Shaosheng. You'll study with him every night and obtain opportunities. Those beautiful saintesses can't do it, but you've done it. So, do you know what you're going to do next? Lu Wenjian, who had always been very calm, instantly lost her voice. I've been a girl since I was young, but I have the heart of a man. I've never thought about marriage. Moreover, I'm already a disabled old woman. Even an old man won't be interested in me. He's still a young man, it's okay. He's a straight man. He doesn't reject anyone. He's not afraid of men or women. The cute girl gently blew into Lu Wenjian's ear, teasing her. You're only in your 70s. Even to my disciple, you're just a young girl, a young man. You've been working hard all your life and have no time to talk about love. Your mother feels that the heavens are unfair, so she personally arranged this marriage for you. Bai Xiaoxing also doesn't despise you. Why don't you try to accept it? Tonight, you can go to his room and start learning. Lu Wenjian immediately shook her head. Suji? Are you a walking stick? He instantly wanted to kick this bastard away. It was rare for him to come here. It could be considered a leisure vacation while learning. Now, he was also concerned about Lu Wenjian's matter. After all, this was a new system that could be supported. Perhaps there would be flowers blooming in the future. Who knew that the cute girl was full of nonsense all day long? Ha ha ha. The cute girl laughed wildly. I'm just teasing you. I thought your heart was completely dead. I didn't expect you to still be able to stir up waves. That's right, how can there be true love between you two men? I'm only asking you to go there to study every night. Tonight, you do have to go to his room and ask the god fiend if he can save you. At night. Suji sat in the same room as this old woman, feeling a little awkward. It was not that Suji felt awkward. Anyway, he was hiding in the mirror image, and the mirror image was reading a book. Suji's knowledge was relatively random, so he came over to join in the fun out of curiosity. The one who felt awkward was this old woman, Lu Wenjian. At this moment, she was a little restless. Suji looked at her blankness and absent-mindedness and felt heavy. He sighed in his heart. When Lu Wenjian was young, she faced difficulties and struggled through twists and turns. However, after she failed to break through the immortal gate, she had been muddle-headed as an old woman for more than 30 years. Her body was completely old, but was her heart old? With Medusa's cold personality, he might not help this Lu Wenjian. If he saw her appear in his room, he might even kill her instantly. Then, how could he avoid this phenomenon? Should he ask her to help Lu Wenjian? Suji was distressed. He was the creator of this world, but he could not interfere too much. This was a talent that he could not abandon. At present, only Medusa's field of sorcery could help her treat her illness. It involved death and rebirth, and only she was the best at sorcery experiments on the human body. Perhaps Ermin could also do it. After all, she was in charge of the field of life ripples, but it was too far away. Medusa despises those who have lost their hearts the most. If he saw her, he might kill her in an instant. Suji suddenly picked up a pen and paper and, as if he was trying to comprehend something mechanically, he wrote a paragraph on the page. Alone in the cold autumn, I wandered to the north of the river. At the head of the North Shu continent I saw 10,000 mountains red, layers of forests dyed, the river was blue. Bai Xiaoxing, what are you writing? In the mortal world of the inn, the lights flickered at night. In the midst of uneasiness, the old woman Lu Wenjian suddenly focused her mind. In the midst of the uneasiness, her muddy old eyes flickered as she focused her consciousness on the scholar's brush and ink. It seemed to be some poems by a great scholar. She had seen a lot of them when she traveled in Jianghu. The literary talent was amazing. It seemed to be writing about scenery. She had never seen such a short and exquisite poem. This was a literary talent that even great scholars did not have. However, as she read on, her face gradually changed, and the style of the painting gradually changed, with a certain kind of high-spirited spirit and mind. 100 barges vying for the current, eagles flying in the sky, fish swimming in the shallow bottom, all living things competing for freedom in the cold sky? What an imposing sentence. She gradually read on and restrained her thoughts. It seemed to arouse some long silent heart and fell into a state of sluggishness. Vast and boundless, I ask the vast earth, who will rise and fall? This sentence was wrapped in a terrible belief. Her mind suddenly shook as if a picture came into her eyes. It was the time when she traveled in Jianghu and cut off her arm. As a mortal, she could reach that step and even dare to open the gate of immortality. Her whole body trembled, and even her old body could not stand straight. Her breathing became rapid, like a drunken old woman. Her face was flushed, and something seemed to be awakening in her heart. She continued to read, and the scholar's brush continued to write the last sentence. Do you remember, to hit the water in the middle of the stream, the waves stop the flying boat? She felt like she was struck by lightning. Suddenly, something in her heart was completely awakened. At this moment, Medusa slowly opened her eyes and saw an old woman who was learning from Bai Xiaoxing. Her eyes flashed a touch of fierceness. Bai Xiaoxing was her personal belonging. She suddenly became affectionate and asked in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, "Who are you?" Lu Wenjian put down the poem paper and quickly answered in detail. Medusa looked at her quietly. The mother green vine was indeed a smart ancient existence. Knowing her own character, she would definitely be interested in this old woman. However, she did not know that she was interested in the strong, and not this kind of former strong person. Lord Devil God, if I can't recover my body, then I. Lu Wenjian hesitated. She was a genius of the entire Jianghu. It was indeed hard to imagine that a mortal could reach such a level, but facing the most powerful existence in the world, she was still full of respect. Medusa still looked at her quietly. At this moment, this limping old woman with a broken arm gave off a feeling of old age. Her eyes were filled with death. She had hope, but even more than that, there was despair. It was as if all the hot-bloodedness of her youth had been exhausted. It was not difficult for such a person to recover her cultivation, but to enter the sixth paradise realm, the abyss void great emperor realm. Medusa shook his head. For 2,000 years, she was never the most talented, but she was the most hardworking. She had experienced far more hardships than others, and she had also failed. She was suppressed for hundreds of years, and she had experienced that kind of depression. However, this kind of person was already crippled. Her respectful tone had been ground away. Why don't I kill her? She grinned. She was never a good person. She was about to kill this old woman in an instant when she suddenly looked down at the poem. Her whole body trembled. Remembering the past, when my classmate was young, in the prime of his life, full of scholarly spirit, full of vigor. A vast aura spread out from it. It was written by a scholar. However, a scholar would never write such things himself, unless it was an equivalent exchange. In other words, this old woman was asking him about regaining his confidence? That's why he gave this poem to her. Was she pretending? She clearly had such great ambitions. Was she pretending to be respectful? Was she pretending to be timid and afraid of me? Take out the real you and talk to me. Medusa coldly stood up and looked at her calmly. If it was you when you were young, you even dared to open the immortal gate, not afraid of ghosts and gods, not afraid of death. Why would you be afraid of me? Lu Wenjian was startled. Medusa looked at the poem, and in an instant, she understood something. The other party had misunderstood. That's right. That timid taste, that timid hesitation, was it me? Her mind recalled what happened just now, but she couldn't imagine that it was her who said those words. She had sunk for more than 30 years. Perhaps she had completely turned into a wandering old woman who begged for her life. Her eyes gradually flashed with sharpness. She slightly bowed to Medusa and said in a powerful voice, Lord Devil God, I want to regain my youth. If you can help me. All right. Medusa smiled and looked at the sharp-eyed old woman with a broken arm. I promise you, I will restore your youth. I control the field of death, and I can regenerate your broken arm. She motioned for Lu Wenjian to sit down, and her eyes flashed with appreciation. Your ambition has not changed, and you even asked Bai Xiaoxing about regaining your confidence. I think this is very good. I have always thought that mediocrity and ignorance are not terrible. What is terrible is not having the courage. We mediocre and stupid people can also surpass geniuses. After all, wisdom can be learned, and it will grow with time, but the courage will decrease with time. Let me ask you again, is your original heart still there? Lu Wenjian's cloudy eyes were slightly startled. Medusa asked, if your original heart is not there, can you use your pain, your will, your flesh and bones to break it and reform it? Lu Wenjian's eyes gradually became fiery. I understand. Medusa gradually smiled and grabbed her shoulder. Lu Wenjian instantly fainted. When Lu Wenjian woke up again, she found herself lying on an alchemy table, surrounded by bottles and jars. Next to her was a round wooden basin that was already filled with blood and various blood-stained metal knives. "It's done," Medusa said. She stood up in a daze and looked at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, her white hair had turned black, and she had turned into an above-average-looking girl. She was wearing a set of old man's clothes that had been washed white. She had an otherworldly temperament and a kind of valiant and heroic aura. "I will go out and find a sword-crafting matter." "Wait a moment, I will let you reform your sword." "I am very interested in your sword." Medusa suddenly disappeared. Lu Wenjian stood there in a daze. "I'm back?" She looked at the young and energetic body in the mirror. Her whole body trembled, and her expression changed. She laughed as if she was crazy. "I am finally back." Her eyes gradually sharpened, as if they were full of life. Gradually, tears flowed down her cheeks as she remembered what happened before. "I was originally a coward. I climbed up again. I have already." Her eyes flashed with sharpness, like a sharp sword. There had never been a mortal with such an aura. As if with absolute faith, she pressed forward, incomparably domineering. This was the real Lu Rintu, the one who killed countless people, the one who dared to use the body of a mortal to open the gate of immortality. "You were helping me just now?" She looked at the scholar who was still reading. She picked up the piece of paper and put it away as if it was a treasure. She coldly asked, "Because of that poem, this devil god let me go and chose to help me." The scholar didn't seem to have any consciousness. He was still sitting at the desk, reading. Was it unintentional, or was it intentional? Didn't he have no consciousness? Lu Wenjian was startled. Without saying another word, she suddenly knelt down and cowed out a few times. Her forehead was bleeding. "No matter what, I will never be able to repay this great kindness in my life. You will be my teacher for life." Dong dong dong, she kept kowtowing, kneeling in front of the scholar who was reading. At this moment, she never thought that she would return to her youth. "Do you remember, hitting the water in the middle of the stream, the waves stopped the flying boat?" She suddenly murmured and smiled. She was filled with emotions. She looked at the scholar with a complicated expression. Thousands of emotions were brewing in her heart. "Young man, once we find the sword-crafting matter, I will bring you there to forge a new sword." Medusa grabbed her and in a flash, the two of them disappeared on the spot. The scholar was still flipping through the book. He was as dull as ever. Suji continued to flip through the book. The gentle sound of flipping pages could be heard. He calmly said, "The subbrain of wisdom is a bit fierce. The knowledge is densely packed. I learned in place of the mirror image for 2 days. I suddenly feel scared." The two of them left. Suji was indifferent. He continued to sit at the desk and read. The lamp flickered. The life of an ancient scholar was very romantic and pretentious. In fact, Lady Medusa was too ruthless. She had no regard for human life and would kill based on her mood. She hated those who were dispirited and lost their drive. If he did not help her, she was destined to die. He flipped through the pages and looked at the moon outside. He smiled. "Lu Wenjian, you have come back to life in the pugilistic world. I hope you can bring me some surprises and push forward a new era for this transcendent world." Not only was Medusa looking forward to 10 years later, but he also hoped that 10 years later, when the two worlds completely collided, he would show his most spectacular side and bloom into a beautiful flower. The collision of the two great civilizations would be epic. At this time, in a sword-crafting villa, the flames in the furnace burned continuously. Whoosh, all kinds of divine gold and copper in the world were placed in front of her. "Recast the heart of the sword." Medusa smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Okay." The girl smiled and took a big step forward. She once again extended her pale and delicate arm into the high temperature of the furnace. The intense pain reached the limit of the world, but she waved a small hammer to recast the sick sword. Clang clang clang, it was as if she wanted to be reborn in the flames. She wanted to shatter her bones, her heart's blood, and her past dreams and pursuits. She wanted to reform them into a transparent celestial sword and cast herself in it. Inside were her life's beliefs, her journey to the peak of the pugilistic world, her suffering in the sword-seeking immortal sect, and her 30 years of being sealed and lost in the mortal world. A famous painting blended into the flickering bright yellow flames. Clang clang clang, the entire sword-crafting villa began to be filled with Dao sounds, which gradually grew louder. In the dark of the night, an old blacksmith in the villa was shocked. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the house. Someone is forging a peerless divine sword. It's as if tens of thousands of deities in the celestial world are forging a sword. Buzz, at this moment, in the nearby cities, the swords of countless swordsmen on the streets buzzed, emitting a soft sound as if they were trembling. What a strong sword intent. The king of all weapons, a peerless divine sword has been born. The broken sword has been reforged, the butcher has returned. Meng Mei smiled and looked into the distance. Medusa is really an extreme person. He asked his opponent to fix his arm and then asked him to break it again. He's a beast. The little fox, Hu Haihan, looked at her teacher. She didn't dare to slander him in public, but she kept speaking ill of him behind his back. The cute girl had a look of longing on her face. As a Chinese, how could she not dream of becoming a sword immortal? Riding on the wind on my sword, I shall exterminate the demons between heaven and earth. The girl's eyes flickered with raging flames. This is a sword immortal, an extreme Tao that cultivates the sword and not the body. A mortal's body is like an ancient blacksmith sacrificing his own flesh and blood to the sword, enduring the excruciating pain. With a long sword and a defiant will, he cleaves through the sky. The path of sword immortals exuded a sense of defiance from beginning to end. It was defiance for mortals to defeat the strong despite being weak. It was defiance to endure the excruciating pain of losing an arm. Bang, Lu Wenjian chopped off the arm and continued forging. With flesh and bones as the core and divine gold and purple copper as the handle, he hammered the small hammer repeatedly, flipping the bright red sword embryo. Boom, gradually, the divine sword was formed and its sharpness shot into the sky. In the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, a white-haired old man wearing a black court robe was working at a desk, arranging documents. Behind him were two disciples who respectfully followed. Whoosh, suddenly, the lights flickered. Hu Renong suddenly put down the documents and stood up with large strides. He walked to the window with his hands behind his back. There is an extreme sword intent erupting. It is shocking. A peerless swordsman has appeared. Send the Flying Swallow envoy to the southern region to investigate this matter. Yes, Prime Minister. In the Earth Immortal residence, a middle-aged elegant man was drinking under a tree. Behind him was a ginseng fruit tree with two boys. He suddenly stood up and laughed. It's her, Lu Rentu. If you want to slaughter others, you must first slaughter yourself. She has returned. This sword intent was sensed by many. It disappeared in a flash and became a legend in the pugilistic world. 1 month later, at night. A girl with a broken arm was carrying a long sword on her back, studying at a desk. There were 3 people sitting side by side. Bai Shaoxing sat in the middle, Medusa on his left and Lu Wenjian on his right. They studied together, as if they were 3 people in a classroom. The 3 were discussing the Tao. Your teacher is Bai Shaoxing, not me. He is anyone's best teacher and friend. He is pure and flawless. Medusa laughed. These days, you have used his knowledge to gradually make up for your inadequacies. Although your body is clogged, by living with the sword and nourishing your life, you can extend your life. What is a sword? Medusa suddenly asked. The girl with a broken arm said, everyone says that the sword is a gentleman. But no matter how much it is beautified, the sword is still a weapon of slaughter. If you want to slaughter others, you must first slaughter yourself. Without the determination to kill yourself, it is not easy to kill. What is a sword immortal? Medusa asked. The girl with a broken arm answered. The sword immortal lineage only strives for the present. Their lifespans are short. As a mortal's life, they do not seek eternity. They can fight the heavens and earth, slay all things in the world. Even as a mortal, they can cultivate to the extreme and slay a celestial emperor. The sword immortal lineage was not limited by one's realm. That was why it was extremely terrifying. For living beings to cultivate, they needed to wait for a long period of time. They had to progress step by step. As for the sword, it had a sword heart, which was also known as the dantian. The inner world cultivators often spoke of was similar to other living beings. They could cultivate to become stronger. Purple Palace, Tao Palace, Grotto Heaven. They did not need to progress like living beings. The sword only needed to be constantly forged. As long as there was enough energy and materials, the sword could reach the celestial emperor realm in a day. However, man and sword were one. Once a mortal died, the sword would shatter. In the Tao of Sword Immortals, the sword is not affected by one's realm, but it is affected by the person wielding the sword. After all, ordinary people need to have the epiphany of the Grotto Heaven realm to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Although you are immortal, your sword realm limits the realm of the sword. What realm have you reached? Medusa asked. Although I am immortal, my sword intent has already reached the 6th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. The girl with a broken arm said, I only need a month. With enough materials and energy, I can recast the 6th sword, allowing it to reach the 6th level again. Alright. Medusa smiled and watched the girl with a broken arm leave. She got up and closed the door. She smiled up by Xianxia and said, what an extreme method. As long as you reach the realm as a mortal, you don't need to cultivate for a long time. After all, this is just a tool. However, her life is too short. I hope that before she dies of old age, she can fight with me. Sorcerers are equivalent exchanges. Her body, arm, and everything else are all lent to her. I will take them back sooner or later. Including the knowledge she received from you. She smiled faintly and looked at the scholar who was reading. She spoke her heart again. I want to beat her to death. As the few of them traveled around the world, observing the local customs and practices, another few years passed. A piece of news spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. The 337 year of the Great Zhou dynasty. The great scholar, Hu Renong, became a commoner. After a mortal's life, he finally opened up the path of divinity. He assisted in the reform, absorbed the dragon veins, and established the official system. With the establishment of official tokens and deity positions, the imperial court was turned upside down. Their strength increased greatly. The great scholars of the imperial court were all talented and ruled over a region. Everywhere was thriving. In just a few years, on the existing dragon veins, the cultivation of the great scholars that had been stagnant for countless years began to improve by leaps and bounds. Many old monsters of Tao Palace and even Grotto Heaven levels appeared. There's a demigod standing in front of us. Can we win? The great Zhou Emperor whispered in the study. How will we know if we don't try? Hu Renong said. The great Zhou Emperor announced to the world, heroes break the law with martial arts. All the sects in the world should be reported in the newspaper and be subject to regulation. They are not allowed to be chivalrous. There will be great scholars of the imperial court to guard the area and be tried in court. All the major Jianhu sects were established, and the martial artists of the sects were not convinced. Heroes traveled the world with their swords and had a heroic spirit. Why should they listen to the jurisdiction of the imperial court? All the major sects formed the Jianhu alliance. The earth deity, Duan Qianyu, came out of seclusion and became the leader. In less than 7 days, the sects were scattered all over the land. The great scholars led by Hu Renong surrounded and broke through the sect's mountain gates in an organized manner. There were heavy casualties. Leader, what should we do? The imperial court is simply the largest cultivation sect in the world. They use the people as the foundation for cultivation. The major sects and their leaders could not help but look worried. Assassinate that dog of an emperor. A strong man stood up in anger. Duan Qianyu smiled and said, the great Zhou Emperor Zhou Chang'an and the great Zhou Prime Minister Hu Renong established the dragon veins. In the future, the people will live and work in peace and order. It will be difficult for the local great scholars to have evil officials. If they are tyrannical and evil, the people will be resentful and the incense offerings will not be enough. We can see the corrupt officials at a glance. There was a charming woman holding a sword next to him. She laughed loudly and said, I heard that it's a praise system? It's a good policy. Next to him, a burly man said in a low muffled voice. He held a black mace and said, I don't read much. That dog of an emperor and the great Zhou Prime Minister are indeed capable. The reform of the country, especially the praise of the people and incense offerings, is the foundation of their cultivation. This way, they can't occupy the latrine without taking a shit. Even so, we can't surrender. A middle-aged man said elegantly, we are martial artists. How can we surrender to those scholars? We stepped into the martial arts path with a heroic spirit. We don't want to be bound by the rules and be the dogs of the imperial court. Duan Qianyu sat on a high place and looked at the crowd with a firm gaze. He smiled and said, with me around, the imperial court will not treat the sects unfairly. Most of the major sects had less than 100 disciples. Instead of being surrounded and suppressed, Duan Qianyu ordered them to move their sects to the northern borderline to resist the imperial court. Another day, the great Zhou Emperor Zhou Chang'an said, in the barbaric northern borderline, there is a province that is not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The people there are valiant and chivalrous. The dragon veins cannot be extended. The great Zhou iron cavalry will flatten it? I am willing to go. Hu Renong's gaze was deep as he took a step forward. Zhou Chang'an said, martial arts legend Duan Qianyu alone is the sword path. He is the entire pugilistic world. Are you confident? The Great Zhou Dynasty year 338. The imperial teacher, Hu Renong, led 10,000 tigers and wolves and countless scholars of the imperial court to Bei'an. The ground trembled slightly as the army swept over. It was a dark mass that gave off a murderous aura. Get into formation. Hu Renong stepped forward, chivalrous people are bandits and have disrupted the imperial court. They should all be suppressed. He waved his sleeves and lightning formed in the sky. He was about to attack the martial arts alliance in front of him. A swordsman was shocked. This Hu Renong could actually release such earth-shattering power. Duan Qianyu stood on a high place and laughed. He, Hu Renong, has come slowly. He has set up camps and led a large number of troops. He is not fighting but laying the dragon veins along the way. He is leading the country's fate to fight with me. It is not something that humans can stop. Everyone held their breaths. He carried the fate of a country. How strong was the great Zhou nation's fate? How could a martial arts hero fight against a country alone? Duan Qianyu suddenly laughed. With me here, the imperial court will not be unfair to the sects of the world. But perhaps, this is no longer our era. He slowly drew his sword forward and looked at the old scholar. The moment he drew his sword, heavenly thunder rumbled and endless flames rolled up. He collided with the fate of a country. Sword god Duan Qianyu fought with Hu Renong. Both sides erupted with the realm of quasi-emperors. 100 miles away, a girl with a broken arm was washing her sword with wine in a house. Although she had a mortal body, she already had the realm of a quasi-emperor's grotto heaven. Her body was washed by the sword will and all impurities were removed. She gave off a faint floral fragrance. Although she still had the life and death of a mortal and her body was extremely weak, her eyes became extremely clear and beautiful. People could not help but get close to her. A sword immortal does not cultivate the body, only the sword. She continuously washed her sword with wine. Suddenly, she looked out of the window and laughed, striding out. Swoosh, she lightly jumped onto the long sword. The long sword turned into a stream of light and flew away, cutting through the clear sky. As a mortal, it was difficult for her to ascend to the sky. But she could fly on the sword. After flying for a while, she suddenly saw the two groups of people on the ground. Hu Renong and Duan Qianyu were fighting. Hu Renong was her senior brother. They were both disciples of Bai Shaoxing. Duan Qianyu was his senior in martial arts. He was indebted to him. Whoosh! She suddenly leaped up and fell from the sky with her sword in one hand. The wind whistled in her ears as she slowly swung her sword toward the ground. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered. The huge sword chi directly condensed into a substance. It was as if this sword had slashed down from the sky. There were endless worlds, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It seemed to separate the two worlds and form a huge barrier. Rumble, the ground was split open, inch by inch, the ground protruded and turned into a rugged and towering mountain range. It separated the people of the two sides. Whoosh, this sword was too terrifying. When the sword landed, the ground split open into a huge crack that turned into a bottomless abyss. The two sides bulged and formed a depression that stretched for hundreds of miles, forming a mountain range. The celestial realm hidden in the void was also torn apart. One could vaguely see immortal palaces and pavilions, as well as majestic mountains and rivers. There was an astonishing Tao presence everywhere. A few giants guarding the southern heavenly gate wore golden armor and stood high above as though they had existed since ancient times. Who is it that broke through the void again? Eh? It's actually a battle in the mortal world. Such a long mountain range actually has such a world-shaking monster in the mortal world. This is the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. However, this power far surpasses an ordinary quasi-emperor and is even close to an ancient celestial emperor. However, such a blasphemy against the celestial heavens deserves to be punished. A giant god muttered. He was about to descend when he saw a cute green-robed girl eating tonghulu among the group of heroes. She was clapping and cheering. It's Mother Earth, don't provoke her, or else she will make life difficult for us, the god generals of the southern heavenly gate. Anyway, that mortal is powerful. She has no cultivation, but she has a divine sword to support her body. Unless a celestial emperor descends, no one is her match. If we go down, we will be killed instantly. The few golden-armored god generals were bathed in the divine light, but they choked. They suddenly felt that no one in the mortal world could be provoked. They quietly repaired the void and continued to hide in the southern heavenly gate. Under the astonishment of countless people, a girl with a broken arm appeared. Her looks were above average, and her expression was calm. She sat on a glazed celestial sword floating in the sky. That sword was like a peerless divine object. The body of the sword was transparent like a mirror, and when it shone on the land, it was actually plated with a layer of gold. Even their clothes were dyed in the glow. She spoke calmly and looked at the two armies below. There should be a line between the imperial court and the land of Shu. With one slash of my sword, this mountain range stretches for 500 miles, making it difficult to travel. This is the Shu path. The Shu path is sparsely populated, barren, and difficult to pass through. I will establish a celestial sect on Shu Mountain to welcome fated people. Sword immortals sever part of their bodies to transform into swords to become immortals. Their bodies are still mortal, and they have to live, age, get sick, and die. Cultivating this sword can sever the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. In addition, our sect does not accept people who cultivate martial arts or Confucianism. We only accept mortals who are unable to cultivate. His voice instantly resounded throughout the entire area. Countless grandmasters and even the imperial court were shocked. Who is this woman? Splitting a mountain range with a single strike, traversing 500 miles and changing the world. Cut across the land of northern Shu and guard the Shu road? Sword immortal? Mortals without any cultivation would experience birth, age, sickness, and death, yet they could cut through the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and even ascend to the immortal realm? Her combat prowess far surpasses her peers. No one in the quasi-emperor realm is her match. Impossible. How can mere mortals fight against immortals? Countless people were shocked. The existence of this sword immortal was too unbelievable and unfathomable. Moreover, what was even more strange was that she didn't have any cultivation, so there was no way to sense her aura and lock onto her existence. Her sword's power was astonishing, but it was a dead object, hidden within the scabbard. When it wasn't used, it didn't have any aura. When she launched a sneak attack and suddenly attacked, who could stop her? Sword immortals were assassins. Countless people started to feel chills down their spines. In less than 100 years, something seemed to have been suppressed and it kept advancing. First, there was the great Confucian who built the dragon vein and the divine Tao was born. Now, there was the Shu Dao sword immortal. The era might have completely changed, the huge mountain range separated the two sides, and the killing on both sides could only stop. 3 days later. The news gradually spread. Some mortals heard the news and came over. When they heard the sudden protrusion of the huge rugged mountain range in the small town, they burst into tears. It's actually true. We mortals can also have such great power. That was the suffering of mortals. They couldn't resist and could only resign themselves to adversity. As the era changed, they were always at the bottom, going with the flow. Many people didn't have the talent to cultivate. Their meridians were blocked, and only a small number of people could cultivate. They could have perseverance, determination, and talent, but they couldn't embark on the path of cultivation to pursue their dreams and pursuits. For the mortals of the world, open the Shu Road. Congratulations to the pugilistic world. For the world. In the inns and restaurants, the people discussed more and more. A future legendary sub-emperor was suddenly born in the mortal world. Immediately, the entire pugilistic world was in an uproar. The imperial court was moved, and even the ancient celestial emperors in the heavenly courts began to hear about it. And on Shu Mountain, there was actually a Shu Mountain sword sect. We mortals with blocked meridians can also cultivate and walk the path of the sword immortal. Mortals can't live forever, but they can obtain earth-shattering power. I don't think it's possible. We mortals have blocked meridians, how can we cultivate? I remember the son of Oldley from our neighboring town. He went around looking for masters and was cheated of all his wealth. But that Shu Mountain sword sect is said to only accept mortals who can't cultivate. I've already found out. That one-armed female sword immortal is the one-armed old woman who blocked the carriage back then. What a great blessing. Ha ha ha. Those saintesses of the various sects all have extraordinary talent. Wouldn't they go crazy from anger? They were taken advantage of by a mortal old woman? What a joke. What a joke. That Bai Shaoxing might be an ancient Khanate existence from the ancient Western era. The people who followed him, one opened up the divine path, and the other became a sword immortal. They are the place where the fate of the world converges. More and more discussions were happening in the pugilistic world. Bai Shaoxing's reputation was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone was looking forward to it, thinking that they had just missed out on an opportunity. They never thought that those two people were mediocre? If it was them, would they be able to achieve anything? At this moment, there were already some mortals who couldn't help but want to climb the rugged and steep Shu Mountain. They wanted to find the legendary sword immortal fate on the misty mountain peak. Don't cultivate immortality. Cultivate a lifetime to ride the sword and roam the world. Isn't that great? On the rugged and towering Shu Road, many mortals had fiery eyes and made up their minds. The Shu Road suddenly spanned 800 miles and turned into a huge mountain range, cutting off the land of Shu and the imperial court. Since then, the land of Shu in the north had its dragon vein cut off and was difficult to reach. It was a barbarian land. All kinds of swordsmen prevailed and the people were swift and fierce. It was not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The great Zhou dynasty could no longer clean up the land of Shu. They could only change their direction. Many great Confucian scholars took action. Their righteousness shocked ghosts and gods, and they cleaned up the cannibalistic ancient clans in the Cloud Mountain and Great Lake. However, the ancient clans were few and powerful. They hid in the depths of the mountains and were difficult to clean up. The great Zhou dynasty targeted the barbarian shamans in the south. Who knew that the barbarians in the south, the descendants of the shamans, were all tall and strong? They followed the great Zhou dynasty and established the imperial court. They named it Nanzhao Kingdom, established the official system, and appointed the imperial advisor. Suddenly, the power was divided into four sides. The barbarian Nanzhao Kingdom, the human great Zhou dynasty, the martial artists of Shu, and the ancient demons of Great Lake. It ushered in a brand new era. It belonged to the martial Dao, the Confucian Dao, and the sword immortal era. The 339th year of the great Zhou dynasty. In June, the Shu Mountain sect leader recruited disciples. Her voice resounded throughout the land of Shu. The human Dao is small, the celestial Dao is vast, the ghost Dao is joyful. When the door of life is opened, the celestial Dao values life, the ghost Dao values death. Chant the spirits of demons and demons, slay the souls of the 6 ghosts, the sky is clear, my Dao sun is prosperous. This is the first entrance examination for the Shu sect disciples. Those who are fated can come to Shu Mountain. In a day, the Shu Road was 1,000 miles long. Countless mortals carried their burdens and entered the Shu Road. However, the Shu Road was really difficult. The cultivation of the sword immortal was not limited by talent, but determination. There was the pain of losing an arm. Many people could not even climb up the Shu Road. They could not endure the hardships. Some people even exaggerated that it was harder than opening the celestial gate. Therefore, some people said that the Shu road was harder than ascending to the heavens. The name of Lu Wenjian, the white sword immortal with a broken arm, resounded throughout the world. Countless mortals yearned for the rugged and steep Shu mountain range. After more than a year, some sects and the imperial court began to search for information. Shu mountain is indeed strange. Their disciples all have a broken arm and live on coarse grains. In the middle of every month, they ride their swords down the mountain to buy food and vegetables. They suffer from illnesses. Even now, some of the low-level disciples have no sword energy to prolong their lives. They even go to doctors to seek treatment. They are no different from ordinary people. How can they be so weak? Are they really mortals? Cultivating the sword and not the body? Many sects in Jianghu used martial arts to become saints. They could break mountains with one punch and their bodies were tyrannical and indestructible. They were already comparable to the holy lands of the Western era. When they cultivated to the extreme, they gradually lost the suffering of mortals. They ate the spiritual energy from the immortal root. As long as they did not fight and consume it, they could even abstain from eating for several months. They did not need to eat the food of the mortal world, and their bodies were free of dirt and sweat. But Shu Mountain sect was like a mortal sect. On this day, at the foot of Shu Mountain, countless mortals looked up at the blue sky. A five-colored light flashed. Someone was riding a sword and there was a clear laughter that resounded between heaven and earth. Riding the sword with the wind, free and unfettered between heaven and earth. The voice resounded throughout the Shu Mountain range. It was the Shushan sect leader, Lu Wenjian. Almost every few days, she would fly away on her sword to communicate with Bai Shaoxing. The nearby mortals did not find it strange. They just looked up at the sky enviously. There were even some children who, with their parents holding hands, pointed their rattles at the sky and shouted, "Mommy! I want to be like that in the future. Sister Sword Immortal is the pride of us mortals. I want to go to Shu Mountain. Call her the Shu Mountain sect leader." Mother warned him. At night in the inn, the streets were quiet and serene. "I'm here again." Lu Wenjian strode forward and sat next to Medusa and Bai Shaoxing. The three studied together again. They asked and discussed questions with Bai Shaoxing without interfering with each other. "How's my sword intent?" Lu Wenjian suddenly asked. "Very good." Medusa lowered her head and flipped through the book. Her voice was soft and calm. "How about I kill you?" Lu Wenjian's eyes shone brightly as his sword will soar into the sky. He said coldly, "I want to invite my master, Bai Shaoxing, back to Shushan. He will not enter the mortal realm, not the immortal realm, and definitely not back to the demon realm with you." She already knew that the devil world would open the world passage and invade in less than 10 years. This origin demon god had already descended and was currently exploring this land. "You're not strong enough. Don't seek your own death now." Medusa smiled and looked at her. "I cherish you very much. You are a unique mortal, a mortal swordsman. You are sharp, but your lifespan is short. Even if I help you once, I can't help you a second time. Your remaining lifespan will not exceed 100 years. Sword cultivation was an extreme Tao. If one cultivated it, they would not be able to cultivate other things at the same time. Their meridians were blocked, so they could not cultivate the meridian system. However, they also could not cultivate the meditation and potion systems of other worlds. Medusa's eyes were filled with joy as if she had seen a precious jewel. She gently stroked the black hair of this ordinary-looking mortal girl. "Murderous sword chi, shocking battle intent. You are truly a beautiful flower that will disappear in the blink of an eye. Your Tao is very unique. Although you are limited by time, you are not limited by time. I hope that before you die of old age, you can catch up to me, who has lived for 1,000 years, and fight with me. Don't touch me." The mortal girl glared at him with fierce eyes. "All right." Medusa smiled. Actually, Medusa's cultivation had already stagnated a long time ago. Although she had lived for 2,000 years, Dao Chongxing, who had cultivated for less than 300 years, had fought against Dicky with the Pangareal form and shattered the world. His battle prowess was already close to her, the Cthulhu demon god. After Dao Chongxing reached the peak, he also began to stagnate. From the time he fought against Dicky until now, hundreds of years had passed, and his battle prowess had also stagnated. When they were stuck in the demigod realm, no matter how invincible they were among the same realm, they would still be overtaken by the later generations. Unless they broke through to the 8th realm, only then would they have greater potential and height. Their auras clashed, and the murderous intent filled the entire room. The cute girl and her disciple, who were hiding at the side, began to feel terrified. These two were actually fighting over a bookworm who had no self-awareness and only knew how to study. Indeed, my passion for learning has made me popular, the cute girl muttered to herself. The little fox, Hu Haihan, felt goosebumps all over her body. Ever since Lu Wenjian transformed back from an old woman, she has been so fierce. Is this the real human butcher when she was young? She gave me the feeling that she was so domineering that she even dared to fight against a demon god, but when big sister Emo Choli was scolded, she became even happier? You are too young. The cute girl, who was lying on the windowsill, shook her head. She is a severe masochist. Those who are afraid of her, kneel to her, or fear her, she will beat them to death. But those who scold her, they will say that they will beat you to death one day, and she will smile happily. Ah? The disciple's eyes widened, indicating that she did not understand the pursuit of the strong. The cute girl had her hands behind her back, and looked at the three who were sitting in front of the study table with a serious expression. Disciple, if one day you reach the peak of this world, you will be able to obtain the dreams, money, and power that everyone dreams of. Then, you will understand what they are pursuing. Although the cute girl could understand it now, she could not understand them. However, this pretentiousness was indeed satisfying. As expected, the little fox, Hu Haihan's eyes lit up. She worshipped her master even more, turning into a curious baby. Then teacher, you have created the world, experienced several mythological eras, lived for 1,000 years, and reached the peak of this world. Is your pursuit to sleep every day? The cute girl? My pursuit is to go out and watch dramas. Okay, I have only lived for 60 years. I am still a baby, and a young girl. I am younger than you who have lived for hundreds of years. The cute girl felt like she had been attacked by her disciple. In less than 6 short years, another piece of news came. Mount Shu Sword Sect, Sword Immortal Lu had broken through to the 7th insightful void realm. Before she was weak, the sickened sword was already a divine sword at the 6th realm. Now that the broken sword had been reforged, and after 30 years of being immortal, her state of mind was already at the 7th insightful void realm. She could push the sickened sword to the 7th realm. When the sword intent arrived, the realm of the sword could quickly synchronize. However, it still required the energy of a celestial arch, as well as all kinds of treasures and divine materials to forge it. She traveled to the imperial court and various sects, plundering them, and immediately gathered all the materials needed to break through to the celestial arch realm. The sword immortal lineage is a big spender of resources. Lu Wenjian's expression became calm. Amidst the burning flames, he constantly hammered the sickened sword. It is like a bottomless pit, and its combat power is heaven-defying. It is not eternal, and only has a short mortal life. The world is fair. I do not cultivate for the next life, and only seek the price of glory in the present. Then, let the world know that I once existed in this world. The 345th year of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Xushan sect leader, Lu Wenjian, broke through to the celestial arch realm. The world shook, and the gate of immortality opened. Immortal as a celestial arch, this is incredible. The heavenly realm and the mortal world shook violently. Immortal actually had the combat power of a celestial arch. However, no matter what, the signs of the Eastern era moving towards a golden age had already appeared. The first peerless celestial arch, who suppressed all the heroes and geniuses of the world, had appeared. An unparalleled celestial arch began to suppress a new era. In the ancient immortal world, various celestial thearchs and deities came to the misty Xushan to congratulate it with immortal treasures. On the earth, the major sects of the mortal world, the Confucian grandmasters of the imperial court, and the earth immortal Duan Qianyu came to congratulate them. Rumble. The human path is small, the immortal path is vast, and the ghost path is happy. When the door of life is opened, the immortal path is valued for life, and the ghost path is valued for death. The sword-cleansing terrace of Shu Mountain was paved with green bricks. It was simple and unadorned, with an ancient charm. Dozens of Shu Mountain disciples, dressed in slender Taoist robes, were waving long swords with one hand and practicing martial arts. The momentum was shocking, and streams of sword will soared into the sky. Great! Countless people of the martial world watched from outside. In the inner hall, ancient existences were discussing. It was the celestial thearchs of the ancient era who had descended to Shushan. A white-clothed sword immortal with a broken arm carried a glass divine sword on her back, exuding a monstrous killing intent. She was peerless and otherworldly, with an ethereal sharpness. Celestial the Arch-Sui could not help but say in admiration, "Only cultivating combat power and not longevity, your combat power is already close to ours. I'm afraid in a few years, you will surpass us. But this is also to be expected. We are still in our prime, and you have just entered your prime." Her gaze was somewhat regretful. Life was relative. In a sense, they were both celestial thearchs, and their current age was the same. Lu Wenjian was currently in his prime, and they were also in their prime, about to enter old age. However, Lu Wenjian was about to enter his twilight years in less than 20 years. In less than 100 years, this celestial the Arch of the Sword Tao with shocking combat power would perish. Their lifespans were long, and they were about to enter old age. There was still a long period of time left. Celestial the Archventeng was bathed in divine light and praised with a smile, "Such an amazing woman has never been seen since ancient times. What an extreme Tao. She severed her own body as a sword and defied the heavens. She only strives for the present and does not seek eternity." "Thank you for the praise," Lu Wenjian replied. After hesitating for a moment, Sui spoke and handed over a book. "This is the mandate of the heavenly Tao. We have delivered it as the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. Previously, there were 2 paths in the cultivation path. One was to gather the meridians and open up the sea of consciousness in the mind. The other was to gather the meridians and open up the Dantian world in the lower abdomen. Your sword Tao is like a mortal whose meridians are blocked. You use the method of forging swords and forging tools to forge your arm and open up the blocked meridians. Then, you condense the Dantian in your arm and then sever it. Your mind is connected, and you use tools to enter the Tao. As for the sword Tao, since you condense the Dantian in your arm, perhaps you can also use the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art as a reference and cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art to open up 9 worlds inside." Fenting smiled and added, "Your combat power is already heaven-defying. Moreover, you cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art's 6 sword and have 9 orifices inside. If you walk your own mortal path, perhaps in the future, you will be comparable to the strongest form of Pengu's true body." The 2 celestial thearchs invited her to stay in the 9 heavens and become a celestial the Arch. This was a supreme honor for mortals, but she rejected it. She wanted to stay in Shu Mountain and continue to teach disciples. Her lifespan was not long. Since she was a mortal, she was reluctant to part with the mortal world. After talking for a while, the celestial thearchs regretfully left and returned to the Sky Palace. Then, Lu Wenjian strode out of the palace. "Kill!" Sword light flashed. At this time, the eldest disciple of Shu Mountain, Lu Chunfeng, was fighting with the geniuses of the major sections. Some sects were very dissatisfied. Although the Shu Mountain sword immortal could let mortals cultivate, it was too extreme. Moreover, he was just a mortal with a sword. No matter how strong he was still a mortal. His body was ordinary and could be broken with one touch. They did not believe that he was strong enough. In less than a few moves, they were all defeated. Countless sect leaders of the Jianghu Holy Lands finally understood how terrifying it was. They looked at the eldest disciple of Shu Mountain. Although he has a mortal body and is supported by a divine sword, he is still extremely fragile. He will die with one hit, but we can't hit him. What a wonderful sword technique. One sword to break all laws. The sword will break any Dao technique or long sword that gets close. Even spiritual attacks can't get close to his mortal body. Of course, as long as we break through his defense, even the weakest attack will be fatal. Extreme attack, extreme defense. The sect leaders of the Holy Lands found it hard to believe. The eldest disciple of Shu Mountain was indeed talented, even exaggerated. However, his meridians were blocked. If he was like the major sects, he would be eliminated in the first test. After all, what was the use of talent? It was useless if he could not cultivate. It was destined that a mortal body could not cultivate. Even the strong could not open it. After all, a mortal had tens of thousands of meridians in his body. How could he open it carefully without hurting his body? This is a precious treasure. As a mortal, he has experienced a lot of pain and tempered himself. He can endure the pain of a broken arm. He is not ordinary. He is much stronger than the pampered geniuses of our major sections. That Shu Mountain sect leader, this mortal celestial emperor, is indeed a peerlessly talented supreme existence. As a woman, she was able to experience hardships as a mortal and suppress the entire world. It simply makes us men feel ashamed. Shu Mountain's potential is limitless. They sighed. Then they saw the Shu Mountain sect leader arrive and end the conversation with the celestial emperors of the immortal world. Who would have thought that she looks like a girl from an ordinary family? Her looks are just above average. Looking at the whole mortal world, who knows how many people with this kind of appearance will be obliterated? Will this woman marry? I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry such a peerless sword immortal celestial emperor. Shoo! How can such a person marry a man? They were all discussing. It was very clear that in every era, there would be a celestial emperor who suppressed the 12 ancestors of sorcery in the Western era, celestial emperor Duan who suppressed the heavenly talents of the 4 races, and the most shocking celestial emperor Dao. Perhaps at this moment, a new era of celestial emperors had arrived. Years passed, and time continued to pass. In another 3 years, the 6 sword also practiced the 9 revolutions mysterious art of the inner world. It gradually integrated into the mountains and rivers, entered an incredible realm, and included many people of Shu. The transparent sword body began to contain an endless world. One side of the sword body was engraved with stars, the sun, and the moon, and the other side was engraved with mountains and plants. Among them, one could vaguely see farming and livestock, and smoke curling up from the chimneys. The Shu Mountain sect leader sword cultivation had reached an incredible realm. As a mortal, she needed to eat 3 meals a day, but she had the combat strength to shock immortals. She suppressed the world alone, and the world bowed to her. There had never been a mortal celestial emperor since ancient times. The sword immortal emperor was worshipped as the ancestor of mortals and the patriarch of humanity. Everyone knew that a new era had arrived. This was the arrival of a new era. Some people began to grieve, knowing that this era would soon come to an end, and they were not optimistic. I heard that this mortal celestial emperor only has less than 100 years left to live. His life is as short as fireworks. What a pity. Duan Xianyu and Hu Renong are also in the quasi-emperor realm. Perhaps in another 100 years, they will break through. Their lives will be longer, and they will have 900 years, just like those ancient celestial emperors. Someone smiled bitterly. Yes, what's the use of fighting for the present? Mortals are mortals after all. Even if you are peerless and invincible, you will only be a yellow gravestone after 100 years. Duan Xianyu and Hu Renong are the true eternal, the victors of time. Moreover, Hu Renong cultivates the divine path. It is said that when he cultivates it to the extreme, his life will far exceed that of ordinary celestial emperors, and there is the possibility of immortality. Bai Shaoxing taught 2 people, one has an extremely long life, and the other has an extremely short life. Is there a deeper meaning? Be careful with your words. The lineage of sword cultivators relies on a rebellious will to only fight for the present. If I die in these 100 years and become a peerless celestial emperor that can suppress an era, I will be satisfied even if I die. The wheel of history finally tilted in favor of mortals. They no longer needed talent and cultivation, they only needed the courage of Q-sword. If the Western era was a pure era that belonged to gods and ancient gods, then the Eastern era was an era that belonged to the true mortals who cultivated the sword. It belonged to all living beings. Countless years later, the Eastern era recorded a paragraph of text. In the Lu family of northern Shu, there was a mortal girl, Wen Jian, who went through many twists and turns and became the disciple of Bai Shaoxing. Her sword cut through the land of Shu, forming the 500 miles of Shu path. She became the sect leader of Shu Mountain. She ate the 5 grains, experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. Her mortal body could kill celestial emperors, and the era of mortal cultivation has come. The sect leader of Shu Path, that Lu Rentu, actually borrowed by Xiaxing's help because of an idea I had at that time. I never thought that his ambition would be stirred up again, and he could actually reach this step. Suji sat on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard. Although Lu Wenjian was a woman, she was born with many illnesses and a weak body, but her character was resolute and stubborn. Step by step, she rose up from a mortal who could not cultivate, and finally became the Sword Immortal Emperor. She established the Sword Immortal Shu Mountain lineage, cut through Shu Path with one sword, and led the era into the golden age of Shu Mountain. However, she was a mortal who could not cultivate, and her meridians were blocked. She walked the path of the Celestial Emperor, relying on a rebellious will. Sword cultivation was too extreme, and she was the shortest-lived mortal Celestial Emperor in history. Thinking about it, fate is really strange. If I did not help, history would have gone to the other side, and the Shu Mountain era would not have appeared. Suji's thoughts moved slightly. Perhaps, such a wave of history has buried many heroes who did not rise up. In fact, if it was not for Bai Xiaxing's knowledge, she would definitely be able to reach this step. He randomly chose Lu Wenjian. What if he chose Duan Qianyu? With this person's talent, perhaps he could also replace Lu Wenjian and become a celestial emperor in some way. This is fate. Suji smiled and stood up indifferently. Just like when I created the insect ape before, I casually stepped on many running animals in the forest when I entered the Grand Canyon. At that time, I said that this is the survival of the fittest, natural selection. This is also my choice. He rode on the electric scooter, and felt that he had put on a good show. He leisurely rode on the rural road, and planned to enjoy the scenery while going to the small supermarket to get some drinks. When he returned, he looked at the sorcerer community that he had not cared about ever since it was established, which was something that he rarely did. In the wizard community, the streets and alleys were full of shops and shops. It was very lively, as if it was already a small virtual town game. Among them, there was a huge windfall. The first PvP fighting competition has entered the finals. The wizard community ushered in its first grand event. As the creator NPC, he should indeed attend the ceremony and should not be absent. It wasn't that there weren't any combat arena competitions in the past, but they were all privately organized. After all, the wizard community had only been open for a month. This was the first large-scale combat competition, and it was even organized by the officials. In other words, it was provided by Suji in the last update, and there were also competition rewards. Entering the world of delicacies was to promote their crazy meditation of liver cirrhosis passion. After countless preliminaries and semifinals, the finals had begun. If the Evolution Sandbox was a small popular game, only open to more than 300 special players, then the wizard community was a popular game for the masses. Each person was online for 30 seconds a day, and a total of 1,000 character accounts could be logged in at the same time. In fact, in 24 hours a day, there were nearly 3 million people logging in. What kind of concept was 3 million people? It was already equivalent to a very popular online game. There was no doubt that the social and open nature of the wizard community had become a part of many people's lives. Even some foreign players, through various channels, found ways to enter this community game that was only open to domestic players. 3 million people every day, each person for 3 hours. With all kinds of liver tricks, each person worked for an average of 1.5 hours. The effect is very exaggerated. Suji's expression was calm. Even the grade 4 wizards have changed who knows how many batches. The strength of the body of the Cthulhu evil god pet is now close to the body of Medusa, who has been working hard for God knows how long. Do not underestimate the degree of liver cirrhosis of the players. Of course, this was only close. Medusa's body was composed of grade 6 and 7 tissues. After all, there were many strong people from the potion era who died. On the other hand, Suji's side was all grade 4, and it was the real Cthulhu evil god without self-consciousness. Originally, this Cthulhu evil god was not intended to be compared to Medusa. It was just a mechanical tool pet without intelligence. Suji looked at the wizard community and stroked the head of the little pet in the Rubik's Cube orchard, who was happily holding the dog food. It only has instincts. Every Rubik's Cube creature is exuding chaotic and violent emotions, but it is constantly improving its level. Almost 1/3 of these 17,000 Rubik's Cubes have been completed. Maybe I have to make it bigger, like Medusa, with 129,000 Rubik's cubes. But if I do that, it will probably be the size of a normal person, like Medusa. Suji smiled and said, when the time comes, can you make a guard puppet? No, forget about the dolls, the Rubik's Cube motorcycles can even transform into planes and become mounts. No matter what, a creature formed from cubes could be pieced together casually, and it even had an internal space. Just thinking about it made it seem like it had limitless possibilities. The sorcerer community was definitely one of the most important links, so Suji still had to make a trip to the sorcerer community combat finals. At this moment, on this piece of land that was only 30 square meters, there were 1,000 little lives moving back and forth, shouting and yelling, surrounding a ring-shaped bird's nest building that looked like a football field. There were 3 million players, and only 1,000 of them could go online at the same time. Those who couldn't go online at the same time could enter the special competition visitor mode because it was currently the competition period. They could enter the perspective of 1,000 characters to watch the competition, but they couldn't control that character. In the venue, there were beauties wearing beautiful and exquisite wizard robes. Their bodies were exuding colorful witchcraft, and they were dancing in the Gokuraku Jodo, twisting their sexy steps. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I'm so touched that tears kept flowing down from the corners of my mouth. As expected of the leaders of the neighborhood committee, each of them is super good at planning. Among 3 million people, they found a bunch of cute girls who can dance. I'm bragging. This caused the audience to scream. A group of sorcerer girls danced together with all kinds of colorful sorcery. Such a beautiful opening ceremony would definitely cause many people to be excited. F***CK. Even the character accounts of the dancing girls in visitor mode can go over and watch. Ha ha ha. I also realized that I can go over and watch myself dance in the first person. While I dance, I can also watch you idiots in the audience. Someone laughed wildly. Then, during the competition, we can watch the characters fighting in the first person's perspective. Awesome. Those are the top 8, the top professional fighters among millions of players. Let's see how they fight. We can switch between the two sides' perspectives at will. This is the real competition. The entire game forum, which was usually dominated by the Evolution sandbox, was now flooded by this rare golden age. Countless people were cheering, as if it was a grand competition in a competitive circle. It's time to go and take a look. At this time, Suji came back from the supermarket. He parked the electric scooter at the entrance of the courtyard, picked up a chair at the entrance, and took out a few apples from the plastic bag in the supermarket. He strode over. In the bird's nest building. One of the hosts, Bai Xiaojun, was the one who exposed the good intentions of the production team. She was also a well-known big shot in the wizard community. Bai Xiaojun yelled, "This is a competition hosted by the officials. I just received news that the god of creation will personally come to this competition. The officials will also release Easter eggs and rewards. The officials have always been kind, so they will definitely not be bad. F***CK. The god of creation will come?" Countless people were instantly surprised. Bai Xiaojun continued in a loud voice, "Ahem, I believe most of you already know about this, but I still have to explain it to you guys. As we all know, there are 3 million players in the wizard community, but this is a dungeon for more than 300 special players in the Evolution sandbox. According to the background design of this game, the village chief of the novice village, the NPC god of creation, is the only existence in the universe. In other words, he is the highest existence in this game. Bragging. Countless people were excited. The god of creation, they had never seen it with their own eyes before. That was because it was the background of the Evolution sandbox. After all, they were spores in the courtyard of the god of creation, but they had never appeared in the wizard community. The wizard community is like a stepmother's child. Many people scolded. Kaboom! Suddenly, as everyone was discussing, a majestic and hazy giant slowly approached. He was carrying a rattan chair. It's here, the epic godly equipment, the god of creation's chair. Wow! That's the chair instance dungeon that wiped out all the first beta gamers. Look at that domineering aura and the domineering aura he exudes as he walks over with the chair. That sigh in his eyes, that sexy beard, that perfect body. My idol is here. Sisters from the fan club, come quickly. I'm going to faint. Countless people looked up. The majestic and epic feeling of the giant blotted out the sun was unimaginable. They were very excited as though they had seen their idol. Suji was speechless. Damn it, I'm just here to observe the ceremony. It's just like attending a conference and sitting in front as a judge. Why are you guys so excited? He placed the chair down and sat down. The entire bird's nest arena was built at the edge of the sand table, making it convenient for him to carry the chair and sit down. His feet faced the entire arena. It was like a person sitting on a chair with a round basin in front of him. Countless people in the bird's nest arena looked up excitedly. Suji, on the other hand, sat calmly on the chair. He was already used to being stared at by these people who were making a fuss. His heart was unperturbed. In fact, he even had the illusion that he wanted to put his feet into the basin in front of him. After a round of commotion, the first community PvP finals of our wizard community officially begins. Under the gaze of the god of creation, Bai Xiaojun said loudly, "First, I would like to thank all the contestants for their participation. After all, there are thousands of people working hard for each character. Some people are in charge of meditation and raising their character level. Some people are in charge of researching alchemy, using sand coins to exchange for materials and making alchemy equipment. Some people are in charge of training their combat skills and practicing sorcery spells. Now, let's welcome the contestants to the arena. The top 8 contestants of the finals. First place, Diqi." Along with the applause, Diqi walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. "Please make your declaration." The microphone was handed over. Diqi looked down at the world with his hands behind his back and said, "What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine." Whoosh, the audience instantly became excited. 666. "You're awesome. Secretly learning from the celestial sovereign, #1 in the world." Diqi must be puzzled. Someone is secretly learning from me? If Diqi sees this, he'll beat this fake Diqi to death. Then, the next contestant entered the arena. It turned out to be the recently popular sword immortal Lu Wenjian. She was a beautiful woman holding an alchemy longsword. After all, the wizard community had improved a lot. As long as most of the people in a character applied to change their appearance, they could pay a lot of sand coins to change their appearance. At this time, of course, it was the latest and most popular mortal celestial sovereign. Sword immortals are the best in the world. Mortal celestial sovereigns have a rebellious will. This mortal girl's story simply pierced my heart. In the spectator seats, many people were making a ruckus. One day, I will also enter and become a disciple of Shushan. Forget it, you'll lose your arm. Ahahaha. I'm not afraid. What I'm most afraid of is losing my arm and not being handsome enough. I choose to break my leg and forge it into a sword. I'll put it into a furnace and forge it into a sword immortal. Watch as I, the pure young sword immortal, strike the enemy thousands of miles away. Whoosh, the audience instantly fell silent. Many people turned their heads from their seats and looked at this young man as if he was a pervert. The young man, so awkward. He realized that he was too excited and exposed the depths of his heart. At this time, popular characters appeared one after another. Countless fans were shouting and cheering. Countless people were very happy, feeling that this was a golden age for players. It was rare for them to be so happy. They are indeed talented, but they are battle-type talents. Suji sat high up and looked down. He took out an apple that he had just bought from the supermarket and ate it in big bites. The entire arena boiled again as they looked at the giant eating the apple. Holy shit! It's here. The legendary scene, the god of creation eating an apple. Suji ignored them. He had too much liver cirrhosis and overworked his brain. It was understandable that he was not in a normal state of mind. The next contestant is. Bai Xiaojun's voice gradually stiffened. She looked up at the god of creation and fell silent. The next contestant, the god of creation. A contestant shrouded in hazy light walked out shakily. He trembled as he looked at the sky. The majestic giant was eating an apple. His face was as white as a sheet. Bai Shajuan's voice was hoarse and nervous. She stuffed the microphone into his mouth. This, contestant, please, say your declaration. This contestant was stunned. He was supposed to make an explosive declaration, but now he was very uncomfortable. He did not expect the god of creation to suddenly appear. He could only take out an apple and slowly put it in his mouth. He looked extremely embarrassed and wanted to cry. He secretly looked up at the sky. I am the god of creation, I love to eat apples. Suji nibbled on the apple and looked at him. Young man, your path is too narrow. Suji sat on the chair, leisurely eating an apple. He lowered his head and looked at the trembling contestant, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This group of people, imitating people everywhere. They even imitate me. I am the god of creation, I like to eat apples. When he heard these words, he felt a headache, but his tolerance was not that small. However, in the next round of the top 8, what made Suji speechless was that this professional fighter instantly became mentally unstable and was eliminated. The whole arena was in an uproar. Damn it. Fight CC's low match. God of creation, you're trash, leave the group. The crowd was in an uproar. The god of creation personally came to watch, but you just came up and fell? Can't you give me some face? Even some of the goddess of creation's fans were not convinced and scolded, saying that they would wash your guild group with blood tonight. And that contestant also wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was definitely an elite professional fighter, but in a fight, everything changed in an instant. Using witchcraft, the mentality was very important, a moment of hesitation, and he would lose. Suji watched for a while. This fighting finals was a points competition, divided into 4 rings at the same time, constantly changing opponents, and soon 4 of the top 8 were eliminated, entering the top 4. Indeed powerful. Seeing this, Suji could not help but smile. They were all real combat geniuses, not comparable to the players in the sand table. After all, those players were biological experts who studied the theory of evolution. In other words, they were top students, and basically had no talent in fighting. Even if they entered the sand table, it was difficult for Qiu Mingshan, Zhimeng, and the others to become the protagonists of this era, because of this reason. And these geniuses are the most outstanding professional fighters among millions of people, and behind them, there are geniuses in charge of meditation, helping them crazily increase their realms. There are geniuses who are good at alchemy, helping them make equipment. Everyone here is equivalent to an all-around peerless genius. Meditation, alchemy, combat, integrated into one, the level of a grade 4 wizard is enough to make people feel that the fight is very exciting. In fact, combat skills could be improved infinitely, and it was also a great spectator game. This was one of the main reasons why the wizard community was so popular. After all, fair competition games had always been a major category of online games on Earth. This kind of real-life combat was simply a street away from other games like tower pushing, firearms, and chicken dinners. At this time, after the quarterfinals ended, a system prompt sounded. The contestants who advance to the top 4 will be rewarded with 5 million meditation coins per contestant. Voila, the entire arena was boiling. F***ck. So many. The game development team sure has a conscience. 5 million sand coins was an astronomical figure. Behind each player stood nearly 3,000 people, and each character was equivalent to a server in the game. There were 1,000 servers in the game. This could be considered a battle between the 2 servers. However, if the 5 million were to be split equally, the regional server players with each character would also receive a considerable amount of profit. The top 4 already received such a generous reward? Production team, I'm going to blow my top. Ha ha ha, our Imperial Chi Zone has advanced. Some people were cheering, while others were feeling down. Motherf **Ker, the Batman Zone has also advanced. That's a foreign server zone. Motherf **Ker. I'm furious just thinking about it. This game is in our country, but 8 out of 1,000 servers are filled with foreign players. When the second beta test started, those bastards caught wind of it and went to the official website to snatch the VIP spots from us. We have a lot of people and fast hands, but they still managed to snatch a portion of the spots. Now, those foreign servers are gathered in the 8 servers, and they still advance to the finals? I have to admit that they have experts on their side. They have a small number of people, but they have gathered elites. The professional fighter, Casey, who controls Batman, is indeed a monster. He has terrifying combat instincts, and the players call him Beast Casey. Sob sob sob, in the quarterfinals, our zone's Kuan Kuan is eliminated. Motherf asterisk Kerr, our creator zone is eliminated. Some people took off their VR equipment in front of their computers. The servers that they had worked so hard for were eliminated. It was like losing a guild battle in an online game, and there was a deep sense of disappointment. However, it was inevitable that the winners would be happy and the losers would be disappointed. At this moment, the Wizard Community game not only covered social and leisure activities, but it also included competitive games. It had become a global hit. Next, after a half-hour break, it was time for the semi-finals match. Suddenly, they heard a notification. The semi-finals have begun. Venue changed to the Storm Zone. Everyone in the arena was shocked. Was this the official surprise and Easter egg? Just as everyone was about to say something, the 4 contestants and the host, Bai Xiaojun, were suddenly engulfed by a strong gust of wind and flew into the sky. Whoosh, the 4 of them landed, and when they came to their senses, they found themselves standing on a black platform high in the sky. Strong winds howled around them, and the sun was blazing above their heads. There were blue skies and white clouds. A high-altitude environment? The 4 of them were shocked. This black platform was the orchard's flying pet. It flew into the sky. In the arena, the audience discovered that the 4 fighters had disappeared from the arena. In their place was a translucent screen projection of the 4 contestants flying into the sky. Gosh, they changed the venue. D*MN producers, come out and get beaten up. Can't they tell us the flow of the competition in advance? Wow. I can't get enough of watching from the audience. I've already gone offline to watch the accounts of those players. They're really in the high-altitude arena. So cool. I'll go take a look too. The storm is huge and affects the battle. It depends on who has the best adaptability. At this moment, the team behind the semi-finals, all the players in that server, including the person in charge, were starting to worry. This competition was held in the sky. The 4 celebrity fighters each had an astonishing number of fans supporting them. The battles were also very exciting. They turned the tables in desperate situations, and many trump cards emerged one after another. It was very satisfying. After each of them fought one round, it was the second round, the semi-finals. At this moment, another message sounded. Terrain changed to the lava zone. Whoosh. A storm swept through the 4 contestants. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in front of a huge, pitch-black circular arena. Suji blocked the view of the black circular arena. Then, he put the black pan on the gas stove and turned on the small fire. Rumble, the scorching heat slowly baked the black circular arena. Hot, hot, hot. As expected of the lava zone. The 4 contestants could not help but look serious. They felt that the organizer was very attentive. Another round of competition, constantly changing venues, gradually entering the final one. Terrain changed to the waterfall zone. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept through. When they opened their eyes again, they were actually on a piece of land that looked like cement. Suji turned on the tap. Whoosh, there was a vast waterfall river in the sky, sprinkling white water, splashing countless water droplets. The terrain has become more complicated. The huge waterfall water makes it difficult to see clearly. It's a terrain that tests one's spiritual perception sorcery. The opponent is hiding in the waterfall and ambushing me. This is too difficult. It's the same for the others. At this moment, the 4 were still competing. But after calculating the points, the top 2 were basically decided. They would be born from these 2. The foreign player Casey, and the legendary professional player from the local server, Yuan Qinghua, was rumored to be an 18-year-old genius who had recently risen to fame. Before this, no one knew that he was so fierce. The 2 were competing for the championship. Whoosh, the snow-white waterfall sprayed, and the 2 crossed each other, like assassin sorcerers in the shadows. Drip, drip, hazy raindrops sprinkled on the ground. Their maneuvers are amazing. Countless people felt as if their hearts were squeezed. In a short 10 minutes, all kinds of shadows advanced, assassinated, and the two's various godly maneuvers stunned everyone. In the end, Yuan Qinghua defeated his opponent with a slight advantage and became the champion. We won. Ha ha ha. We won. Everyone cheered, and many people in the audience hugged each other. Su Ji, who was sitting next to him, revealed a faint smile. The sorcerer community had never had any rules, and he rarely paid attention to it, letting it develop freely. He did not expect it to be so perfect today. The sorcerer community's first full-server combat competition was finally over. The entire forum was filled with cheers, and many people were excited during the process. There were many people in the forum who made many comments, which made people feel a little emotional. Even after the competition, the host did interviews with all the contestants. The creator contestant had tears streaming down his face. I didn't perform well. I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart when I saw the creator. I'm sorry to the players of our server. I had a chance to enter the top 4, but I'm sorry, I can only leave now. Then, he interviewed one of the contestants, the player who had been popular for the championship, Noob052. He had the best chance to get first, and was even the default champion. Everyone had seen his exquisite maneuvers, but he only got 3rd place. Many people felt that it was not worth it. He had performed poorly, or else he would not have let Casey and Yuan Qinghua, 2 people he had defeated before, surpass him. He said, I realized that competitions and normal times are 2 different environments. I'm a person who is afraid of strangers, and when I stand in the arena and face the expectations of nearly 3,000 people behind me, that feeling of oppression and suffering makes me very nervous. I hope the next competition will be better, and I will be back. Bai Xiaojun interviewed him. What were your original expectations? I thought about it then. As long as I wasn't 2nd place, I wouldn't miss the feeling of 1st place. I could accept it. Now that I'm 3rd, I can accept it. He said, mentality is also a form of strength. If you don't have strength, you're a noob. There's nothing to quibble about. In esports, being noob is a sin. Countless people were silent, feeling very emotional. This Noob052, the fighting legend of the wizard community, who had a PvP arena record of 173 consecutive wins and a 97.3% winning rate, had been pulled down from his pedestal. Next, Bai Xiaojun interviewed the 2nd runner-up, Kathy. He said, fighting talent is important, but understanding the opponent is even more important. Our team used big data analysis, replayed the fights, analyzed the opponents one by one, studied the character's fighting system and rationality, and formed our assassin wizard tactics. But I can't deny that you Chinese players are very strong. There are too many monsters. This is already my best, and I don't regret not getting 1st place. Yuan Qinghua, who was in 1st place, was very calm. We're also studying individual systems and tactics, and looking at all kinds of unorthodox fighting styles on the forums and Tieba. Even our 3-day Eagle Rings alchemy equipment fighting style was learned from the forums. As the interviews went on, it could be said that this golden age of fighting had come to an end. There were 1,000 servers participating, and each server had close to 3,000 people. It was equivalent to a server war. Every server's players were working hard, hoping that their server and character could win. There were bound to be people who were happy and people who were disappointed in the competition. There was even a closing ceremony, a group of beautiful and cute girls dancing, and when the awards were handed out, there were people who left midway, directly going offline and silently posting on the forums. After all, this was the glory of others' victory. They had worked too hard, but it was still a little hard to accept. In one of the posts, it was written with a very touching expression. I believe that today, many of you have taken a leave of absence in reality, especially to watch this game's finals. Although this game has only been released for a little over a month, I believe that everyone deeply loves the flow of time in the game. It can't be denied that we must thank this great game. The social elements it has are amazing, and it has a mysterious and realistic second life. Although there are only 1,000 people in the community, and they all look the same, but every time I go online, the souls under each other's skin are all different. We can abandon our real identities, chat, play together, play chess, chat, go to Summoner's Canyon together, and even go to the arena for PvP. Every time, there is a new experience. In the first fighting competition, there were too many dark horses. As for the legendary noob 052, I am also his fan. Originally, I had already silently written a post celebrating his victory in the finals, but when I saw the later parts, his performance was off, and all kinds of low-level mistakes, I silently deleted the post. To be honest, I am also very sad in my heart. He was actually defeated by Casey, a foreign server who had once lost to him, and snatched second place. The gap between us is huge, and he is even bigger. Many people are scolding him, bombarding him, but I feel that there is no need. To be honest, Casey's various tactics are indeed amazing. He's a strong monster, and his positioning is too flashy. Fortunately, Yuan Qinghua suddenly emerged and won the championship of the first fighting tournament. Otherwise, if we let a foreigner win the championship, we'd really be slapped in the face alive, crying. The post was written very moving, and there were many analyses and developments written. From screenshots, to the fighting habits of the contestants, and the alchemy equipment of the team behind the scenes, layer by layer, it caused a very big reaction. The first wizard community competition, in this night of all kinds of joy and sorrow, gradually came to an end. In the closing ceremony, a group of beautiful girls still danced on the stage, singing. Suji sat on a chair, nibbling on an apple. Seeing this scene, he smiled. The wizard community has been cultivated by them, but indeed, there are all kinds of geniuses in all kinds of fields, combat geniuses, meditation geniuses, alchemy geniuses. In the future, they can be used as backup troops. Of course, Suji did not care about this at the moment. Geniuses in meditation, combat, alchemy, these geniuses were not important. Looking at the various worlds, the natives would constantly produce these geniuses, rising and breeding in each generation. What he lacked the most was species with extraordinary potential. He needed more creatures with great potential to be put into the various worlds. This was the most important, so his focus had always been on the evolution sandbox. But the reward still needs to be given. As Suji thought of this, a message resounded in the arena of the wizard community. The top 3, Batman, Demon King Piccolo, and Patrick Star, 3 people from the server, will receive the reward of entering the gourmet world. Whoosh, instantly, everyone was excited. Entering the gourmet world was the promised reward, but to let a character enter another world, what did this mean? In the wizard community, each character was a game zone, and everyone took turns to log in. There were nearly 3,000 people in one zone. In other words, all the players in the zone would enter the gourmet world together. Countless people's breathing quickened. F***ck. This is so cool. Ha 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 ha. One person can get everything. I once meditated for a big boss in Patrick Star's zone. It was so cool. Sob sob sob, I'm from Green Beauty Mountain. I want to change zones, I want to change zones. Suddenly, a group of people in the bird's nest arena shouted. Some people were even more distressed, secretly swearing that in the next competition, they would work hard, meditate, and strive for their game servers to enter the gourmet world. The sorcerer community had a total of 1,000 servers. 3 servers had left them and entered another world. It would be a lie to say that they were not heartbroken. After all, there were nearly 3,000 players in one server. It was equivalent to moving the server to another world. Oh my god, this benefit is too great. Back then, how many people did Cthulhu enter? Praise the conscientious production team. Sure enough, they never let us down. This was too crazy. The entire sorcerer community on the internet was heartbroken and envious of the players who won the lottery. After all, how many people had entered the other world until now? Each of them was a big boss, and they could be counted on one hand, a colorful second life, an extra lifetime. Just thinking about it made people yearn for it. It was so precious that it was crazy. What's more, these people, don't talk about becoming spore players, they couldn't even write a thesis. Thank you big boss, thank you daddy producer. Crying emoji, daddy producer, I love you. Everyone who did not enter the top 3 servers, Do you think I am as happy as you think I am? No. I am a happiness you can't imagine. Happy emoji. A bunch of people flaunting their wealth came out, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Did you learn to be quiet and coquettish? Countless people were heartbroken. This collective glory had been lost in their server, but they had to win it back in the next tournament. However, some people were looking forward to it. What kind of world was the gourmet world? Once I hear it, I know it's a friendly and leisure world full of delicious food. Happy emoji, but thinking about it, something is not right. Esports, no food. This matter is not simple at all. Anyway, I don't care. Once we enter, we will definitely have a good meal. They were all looking forward to it and began to cheer. They felt that this was the reward after the big battle. At the banquet, the food would not be too bad. Many people even specially ate a good meal that night, indicating that they were enjoying the food in advance and preparing for the opening of the gourmet world the next day. At this moment, Suji left the exquisite small sand table building in the sorcerer community and strode back to the living room, preparing to eat and take a bath. This finals has ended. The promised gourmet world still has to be opened. Suji was very indifferent. Where to open? Of course, it was in the stomach. Otherwise, how could it be called a delicacy? In reality, this was just a small world of casual delicacies that was open to the public. Naturally, the flow of life wouldn't be too fast. It wasn't 100 years in a day, but a year in the wizard community. Just like before, they logged in one character at a time. Each character had a time limit of 30 seconds, and the in-game time was 3 hours. This was a large sand table similar to the sorcerer community. He was a 6th grade giant, and he had already deduced and opened the 6th aperture point. The world inside was even bigger than the Daluo heaven. As for the positions of the various spaces, they could be adjusted to form a single continent. Of course, the most reasonable form of battle was the 9 stars aligned pearl. Otherwise, if one of the spaces was shattered, the entire continent would be shattered, resulting in instant death. But since Suji didn't want to fight, it didn't matter. What a beautiful environment. A mirror image doppelganger appeared in the inner world. This was the second mirror image that Suji had just created. The further he created, the more difficult it was. Although it was the lowest level ruthless mirror image, it still needed some time. However, Bai Xiaoxing, who was passionate about learning, couldn't stand it. However, the sun is still not ready. Suji felt a headache, and his expression became strange. However, the rules of the gourmet world have been set. Perhaps, it is up to the creatures in the gourmet world to create a gourmet sundae. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The end of the first season was already a thing of the past. Everyone had been working hard for a long time, and the sense of loss after the victory had been washed away. Their eyes were focused on the new leisure world, the gourmet world. According to the guesses of some big shots, the gourmet world is not a community. It should be a special small world, but it is enough to experience life in a different world. If the wizard community is just a small social community, then the gourmet world may be a real online game world, our second life. As for the level? Experience? Killing monsters to level up? I don't think there is any hope. According to Spore Evolution, there won't be any of these. Of course, it is because of this hardcore that we feel it is real. There were many people guessing, but only 3 people entered. Patrick Star, Demon King Piccolo, and Batman. At this time, inside their bodies were the 3 big shots from the competition. Although they logged in alternately, they had glory, so they were naturally the first to log in and experience everything in the gourmet world first. Another reason was that these 3 big shots had extraordinary combat power, so they were allowed to enter first to explore the unknown gourmet world. Swoosh, a young man with the appearance of Batman, an alien covered in green hair, and a pink 5-pointed star appeared in a green forest, surrounded by all kinds of incredible beasts, small animals, and plants. The rules of this world, please explore on your own. The 3 of them instantly had a toothache. Sure enough, it was as hardcore as ever. They could only guess that it was related to food from the name. Just treat it as a hardcore game. Be careful. After all, it is a casual gourmet world, but casual. Yuan Qinghua smiled and said, in the previous spore evolution sandbox, a spore at the beginning was also considered casual, but it turned out to be extremely hardcore. The gourmet world in front of us not only provides food, but also treats us as food. It is a very cruel world. It is possible. Gourmet food, maybe we are the real food. Kathy looked serious, feeling that the benefits were not that simple. Let's explore the surroundings and ensure the safety of the people who come later. After all, we only have one life. Once we die, we will probably leave this gourmet world, Noob said. They knew that each person could only go online for 3 hours, and then another person would come online. The players who came later were not as fierce as them, and each of them was as strong as they were. Even though they were now grade 4 wizards. In theory, the gourmet world should not be a fighting world. Grade 4 wizards were already above average in the extraordinary world. With the 3 of them working together and their combat skills, they were not afraid of a grade 5 wizard, but they still had to be careful. They explored for 3 hours and explored a large circle around the surroundings. He discovered that the species in this world were simply too weak. All of them were delicacies, plants, and animals. The highest rank was only at the 2nd rank. The one with the strongest killing power was the funeral chicken. Its poison could kill a 4th rank, but its combat power was simply too weak. Also, the sun in the sky was a bit strange. The light it emitted was not gentle, it was not natural sunlight, and upon closer inspection, it was actually oval, like the shape of a light bulb. Was it an illusion? They stared at the sky blankly. It really is a leisure gourmet world with low combat power. After a while, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The time was also up. They quietly went offline, and another player came online. They spent 3 hours inside, but in the real world, it was only 30 seconds. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to entering and exiting. Everyone, we have explored the gourmet world once. Unless there is some terrifying creature that has been hiding, it is very safe. So far, no traces of intelligent civilization activity have been found. Screenshots. 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 Were released one after another. Everyone looked at the pictures and saw that there were all kinds of gourmet plants and animals, including various wizards, the desolate world, and even some unknown gourmet plants that they did not understand. What? It really is a leisure gourmet world. Is it for us to make gourmet food inside? Is it a place to relax? Thinking about it, it is really quite boring, but it is indeed a very good place. Countless people looked at the screenshots. It was true that they were happy. It was such a big world, but it was somewhat disappointing. It was just pure gourmet food. The creatures in the world were made up of gourmet food. But in reality, they were looking forward to a rich civilization with intelligent creatures and various intelligent races. It was a vast and beautiful transcendent world similar to the sorcerer world and the desolate world. However, someone said, I don't think it is that simple. The planning team must have a deeper meaning. Yeah. The planning team has a conscience. Maybe there are really humans in this world? Various civilizations? But we just did not notice them? If that is the case, we have to be careful. After all, we are in the same account, and we are in the same zone. If any player dies while controlling the body, our entire zone will be doomed. That's right. It looks ordinary. Maybe there is some kind of world law inside? For example, the ancient wood world has the world law of the altar of rebirth. Maybe the world law inside is related to gourmet food? In just a few minutes of discussion, a batch came out every 30 seconds. At this time, several batches had come out. More than 10 hours had passed inside. Many players said that they also tried to make gourmet food, but nothing happened. Everyone was instantly disappointed. But suddenly, a player came out and said, F***CK. Something strange has happened. The food I made is glowing. Screenshots. It was an extremely delicious dish. Just looking at it was enough to arouse one's appetite. It was emitting a faint white light. A dish that can glow. Everyone was instantly stunned. Then, another person from that batch of 3 continued to speak. You won't be able to imagine it. What happened now? The 3 of us are F***king shocked. The food he made actually gave birth to a brand new life. Gourmet cells. At this time, the last person came out. His tone was even more exaggerated. It was strange and incomparably deep, affecting everyone's nerves. This world may be even more terrifying than the latitude courtyard of the god of creation and the spore evolution sandbox. In the future, our sorcerer community will no longer be afraid of those spore players. What kind of terrifying secret was hidden in that gourmet world? Everyone was shocked and immediately asked what happened. Sitting in front of the computer, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They had thought that this was a casual gourmet world, where the entire world was made up of gourmet creatures and plants. It was a place for everyone to cook, relax, and have a meal. It was a place where everyone could relax after the great battle. So, it was not that simple. That world seemed to contain mysterious secrets. Gourmet cells? What did it mean to create a new life, and this gourmet screenshot? Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. They could not help but wait for the three players to continue. The player who made the glowing gourmet food seemed to be a female player. She continued to explain seriously. For the exploration of that world, we must definitely work together. This is an instance dungeon being explored by our 3 servers, 3 guilds, and nearly 9,000 people. First of all, report to the decision makers of the various servers. I have confirmed one thing in the 3 hours I controlled my character. In the gourmet world, special things will happen when you make gourmet food. This female player was called Shilin from Finding Bebe Long. She seemed to be a veteran online gamer. She spoke logically and was very reasonable. One look and they could tell that she was reliable. But everyone still did not understand. There was a reaction when you made gourmet food? Then why didn't it happen when the others made gourmet food? The female player snickered. You stinky little brothers. Damn otakus. You really know how to cook. Are you sure they really made gourmet food? Everyone. Shut up. Shameless bastard, they felt countless blows and were devastated. They hurriedly explained that they usually lived alone. Although they ordered takeout most of the time, they occasionally cooked for themselves. This was the norm for many people. It was not an exaggeration. The female player explained, I can't beat you in games, but when it comes to living and cooking, you definitely can't beat me. In reality, there is a kitchen, all kinds of ready-made seasonings, and there is meat that is bought and slaughtered for you. As long as you cook for yourself often, you won't be too bad at it. But what about in a wild environment? Are you sure you really know how to cook? Everyone reacted and did not deny it. They took a deep breath. Gu Liang was right, in the gourmet world, there was no salt or various seasonings. Everything was natural. Moreover, when you chose the ingredients, which parts tasted good and which ones tasted bad? Those who were not professionals would not be able to figure it out. For example, the gourmet plants inside were like potatoes. The edible parts were at the roots, but if you plucked the leaves and cooked them, the result would be obvious. Without salt and all kinds of seasonings, it was not strange for ordinary people to cook dark dishes. Tears streamed down everyone's cheeks again. This game is so F***king realistic. Even cooking is so particular. Do life professions really need to be proficient in life? At that moment, the female player said, what they make is pig's feed. Therefore, nothing happened. Although I was an otaku and loved to play games, I was also a food lover in real life. I often cooked my own food and researched cooking methods. Therefore, I brought 2 other otakus and spent 3 hours to make an original barbecued tenderloin in the kitchen. Then, that dish began to shine. Screenshot, a dish shone brightly. On the screenshot, beautiful words were written, a dish that does not shine is not a good dish. The 3 of us gathered around the fire. After eating, we felt that it was very delicious. Then, something strange happened. The dish began to shine, and spore cells appeared on it. With this delicacy as a breeding ground, like bacteria on a petri dish, the spores kept multiplying crazily. Finally, a special life was born on this dish. Another screenshot was posted. On the stone gray plate, the dish was gone. In its place, there seemed to be a slime creature. It was very simple and adorable, but also looked a little strange. F***ck, it's so adorable. This gourmet creature must taste good. When you make delicacies, gourmet cells will appear on the food? Give birth to life? What kind of worldview is this? The leaders of the 3 guilds in the regional server began to discuss. They felt that it was very strange. They used to be enemies, but now they had become friends. This was normal. Veterans of online guilds knew that it was not only like this in reality. Even among guilds, alliances were also formed because of benefits. The world of delicacies belonged to the higher world of the sorcerer world. Just like the sand table of spore evolution, the higher world was the heavens. For the future of the sorcerer community, they had to be serious. However, the following explanation completely toppled their worldview. Because that player said that she had now become the sludge monster that was born on the delicacy, another screenshot was posted. On it, the sludge monster made a V-shaped gesture. She said again, "I finally understand the rules of the world of delicacies. As long as we make delicacies in it, the delicacy will give birth to gourmet cells and evolve into life. Then, we will leave the server and become that gourmet life." It sounds simple, but it's very playable. We're all a different kind of creator, aren't we? A sandbox game with infinite possibilities. Our characters can be separated from the main server. It's not hard to imagine that in the future, we will all make delicacies. Each of us will leave the level 4 sorcerer character and become a gourmet creature or plant. A total of more than 8,000 players will build a world of delicacies filled with fantasy and rare ingredients together. After hearing this, countless people felt that it was very impressive. In that case, there were so many twists and turns in this world of delicacies. It was very fun. Bai Xiaojun said, "What a game that loves to learn." Previously, they let us learn physics, chemistry, pharmacy, mathematics, but that was not enough. They were just nerds who did not know how to take care of their own lives. Therefore, this game designer waved his hand. The flowers of the motherland must be all round, so I became passionate about cooking. Everyone? Everyone was stunned. They felt that this player, Bai Xiaojun, had indeed understood the wishes and good intentions of the game designer. Players who wanted to play this game all became all-round. Bastard, was this the truth of the opening of the world of delicacies? As a young man of the new era, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and pharmacy were all nerds who could not live alone. Now, they wanted to complete their last skill? Damn it. I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen someone as ruthless as this dog designer. He's a wolf killer, lighting a cigarette and thinking about life. JPG. To be honest, many of the thousands of players here were internet addicts in popular online games before coming here. They had been running around in all the major online games. They were indeed addicted to the game world and alienated from reality until the opening of this social network. It brought people closer together and even allowed us to meditate to relieve the stress of life. I also realized that there were many internet addicts in the chat. They were 16 or 17 years old. They had abandoned their studies and were addicted to computers, internet cafes, and did not return home at night. Now, they all began to love learning. Their parents cried. "This game has saved many families, thanks." That's right. Many parents wrote many thank you letters. In order to save us internet addicts in society, the developers released such a game to guide us back to the right path. It's so cruel. Everyone was instantly moved to tears. It had to be said that ever since this game was developed, the social atmosphere had changed. They loved learning and were no longer exaggerated. Many internet addicts were changing. Now, not only did they love learning, but they also wanted us to enjoy life and love cooking. This was a good intention from start to finish. We've blown it up, okay? Suji? You guys are crazy. You guys are poisonous. Suji felt that there was no way to communicate with you guys properly. I opened a gourmet world, prepared to squeeze your hairline, to make you crazy. At this time, weren't you guys discussing the gourmet world properly? Why did you suddenly change the topic and start sucking up to me? You guys are making my conscience very uneasy. He ate the apple, touched his luscious black hair, took a deep breath, as if to exhale all the depression at this time. Yes, yes, yes. You guys play a lot of games and are good at strategy. You guys are reasonable, and you guys have discovered my deeply hidden good intentions. I have always borne your expectations and nurtured you, the flowers of the motherland. At this time everyone kept sighing at the good intentions of this game planner, sighing endlessly. Countless manpower and material resources were invested just to make them love to learn. It was simply incomprehensible. The more they thought about it, the more moved they became. However, after discussing for a while, everyone's gaze turned back. The female player continued, "In that gourmet world, we continue to separate and become a gourmet species, no longer sharing a body. We are completely liberated." Everyone reacted. In the past, they could only go online for 30 seconds a day, which was 3 hours of game time, and then another person would go online. A body for nearly 3,000 people was a pain for countless players. But now, they had independent lives. One had to know that the flow of time inside was 1 day to 1 year. Before, they could only go online for 30 seconds, but now they didn't have to share with others. Oh my god! The 3 servers that won the fighting competition, this benefit is too amazing. Every player in your server can have a second life, 1 day to 1 year. Jealousy has changed me beyond recognition. A group of players came down to explore. After figuring out the rules, everyone was excited. Even the spore players next door came over to join in the fun, expressing their envy. Although it was not comparable to the real infinite universe's 100 years per day, 1 year per day was enough to be exaggerated. Although there were no brilliant extraordinary civilizations and creatures, there were many people, 3 servers, nearly 8,000 people, 1 day to 1 year, what couldn't they develop in there? This gourmet world might also belong to the heavens and 10,000 worlds, but it was not an extraordinary world, but a small world. The difference in the flow of time was very small, but it was enough to surprise them. Good planning, this word flashed in many people's minds, and they were even more touched. Countless people were madly flattering. Before this, there were people who dissed the developers, saying that with the hardcore level of this game, the gourmet world must be full of danger. Gourmet food, might even treat us as gourmet food. Doghead. JPG, yeah. This was the heart of a vile person. Gritting teeth, the players of the remaining 997 servers were also envious. One by one, the servers began to harden their hearts, working hard to meditate, learn, and fight, waiting for the second full server fighting competition. Don't get excited too early. But at this time, the female player continued to speak. After our characters split up, this is the real start of the food world gameplay. From now on, we will live happily every day for a year. In reality, that was not the case. Right now, what's limiting us isn't time, but lifespan. Although we're independent, I reckon that most of the players won't even be able to live for a year, which is 1 day in the game, before they'll be eliminated. The female player said that the gourmet species she had become had a very short lifespan. It felt like she only had about 10 days left. After all, this wasn't strange. Many low-level lifeforms had short lifespans. So you can only live for a dozen days before you leave? Everyone's eyes widened, feeling very uncomfortable. Of course not, the female player said again, this involves another gameplay, gourmet cells. As long as I continue to create delicacies, I can continue to give birth to gourmet cells and transform into a more powerful life form. However, as a gourmet creature, I seem to have a higher taste. I can no longer satisfy myself by making ordinary delicacies. I can only make more delicious delicacies so that I can be reincarnated into a higher-level gourmet creature on the basis of the original life of a sludge monster. Constantly eating delicacies can transform one's life. For example, I've already made the second delicacy, but I won't be reborn into my original form on that delicacy. Instead, after eating that delicacy, my whole body will tremble. As a slime sludge monster, I'll begin the second stage of evolution in delicacies and happiness. Another screenshot was released. It was a slime jelly that looked even more delicious. Everyone was terrified. They watched helplessly as this stinky sludge monster evolved into a stinky sludge monster. Wasn't this the advancement of a pet elf? The female player continued, for this kind of reincarnation, using delicacies to constantly become stronger and transform and extend one's lifespan, we can define it as the first transition, the second transition. If that was the case, it was time to test everyone's culinary skills. By making more delicious delicacies, they could constantly surpass themselves and transform, making themselves more delicious. Using themselves to make more delicious ingredients? Continuing to break through, was this a virtuous cycle? F*ck. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was wrong. They wanted to cry but had no tears. The game producers were asking them to make dishes out of themselves. At this moment, everyone somewhat understood the rules and gameplay of this gourmet world. It was very interesting and even made many people feel very satisfied. After enjoying delicacies, life can evolve. It will resonate with the essence of life, give birth to gourmet cells, transform one's life level, and extend one's lifespan. At the same time, one will have power beyond ordinary creatures and even surpass the limits of creatures. Despite the commotion, someone still concluded. In this world, we're all gourmet hunters and captives of delicacies. They finally realized it. Suji looked at the bustling players in his inner world. After getting rid of the awkward bragging, he revealed a bright smile. Finally, I've used my intelligence in the right place instead of crazily imagining some strange things. This was a brand new attempt. He once again adjusted the rules of the world, gourmet cells, evolution of gourmet creatures. The principle of the adjustment was also very simple. Those gourmet cells that were born from gourmet food, in essence, were just secretly releasing spores. Previously, in the sand table, the evolution from a single cell to a life form was completed in one go and evolved into the final life form. After that, they began to cultivate and couldn't change their biological form, but now, this was Suji's new idea of single-cell evolution as the creator, stage evolution. After eating special and powerful gourmet food, a huge amount of energy would flow into the body. Suji would take the opportunity to adjust the biological flow rate, allowing it to return to the crazy speed of evolution of the spores, which was 10,000 times the speed of evolution, achieving an instant transformation. Those gourmet foods contained a huge amount of energy. Just like demons, in an environment with abundant energy, their life level would transform. What was gourmet? It was their own kind, it was the corpses and skeletons of transcendent creatures. For example, if you were a rank 2 gourmet creature, you would have to kill rank 2 creatures, make them into gourmet food, devour their energy, and evolve. This was essentially an evolution of devouring and slaughtering. Just like raising goo and evolving spores, species would kill each other, devour each other, obtain each other's energy, and evolve into a more powerful species. Gourmet food, it was just beautification. Those dishes could even be called a kind of elixir. All kinds of enemy corpses and all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures were used to refine elixirs. As for delicious food, the higher the level of a transcendent creature, the more energy it had, and naturally, the more delicious it would be. Moreover, the foundation of this world was originally delicious species. The higher the level of a gourmet species, the more delicious it would be. And cooking gourmet food, in essence, was equivalent to refining elixir formulas. The more optimized the elixir energy, the higher the level, and naturally, the more delicious it would be. Strictly speaking, they are all demons. Suji's expression became calm. Wearing the skin of a small world of gourmet food, a different kind of advanced cruel world of gourmet food. I hope they can advance into a good gourmet transcendent creature. In fact, it could be said to be a world of elixirs, a world where pharmacists who were good at alchemy made breakthroughs. It was just that Suji changed the form and turned it into a world of gourmet food. I want them to be able to fight and delicious. Suji silently touched his stomach and spat out his true expectations. They had bragged so awkwardly before, causing Suji to hide behind the scenes. He felt a little guilty and uneasy. After all, although he said that it was just a leisure world in his body, he still wanted to create a high-level transcendent small world. This world was very small, but it cost a lot of energy. During this period of time, several sorcerers and primordial worlds, even if there was no mass extinction, the natural death and replacement of experts, still gave back a lot of energy. However, he waved his hand and didn't feel bad at all, smashing all of it into this world. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Using small to push the pattern and breeding of a small world in the body, turning it into a seed, or perhaps it would grow into a gorgeous flower. At this time, the energy inside was extremely dense. Many ingredients had even reached the level of level 1 or level 2, and even had the possibility of becoming demons. The higher the energy, the more delicious it would be. After eating it, a huge amount of energy, coupled with the evolution speed of 10,000 times, would naturally transform. This was a special world of gourmet food. It could fight and eat at the same time. A gourmet paradise, this was the place where Su Ji's dream began. In the entire orchard, Su Ji, as a farmer, now had high expectations for this world. After all, the 9 worlds of Pangu's real body were his backyard, and he could see the master's wishes. For example, the small world of the phoenix was the wood world, where a bunch of plant spirits cultivated in harmony. There were no resources to strengthen themselves, but they grew stronger together, without scheming against each other. At this moment, the whole forum was in a frenzy. Many people began to study gourmet food and cooking, but now that the direction was clear, they could quickly make a gourmet food in a short 3 hours, transform, and leave their bodies. Because now, Bebe Lonzelin had provided everyone with a few peerless secret manuals, such as charcoal roasted tenderloin, steamed bamboo rat, red braised funeral chicken. With the peerless secret manuals, many people began to create glowing gourmet food according to the cooking order, becoming the first-rank gourmet creature. However, they found that the energy and proportion of each dish would be different, and the creatures born would be different. That dish of food was like a culture medium on which spores and bacteria grew. The more delicious the food, the better the combination, and the stronger the creature born would be. It gives me a feeling like the transformation of spirits. Spirits are born from absorbing the fruit of life, and us gourmet creatures are born from absorbing food from the dish of food. Gourmet recipes are extremely important. Even the more powerful the gourmet secret manuals, the stronger they will be after the advancement. Xinxiang pie. No cooking, these common recipes are born, and I can't be the same as you. The first level is the original form, and the transformed dishes are very important. I want to study the ultimate gourmet technique, Duguzhou cooking. It can't compare to my north roasting divine art. A deformed creature put his hands behind his back. TSK. I don't care about you, I'll transform first, and then I'll go look for precious gourmet ingredients, trees with fresh meat, delicious fish that cry, and embark on the journey of a gourmet. The first level is the foundation, and the second level is the advancement. I want to cook the best food, eat it, and advance to the second level of the hidden gourmet creature profession. Everyone was discussing, and countless strange creatures were born, and they began to cook in full swing. The whole land was plowed, and a group of chefs was studying. Boom, one by one, the bright bonfires began to light. In just a dozen or so days, they all left their wizard bodies and quickly transformed into more than 8,000 people. As for the 3 wizard bodies, they completely abandoned their original bodies and quickly disappeared. A player looked at his gourmet body and saw that it was a 5-pointed star. He could not help but say, I'm a stage 1 gourmet life form. I want to evolve into a gem starfish in the future. A black rat-like player laughed and said, then I'll be Pikachu. I'm very tasty and I won't get heatstroke easily. A seashell came over, then I look like the Ammonites in Pokemon. So, I will be called Xiaobiluo. All of them were very excited. A new life had begun, it was as if they were on a summer vacation. They quickly set up a base, built houses, and built a large wall to protect themselves. They even divided the area into 3 large areas for the players of the 3 regional servers. After all, it was necessary to build high walls. They had now become weaklings. They could not defeat any low-level life form, a stage 1 creature could be evolved by one person by cooking. As for stage 2 creatures, they needed powerful and precious ingredients and cooking techniques. Basically, no one had cooking experience and could only learn from scratch. Brothers, form a team. Go hunt jumping pigs. Collect stage 2 ingredients. I'm looking for teammates. I'm an old player of Monster Hunter. I'm good at moving. Brothers, we need one more. We're good at dealing damage. We need a tank who can resist. After that person finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, is Xiaobiluo coming? In the central square, many gourmet life forms began to form teams to fight monsters. Soon, some people found that they could cheat. They were not good at cooking, but some people were good at cooking and studied cooking. They only needed to be responsible for getting ingredients and handing them to the chefs to make themselves stronger. Even though the chefs took a lot of commission. But even so, the environment outside was very dangerous. In the past 10 days, many people hunted for ingredients, but they became ingredients for other creatures and were eliminated. They were either beaten to death in battle or died of old age. After all, the lifespan of a Stage 1 creature was only 10 days or so. Out of 8,000, only 3,000 people were left. They could officially become chefs and become a Stage 2 gourmet life form with a full 3 months lifespan. In the end, some people did not even collect Stage 2 ingredients and even attacked their own people. Brother, you're actually Stage 2? I'm still Stage 1. My lifespan is short. I can't find Stage 2 ingredients and I'm dying of old age. Lend me an arm? Advance by cooking Stage 2 dishes? That person? Don't worry. When you break through to Stage 3, you can rebuild your body. I'll give you 50,000 sand coins. What do you think? The deal was made. F***CK. That works too. Spending money to level up. This is the power of money. Then, brother, lend me a leg? 50,000? At the gathering place. At this moment, the 3 most capable grandmasters of combat, Yuan Qinghua, Noob 052, and Casey, were surrounding Bibi and Longzilin, asking for advice on cooking and food. After all, she was a rare culinary genius among the crowd. Get me the ingredients, and I'll cook for you and help you advance. In the gourmet Chinese restaurant, Longzilin was a sticky slime chef. She held a wooden spatula and glanced at them. You guys are good at fighting. Otherwise, your dark cuisine would have been eliminated long ago. The 3 of them had bitter expressions. We think that you're taking too much commission. Longzilin glanced at them. She held a cooking spoon and pointed at the door of the Chinese restaurant. I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. In this world, chefs were respected. Without culinary talent, they could only be hired thugs for these respected chefs to hunt for ingredients. A few days later, a glowing dish shot into the sky. It was a cooking duel between 2 chefs. They were using their own creations to advance to Stage 3 dishes. Auction. Soon, a stage was set up in the crowd. Bid. Bid. Stage 3 gourmet rotten meat. Do you want to be the first Stage 3 gourmet creature? Do you want to be number 1 on the ranking list? The starting price is 50,000 sand coins. 100,000 sand coins. 1 million sand coins. Finally, a tycoon spent 2 million real-world RMB to buy the sand coins from the players. The first Stage 3 gourmet hunter was born, but this Stage 3 gourmet hunter was a powerless tycoon. He had a high realm but he was a fake. On the other side. You only have 1 life. Cherish your life. Start with me. In the square, someone shouted and gave a speech. We reject violence. We don't need to form teams anymore. It's too cruel to go out and fight monsters. We only have 3,000 left. We sacrificed a large number of people to build the settlement we have today and achieve self-sufficiency. We can't let down the hopes of the dead. We can also reproduce. After all, many of us evolved by eating the same dish and became the same species. We can reproduce and then exchange children for food. Yes. Don't use violence. Love and harmony. Then, these animals completely hid themselves within the walls. They began to domesticate gourmet animals, plant plants, dig cellars, and build furnaces. They planned to live until the end of time. After all, living was a gain. A bunch of bastards. Suji found it weird the more he looked. These people were too slippery. They used all kinds of tricks, cheated, and even made transactions offline. The first expert was actually a rich tycoon. They were split into 2 groups. One group was in charge of cooking and the other group was in charge of learning how to cook. Crazy farming? It wasn't what he wanted at all, shameless. You guys can find so many loopholes in a game. You are talented. The settlement is the source of your downfall. What I want is for you guys to turn into gourmet hunters and step on the journey of gourmet food. They didn't want to level up and fight monsters. They wanted to be hot-blooded protagonists. Suji held his arm and thought about it seriously. Soon, he had an idea. He originally planned to activate this mode later. After all, he just started growing vegetables. He didn't want to start harvesting immediately. But now, he could only give them some difficulties. The tall walls of the fortress were made of trees. They were indestructible. Inside, there were many small houses and strange gourmet creatures. They came and went, cooking delicious food. Suddenly, dong, the ground began to shake. Dong. Dong, the ground shook. Outside the tall walls stood an expressionless giant. He was more than 60 meters tall. He looked at them through the fortress walls as if he was out hunting and saw wild food. Ah! What is that? Oh my God! A 60-meter tall giant. He's carrying a basket. Countless creatures were stunned on the streets. They muttered to themselves. Their faces were wooden and filled with fear. They looked at the giant with half of his head looking at them. His face flashed with a merciless glow. The head of the giant lying on the wall frightened everyone. However, in the next second, something even more terrifying happened. Voila, the giant stood up abruptly and instantly grew taller. The towering wall only reached his waist. Countless people sucked in a sharp breath. F***ck. He is not 60 meters tall, but a giant of more than 100 meters. He is squatting down and secretly watching us. He is intelligent. Secretly watching us is like a mountain man picking mushrooms. He will squat down and study the mushrooms in the dark. Countless people began to scream. They felt that this was as creepy as a horror movie. Someone was squatting down and secretly observing us. Were they about to become a delicacy on the table? Wasn't this a horrifying supernatural world? This was a giant more than 100 meters tall, wearing simple linen clothes and carrying a vine basket on his back. He looked like a mountain farmer, but he looked very ordinary and calm. It was the second mirror image created by Suji. His body size had also been reduced to a certain extent. According to the scale in reality, it was about the length of a finger. However, for ants, it was huge enough. It was more than 100 meters tall. According to the settings and expectations, there were all kinds of advanced creatures and invincible fantasy creatures in this strange world full of fantasy food. These powerful creatures were the aggregated creatures formed by the Rubik's Cube. Suji used the creatures formed by their hard cultivation and meditation to deal with them, filling up the high-end combat power of this small world in his body. After all, they were chaotic and only had an instinctive appetite. For example, the 7 turtles gelados carrying volcanic rocks on their backs were formed by the Rubik's Cube. Their bodies were as huge as mountains. They moved slowly around this circular world like pointers. Wherever they went, half of the summer would be there. It was very fantastical, wasn't it? This kind of transcendent creature could actually affect a solar term. Even the gods of the 4 seasons in the desolate era couldn't do it. They could only affect the temperature with the golden crow. None of the big shots in the sand table could evolve such a potential species. However, Suji could, not really. The principle was very simple. Each of them carried a large electric heater on their back and turned into a hot summer. Another example was the miracle dragon responsible for the rain. It was actually a Rubik's Cube with an inner space. It carried a sprinkler and kept flying. This was the law of the world. As for sunlight, he could only rely on plant lamps to illuminate the land beneath his dantian. From this, it could be seen how much effort Suji had put into the design of the 4 seasons, the rain, and the various kinds of colorful environments. Using all kinds of modern electrical appliances to decorate this world. This was already his full strength. After all, the creator was only at the 6th level. He, who cultivated the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, had built his own little garden world. It was not like those primordial transcendent worlds. There were no heaven realm gods, 7th-level celestial emperors, or 8th-level gods to help him perfect the rules. He was too poor, but it was still within his capabilities. He hoped that he could decorate it a little more beautifully. Among these powerful beings, there were also some ferocious beasts, such as the white-haired zombies that liked to drink blood and attack at night, and the giants that only attacked during the day and loved to eat delicious food. There were more than a dozen of these Rubik's Cube creatures of different sizes. Of course, the giant who loved delicious food was Suji's mirror image. He had mixed in with the world bosses and taken the opportunity to eat. The original intention of establishing the gourmet world was an unprecedented attempt. There was only one goal: this was a different kind of transcendent world. He hoped that they could evolve into a species with potential that was both powerful and delicious. This way, not only could they bring the power of death to the strong, comparable to the extinction of living things, but they were also very delicious, killing two birds with one stone. Who knew that after so much effort, they would die as soon as they came up? This group of people's sneaky thinking was beyond imagination. How could he not be angry? Fei Chong. Suji's head was full of bumps as he looked at them. They bought gold, they carried bricks and sold them for money, they were stuck with level bugs, they hid and grew. Then what was the point of creating the lava summer tortoise and the rain miracle dragon? At this time, looking at the fortress walls they built, it was like a self-built beginner's village in an online game. It was neat and tidy, but it had also turned into another closed wizard community. In an instant, the wall was smashed into pieces. Damn otakus, get out of your houses and become food hunters. Feel the 4 seasons and explore this world. Boom, the wall collapsed instantly. Bang, the giant quickly smashed the wall and trampled on the houses. The ground cracked and dust rose. Wah! This giant looks so angry. Piccolo's wall has been broken. The attack of the food giant has invaded. There are monsters attacking in this world of food? Come out, you dog producer, you beast. Inhumane. Gourmet cabbages, pigs, black cows, and all kinds of food ran crazily. It was like a fantasy scene from Toy Story. The giant carried a huge gray vine basket on his back. He kept bending down like picking mushrooms, grabbed them one by one, and threw them into the basket frame behind him. Beep, you have died. A series of notifications came, and many people had black screens. They were instantly grieved. Damn it, so we are really food. Someone is coming to eat us. Ha 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 ha. On this day, the food inside the high wall finally remembered the fear of being dominated by humans. Go catch that running cabbage. It's fresh and juicy. Don't catch me. I haven't taken a bath for a month. Ha ha ha. My brother octopus has many legs. I just need to run faster than you. Some people roared, some shouted, and some ran. Don't come and eat me. I spent more than 100,000 life coins. There was also a food species with a big belly. Obviously, he ate too much and could not run anymore. He quickly shivered, lay on the ground, and pretended to be dead. He kept foaming at the mouth and muttered. Daddy. You know, I've spent money. This boss must have a setting that doesn't eat corpses. Suji casually picked up the food and threw it into the basket. Corpse? Wah. The screams became louder. Oh my god. He's still picking up corpses. As expected, this dog producer is not like those coquettish B*****s outside. Seeing that we are hiding and not learning how to cook, he came to kill us. In an instant, the screams from the crowd became even more tragic. On this day, it was as if disaster had struck. The entire fortress that they had painstakingly built was destroyed. The houses were collapsing. The Chinese restaurant that cheated people of money was destroyed. Shilin was also running. However, in the end, she was just a chef. She was quickly caught by the giant, but the giant only looked at her with a twinkle in his eyes. He did not crush her to death. Instead, he picked up the dish she had cooked and tasted it. He looked very satisfied and threw her into the basket on his back. Huh? I'm not dead? Shilin's eyes widened. Soon, more than half of the fortress was destroyed. The giant picked up a bunch of old and weak people who were the slowest to run and threw them into the basket. After filling it to the brim, he slowly turned around and left. Behind him, there were ruins. It was a mess. Shilin hid in a pile of corpses in the basket, shivering. After the giant left, she walked for half a day, passing through the lush forest. She came to an unprecedented area. She found a huge thatched hut in front of a lake. Walking into the room, she saw a simple wooden table, wooden chairs, and various antique decorations. Hidden plot. Shiling's eyes lit up, and her breathing quickened. However, her joyful expression gradually froze. Soon, she realized that the giant was outside the hut. He started chopping wood, preparing to cook. I'm going to be eliminated too? She trembled in fear and curled up in the basket. No matter how hard she tried, she could not climb up. I must think of a way to save my life. Celine was extremely impatient. Large furniture and all kinds of giant chairs gave people a very magical feeling. This game was too mysterious and too fun. She could also eat delicious food and have real five senses. This was a second life. She didn't want to die so suddenly. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. She looked down at the basket full of ingredients and took out the bone knife that she carried with her. Brothers, you all died so tragically. I can only bury you. Soon, the firewood was chopped and the fire was lit. The giant returned to the basket, only to see a strange slime mud creature. The mud monster prostrated himself on the ground like a native of an ancient tribe, kneeling and worshipping the gods. He took the ingredients that he had dug out and pointed at the fire. He wanted to say, "Boss, I'll help you cook." But she was a little confused. How could she explain her meaning when they didn't speak the same language? That's right, her tone and actions. She didn't speak the same language, but her tone and actions could express her meaning. But what tone should she use? She suddenly looked at the farmer giant with a coquettish expression, then pointed at the bonfire, bowed, and showed a look that was even uglier than crying. "Taijun, I can help you cook." Very good. The farmer seemed to be intelligent. He understood her gesture and nodded. Sure enough, the tone is useful. Stupid human, you don't know what kind of fatal mistake you have made. I'll kneel and worship you today, but I'll send you to the chopping board another day. She was overjoyed and secretly proud of her little cleverness. She carefully went up to the barbecue and looked back at the giant from time to time. She found that he was punching at a towering tree as if he was practicing martial arts. But soon, the whole forest was filled with the fragrance of delicious food. At this moment, the internet was full of complaints. Moral decay. It's all your fault for producing offspring and then eating them. Heaven can't tolerate it and caused the monsters to attack the city. Gritting teeth, this is the result of not loving cooking. I've been eliminated. Crying, Liang Liang, from today onwards, become a delicacy. Part of it is fried and part of it is fried. Very silent, very proud, crying, a group of people was doing a death count. More than 600 players died in the previous wave. It was a heavy loss because they were caught unprepared. Some people even speculated that if it wasn't for the fact that the giant boss only gathered ingredients and left after filling up the basket, they would have been completely wiped out. I don't dare to stay in the gathering place anymore. I'm afraid that after the giant is full, he'll come back for more meat. Gritting teeth, as expected, this gourmet world definitely has a similar worldview. It doesn't allow a salted fish to live an ignoble existence. So, we set up gathering places to stay together and farm like crazy. Since we live in groups, we'll definitely be attacked by large creatures. We can only become true gourmet hunters and travel the world. Does anyone want to team up? 3 big shots in the finals, Rookie 052, Yuan Qinghua, Casey, please take me along. At this moment, many people thought of those 3. If there was anyone who had the highest survival rate and lived the most comfortably, it would be the 3 of them. Very quickly, they pulled themselves together and began to clean up the ruins of the stronghold. Now was not the time to think about other things. They had to find a way to move their position and survive. One by one, they picked up their luggage and set off on their journey. But not long after, a surprising post was posted. I'm the only player who survived. I'm taking a photo of the giant boss's lair. Hello everyone, I'm Bebe Longzelin. I've already spent more than 2 days in the giant's lair. I've become his chef and helped him cook. Let's not talk too much. Screenshots. 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 Screenshots were posted one after another. They were the surroundings of the giant's home, as well as a magnified version of the house's interior furniture, wooden tables, wooden chairs, and wooden beds. You've actually been turned into a monster chef by the boss. You're cooking for him to live an ignoble existence? Everyone was shocked. Bebe Longzelin said, he only eats one meal a day. Everyone was instantly delighted. This job was so boring, moreover, they could take the opportunity to steal food. Stealing food to advance. With such a big boss looking for ingredients, wouldn't it be easy to advance, this wave of triggering a hidden plot and encountering a source of good fortune? But this person was on the verge of collapse. Yes, he only eats one meal a day. But that meal requires a huge bathtub. Yes, not a bathtub of our size, but his bathtub of more than 100 meters. What is that equivalent to? It's equivalent to 200 square meters. Everyone, they had thought that the boss had a rather large physique, but his appetite was bottomless. Bebe Longzelin, I've already become a tragic tool person. I'm grilling dozens of barbecue skewers at the same time. I keep turning them back and forth. I cook for more than 10 hours a day. Everyone felt her bitterness. This was worse than death. Then, something even more tragic happened. She continued. Everyone was stunned. There was something even more tragic than this, she continued, he started to dislike my slow cooking. He asked me to teach him how to cook. Isn't that good? That way, you'll be free, but Shilin almost cried out. She had thought that the wheel of fortune would change, but in the end, she instantly fell into despair. If I teach him, I'll be useless. I'll most likely be cooked by him as an ingredient. I'm now working hard to learn, researching new dishes, and becoming a stronger chef. I want my cooking skills to improve faster than his learning speed. After all, he's a slow learner because he spends most of his time training his body and fighting with beasts. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This boss was poisonous. This was like boiling a frog in warm water. The girl was about to cry. Shilin said, it's obvious that he's primitive and can't communicate. Other than eating, he practices martial arts and fights monsters. He's very barbaric. Everyone suddenly felt that this person was worse than death. At this time, the cute girl ran out again and laughed. Little Lady Liang, are you learning from my disciple? As long as I practice the 9 revolutions mysterious art fast enough, Dicky won't be able to catch up to me. As long as there was a lively place, there would be this salted fish. Shilin completely broke down. Big bosses, help. Although he's big, he's only a rank 4. Wait until we have a rank 4 powerhouse. Let's fight the boss. We'll work together and beat him up. Yes, wait for us to cultivate and then beat him up. This giant should be a gourmet creature. His meat must be delicious. Defeat the evil dragon and save our beautiful chef. Everyone's eyes burned with courage. There was a heated discussion on the internet. They began to study the strategy and revealed a lot of information from the narration. Perhaps there was more than one such powerful monster. Otherwise, this primitive man didn't need to exercise every day. It was obvious that there was an existence stronger than him that was threatening his life. While they were discussing, Suji was sitting at the table with a very calm expression. Steaming dishes slowly appeared in front of him, exuding a charming fragrance. Although it wasn't big, it was unusually exquisite. Bai Xiaoxing's mirror image was used to learn knowledge, and the second mirror image clone in front of him was also used to learn knowledge. However, it was learning combat knowledge. One studied literature, and the other studied martial arts. After all, it was useless to have a high content of knowledge. Combat experience had to be improved. After all, without actual combat ability, even if their strength was comparable, they would die instantly if they encountered Dicky and Medusa. This clone was learning through constant fighting as a starting point. And the targets were those players. Of course, the mirror image was also learning the cooking knowledge of the gourmet world at this time. He wanted to become an excellent chef and cook for himself as a way to send delicious food out. Suji sat at the table with a calm expression, chewing the food that was constantly sent out. He was as elegant as a gentleman in a black suit. The time inside is 1 day to 1 year. But in this case, most ordinary people probably won't live long. However, new people are constantly being replenished because of the competition. There are 12 months in a year. The giants can attack 3 times a year and attack once every 4 months to give them a sense of urgency and also to train my mirror image's combat ability, he kept thinking, and finally, he slowly opened his mouth and determined the rules of this world. God said, the gourmet world will have a beast tide. Attack 3 times a year, this is 3 meals a day. The night of the witches. Gradually, it became dark. The sand table in the orchard ushered in the night again. Outside the window at the back of Suji's living room, there was a small town with exquisite European-style buildings. The streets and people were in a hurry, bringing with them the dust of the wind. The air seemed to be oppressed by darkness, making it hard for one to breathe. The night wind gradually blew. 50 years of night and day symbolized inauspiciousness. Many people couldn't help but return home quickly. The war has begun. That world? It's incredible. My God. There is day and night every day? How is it possible? There is such a beautiful world that people yearn for. They don't deserve such a beautiful world. Our world, after hundreds of years, the wind is getting stronger and colder. It seems that the end of the world is coming. In the Evernight Goddess Tavern, professionals in cloaks and dark brown clothes were drinking ale, watching the sexy girls dancing, playing Gwent cards, and chatting. Even some priests in white robes were drinking. Every time it gets dark, it is noisy outside the window. How can people eat? Suji chewed on his food in the living room. His calm expression made it seem like he was telling the couple downstairs that they were making too much noise. But it's true that it's getting colder. I started the sand table during autumn, and it's been a month and a half since then. Looking at the time, it should be winter soon. He looked at the calendar. The winter in Dong City was coming. It was time to put on a coat. He was already a strong man. His hearing was too far away. Even because of the horrible time flow, their voices overlapped like a group of flies buzzing. He directly stopped his hearing, continued to eat in the room, and thought about the things in front of him. This super small culinary world is basically a true rising star. Now that we've destroyed their gathering place, a group of food hunters will be both hunters of food and captives of food. They can start to rely on themselves, go out and explore the world, research food, and advance to species with potential to become gourmet potential. Didn't they want to play online games, killing monsters and leveling up? Now it was time to satisfy their desire. Although it was extremely real, it was so hardcore that it made people's scalp numb. After all, reality was not a game. Most people would find it hard to survive in such a harsh jungle environment. Not everyone was like Bear Grylls, who could eat anything they wanted. Moreover, there were all kinds of level 1 and level 2 delicacies that would treat them as delicacies and hunt each other. But even if they all died, it would not be a problem. In the next tournament, there would be another batch of participants. After all, due to the problem of the flow of time in the Magus community, it was tentatively scheduled to be held once a week. Now, he just had to wait for them to quietly develop and see what changes would happen in the end. Civilization needed time to brew and deduce. This matter had only just begun, so he could indeed put it aside for now. As he thought about it, he finished tonight's dinner. This was an unprecedented feast of delicacies, and he was so happy that he couldn't put it into words. Delicious food was a very important part of life. Enjoying this kind of happiness right now was even more blissful than other extraordinary worlds. A new system had been opened up in the world, and the civilization that they were looking forward to had been promoted once again. Developing worlds and deducing civilizations was for the sake of becoming stronger, but in essence, wasn't becoming stronger for the sake of living a better life. The world of gourmet food had been opened, and now there was only one word to describe it: comfort. It was full of novelty. In the future, he would have a world as his own kitchen. Every meal, he would be able to eat all kinds of new, delicious, and unique food. It was simply the supreme dream of a foodie, and the Phoenix Spirit tea that he had drunk previously. Now that he had a better life, he could finally think of ways to flirt with Phoenix again without holding any grudges. He threw all the clothes he had changed out of into the washing machine, stirred it, and then went to take a shower. The sound of water splashing down was heard, and he silently sensed his body. Ha, ha ha, a man was practicing martial arts in the lush forest, his whole body boiling with energy. At this time, he was hammering on the combat ability of the ancestral wizard system. He suppressed his realm and fought with the beasts in the forest at the same realm level. He was expressionless, as if he had no emotions or desires. He was just practicing fighting mechanically. Even because he had no emotions, every training movement was extremely accurate and repeated, turning into combat muscle memory. But this was just the appearance, the empty frame of the moves. Next, he found a wild beast to fight. Suji's close combat skills were very crude, and he was a novice, so it was difficult for him to use them flexibly. After all, Suji had always been a sorcerer, and he was a sorcerer. Whoosh, 1 day, 2 days, life in the forest was very boring. Get injured, recover, get injured, recover. In the huge house, there was a slime that was habitually lying on his head. Hey! Battle maniac, do you know how to talk? Let me teach you? She tried to communicate, trying to convince this strange giant creature, and even turn it into her own combat power. That way, she could be domineering. But obviously, she had made the wrong idea. Although the mirror image had intelligence, it was just a tool, and it could not be bewitched at all. A person without emotions and desires would not have the possibility of being moved. Do you have other people of the same race? There was no sound. This giant's hair, at this time, had been finely tied into small braids, and then coiled into a lump, supported by a tree branch as a frame, turning into a blackbird's nest. The slime made a ceiling, a window, and a doorway, just like a small house. Hey, do you want to find a woman? The slime twisted its waist, trying to twist the mud into a pile, trying to twist into the shape of a beautiful woman, but just as it stretched into a human shape, it softened into mud again. Damn it. There are also things that I, the monster, can't change into. Ah. She was completely mad, and felt like she was about to collapse. Right, do you want to learn cooking tonight? She recovered her expression and muttered. This giant was a battle maniac, crazily slaughtering, resulting in a lot of food for her to practice. As a true cooking enthusiast, her level naturally increased very quickly. Ta, the giant ran quickly, and its tall body attracted a large pack of wolves, forming a black mass. F*CK, you're asking for my life. You can save me if you die, but I can't die. The chef lying on the head shouted, you attracted so many monsters at once. Kite them, quickly kite them. Splash. The showerhead sprayed water down. Make a staff. When Suji saw this scene while he was bathing, he smiled casually, treating it as a joke. Capturing a player is like poking a hornet's nest. Sooner or later, someone will come and save the damsel in distress. He walked out with a white towel draped over his shoulders. His body was slender and muscular, but his expression was calm. Right now, the matter of the sorcerer community final competition has been temporarily settled by opening up the gourmet world. I've dealt with those troublesome animal players and opened up a larger sandbox of freedom. It's a great achievement, and I've completely perfected the structure of my orchard. However, the matter on the other side hasn't stopped. The sorcerer world and the ancient desolate world have been completely connected. He laid down on the comfortable and spacious white bed, covered himself with a quilt, turned off the table lamp on the table, and silently sensed the sand table world on the other side. I have to go in. Maybe in the future, the surface and the underground world will completely merge. The 345th year of the Great Zhou dynasty. The mortal Lu Wenjian broke through to the heavenly emperor realm. An invincible emperor suppressed the world and created the era of Shu Mountain. In less than 10 years, sword immortals gradually appeared in the world. They flew in the sky and turned into streams of light to slay demons, save people from plagues, eliminate ghosts, and slay zombies. The 351st year of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was at its peak. The dragon vein system was complete. It gathered the wishes of the people and cultivated the Confucian Tao. The great Confucians and scholars wrote poems and articles that became popular. The more widely they were spread, the more faith they gathered. This was a dynasty that could shock the world. There were many imperial examinations in the Great Zhou dynasty. It emphasized literature and looked down on martial arts. It was glory to pass the imperial examinations. Gradually, there were hundreds of schools of thought and various universities with Confucian scholars as their disciples. The Confucian Tao could shock the world with their writings. They were officials and were full of righteousness. With a shout, they could rebuke ghosts and gods. At the beginning of the third month, Wang Yan, the top scholar of the imperial court, was in high spirits. He traveled on a boat on the Peach River and recited poems with his friends. In his drunken state, he wrote a poem called The Peach Blossom. It was written that the Peach Blossom village stood aloof from worldly affairs. It made people yearn for it. Countless people knew it, prayed, and recited it. As the days passed, not only did Wang Yan's cultivation base grow stronger, but his mansion was also filled with strange signs of heaven and earth. Soon, a fairyland of peach blossoms could be seen in the mountains and valleys, within which were villages filled with lifelike people who were farming and herding livestock. The wishes of the people came through the dragon vein and condensed into an illusory world in the mansion of the great Confucian who wrote the poem. Unbelievable. This is. I think, therefore I am. The capital was in an uproar. All the scholars in the world were astonished. Talented scholars came to Wang Yan's mansion and entered the peach blossom world. They found that it was as if there were real people inside. They could communicate with them, just like the people in the peach blossom village in the book. They didn't even know that they were fake people, writing amazing poems and praying for the people could gather the world in their books. The mysteriousness of Confucianism was beyond everyone's imagination. The Confucian 100 schools of thought had never felt so proud before. Although they had risen to prominence in the past, they were still lagging behind the Sword Immortal lineage and the Martial Tao lineage. But now, seeing the phenomenon with their own eyes, they felt an indescribable complex sense of pride that surged out. A student came to ask for guidance. Wang Yan liked to drink. Most of the time, he was half drunk. In his drunken state, he smiled and said, "A book, a world, a tree, a floating life." He said no more. That disciple seemed to have understood something. He said to the surrounding students, "Some things don't exist. When there are enough people in the world who believe in them, they will exist." It was too profound. Everyone racked their brains and gradually came to a realization. All living beings believe what is true, and what is false is true. This was the beauty of the path of living beings. It's rare to see such a good piece of writing. Someone praised. The great Zhou dynasty was at its peak. It cultivated Confucianism, established the dragon lineage, established official positions, and cultivated the path of living beings. This lineage had infinite possibilities. The next day, the current prime minister, Hu Renong, heard of this interesting matter in his residence. He announced it to the world, "Some people will die, but when there are enough people who think of them, they will live in the hearts of others. This is the ultimate path of Confucianism that I have deduced, immortality, eternal existence. I think, therefore I am." The words were too profound. Metaphysics was idealism. The literati of the world constantly pondered over it. They seemed to gain an epiphany as they gradually spread their views. A book, a world. This was the cultivation of Confucianism to an extremely profound level. Writing a stunning essay would gather the wishes and thoughts of all living beings, forming a world in the book under one's brush and ink. Perhaps, this was the domain of Confucianism that could attack the enemy. However, it was not easy to form. Furthermore, an overly powerful world needed to gather too much wishes. Only the ordinary village and the tale of the peach blossom could easily gather it. I think, therefore I am. Above this, was the ultimate of Confucianism. When the thoughts of all living beings gathered, they could form the characters in the book. In that case, after one died, it would be like the characters in the book were imprinted in the hearts of all living beings, returning because of the thoughts of all living beings? With this, one could achieve true immortality. The stronger one's cultivation, the more wishes needed to gather. Without thinking, therefore I am was the ultimate peak of the literati, the supreme glory. It was a realm that thousands of literati could only dream of. In the world, it was rare for someone to reach such a realm. In the history of the dynasty, the Confucian saints had great merit, great talent, and opened up an era. Only then would they be mourned by all living beings and be immortal. Only then would they be reborn and enter the ultimate realm of immortality. The path of Confucianism is established on the thoughts of the common people. Without the common people, there would be no Confucianism. As long as the common people did not die and the dynasty did not fall, the wishes gathered by the thoughts would not be cut off. The saints that belonged to that dynasty would be immortal and would return as heroic spirits. During an exchange in the Directorate of Studies, a student exclaimed in admiration. However, he hesitated and was puzzled. Lord Prime Minister, you actually reached such an ultimate realm more than 10 years ago. It is truly admirable. However, you are already a corpse in the graveyard. You who gathered all living beings is like a small heavenly Tao that stands above the dynasty. Even if your memories, thoughts, and talents are all self, how can you prove that it is your true self? And not another me that resembles me? This was a question that troubled countless people. I am already dead. Even if the wishes of all living beings have my personality and talents, is that really me? It was terrifying to think about it. Hu Renong smiled and asked, you want to ask, how can I prove that I am me? What do you think? Do you think that I think, therefore I am is the true me or the fake me? The student hesitated and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the 100 schools of thought seemed to have their reasons and evidence. Lord Prime Minister, please point out the wrong path for all the Confucian scholars of the world, many students said. Hu Renong stood high up and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud but it was like thunder, shaking people's hearts. If you believe that I am me, then I am me. If you don't believe that I am me, then I am not me. It depends on the wishes of all living beings, but it also depends on yourself. He said softly. Countless people came to a sudden realization and their minds were battered by raging waves. If the wishes of all living beings gathered and believed that he was the true me, then he was the true me. If the people didn't believe that I was not the true me, then I was not the true me. Depends on the people, decides based on one's heart. Reality is not reality, but one's heart affects reality. Countless people were shocked. In the end, Hu Renong quoted Wang An's words. Some things do not exist in the beginning, but when there are enough people in the world, they will exist. A student slowly stood up and asked again, if that is the case, Lord Prime Minister, do you think that your achievements in the world are only limited to entering the ultimate realm of I think, therefore I am after death? This question was a little provocative, as if it was deliberately targeted. However, Hu Renong only smiled and said, not just me, but the people. This was a white-haired old man, with his hands behind his back, smiled faintly, and said, after I die, I will be buried in heaven and earth, and a wordless monument will be erected. All the things that happened in my life were biased and unfair when I was alive. All things that happened after death will be judged by future generations. Hu Renong continued, this is not something that I can decide. If the people really acknowledge me, then I will naturally come back to life. If no one thinks of me, then I am not. What is death? When people forget it in history, then it is true death. His voice was calm, but it was like a thunderclap. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. The current Prime Minister, Hu Renong, had been in the realm of Confucianism for the past few years. He had entered an unimaginable realm, the entire capital was completely shaken. Another day, Prime Minister Hu Renong went to the imperial court and reported to His Majesty that Wang An was a shocking talent. He could establish the Imperial Academy and appointed Wang An as the Chancellor of the Empire. With the help of the peach blossom, Wang An instantly became an important official of the imperial court. At this point, the path of Confucianism was completely perfected. On this day, Hu Renong preached to the disciples of the imperial court. Someone couldn't help but ask, the farmer and woman in the peach blossom spring were like real people, but they didn't know that they were characters in the book. They were just illusions. How can we prove that we are not illusions living in another place? Hu Renong had never encountered such a difficult problem, but at this time, he hesitated. He hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, he held the ink-colored book in his hand and looked at the faint sky outside the window. How can we prove that we are not playthings created by other living beings? I don't know. Perhaps our lives are illusions. Our thousands of years of history and civilization are just characters in the dreams of other living beings. The white-haired old man murmured. Suddenly, he had a clear idea and burst into laughter. What joy is there in gaining? What worry is there in losing? Glory is as fleeting as the blink of an eye, as fleeting as a dream. Boom. As soon as his words fell, it was like a bolt from the blue. the wind and clouds surged. The world changed color. There seemed to be a vast dragon vein gathering. The roaring golden dragon of national destiny soared into the sky. The gate of immortality was wide open. On this day, the preaching shook the capital. The world believed in it. During this period, the discussions were like a tide. The faith was like a surging river, gushing from the dragon vein. Hu Renong's reputation was even greater. He had finally entered the heavenly emperor realm. Rumble, 2 rows of wheels rolled, and the carriage moved forward on the muddy road. An old man in white sat in the carriage and headed to the Jianghu in the south. The land of Shu was out of the reach of the imperial court. This period of time was recorded in history. The Prime Minister Hu Renong, who became the Prime Minister at the age of 13, had governed the world for more than 20 years. He was busy and had never left the capital. During this period, the Nanzhao Kingdom was established, the mortal celestial emperor was born, and countless major events had happened. This was the first time in many years that he had left the capital. This time, he would not return. At this moment, his eyes were looking at the scenery outside the curtain of the carriage. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he recalled everything that happened in the past. He followed the scholar and wandered, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mat. That period of hard and free life was perhaps the worst period of his life. In the end, I've taken this step. If life really is a rotten dream, then now that happiness is complete, the nightmare is about to begin. Exhaustion appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. His old eyes slowly closed. I think, therefore I am? This time I may die. Will the world really remember me? Death? I don't look forward to death. That is the ultimate fear of all life in the world. This time, he was going to see the most terrifying ancient existence in the outer domain. That existence had been guarding his teacher, by Xiaoxing, reading books, and traveling around the world to see the scenery of the Jianghu. But, was it really just to see the scenery of the Jianghu? That existence had already gone to see Duan Qianyu in martial arts, Wen Lu Jian in sword arts, and was waiting for him in Confucianism. She was too old, and time had no meaning to her. She was also broad-minded enough to wait for a chance encounter with him. She had silently waited for him for more than 20 years, delayed for more than 20 years, and suppressed herself from invading this world. She was just waiting for him, waiting for his great Zhou dynasty to completely enter its heyday. Now, I am here. At night, in the land of Shu. White Cloud City was located in the south of Shu. There were many lively festivals every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival. There were countless tourists, and the streets were bustling with lanterns hanging everywhere. There were pleasure boats moored on the river, brightly lit. It was another Mid-Autumn Festival. Mooncake, it's a top-notch 5-kernel mooncake. It's hot and scalding. Osmanthus cake, freshly baked osmanthus cake. Since ancient times, do you remember the beautiful legend of the laurel tree? Get on the boat and guess the lantern riddles. Meng Mei walked on the street and looked at the bustling stalls around her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. The 5-kernel mooncake is an anti-human mooncake." In the end, it was still created. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Medusa was very indifferent. He pulled on the rope and walked on the street. Behind him was a scholar who was reading. I heard that it's very effective to place lanterns in the middle of the river to make wishes. I wonder if that's true? Hu Haihan asked. Let's give it a try, said the cute girl. The few of them bought a few small lanterns from a small lantern stall. They went to the river, wrote a note on it, and put the lanterns into the water. What Meng Mei wrote was naturally that she hoped that she could become a saint and lie down happily. Then, she would take the opportunity to peek at the 2 people beside her. Disciples, I hope everyone can live a better life and be safe. This one is also a salted fish. As expected of my disciple. Medusa seemed to be more casual, with only 4 words, "It's all mine." The cute girl had a bitter look on her face. What did this person mean by that? Such profound mysteries of metaphysics? No wonder she could peek so easily. Perhaps, I should go online to ask for help and research the psychology of this origin demon god. On the street, a carriage gradually approached. An old man slowly walked out of the carriage. He looked around at the bustling riverside street with lanterns hanging everywhere. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. Among them, a woman with black hair and a ponytail was the most eye-catching. "You're the last one. You're finally here." The woman smiled. She had a black ponytail and wore a black dress that looked like a cheongsam. It was exquisite and elegant. From the hem of the dress, a pair of slender and delicate ivory legs could be seen. It had a very ancient oriental charm. Her skin was fair and white jade earrings hung on her sides. Hu Renong exclaimed. Just by looking at her appearance, no one would be able to guess that this was the supreme demon god of the demon world. The origin of all demons, the place of return, the demon god Medusa. He was said to be a supreme existence that could not be heard or looked at directly. The few of them slowly sat down at the roadside stall and called the waiter to bring them some barbecue and a few pots of wine. "Actually, I really admire you, Hu Renong." Medusa poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. Then, he slowly poured a cup for the scholar next to him and handed him the barbecue. Suji also took it very indifferently. While holding the book, he ate. After all, Bai Shaoxing also needed to eat normally. This was very normal and would not attract attention. "It tastes good." Suji was very satisfied. He ate the barbecue very indifferently. Listening to the exchange between the two sides, he was thinking in his heart. The world of food had just begun and still needed to improve to catch up with the desolate world that had developed for hundreds of years. "Confucianism, are you finally ready?" Medusa sipped his wine and lightly said, "The longer I stay in this world, the happier I feel. This is a fertile land with an extremely superior living environment. The sun is bright and beautiful. Your 24 solar terms, various wonderful festivals, temple fairs, sunrise and sunset are all things that we can't imagine. In my hometown, which is the demon world that you call, do you know what kind of color it is?" It was a barren, silent world with very little life. It was lifeless. 50 years of day, 50 years of night. Even most ordinary creatures only have a lifespan of 30 years. In their entire lives, they have never seen the sun or the night. A day divided into day and night is simply the greatest happiness. In our world, the only festival is the Night of the Witches, Asaz. But that night symbolizes impurity, darkness, fear, and misfortune. It requires prayers, so all creatures hide in their homes and don't go out. Your World Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival are really something to look forward to. Hu Renong quietly listened to the narration, as if he was chatting with a friend about his hometown. But in his heart, he clearly understood that this was the reason why this demon god secretly descended into this world. War was inevitable. Medusa smiled and said, "Especially now. In the past few hundred years, the temperature of our world has been rapidly dropping. Our powerhouses have traveled all over the world. Mountains, rivers, and even at the edge of the world, they still couldn't find the reason for the drastic change in our world's environment. The temperature is getting lower and lower, the air in the major Potion kingdoms has been pulled tight, making it hard for people to breathe. Is our world about to be destroyed? No one knows. Perhaps, in this world that is about to become a world of ice and snow, it will be very difficult for creatures to live in. We must find a way out." Suji was holding a book, very indifferent. He was holding a barbecue in his hand, listening to the official declaration of war that triggered the World War. This was about to enter the annals of history. He didn't want to interfere. He was just an observer, watching the progress of history towards an unknown future. Although he clearly knew his own orchard. Dong City's winter was relatively cold, but it was the southern region, where there would be no snow. The temperature in winter was only a few degrees. But for the wizard world, the drop in temperature was unprecedented. It was unknown and feared. The world might be destroyed. Medusa continued to speak. She took a sip of wine and opened her red lips to eat the roasted fish. 10 years ago, I had the confidence to break through and officially start the attack of this world. But I didn't break through and waited. I waited for you for another 10 years. Do you know why? I was waiting for you to become stronger. Otherwise, the current you is too weak to resist the invasion of our world. Because the invasion is wrong. I am very ashamed. I can only make up for it. Let us be evenly matched opponents, kill each other, and start a competition. After all, everyone has the right to choose to live. Hu Renong, the white-haired old man, couldn't help but look at Medusa, at this beautiful girl. As the prime minister of the current dynasty, it was hard for him to imagine the mind of this great ancient existence, the origin demon god. She didn't seem to be evil. Instead, she was very kind. Moreover, she seemed to be feeling guilty for invading the world. Next to him, Mingmei's face was filled with black lines. I'll be damned if I'll believe you. If I didn't know you before, I would have been fooled by your words. You are clearly hiding it from Ermin, delaying the invasion time, waiting for the other side to become stronger, and then looking forward to a battle of equal strength. You are a battle maniac, pity the other side, don't want them to die. Mingmei's face turned black. Now there were two recognized villains, a man and a woman, Medusa and Dicky. Medusa's degree of danger was far greater than Dicky's. Dicky's mastermind had never personally killed anyone. Medusa, on the other hand, had killed countless people. He was the first supervillain in history. He was the least qualified to say such beautiful words. Mingmei was devastated. As expected of the most ferocious villain. He was smart and cunning, and even knew how to label himself as kind. But her heart could not stop sinking. Also, what's the situation in the sorcerer world now? We haven't been in contact for too long. Is it really facing a world-ending crisis? The world is about to be destroyed, and the temperature has been dropping rapidly for hundreds of years? I'm afraid it's true. Otherwise, even if Medusa went crazy, Ermin would not agree to start a war, right? The weather is cold, the ice age is coming. Before, Medusa never revealed these things. Now that she heard it, she was already thinking that perhaps she had to find a way to ask the outside network to interfere and change this war. This Gu Liang's mind is full of petty thoughts, her eyes are constantly moving. But Su Ji saw Mingmei in his eyes. He was very indifferent, sitting at the riverside barbecue table that no one knew was currently changing the world, silently eating, as if he was a bystander, listening to the friendly conversation between the two sides. This world war, he did not intend to interfere, but sat indifferently on a high place. Candied Haws, Candied Haws. Suddenly, an old artist holding a long stick filled with candied haws happened to pass by the stall. Boss, I want two. Medusa stopped him. Okay. 2 candied haws. The old man shouted. After handing over the money, Medusa picked up one and ate it, then handed the other to the scholar behind him. Suji was also very indifferent. He took the candied haws, read a book, and sat down to eat calmly, as if the tense atmosphere in front of him had nothing to do with him. Teacher, Hu Renong looked at this scholar, a somewhat complicated expression, and suddenly sighed. How good would it be if this demon god did not happen to discover his existence at that time? It was said that this demon god was about to break through because he received enlightenment from his teacher, that made our world even more dangerous. This time, he did not intend to go back. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would take his teacher away. He was already a newly ascended celestial emperor, at the same realm. The other party was only an avatar. Sacrificing his life as the price might not necessarily be impossible to save. Medusa's expression was very calm. Your life here is very exquisite. There are people hawking food on the streets, but in our world, the only entertainment is the bar. It is rough and simple, and we have lost too much fun. This place is very warm under the sun, and there are 4 seasons, day and night. We came here to avoid disaster. Medusa continued, for you to come here, you have already made up your mind. As for what you are here for, I am well aware. Hu Renong was expressionless when he heard this. The reason why Lu Wenjian is not here is because she is conserving her strength. After all, as a mortal, Duan Qianyu is not here because he has not broken through to the celestial emperor realm, but he should be soon. Only you came here because you are not afraid of death. You are immortal and came here to test my strength. You have already come with the determination to die, and you do not intend to go back. Medusa sighed, as if he could see through the other party. Not only did you test my strength, but you also want to ally with the Green Vine Earth Mother to snatch your and Wen Liujian's teacher, by Xiaosheng. After all, this existence taught the two of you, and each of you opened up 2 eras. he even gave me enlightenment. Naturally, he is not willing to fall into my hands. Meng Mei? I did not. She sat at the side eating mooncakes, and instantly lost her composure. She looked at Hu Renong in shock. She did not expect her disciple to have such a determination. She looked at Medusa again. Medusa's expression was very calm, as if he had already decided to kill her. A salted fish like me also has this day, she had a bitter expression. Only she knew her own pain. She really did not want to be a salted fish, but she really did not have the talent to fight. Fighting required talent. She did not have the talent to fight. Although it was said that with age, ordinary people were no match for her after years of training, but Medusa, as well as other peerless geniuses, could defeat her in minutes. Hu Renong said calmly, the Green Vine Earth Mother far surpasses all the celestial emperors in the world. She is only below the heavenly Tao, and her aura is strong. She has the battle power of more than 10 ordinary celestial emperors. You did not descend with your true body, so you are far from being her opponent. Meng Mei sat at the side eating. She was as calm as Bai Shaoxing, giving off an unfathomable feeling. She even ate the same food as him, acting like they were close brothers. She had stolen so many dragon veins as a reward, so was it strange that she had the energy of more than 10 celestial emperors? Without a huge amount of energy, how could she become a saint? Medusa smiled and looked at her. I know that her aura is so strong that it is almost comparable to my real body. As the Mother Ivy of this world, her combat power should not be weaker than mine. She has always been one of the opponents I have been looking forward to, but do you think I have no backup plan? Hu Renong's expression tightened. Boom, suddenly, a faint sound came from the dark mountain not far away. There seemed to be a huge totem array floating in the air, engraved on the mountain. A huge amount of energy gathered and turned into a huge black flame vortex. In the name of the origin demon god, Medusa. My people. Descend. Medusa slowly opened his mouth and chanted a spell. Waves of sound waves shook the world, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The sorcerer world. Every potion country, every ranker, soldier, and legend emperor professions felt the call from the depths of their hearts. They felt numb all over. On the other side of the ocean, at the gate to the underworld, a beautiful snake demon emerged from the water and slowly rose into the air. She gently stretched out her finger and pointed forward. Boom, an exquisite gray vortex gate appeared. Very soon, the black mass of magical beasts that had been domesticated in the mountain of magic beasts for countless years, emitted a tyrannical aura, and their eyes were bright red. Under the driving of professionals, they gathered at the gate, piled up like mud, and rushed out of the portal, rushing out of the earth. This was just the cannon fodder of the war, a species unique to the potion era, demon beasts. The demon beast calamity can destroy many things in that world. Through the spatial gate, one could vaguely see many rankers, like a vast ocean. Even higher up, there were hundreds of ancient legend emperors. Their eyes were cold and they emitted terrifying energy. At the highest point, there was an indescribably huge demon god. She stood there as if she was a world of her own. Just looking at her shadow was enough to make a celestial emperor collapse. This is... Hu Renong's expression changed. Their heavenly emperor-level powerhouses were as many as several hundred. Although their auras were far from the same rank, there were too many of them. How many celestial emperors were there? In the desolate world? The 9 heavens of the heaven realm had not declined since the Western era. They had been developing for hundreds of years and produced many celestial emperors. Above the 9 heavens, there were 9 celestial emperors. Including himself in the mortal world, there were only 11 celestial emperors in the desolate world. Ah! What is that? Countless citizens in the city shouted. The crowd surged and ran in another direction. However, this was the land of Shu where the people were tough. Practicing martial arts was the norm here. The various sects that were banished by the great Zhou dynasty were all gathered here. Soon, there were chivalrous organizations that dispersed. Many great swordsmen headed towards the mountain range to fight against the terrifying demon beasts. Martial path passageways, there are demons coming out during the mid-autumn of the full moon. Go and defend them. The sword immortals of the Shu Dao are ethereal and agile. I'm afraid they will find out soon and come to support us. Demon. Don't cause trouble. Terrifying auras burst forth in the city, and many existences rushed into the sky. However, they didn't know that this was just the beginning. The entire street was filled with people, and soon, there was no one left. Only a few people were still sitting at the stalls, drinking wine and eating meat. Do you understand now? Medusa smiled as he looked at the magical beasts that were rushing out. They were the vanguard troops that were invading the world. This is war. Our powers are rising step by step. If an existence like Mother Earth were to make a move right from the start, my true body would be ready to descend at any time. When world-class existences like us fight with Mother Earth, the gods of both worlds will have no choice but to fight as well. Medusa's words completely stunned Hu Renong. The cute girl's eyes lit up instantly. Why didn't I think of it? Although I'm a kitten in tiger skin and can't fight, Medusa doesn't know that I've successfully restrained her. She was very excited and felt that it was time to brag to the netizens outside. The strongest violent villain in history was actually afraid of her big cute girl. In this case, both of us are restraining each other, and Green Vine Earth Mother can't make a move. Do you want to fight with me? Snatch away your teacher? Medusa smiled and grabbed by Xianxia's shoulder. Hu Renong, the white-haired old man, also had a solemn expression. He grabbed by Xianxia's other shoulder and wouldn't let go. In fact, to save his teacher, he even discussed with Lu Wenjian in secret and didn't hesitate to bring forward the war. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth, their chi activities intertwined, and their consciousness gathered into a storm. Their consciousness collided furiously, but it was incomparably exquisite. They intentionally avoided Bai Xiaoxing, who was still reading in the middle, and their expressions turned cold. They repelled the other party and snatched Bai Xiaoxing in an instant. With this as the battlefield, Su Ji, he sat in the middle and pulled the two celestial emperors on his shoulders. He felt that they had to be careful and wouldn't tear him into two. After all, if they made a mistake and this mirror image was shattered, they would be the ones to suffer. Thinking to this point, this meat tastes good, and it's chewy. A huge storm swept through the entire city. The eaves collapsed, and the streets were destroyed. In the center of the storm where the two celestial emperors fought, Su Ji held a book in one hand and read while eating. He was incomparably calm. Dark clouds rolled in the sky as waves of air spread out. The two terrifying Sky Emperor-level existences fought crazily. The surrounding buildings, ships, lanterns, decorations, teahouses, the entire world turned into a heavy haze and black. The cute girl and the little fox had already retreated from the center. The only intact thing in the center of the storm was the tea table in the center. The wooden Bai Xiaoxing was sitting on a chair eating and holding a book. This kind of power control was exquisite. Under the situation of not hurting the opponent, he wanted to hurt the opponent. Oh my god. In order to snatch the bookworm, the two worlds are going to start a war ahead of time. The little fox Hu Haihan was shocked. Her face was full of disbelief and shock. Once the two transcendent worlds start a war, she would definitely stand on the side of the desolate world. And when the Sky Emperors fight, there would definitely be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Both sides paid such a huge price just to snatch the bookworm. The cute girl looked at her disciple and felt that she did not look like a fox spirit. Aren't all fox spirits shrewd and cunning? Did she protect her too well? Perhaps he had to let her go for a while and let her go out on her own. However, the cute girl was reluctant. She was afraid that the girl she raised with so much effort would be secretly taken away by some pig. Wouldn't that be heartbreaking? So she had been protecting her like a flower in a greenhouse. As expected, raising a male disciple is like raising a wild one. They can be thrown out to be beggars. Raising a female disciple is like raising a daughter. It's so hard for me. Flower of death. Medusa smiled and raised his hand. An exquisite black staff appeared in his hand. This sorcerer was extremely elegant. A beautiful dark red flower spun out. It was many times more exquisite than it was 1,000 years ago. Dao techniques and witchcraft were originally spells. When they reached a profound level, there would be similarities. Medusa's witchcraft had already reached an extremely profound level. It was even comparable to Di Chi's system. Although she was only a clone, her battle power was terrifying. The Great Zhou Punishment, the world inside the book. Hu Renong stretched out his hand and the surrounding scene changed. A magnificent palace appeared. Who is down there? Hurry up and tell me your name. Hu Renong had already put on the Prime Minister's black official robe, and his aura was astonishing as he strode forward. In the blink of an eye, he was sitting on a high official seat interrogating a criminal. There were already hundreds of civil and military officials around him, all of whom were experts. This was the Great Zhou dynasty's highest torture chamber. It was in charge of the trials of cases in the prison. All the important officials of the imperial court were present at the trial. Medusa was already standing in the court like a criminal on trial. The Prime Minister is here, why don't you kneel down? The ministers of the imperial court shouted loudly, suddenly standing up. Their scholarly auras were astonishing, turning into layers of pressure that crushed over. This was the domain of the great Confucians. He transformed the punishment hall in the book world into reality and launched an attack. The world within the book was mourned by people. It was formed by the will of all living beings, and the punishment of the Great Zhou was written by the Prime Minister Hu Renong. All the scholars in the world and all the common people of the Great Zhou dynasty were required to memorize it when they went to private schools from young. If one were to say which article was the most widely passed down in the world, it would be this punishment book. How dare you, Hu Renong? If my mind isn't stable, I'm afraid I'll be frightened by you. Medusa laughed and couldn't help but praise, this is the Confucian Tao? The destiny of a country, gathering the power of all living beings in the world, it is indeed powerful. It has already surpassed the simple and crude use of incense in the Western era. Not cultivating oneself but cultivating all living beings in the world, there are indeed infinite possibilities. It is a very terrifying path system. The current Great Zhou dynasty only has a population of tens of millions. What would happen if there were hundreds of millions? Billions, tens of billions? The endless incense of all living beings may be able to condense illusions into reality, evolving into a real world within the book. In the court, Hu Renong sat on the high seat without saying a word. Beside him, a minister revealed an angry expression and announced the law. The Great Zhou Dynasty Punishment, Article 72. Those who dare to disobey the ministers of the imperial court and do not kneel will be sentenced to no less than 3 years and no more than 10 years of punishment. Rumble, in the entire court, shackles, wooden staves, and iron chains quickly flew over. A mere Great Zhou dynasty, do you know who I am? You dare to interrogate a demon god from a different world? She strode forward and looked at the ministers around her, her face flushed with excitement. She clapped her hands and laughed. You guys are really bold, this is too interesting, and these torture tools of yours, they look so cruel, so savage. She suddenly became tyrannical, a bright red and intense aura spread out and shot up into the sky. She was extremely arrogant and her little face was slightly red. I really want to, try it. Hu Renong's scalp went numb. As expected of a demon god. She is a sorcerer, close combat. The ministers of the imperial court immediately obeyed the order. Close combat? She was smiling. She was clearly an old woman who had lived for more than 2,000 years, but she still liked to dress like a young girl. At this moment, she suddenly threw away the sorcerer's magic staff, but 8 arms suddenly grew out from under her ribs, waving her delicate and white little fists. I have already cultivated martial arts since I came to this world. My Cthulhu body has already simulated the true form of the sorcerer ancestor, and I have begun to cultivate 2 major systems at the same time. Her 8 arms slowly made a fighting posture, and she hooked her fingers. Look at the splendor in the blink of an eye, like a dream of life. You are really a knowledgeable scholar, I like it. I like it very much. I prefer to beat you to death and smash you into minced meat with every punch. Boom, she waved her 8 arms, and in an instant, her combat skills were exquisite and unparalleled. Her 8 arms turned into fists, palms, and fingers. The ministers of the book world were smashed into the color of blood. Meng Mei? Suji? He looked at Medusa, who was waving her 8 arms wildly and excitedly smashing people, and was shocked on the spot. You have changed, bastard, you are the last traditional sorcerer, yet you threw away your magic staff and used your fists to hit people? Look at little Phoenix, she also cultivated both Tao and physique, and cultivated the true form of Pengu. She abandoned her 8 arms because she felt that it was too ugly, so she did not take the path of close combat. Yet, you, a sorcerer, are so interested in learning this thing. Fortunately, this person still had a sense of aesthetics, and her 8 arms could be considered a different kind of beauty. She did not bulge her muscles and become a muscle sorcerer, otherwise, it would really be an eyesore. Sure enough, she likes to fight with her fists, that is her romance. Suji sat in the middle with a speechless expression, watching the 2 top celestial emperors fight. An amazing energy vortex rotated and erupted, and then bypassed his body. After all, he was only at the 6th rank. How huge was the difference of 1 rank? Anyone below the celestial emperor could be killed with a single blow. At this moment, Suji was watching the battle of the 2 celestial emperors in his sand table. For him, it was also a huge rare opportunity. After all, his true realm was only at the 6th rank. This is the collision of 2 major systems. Suji's eyes drooped as he sat in the middle, silently sensing the 2 celestial emperors fighting crazily, constantly feeling the flow of their power. Boom, the transparent storm swirled around him, as if he was in an independent space and time, unaffected by attacks. He was now at the 6th step, and his future goal was to become a 7th step celestial emperor. If he wanted to go 1 step further, it would no longer be a simple stacking of energy that could be broken through by relying on the energy of mass extinction. Instead, it would be the first and greatest realm threshold that required comprehension. That was to clarify one's own path, to see the truth in the sorcerer world, and to comprehend the Tao heart in the desolate world. A celestial emperor was already an extremely high-end peak level. Even if one looked at a planet with life, the highest existence would be a 7th step celestial emperor, enough to suppress the world. As for gods of a higher level, they could already begin to leave the planet and slowly travel through space. If he could break through another realm, Suji would be the true strongest combat power on Earth. A celestial emperor on Earth, even if exposed in reality, could be very calm. Of course, this was not considering the situation of a direct nuclear attack. Unless Hu Renong's special system could be reborn and not be destroyed, only a god could withstand that kind of terrifying instantaneous destructive energy. This is the first time I've truly experienced the aftermath of their battle at close range, and felt its power. Suji watched while eating, and couldn't help but exclaim 666. He was in the center of the battle storm between the 2 celestial emperors, and benefited greatly from it. One had to know that an ordinary 6th step powerhouse definitely wouldn't have such a heaven-defying opportunity. 2 peak celestial emperors surrounded him and fought without hurting him, each using their own Tao techniques to observe. Suji naturally watched very attentively, knowing that his realm was low. After all, the original creation of the sand table to deduce the cultivation system was to use the geniuses of each era as teachers, waiting for them to perfect the cultivation system. With a ready-made teacher in front of him, he naturally couldn't miss it. Soon, he suddenly thought of something and began to ponder. Nowadays, every celestial emperor has their own path. Medusa is the domain of death, Ermine is the ripples of life, the phoenix is nature and space, the plagiarism emperor is all rivers run into the sea, and the great overarching heaven scripture. What about me? He was vaguely looking forward to it, and a little curious. His realm was breaking through too quickly. Before he had the time to think too much, he had already arrived at the 6th step. Even though the 7th step of the heavenly emperor still required a huge amount of energy, and it was a relatively long journey for him, the 6th step of thinking about his future path was enough for him to embark on his journey. Taoism requires me to find my own path of magical techniques and see the truth in my heart before I can make a breakthrough. Even though I can cultivate my fleshly body first and use brute force to break through to the celestial emperor realm, I still have to cultivate both body and magical techniques simultaneously. Taking 2 paths at the same time was the general trend. If he wanted to be invincible among his peers, this was the way to go. Suji felt that now that he had created 3 large extraordinary worlds and had given birth to 3 gods, it was time for him to find a way to advance. He kept weighing and pondering. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. Their true anger had completely erupted. Previously, he could still control his strength, but as he gradually unleashed his full strength, his strength could no longer be contained. Go up and fight. Medusa coldly snorted. The 2 of them instantly erupted and soared into the sky. Let's take this opportunity to run. The cute girl pulled her disciple and by Xiaoxing and ran. Medusa just looked at them calmly. He had already seen through the temperament of the mother ivy. Bai Xiaoxing had fallen into her hands, and sooner or later, he would be taken back. She had already received a reply from Ermin and had roughly guessed the true identity of this existence. Ermin's reply to her was very simple. Frowny face Medusa, I have read all of your letters several times. The way of Go is amazing, and it is in line with the way of the world's rules. The mysteries are endless, and the truth and falsehood of the world are even more shocking. After thinking about it, we feel that we are insignificant. The world is an era, and 1 yuan is 129,600 worlds. We are just one of them? How insignificant are we? Even if we become gods, we can't be proud. The stronger we are, the more insignificant we feel. You have learned from Bai Xiaoxing about the conversation of the God of creation. It is extremely important. It has completely opened the door for our sorcerer world's understanding of the universe. There are 3 speculations about Bai Xiaoxing. First, 129,600 worlds are vast, and there may be all kinds of strange phenomena. Bai Xiaoxing is one of the laws of the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. He symbolizes the recorder, observer, and seeker of truth. The one who obtains Bai Xiaoxing is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The one who obtains Bai Xiaoxing can truly step into the gate of truth. Second, Bai Xiaoxing is an ancient eternal existence that surpasses gods. What kind of life form are level 9 and level 10 above level 8? We don't know. When the God of creation descended and gave us the flower of the other shore, he once said that it seems to be related to the laws. Bai Xiaoxing is also related to the laws. Maybe Bai Xiaoxing is an unknown level 9 or level 10 existence. He has thousands of avatars scattered in various worlds. If this is the case, Bai Xiaoxing may wake up at any time. Third guess, Bai Xiaoxing is indeed an unknown level 9 or level 10 existence. Maybe he suffered a serious injury and lost himself. He once said that there will be a great calamity in this era. The previous era was destroyed, and 129,600 worlds were shattered. Bai Xiaoxing may be one of the ancient supreme existences that escaped to this era from the previous era. It's just that he has lost himself. At the end of the 3 speculations, there was the last paragraph of the reply. Frowny face. In summary, the 2 of us must obtain Bai Xiaoxing at all costs. If we can obtain Bai Xiaoxing as a friend, we can expect to reach level 9. We can even know the ultimate secrets of heaven and earth, the mysteries of 129,600 worlds, and explore the previous era of destruction. The moment he received the letter, Medusa completely made up his mind. He silently watched Meng Mei leave with Bai Xiaoxing. With your character, I know where you want to go. There is already an inescapable net waiting for you. For Medusa, Bai Xiaoxing must be obtained at all costs. He may be the true meaning of the road to the level 9, which is above the god realm. He is also the best friend for himself. Tap tap tap. Sitting in the carriage, Suji was secretly taken away by Meng Mei and Medusa. As if he had picked up a salted fish, his face was full of joy. He was too lazy to pay attention to these 2 people. But in his heart, he was thinking, sigh, I am still a level 6. I don't know how much energy I need to break through to level 7 and become a celestial emperor. I also need to comprehend the heart of Tao. It's too difficult for me. Medusa and Medusa were crazy thinking that he could help them break through to level 9. But Suji himself was worried about level 6. He did not know about the letter, and he was not interested in knowing. The players in this world are Meng Mei, this salted fish, and a few red-named players. They are not afraid of interfering with the war between the 2 worlds. But do they have the ability to continue to cause trouble? I don't think so. After all, in front of the tide of war, the strength of the red-named players was too little. Meng Mei was lucky, but she was just a salted fish with energy but no combat power. Suji thought as he walked. Maybe, I have to go by myself and comprehend my heart of Tao. He was still thinking about his own development. Boom. In the sky, they were fighting crazily. Since it has developed to this point, it is time to start. Medusa looked at the green vine mother leaving coldly. His 8 arms were fighting with Hu Renong. Suddenly, he raised a snow-white arm and opened it. I, Medusa, the snake demon, the origin of all things, the ancestor of the potion world, the only true sorcerer who controls the death of all things, hereby pass on my order. Crack! Countless black lightning flashed in the sky. The gate to the demon world expanded rapidly. In my name, my people, descend! Medusa bellowed. The black sky suddenly darkened. The clouds kept rolling and turned into thick black gas. It was so heavy that people could not breathe. The entire city in mid-autumn completely collapsed and turned into a boundless black sea. No! Hurano roared. He wanted to stop Medusa, but there was no way to stop him in the middle of the battle. On the other side, a gigantic demon god stood tall. Her hair was like countless tentacles, twisting and dancing in the wind behind her. She was huge and vast. She suddenly used her hands to grab the world gate. It was as if a giant was grabbing the curtains on both sides. She spread her arms and instantly opened the gate to the demon world. Boom! A dark red net lit up in the sky. Countless dark red runes flashed and turned into a huge wind that swept across the land. The exquisite vortex of the demon world slowly expanded and pressed down in all directions. Countless survivors who were running away from the city suddenly turned their heads. The black rainwater was as thick as a swamp. It carried the stench of blood and dripped onto their blank faces. That is? Someone looked at the huge black figure that opened the gate and instantly fell down. Thump, thump, one by one, they turned their heads and fell down without a sound. Don't look. We will die. We can't look. After a large number of people died, someone suddenly realized and screamed. That is an unknown, incomprehensible, and indescribable existence. Anyone who sees her face will die instantly. Someone cried hysterically. Wah! Someone wailed. Their faces were twisted with fear. Snot and tears flowed down uncontrollably. From the world gate, a beautiful head as huge as a hill poked out. A huge ripple spread out. The world gate has been completely opened. Disaster, death, and pain will come to you. It was a pure demon language. It was completely difficult to understand, but it turned into countless thoughts that rushed into everyone's mind. The people who were running away all fell to the ground. Medusa did not have the intention to kill the weak, but they fell just because they saw and heard her. This is the powerlessness of the weak. They can only follow the tide of history and can't change anything. This is war. Medusa had a faint smile on her face. Our world is about to enter winter, a world of ice and snow. Come on, I have given you the qualification to fight. She was like a tyrant sitting on a scarlet throne, and her arrogant and fierce aura soared into the sky. Come and provoke me. Disobey me. Then kill me. Descend. Medusa raised her arm and laughed. Descend. Medusa's roar suppressed the cries of the world. With a loud rumble, more and more demonic beasts poured out of the dark red vortex. Their eyes were scarlet and tyrannical, like a black, sticky tide, wriggling over. Gradually, wizards from various potion kingdoms and professional academies appeared one after another. A young girl wearing a magic staff and a man wearing a large cloak walked out with large strides. They were slightly startled. What a beautiful world. The war and slaughter had begun. The little fox Huaihan had a bitter expression. In that city, although a portion had escaped, there were still many casualties. Moreover, this was only the beginning. With that city as the center, they would gradually invade this world. War and destruction. In the carriage, the cute girl couldn't help saying, war is unavoidable. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. For survival, for benefits, to become stronger, there are all sorts of reasons. Even a small post on the internet could cause people to curse and attack each other, not to mention between countries and worlds. The cute girl was very clear on this point and seriously explained, this is like the Dark Forest Law. What is the Dark Forest Law? The little fox couldn't help but ask. The cute girl replied, 129,600 worlds. The 10,000 worlds are a dark forest. Each world is filled with hunters with hidden weapons, like ghosts hiding in the forest. In this forest, others are hell, an eternal threat. Any world that reveals its existence will be destroyed. The cute girl wasn't stupid, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick the red-named players. She was actually very smart. The little fox Hu-Hai-Han was silent. She felt this was too cruel. Then do we have any way to stop it? Can our world live in peace with the other world? The cute girl stretched out her finger and replied with a smile, there are only two endings. First, one side will be destroyed. Second, because of war, we will become a part of each other. Gulyalu. The carriage moved forward, like a ghost in the night. Then there's nothing we can do? Hu-Hai-Han asked. Not right now. The cute girl said with a smile, and a hint of craftiness flashed in her eyes, but we can think of a way to create it. And the solution to all of this lies in another world, the demon world. The little fox didn't understand. The cute girl continued, now that we have Bai Shaoxing with us, Medusa will definitely chase us. We can't let him catch us, Bai Shaoxing can't be taken away. We have to hide. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The cute girl giggled, let's go to the demon world. She definitely won't think that we will go to her nest. She had wanted to go there a long time ago. She was a tourist fan. After going around the desolate world countless times, she had long wanted to go to the new world. Hu-Hai-Han instantly applauded, her eyes watery. Teacher is so smart. The cute girl was extremely excited. Let's go over and pave the dragon vein. After all, the incense in that world has been lost. There's so much energy left uncollected. What a waste. She was already itching to try and stir things up. The dragon's vein of the primordial world had already been paved. If the Magus world was added to the mix, the rewards would be double the joy, becoming the Mother Earth of that world. Just thinking about it made me excited. If he continued to collect the energy of the two worlds, becoming a sage was basically a done deal. To become a sage, one had to rely on fortuitous encounters, not heaven-defying martial prowess, but the ability to grasp fortuitous encounters. The cute girl was overjoyed. Rumble, the carriage continued forward. Go. Meng Mei led her people and quickly jumped off the carriage. She continued to control the carriage with the Taoist art and continued to move forward. At the very least, they would be able to continue until tomorrow morning. On the other hand, no one would have thought that he would be so daring when he secretly brought people back to the world gate that he had just opened and used a Dao technique to transform into the world of potions. Walala, after taking advantage of the chaos, he successfully snuck in. The world of potions was a completely different scenery. The sky was dark, and the moon and stars were abnormally high up in the sky. There were all kinds of plants and animals everywhere. Compared to the primordial world, the plants here were abnormally tall. Most of them were dark green in color, and their leaves were jet black. It was like a lush and dark primordial forest, and there were traces of strange auras. In the era of potions, many things in the world were demonized. Not only were most of the giant beasts demonized, even some plants were demonized. They were extremely dangerous, and they even stretched out jet black vines to eat people. We are finally in. Meng Mei laughed loudly and opened up her inner world. A huge green vine tree stood tall in her body. She was a celestial emperor, and her energy was not much weaker than Medusa's. Naturally, her inner space was huge. The roots of the world tree were slowly pulled out of her body and buried deep in the ground. Alright, the dragon's vein here is buried. Let's go to a further place. They took out a spare carriage from their inner space and buried it along the way. However, Meng Mei kept muttering in her heart and swallowed her saliva. Using the dragon's vein to fish for benefits, I have to establish faith and let people worship it. With organizations like the Great Zhou Imperial Court, the most suitable ones to establish a faith system in this world are the various churches. The goddess of wisdom Mercury's Church of Light, the goddess of death Medusa's Church of Evernight. She kept weighing the pros and cons, thinking of instigating a church to rebel. In the past, the Church of Light that those fellows created was very good, especially their church code of codex. Those chicken soup were widely spread. Don't lower your head, or the crown will fall. I had no choice in the past, but now I want to be a good person. Suji was indifferent. It seemed that he had to go out. Meng Mei was still no match for Medusa. Medusa had long guessed that Meng Mei was a tourist and would come over out of curiosity when she saw a brand new world. Moreover, he knew that with her personality, she would definitely come over to lay the dragon's vein. I've already guessed that she would walk right into the trap. If I stay here, I'll soon be found by Ermin, who has been waiting for me for a long time. This isn't a bad thing, but I don't want to enter the netherworld with this god so soon to discuss and learn together as a deskmate. Although this is a great benefit, I'll first use a mirror image to tour the world and sort out my thoughts about my future path. Suji still had the thought of floating away from the world. As for how to escape from Meng Mei's side, it was very simple. This celestial emperor, she would definitely go out and find her online friends. As expected. At this moment, Meng Mei's eyes kept turning. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I can totally sneak into the Church of Light and become a saintess. I can ask Xiao now to go down the mountain and give me his corpse, the Book of Light. Then, I will have the keepsake and enter as a saintess. It's just chicken soup, I can also do it. I often read chicken soup in golden sentences. Yes, I will go out and ask the ancestors of the Church of Light for the keepsake. Those animals will definitely have a backup plan for the future. Thinking of this, she already had the idea of saying a golden sentence. She suddenly coughed twice and her figure changed into a saintess of the Church of Light. She told the disciple next to her, "In the future, call me saintess, Lord Saintess." The disciple was confused. "Teacher, what are we doing? Although it is already too late and I have wasted half of my life, I still want to create a career for our world. Although the black tortoise has a long life, there is still an end to it. The flying serpent rides the fog, turning to dust. An old steed in the stable, aspiring to 1,000 miles. A martyr in his twilight years, aspiring to great heights." Meng Mei lightly said, "I don't have the time to be young. When I understand, I can only choose to be old." The little fox was stunned. She was moved to tears by her teacher's words. Her teacher was so philosophical. She was worthy of being Hu Renong's teacher. Her first words were such a stunning poem. Suji curled his lips. This fellow, did she get into character so quickly? She started to talk like a monk. Meng Mei suddenly pointed to a small pond in the forest. The pond had already dried up and there were a few dead fish. "My good disciple, look over there. Do you understand our current situation? Lord Saintess, please explain." Meng Mei smiled. "When the pond dies, all the fish die for love." Wow, what profound words. Hu Haihan's eyes instantly moved. She was even more in awe. She is indeed worthy of being my teacher. Is she referring to the current situation of our world? Who knew? Meng Mei's eyebrows suddenly moved. She took out an umbrella from her inner space and handed it to Bai Shaoxing, who was reading. Her profound look made people unable to help but try to figure it out. "Teacher, what do you mean?" the little fox asked. "It's not raining." Meng Mei shook her head. "You forgot again. From today onwards, you have to call me Lord Saintess." "Lord Saintess, what do you mean?" Meng Mei clasped her hands behind her back and indifferently pointed at Bai Shaoxing. "Once I sleep, there will only be you and this scholar left. I have no power to resist. You are too naive and your realm is also 6th rank. You can't beat him. What if he has evil intentions? Both of us will be in trouble. So, I gave him this umbrella to give this scholar a piece of advice. If you don't raise your umbrella, it will be a sunny day." Hu Haihan could not understand this golden sentence at all. If you don't raise your umbrella, it will be a sunny day. Suji? He spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell? My good disciple, you are still too young to understand the profound meaning of this sentence. Meng Mei was very satisfied with this golden sentence. She felt that she had completely entered the state of a saintess. She was very adaptable. She quietly lied on the carriage and went out to look for her online friend. The whole carriage was suddenly quiet without a chatterbox. Only the scholar and the little fox were left. Rumble. The wheels rolled, leaving scratches on the muddy black ground. The sky was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight shining down, dotted with specks of stars. It was extremely gloomy. It's hard to imagine that the rules of the demon world are so strange. The sky is as dark as a huge black curtain. For a normal person in this world, 50 years of darkness is equivalent to a lifetime. Hu Haihan whispered. she said to Bai Xiaoxing, but it was more like she was talking to herself. Suji looked at the sky together. The sky of the demon world is so dark, this is the environmental pollution problem of our village. The orchard was in the countryside. The sky was clear, they could barely see the sparse stars and the hazy moon, but it was still very dim. After all, it was near the city. If it was in a developed industrial city, it would be even worse, they could only see a hazy moon. The carriage continued to move forward. Meng Mei had fallen asleep, she would probably not wake up for more than 10 days. Hu Haihan was a woman, although she was a fox in human form, she had already integrated into human society under the guidance of her teacher. She had to get off the carriage, go to the toilet, take a bath, and had a lot of time to leave. Suji waited quietly. "Scholar, how do we solve this?" She discussed as usual. After a few days, as expected, when the carriage came to a lake in the forest, the carriage stopped. "I haven't taken a bath in a long time." She was startled, looked at her teacher, then at Bai Xiaoxing, stopped the carriage, and sneaked into the lake. In the blink of an eye, only Suji and Meng Mei were left. Suji stood up, pinched her sleeping face, and pulled both sides of her face outwards. You're such a coquettish person, even teasing me, if you don't get it up." Her face was pulled out of shape like crayon Shinchan. Suji felt that it felt pretty good after giving the fellow a good tug on his goose-egg face. He smiled and glanced at the little fox who was bathing a distance away before disappearing in a flash. On the internet. Meng Mei still did not know what happened, and became more and more excited. "Xiao now scaring down the mountain, I knew you must have left your original body, that chicken soup book, Holy Book of Light. When the time comes, I will dig up your grave, and then help you revitalize the Church of Light." Xiao now scares down the mountain. Before he transformed into his human form and went to look for Linda, he had indeed buried his original body, saving it for a comeback. He didn't expect Meng Mei to see through everything. She chatted for a while and successfully obtained the location of the Holy Book. She went online immediately, but saw that her disciple wanted to cry but had no tears, and Bai Xiaoxing was nowhere to be found. "What? It's gone." Her face suddenly hurt. He quickly took a look at himself in the mirror and found that he had become a pig head. What happened? She hurriedly checked her body and found that her clothes were intact. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. If she had been picked up as a corpse, then she might as well have died. She turned her head and looked angrily at her disciple. The little fox bit her lips. "Teacher. I didn't keep an eye on that scholar. When I was bathing, he was probably reading while walking away." "Teacher, your face might have been used by that scholar to practice his fist technique, cute girl." "My face, practicing fist techniques. Would he have tender feelings for the fairer sex, bastard, are you really that straight?" She was on the verge of breaking down. She covered her pretty face, which was swollen to the size of a pig head. She was a dignified celestial emperor, yet her face had become like this. One could only imagine how cruel and vicious she had been through. If it was anyone else, they would have been disfigured. However, in the blink of an eye, she recalled the scene of those saintesses of the pugilistic world being beaten up into pig heads. This guy had a criminal record. The little fox shrunk back a little and hurriedly explained her conjecture. "That scholar reads books and studies. Occasionally, he would come across some battle techniques, and he would experiment on them. We often see him practicing some of his moves. In other words, he used my face as a puppet to practice his battle techniques." Meng Mei's self-esteem suffered a blow. I, a dignified beauty, was lying on the ground, but he was not affected at all. He even slapped my face. Meng Mei stomped her feet angrily and gritted her teeth. He really is a stupid bookworm without any self-awareness. This was a lifetime of shame, a super dark history. She could not help but take a deep breath. But he ran out on his own. I don't know what will happen. We have to find him. Moreover, we have to go somewhere to find the Book of Holy Light and become the saintess of this generation, in a garden with lush green trees. This was a small world surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Two peerless beauties were playing chess. One of them was wearing a Taoist robe and a golden crown. Her oval face was as exquisite as jade. The other was a beautiful and gentle woman, but she exuded a faint majestic aura. These were two gods. They had endless power and could destroy thousands of living beings with a wave of their hands. Endless years passed. Nations and eras fell one after another. Countless heroes and geniuses were born. They created poems in history and then fell in the vast expanse of history. They were like the splashes of water that returned to the river. In the long years of history, only the two of them had truly turned into swimming fish in history. They truly leaped up and spread their thick wings, rushing into the vast sky. In the long years of history, only the two of them had transcended. Chess is indeed filled with endless mysteries. Ermin smiled. The ultimate is real, and the world is fake. The endless ultimate is the chessboard, and the living beings of the world are the chess pieces. As for us, perhaps we are the people who placed the chess pieces. The Tao Lord took out a black chess piece and slowly placed it. In these countless years, how many battles have we fought? She had never appeared in the primordial world because she had followed her previous plan. She would use the rising from the ashes to continuously become stronger and fight with Ermin. We have already fought 4 battles, and each battle was a life and death struggle. We wanted nothing more than to kill each other. Our 2 small worlds are too barren, and we didn't have any opponents before. After we fought each other, we both improved very quickly. Ermin calmly said. She took out a white chess piece and placed it down. Every time you return, you are stronger than before. As early as the 3rd time you returned, I was already no longer your opponent. You have entered the realm of a middle god, and your battle prowess is heaven-defying. If it wasn't for Bai Xiaoxing, who awakened Medusa and allowed Medusa's 129,600th of his body to break through to the god realm, the two of us together would have long been defeated. Medusa's original body had already broken through to the god realm. But it was the weakest god. Because every part of the evil god Cthulhu's body was the weakest living being, it would naturally be the weakest god after becoming a god. Only by combining them together would it be a truly complete life. Bai Xiaoxing really is a strange existence. Phoenix smiled faintly. Her gentle and natural temperament was like a spring breeze, making people unable to help but get close to her. Her eyes were filled with surprise. If it wasn't for him, Medusa wouldn't have become a god. I would have already defeated you, and the sorcerer world would have fallen into my hands. At this time, in the eyes of outsiders, the sorcerer world seemed to be strong and far superior, invading the weak and small primordial world. Only Ermin and Medusa knew that they were the weak and on the verge of despair. Ermin said, I have already heard of your historical era. As expected of the Tao Lord who created Diki, the primordial ancient god. Just like him, every time you return, you are shockingly strong. If one really wanted to make a ranking of strength. Diki, Phoenix. These two were definitely in the first echelon of the gods. They were the type that became stronger the more they fought. Every time they returned, they were so strong that it made people's scalps go numb. After all, Phoenix was a quad-gene talent. Ermin was in the second echelon. After all, although her talent was already very strong, she was still an ordinary god who climbed up step by step. Medusa was in the 3rd echelon. In fact, Medusa's combat power was not weaker than Diki or Phoenix among the gods of the Cthulhu realm. She might even surpass them. She was also a quad-gene talent, but it was too difficult for her to break through to become a god. Now, only one of the Cthulhu had become a god, and she was too far away from becoming a complete god. Dao Chongqing was in the 4th echelon. After all, although his combat power was heaven-defying, he was not a god. Phoenix Tao Lord said, you clearly understand that if I become stronger a few more times, you and Medusa will not be a match for me even if you work together. You can only rush to start a war as the devil world to invade the primordial world. You want to use this catastrophe to give birth to a god on your side, and then use this to change the situation. Then, you can join forces and kill me. This is your only way out. Ermin smiled and calmly put down a white chess piece. In the blink of an eye, the whole situation of the chess game was instantly reversed, and she took the initiative. Yes, we have no choice but to start this war. But in terms of overall strength, you are far inferior to us. You will be at an extreme disadvantage. Which world will give birth to a god? Will it be your heavenly Tao, Dao Chongqing, Green Vine Earth Mother who took the last step, or our Medusa who took the second step? Or will it be other sovereigns and emperors? Who knows? Both of their voices were indifferent. They chatted while playing chess, discussing their respective geniuses and who would be the most likely to break through in the end. There might even be geniuses that they had not guessed who would suddenly emerge and take that step in the chaotic era of war and the catastrophe of the world. The invasion of the two worlds, death, and wailing seemed to be nothing to them at this moment. But only they clearly understood that they would decide the victory or defeat and the survival of a world. In this battle, whoever gave birth to the next god would affect the balance of the entire world, and the outcome of this battle between the two of them. The potion era had gone through thousands of years of development, and countless legendary and epic hidden professions had appeared. This ancient land had also ushered in a drastic change that had not been seen in thousands of years. The world gate has opened. It's a pure land filled with treasures. I heard that the academies of the major potion kingdoms have already sent experts over. The Beastman kingdom has already invaded. In fact, the Undead Kingdom has already started that terrifying natural disaster. The entire land was in discussion, and even more terrifying news emerged. The various ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened. Those sovereigns and emperors who were thought to have died of old age or lost in battle actually walked out from thousands of years of history. In the annals of the Undead Kingdom, the first undead monarch, Necromancer Wyndham, actually didn't die. Instead, he turned himself into a skeleton mage? There's movement in the tomb of the ancient Fideki monarchs. The strongest man in the human kingdom, known as the strongest man in the world in 1,000 years, Bafin Morton, has walked out. He's actually still alive? Ancient epic existences that should have been hidden in thousands of years of history appeared in the human world, causing chaos in this land under the darkness. In their era, there was no opportunity to become a god. They could only sleep. This was their only opportunity, so they all woke up and tried their best. Every one of them had reached the peak of their cultivation. As sovereign martial emperors, they had suppressed many resplendent eras. Their combat prowess was heaven-defying. Even among those of the same cultivation realm in the ancient desolate world, they stood at the very top. They all had the talent to become gods. History was long, and there were many geniuses with the talent to become a god. What they lacked was an opportunity. The underworld has sent an oracle. This is an opportunity, and it will also affect our survival. Ancient existences appeared one after another, and the entire land was stirred up by a storm. It was undeniable that this was the best era and the worst era. Giving people the opportunity to become a god could also usher in the destruction of the world. This was not the destruction of a country, but the entire world becoming slaves to be trampled on. In the past half a month, the ancient saintess of light had also appeared from ancient seclusion. They wandered the entire land, holding the divine artifact of the Church of Light, the Book of Truth of Light. They possessed omnipotent wisdom. The hymn of humanity, the hymn of history, and the hymn of courage. She started her speech, and many people were mesmerized by it. In the face of the tide of history, many mortals felt uneasy. Even if they were the ones who started the war, even if they did not know about the grudges between the gods, and even if they thought that they were the strongest attackers while the other side was just waiting to fall, there were still many who felt uneasy. At this time, a comforting speech was undoubtedly the best way to gather incense and faith. In the long tide of history, I'll blend in and use chicken soup to rule the world. When Suji heard this news, he turned into a fish in the deep sea and commented calmly. There was a war going on outside, the winds and clouds surging. The vast tides of history were being pushed forward, but he himself didn't care. He just watched calmly, taking the opportunity to supplement his knowledge and think about how he would break through to the 7th level in the future. Whoosh! There were colorful fishes swimming around him. He swam in a dark red coral-like lush sea. Finally, he came to the depths of a cave. It was densely covered with dark red corals that looked like weeds. They were like sharp thorns, rough and dense. He went deeper into the cave. At the end of the cave, the seawater turned into a faint whirlpool, as if it was some kind of restriction. Back then, the body of the monarch Messiah seemed to be hidden here. He swam in the seawater and gradually saw a black coffin that was sealed by a special witchcraft. To prevent the necromancers from digging up the grave, Suji had long hidden in the deep sea. After all, the mirror image can't be cultivated. It can't be higher than the 6th level of the main body and reach the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Suji weighed in his heart. I want to comprehend the Tao and break through. I still have to find a body. Luckily, the body of the Messiah is still here. Back then, the Messiah was used to study the Rubik's Cube and create the Rubik's Cube system. That was how the civilization of the Desolate Era came to be. He also had an inner sea of consciousness. It was originally the embryonic form of studying the path of incense, and it was also the first sea of consciousness in the world. At that time, it was still incomplete. There was no such thing as a primordial spirit or body. Now, this body of the Messiah had a sea of consciousness in its mind but no primordial spirit. Its combat power was very low compared to others of the same level. After all, it couldn't keep up with the times. At this time, he could put the mirror image in and use it as a primordial spirit to control his own body. This was the best choice at the moment. Back then, Messiah had studied this little ant for decades. Her main body had been constantly supplying energy to this little ant. Her cultivation had already reached level 6, and her sorcerer knowledge was even comparable to some weaker sovereign emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ignore the realm and break through from the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level so quickly, but now, his knowledge base had been exhausted. Now, his life was better. He had the mirror image to help him learn and accumulate knowledge. But in the end, it was just a learning machine. It saved him most of the time to accumulate knowledge. He still had to rely on himself to take the final step and walk his own 7th level path. My previous knowledge base has been exhausted. I have to explore the 7th level Emperor path again. Just in time to use this body, whoosh, Suji's mirror image was expressionless as it quickly entered the body. On the surface of the sea, a slender young man with black hair and black eyes walked out slowly. With a shake of his body, the seawater evaporated instantly. This black-haired, black-eyed Messiah young man was, strictly speaking, the monkey ancestor of all humans in the primordial world. He was also the true pioneer of the Sea of Consciousness cultivation system. Suji closed his eyes and quickly checked the sequelae of his body after sleeping for nearly 1,000 years. Not only did he use the dormant freezing technique that the alchemy emperor used to store the 7 little witches, but he also used his own time flow. He adjusted the normal flow of time. 1,000 years was equivalent to 10 days in the real world. It was equivalent to sleeping for 10 days, and all the functions of his body were intact. Continue like before, using my main body to charge, replenish energy, break through the 7th level, and become a true Emperor Celestial. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly flew out of the sea. With his main body's cheat, his research and cultivation speed had always been very fast. He believed that this time would be very smooth. 3 days later, Suji once again came to the edge of the sorcerer world. He was familiar with the way, secretly contacted his main body, and used the vast energy of his main body to replenish himself. He continued to enter seclusion for research. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his physical body and break through to the 7th level of body cultivation. He did not cultivate the 9 revolutions mystic art, nor did he have 9 acupoints surrounding his dantian. Instead, he cultivated the most common dantian technique in the primordial world. After all, he only needed to explore the way. This body was just a test subject, so there was no need to cultivate too powerful a technique. Body cultivation. I'll try to become a celestial emperor first. Suji began to use the endless energy to start cultivating. I'm now a Tao cultivator. It's the sea of consciousness in my mind. I have to change the path of my meridians and open up another inner world in my lower abdomen as my dantian. Time passed. The outside world was constantly in conflict and war, and it was getting more and more intense. 1 year, 2 years. Suji, who originally had knowledge, cultivated extremely quickly with the endless energy. On the 7th year, more than 2,000 days had passed. Suji had already reached the peak of the 6th level of body cultivation. The energy in his meridians was like a tidal wave, surging rapidly and gathering in his dantian. The scorching energy turned into a sun furnace. Boom, a huge amount of energy surged out, as though something in his body had been broken. Suji was overjoyed. 7th level, although this body was the most ordinary 7th level, with a large amount of knowledge and the vast amount of energy from his main body, there was nothing to be proud of. However, there was no doubt that he had taken the first step. This was experience. An experience that belonged to himself. In the future, when his main body received a huge amount of energy, it was equivalent to recultivating. He could break through to the 7th level of body cultivation without any obstacles. With a thought, Suji silently stood up and sensed his body. He clenched his fists and walked out of the forest with large strides, looking towards the sky. Now, it's time to start getting used to my strength and cultivate another path of Tao arts. Truth, Tao heart, a person's figure flashed in front of him. The joys and sorrows of their lives, their voices and smiles. I've seen Hu Renong, turning into a mortal, marrying a wife and having children. After experiencing the hardships of life, he finally understood the true meaning of incense. I've seen Tao immortality, experiencing the torture of the heavenly court and the pain of being struck by lightning. I've also seen him shed tears in front of the Daoyuo heaven. He single-handedly resisted the ancient heavenly emperors and found his own path amidst the pain and sorrow. I've also seen Lu Wenjian, breaking his arm in pain and entering the furnace to temper his sword. After 30 years, he returned. A mortal heavenly emperor has finally established the Shushan era. That's them, but what about me? Suji walked forward and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. My truth, my Tao heart, what exactly is it? What was the so-called truth and Tao heart? For the modern people living in a peaceful environment, it was a very metaphysical question. Suji observed for a while and felt that it was to understand one's own heart, to understand and to be firm on one's future path. Different from body cultivation, Tao techniques, witchcraft, incense, and other cultivation systems were related to the soul and emotional energy. The techniques used were affected by emotions and one's heart. Whatever one's heart wanted, the Tao technique would be in that form. This was understanding one's own heart. Hu Renong, Tao Chongqing, Lu Wenjian, each of them is different. They have all experienced setbacks, understood their own hearts, and established their future paths. Suji said silently, "What is my own heart?" If I really have to make a comparison, perhaps I and Phoenix are the same kind of people. We are very indifferent, love nature, and do not pursue anything. From our inner world, it can be seen that we are similar, we are both lifestyle players. Suji constantly sorted out his heart and interrogated his own heart. As a trainee creator, the Tao heart of the insectoid race's royal father, what kind of heart was suitable for reproducing races and ruling countless worlds? Was it eternity? Was it the pursuit of ultimate power, the combination of the god of destruction and the god of creation who controlled reincarnation? Creation and destruction? Transcendent calmness? The only supreme existence in multidimensional time and space? No, 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 that was too metaphysical, too high and mighty. What did others think? He did not know, but Suji personally felt that he should be more down to earth. If he had to answer this question, the heart of a creator was to be a salted fish. As a creator, was it like a super pervert, masochist, and crazy fighting maniac like Medusa? The world would suffer. Was it like Tao Chongqing who could not bear to see the people die? Then there would be no mass extinction, no alternation of life, no rise and fall. A pool of stagnant water was not a good creator. Was it like an ambitious schemer behind the scenes like Dicky who interfered crazily and toyed with the eras by hook or by crook? If he was too eager for quick success, Dicky was somewhat like the previous insectoid queen, a disaster-like civilization. Perhaps in order to become stronger, he would also embark on the path of constant plundering and invasion. That was not very suitable. Suji felt that one must have a salted fish heart. To put it in a more lofty way, it was like watching the world change and the clouds roll by. It was like a child squatting down and looking at a group of ants on the ground. The war, rise, and destruction of their civilization. If they really went astray, they would secretly correct it. When he put it that way, it instantly became classy. And as the creator, when he saw those idiotic players provoking and causing trouble everywhere, some of the natives who wanted to defy the heavens all day long had to be lazy, he just needed to write down a small notebook, punish them, and use water to trap those little ants, and the matter would be settled. Looks like I've completely understood my Tao heart. I'm free, like a bird. I'm not very tall, just an ordinary person. Suji was a very realistic person. His heart was not unique. After he understood his inner thoughts, he couldn't help but daydream. Here comes the problem. Phoenixes and I are relatively compatible. Phoenixes like to live in seclusion, but even phoenixes have experienced a vicious beating from society. Only then did they completely understand that they like to live in seclusion and transcend everything. Then, do I have to experience a vicious beating from society as well? He kept thinking about it. Everyone was different. Although most people would be beaten, it was just in different ways. For example, Hu Renong married and had children when he was down and out, Lu Wenqian's family was ruined, and Cute Sister was not beaten. The enlightenment came from that rainy day, when he met his two disciples and his father, who was once a Taoist, and suddenly felt emotional. This depended on fate. His Tao heart was a salted fish. Maybe eating an apple would suddenly make a breakthrough, maybe. The black-haired and black-eyed young man looked up at the sky. There's no use thinking about it. I'll take my time. I haven't been to the sorcerer world for a long time. I've eaten all kinds of delicacies, and the species have changed a lot. Eating a shiny meal and then making a breakthrough. It's just like the gourmet world. At the edge of the black fog forest, a caravan was moving forward slowly. Shira was hugging a novel about past monarchs and emperors. Bored, she yawned as she sat on the roof of the carriage. Only 14 years old, she was tanned. She had a short nose, thick lips, and dark brown skin. Her face was full of freckles and pimples. She had inherited the looks of Mohank's father. Her parents were ordinary, typical of the southern Alant kingdom. They were not at all the fair-skinned beauties she had expected. Since then, she had followed her father's caravan around, selling specialties from various cities. The Black Fog Forest used to be a place that ordinary people didn't dare to enter. Many magical beasts would come out of the forest and rob the caravans. But now, there were basically no more. It was said that they were all summoned by the great origin demon god Medusa to go to the ancient barren world. This led to a lot less danger in the land of potions. It had almost become a world for ordinary people. It's not just those magical beasts. Many emperors and historical figures have appeared. Many strong people have gone to the ancient barren world. Shira's face was full of longing. She held the book and looked at the sky. The carriage traveled for a while and stopped to rest. The fire was lit. A few people picked up the ingredients and started cooking. "Excuse me, can we process ingredients here? I want to borrow some seasoning." A young man with black hair and eyes walked out. He carried a huge black vine that was still wriggling. You. Shira turned around. Her voice was trembling. She pointed at the young man, unable to control herself. This person had walked out of the Black Fog Forest. That was a death zone. A death zone. There were no moving magical beasts in the Black Fog Forest, but it was still a death zone. Magical plants that couldn't move still lived there. She heard that a team of level 4 professionals entered the Black Fog Forest to look for treasures, but they suddenly disappeared. Those were level 4 professionals. She remembered that the families of the professionals cried so hard. She looked again and her face turned completely green. Oh my God! What was he holding? Was that a magical plant? He was actually eating a magical plant. Was he a foodie? He ate everything. That was a part of the potion, a part of the great origin demon god's body. This man ate it? Oh. He couldn't be a human who could eat a potion raw. Could he be a legendary humanoid monster? She shivered. How could we run into this thing? Weren't they all called to the front line? The more she thought about it, the more she broke down. Her chest heaved violently, and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. My name is Messiah. I'm a food traveler who loves freedom and seeing the local customs. Little girl, can I borrow some seasoning to cook? Suji looked at the little girl in confusion. He had eaten this thing a lot when he was Messiah. Had times changed? What happened? At this moment, some team members rushed over. The leader seemed to be the little girl's father. He had a beard and held an exquisite silver cane. He walked over carefully. Dad. He wants to borrow seasoning to roast the magical plant. Shira shouted. Hearing this, Mohank was shocked. Seeing the young man's expression change, he stopped a team member next to him and said solemnly, "Roast it for Mr. Messiah." The men next to him carefully took the magical plant and put it on the fire. Mo Hank shouted loudly. "Let's not panic. This gentleman means no harm. Quiet down." Mo Hank seemed to be very prestigious. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became noisy. They were no longer afraid. They sat around the bonfire, barbecued food, and handed seasonings. Suji looked at him and only smiled. Perhaps, he had already recognized who he was. Back then, he traveled the world freely. If he met someone on the road, if they got along well, he would provide them with food and wine, and they would give him some opportunities. Otherwise, he would not have left behind the name the monarch of gardens and fine wine. Mo Hank had a full beard, and his arms were full of hair. He sat down and generously handed over the seasonings. "Messiah is a pseudonym, right?" Without waiting for Suji to reply, he flipped open his daughter's book of past sovereigns and emperors. He pointed at the portrait of the first sovereign and said seriously, "The monarch of gardens and fine wine, Messiah, was the first monarch of the era of potions. He was the most mysterious and ancient, and the least recorded in history." "Your profession is the hidden profession, gourmet? Did he leave behind an inheritance?" Suji was stunned. "I already said my name was Messiah, and this guy didn't play by the rules. I haven't been to the sorcerer world for 1,000 years. Is my identity as the act tough King Messiah over? In fact, 1,000 years was indeed too long. Unless they were gods, no monarch could live that long. Even if they were in hibernation, they would not be able to live that long. No matter how strong they were, they would have to become ghosts and enter the underworld to survive until now." Moreover, Suji still had a young body. For 1,000 years, the potion system had 173 professions. Now, there were profession researchers. On average, a new profession was created every 5 or 6 years. Among them, there were 17 top hidden professions, and gourmet was ranked 13th. Gourmet was said to be a powerful hidden profession developed according to the legend of the monarch of Messiah. This was a secret inheritance. Gourmets all claimed to be the descendants of the monarch of Messiah. However, Suji knew clearly that he did not develop it. It was created by a genius of a certain era after a long history, and was named after him. After all, in the long history of 1,000 years, many of the records had been lost. The truth had long been lost in the passage of time. For example, Gilgamesh. This ancient hero king was known as the strongest man in human history. In the history books, it was recorded that he was a deity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge the god of creation and destroy the palm to obtain the blood of eternal life. If he wasn't a deity, how could he have the ability to cut open the palm of the god of creation? Even if he was a god, it was still extremely inconceivable. In everyone's opinion, Gilgamesh had to be an extremely powerful god to be able to do this. But in reality? Although Gilgamesh's talent was outstanding and he was frenziedly tempering his body, he had only barely reached the 7th level back then. By relying on the ant strength gene, only his strength had reached the 7th level. As for the other aspects, he was too weak. After all, the system at that time was too ancient and imperfect. Another example was the 3 witches. In the history books, it was written that the 3 witches worked together to develop a cultivation system and became sorcerers. However, people did not know the true origin of the witches. At that time, there were too few men. Only women could fuse with the blood of the evil eye. That was a path of risking everything in a sea of blood and corpses. Only the 3 of them could survive. Another example was the alchemy emperor, the sky garden. All kinds of history were distorted and buried. After all, the legends of the ancient Sumer and the ancient Babylonian legends were too far away for this era 1,000 years later. Wow! The legendary profession, gourmet? The ancient inheritance created by the Messiah the Great? Sheila shouted in an exaggerated manner. There was a commotion in the surroundings. They were extremely excited. That was a rare hidden profession. Legend has it that the Messiah the Great slept with thousands of women at night. He indulged himself in good food and wine. He was free and unfettered. Not only did he create the profession of gourmet, he also created the profession of battle master. It is said that the seventh human king, Masaka, who was known as the most brutal human king in history, accidentally obtained the inheritance of the Messiah the Great, the hidden profession of battle master. He recruited beautiful women from all over the country. It is said that at his peak, he had 3,000 concubines and lived a befuddled life. Suji's face darkened. Yes, I created them all. This was the cruel beating of society. A bunch of groundless dark history hung on one's body. Mo Hank laughed loudly, proud of his discovery. Mr. Messiah, you are the successor of the current generation's gourmet profession, right? What rank are you? You dare to enter the Black Fog Forest alone. I am in my 20s this year. I have been training for more than a month, Suji replied. Ha ha ha. Mr. Messiah, you are indeed an interesting person. Mo Hank laughed loudly. He was very talkative. How is that possible? You look like you are at least rank 3, right? Yes. Suji laughed involuntarily. He grilled the magical plant and sprinkled some spices on it. He felt that this caravan was quite interesting. Next, he blended into the caravan and walked with them. He followed them for a distance, and even though they couldn't recognize him, he cooked for them. This caused a wave of cheers, and countless people praised and chased after him. After all, even if they were beaten up by society, it was still necessary for them to experience life and train their hearts. After a few days, Suji found that their caravan traveled between 2 cities, buying and selling for a profit. With Mo Hank's help, they found a remote area and started operating a small bar called Phoebe. Suji, on the other hand, was very calm. He began to help run the shop, continued to cultivate, cook, and chat with the customers to hone his Dao heart. Welcoming customers and listening to their lives was in line with his path and his state of mind. But this was a period of painstaking work. Time flew by as Suji cultivated. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The war was in a stalemate. Both sides were in a stalemate and there were many casualties. The ancient barren world only has a dozen sovereigns and emperors, but they are too fierce. They are invincible in their level. Putting aside the celestial world, the disciples of Shu Mountain are said to be powerless mortals. They can reach rank 4 at the age of 20 or 30 and are all super assassins. Isn't that too much? Someone found it unbelievable. They can reach this level at only 20 or 30? Not at all. The old man drinking ale spoke with assurance. It's said that they need a lot of materials to forge swords. 4. The war, they provided an entire world's resources to Shu Mountain, turning it into a bottomless pit. They used a huge amount of resources to exchange for time. Moreover, those mortals used up a lot of resources. Some died of old age, but they only had a few decades of glory. It's a waste. I heard that the great scholar of that world, Hu Renong, is even more ridiculous. He's immortal. Someone was proud of this information. Immortal? Everyone was shocked. How could he not be immortal? That world is magical, but we've already found their weakness. Their power comes from the people of the country. As long as we kill their foundation, they will become rootless duckweed. Hu Renong, the great Zhou dynasty, when Lu Jian, Shu Mountain, Suji stood in the bar, listening to the discussions of the customers, and it was as if he could see the earth-shattering battle from afar. Sword immortals flew through the air, transforming into meteors. Eminent Confucians possessed heaven-defying battle prowess, and they did not fear death. Sovereigns and great emperors were also roaring in rage as both sides fought fiercely. These were the celestial emperors and great emperors from both sides. For the opportunity to ascend to godhood, they were fighting with their lives on the line, and also for the world behind them. Suji remained calm as he listened to the battle at the front lines. He continued to hone his Dao heart. His goal for this trip was to comprehend his Dao heart. Another 7 or 8 years passed. The war was in full swing, but it was still a tug of war. However, Hu Renong and Lu Wenjian made countless sovereigns and emperors tremble in fear. This was especially so for Lu Wenjian. This Shushan sect leader, a mortal celestial arch, had assassinated more than 60 potion monarch thearchs and epic professionals in a row. It was extremely terrifying. This mortal heavenly emperor alone affected the entire battle situation, causing the wind to howl and cranes to tremble. But that was the front lines. The rear was too peaceful. In Will City, the reputation of the bar had gradually risen over the years. However, the bar had a very strange rule. It was limited to 50 customers a day, and they had to tell the bar owner about their life experiences. The rule was very strange. However, countless people went there because the fine wine and dishes inside were simply too delicious. Mohank's merchant group also became bigger and bigger, becoming famous in Will City. This was a business opportunity for ordinary people. After all, the strong had entered the front lines. Mohank could seize the opportunity. As a low-level professional, he could naturally take advantage of the wind. Mohank, this boorish and hearty man, would occasionally stop to eat and chat with Suji, talking about all sorts of interesting things. A few years ago, he was high-spirited and made friends with the nobles of various cities, opening up trade channels. In the following years, he gradually reached the peak of power in the nearby cities. He no longer needed to suck up to anyone. He enjoyed the pursuit of countless people, beauties, power, and good wine. Gradually, he began to complain, saying that he wanted to retire. He had earned enough money, but the merchant group had 3,000 people, and they depended on him to support them. Now that I'm in this position, I realize that I can't step down anymore. There are too many ties. There are countless people standing behind me who depend on me to support them. Moreover, once I step down and lose my power, it is very likely that I will die. I have too many enemies, he said. After another 4 years, Mohank died on the belly of a woman. After all, although he was generous, he was rich and indulgent. In the base camp of the merchant group, Hillary's eyes were red. Many men, women, old, and young cried sorrowfully. Without Mohank's connections, the caravan quickly disbanded. They were divided into a few caravans and fought for fame and fortune. Shira, the freckled girl from back then, was soon pushed out of the center of power and even hunted to the streets and alleys. Suji was brewing wine in a bar, and when he heard about this matter in the city, he let out a sigh as he watched that forthright man rise to power and wealth, and then gradually sink into power and beauty until the end of his life. Although Suji was used to seeing such a life many times, he still felt a lot of emotions when he came into contact with it personally and befriended it. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. The path of Tao arts is the soul and the state of mind. But I've been grinding for more than 10 years. I need an opportunity to break through. I can go get beaten up by society. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I get beaten to death. Suji was very calm. He sat in front of the bar, wiping the glasses. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he looked out of the window. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill her. In the alleyway, a group of killers was in hot pursuit. Shira was still as short, fat, and dark as before. She was running with a panicked expression. Boom, the 3 assassins collapsed with a loud bang. Shira turned around in shock. When she raised her head again, she saw a striped pillar with ink-colored vines on both sides and an arched door in the center with the words Phoebe Bar written on it. Shira walked in and knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Uncle Messiah, can you help me kill those who took away my family's caravan? Shira didn't have the talent to cultivate potions, so she had always been an ordinary person. The customers in the bar looked at her. I won't help you kill people, said Suji. The air was very quiet. Nobody had spoken since Shira broke into the bar. The customers around them were drinking and secretly sighed when they heard her, feeling that it was a pity. Everybody knew about Mohank. He was the most powerful man in the whole city, but everybody knew that it was best to protect himself. Mohank's daughter had to die. They could only pretend that they didn't see it. Shira was gloomy and miserable. She knew that Uncle Messiah wasn't obliged to help her. Also, there were many experts among the nobles in the city. They were a huge force. Also, she didn't have enough money. She was penniless, she looked ordinary, but her skin was dark and rough because she had been traveling with caravans all year round. Her only pride was her plumpness that regular women couldn't compare to. Many men looked at her passionately on the street. However, in the face of death, it was not something that could save oneself. No one would get into so much trouble because of it. Suji stood at the bar counter and tidied up the teacups. however, I can take you in to work here. No one will hurt you. Moreover, in the future, there might be some unique people who will come to this bar. They might be able to teach you or even help you fight. If you seize the opportunity, you should be able to take revenge. Teach me cultivation, I can't cultivate. Also, help me, who would fight against the biggest forces in the nearby cities for an ordinary woman who worked in a bar. Shira was stunned for a few seconds, confused. But what I'm going to do next is very dangerous. If you stay here, you might be beaten to death, Suji said with a smile. I'm not afraid of danger. Shira bit her lip and said loudly, my father deserved to die. He enjoyed himself enough and went looking for women everywhere, but I have to clean up the mess he left behind. Hang the sign at the entrance of the bar. Suji threw out a wooden sign. On it was written, knowing the past and the present, tell me a myth. Ancient Sumer myth. Tomorrow, I'll tell the first part of the Sumer myth, the creation of heaven and earth. That was probably enough for her to be beaten up by society, right? Suji looked very serious. Uncle, is this the bar's new dish? Shira took the sign and was shocked when she saw the words on it. He was going to tell the ancient Sumer myth, the ancient Sumer myth. That was the ancient Sumer civilization. That was the origin of human civilization. The history of the creation of heaven and earth. No matter how many archaeologists researched and explored, no one knew that lost part of history. It was even said that even the origin demon god Medusa and emperor of the underworld Ermin didn't know that part of history. It was a blank piece of history. And Uncle Messiah knew it? What did that mean? Uncle. You. Shira's mind went blank, and her voice began to tremble. She was still the same person who would stutter crazily when she was nervous. What is this? Shira screamed inwardly. She looked at the calm young man who kept mixing drinks. After more than 10 years, she had grown up from that little girl. Her father had died of old age, but he was still young. Time had not left any traces on him. It was said that many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history, and in front of him, could it be, but those were the most ancient sovereigns in the era of potions, ancient existences from 1,000 years ago. They should have died long ago, and it was impossible for them to awaken. After all, they couldn't live for 1,000 years even if they were asleep, but the Messiah monarch emperor was the most mysterious in history. The customers in the bar were shocked. They kept imagining things and pretended not to hear it. Uncle, you love food and wine. Could you be the real Messiah monarch emperor in history, in charge of pleasure gardens and wine? Shira's chest heaved up and down, and she couldn't help but ask. She knew that it was impossible. Even if the real Messiah monarch lived here in seclusion, he wouldn't admit it, let alone in front of the countless customers in the bar. She immediately realized it, I should have asked in private. That way, if Uncle was really the monarch emperor, he might admit it, but the next second, yes, it's me. Suji stood in front of the bar, wiping the glasses and nodding at her. Shira was dumbfounded. She was completely shocked. He admitted it right away. He actually admitted it. Oh. Oh my God. He didn't act according to the rules at all. He didn't seem like a master in those stories. The faces of the customers around them were blank. A monarch emperor was serving them? They quickly lowered their heads in fear and continued to eat and drink, pretending not to hear it. The more they knew, the faster they would die. Shira's eyes widened. She opened the Book of Monarchs with trembling hands. When she opened the first page, she couldn't even hold the page with her trembling fingers. Her breathing quickened. Uncle Messiah. Monarch Emperor, Messiah Monarch Emperor. He's the first monarch emperor in history from the era of potions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Suji turned around and continued to mix the wine. He arranged the bottles on the rack without turning his head. When I was born, I met your father and daughter's caravan. I told you then, but your father didn't believe me. Suji continued arranging the teacups with his back to her. Looking at his back, Shira felt that he was both mysterious and lazy. It's as if time has never left a trace on him. All the years and history have nothing to do with him. It's as if he's isolated from the mortal world. These were Shira's thoughts. She had never thought that she would meet such an ancient and mighty being in history as an ordinary person. On top of that, he had even been her uncle for many years. It gave off a strange and dazzling feeling. Perhaps only this monarch messiah would be so lazy after waking up from his old days that he wouldn't go to the front lines to fight for the opportunity to become a god. Instead, he would be the owner of a bar here. A garden and fine wine. However, she was suddenly very curious. Even this ancient being, the monarch messiah, said that she might die next. What was he going to do? Was he going to talk about history? She seemed to have guessed something. But she wasn't afraid of death, and she didn't regret it. As an ordinary person, it would be an unparalleled honor to be able to follow the oldest emperor, no matter what she had to go through. One day, Suji let Shira settle down. That night, a piece of news had been silently spread by the people of Will City at that time. The mysterious owner of Phoebe Bar was actually the monarch messiah? Also, he was going to talk about myths and legends. Tomorrow, he would talk about the first chapter of the history of the ancient Sumer civilization, the creation of heaven and earth. Many people didn't believe it, but that didn't stop them from joining in the fun. The next day, people arrived on time. It said that during the creation of heaven and earth, the giant beasts ran rampant. The insects and apes were weak and could only struggle on. At the bar, Suji sipped his wine. His voice was calm and gentle, and it gave people the feeling that he was falling asleep. Everyone who heard him seemed to be lost in it. Their eyes were in a trance, as if they followed the voice back to the ancient river of time and saw that period of time. Far away, Shira was serving wine and food to everyone. The ancient people were weak. How did they survive? That's right, a giant beast. Even though it hasn't demonized into a magical beast, but... When he talked about the descent of the intelligent behemoth, who held Gilgamesh in its palm and traveled through the mountains and rivers to gift the three treasures to the civilization, that vast giant was incomparably shocking, as if he was there himself. That's inconceivable. Civilization is the power of the wisdom seed. The fire seed, the blood of power, the sword of the Damocles. In our future generations, this sword is known as the hanging sword, the sword of danger. So that's how it came to be. What kind of creature is that intelligent beast? Don't tell me it's the god of creation that the origin fiend god Medusa had an audience with? Shoo. Treason. How could the god of creation be an intelligent beast? Using the word beast to describe the god of creation as a giant beast is simply terrifying. Gradually, the Gilgamesh in the story began to grow old. Many people had a deep understanding of the loneliness and dullness of time. There was an indescribable loneliness. Hearing him lying on a chair in his twilight years and reminiscing the years, there was a sense of melancholy and melancholy. The hero king also had an era where he died of old age. Sigh. It's an indescribable melancholy that stifles one's heart. No matter how amazing one is in an era, one is ultimately a piece of soil that can't withstand the passage of time. But that's not right, right? How could Gilgamesh die of old age so quickly? The audience felt extremely wistful, but as the story continued, countless people were shocked once again. Following that, Gilgamesh consumed the blood of power and lived a second life. Then, he displayed swift and ruthless means. He killed his own son with his own hands, purged the entire tribe, and became the leader once again. Countless people were infected by the bloodlust and killing. As expected of the epic hero king, ambitious? Killing his son was too brutal. How could there be any morals in that era? I think it's very reasonable for him to be freed from beasts. Everyone was mesmerized by the story, but suddenly, the storyteller came to a halt. Tomorrow, we will talk about the second chapter, the era of the city-states. Suji said lightly. The opening of the world quickly ended, but the impact it gave people was too great. The mysterious behemoth had appeared and descended into the mortal world, bestowing the treasures of civilization. As for the hero king, it ended just like that? Are you kidding me? Let's talk about the 100 million chapters again. I was just listening to the most exciting part. I beg of you, tell me a little more. What kind of existence was the behemoth species, the intelligent behemoth? Was it also an intelligent civilization? Perhaps it was the same as the behemoth of strength, Finbar? Did Beauty Sue and the intelligent behemoth species battle at the end? Killing each other and walking towards destruction together? I want to hear the next part. I want to hear the next part. I beg of you, really. I feel terrible listening to half of it. Countless people cried out noisily and lamented. They found it fascinating. That era was just too rotten. It was as though they had been brought into that era, exuding the vicissitudes and grandeur of time. Furthermore, a huge mystery had appeared. How did Gilgamesh's Sumer civilization cause the apocalyptic flood? Was it a natural disaster? Was it a man-made disaster? The present era of potions had been separated from the ancient Babylonian myths. Even the people of this era did not know how the Sumer civilization had been destroyed. Was it the legendary flood, but was it true or false? Currently, among the potions archaeologists and various academies, some claim to have found traces of the flood back then, while others found irrefutable evidence. This was an unknown history. Just like the present Earth's ancient civilization, Atlantis. That once glorious ancient technological civilization was only passed down in legends. How was it destroyed? No one knew. It was only widely rumored that a flood had descended from the heavens. However, whether it existed or not, people could not help but investigate. The ancient mysterious history is too terrifying. The truth makes one's hair stand on end. Following this, what will Gilgamesh, the strongest man in history, do? In short, he alone ruined the entire era. Indeed, this is what we know in the future. Everyone wanted to continue and continued to discuss. They felt that this opening was too shocking. In just a few days, the entire bar became famous. It was said that the ancient Messiah the Great had appeared and was telling the true legend of the ancient Sumer civilization. It attracted many people from neighboring cities to come from afar. Messiah the Great. Ivy was very respectful as she tidied up her plate. The storm seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It's fine. Suji smiled. Following this, he calmly started to explain the second chapter, the age of the Sumer city-states. The third chapter, the age of the three kings. He talked about these because he did not want history to completely disappear in the passage of time. Just like what Gilgamesh had said, the hymn of mankind was the hymn of history. A civilization without history was destined to not be able to go on for long. Not only did he want to talk about history, he also wanted to correct some historical errors, such as his Messiah era. As the days went by, more and more people came. People from more than a dozen cities came because of its fame and became the most loyal listeners. They were immersed in the shock of being there. At this moment, the story reached the second twilight, where the hero king used the power of the nation to lure the intelligent behemoth. As expected of the hero king. The history of humanity's struggle against nature is a history of courage and praise. How audacious! This hero king wanted to steal the power and civilization of the intelligent behemoth. Did he succeed in the end? We humans are so smart. He must have succeeded in stealing. Everyone continuously spoke in low voices, feeling extremely proud. This was an ambitious and ruthless man that made people yearn for him. But the following development overturned all their imaginations. The intelligent behemoth, that vast giant, was the legendary god of creation. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. This turn of events was too shocking for them. Even Shira, who was holding a plate, was dumbfounded. She dropped the plate in her hand to the ground with a crisp clang. Then, the entire bar remained silent. The intelligent behemoth that appeared at the beginning was actually the god of creation. Gilgamesh was brandishing his sword at the god of creation. This was the reason for the destruction of the Sumer civilization. Some people were aghast as they made the connection to the future. This was a wrong step, followed by a series of wrong steps. The glory of the Sumer civilization was short-lived. This might be the true extinction of the Poneglyph. That was the god of creation. But back then, no one knew this concept. They only treated it as a behemoth with intelligence. Gilgamesh thought it was an intelligent behemoth from the beginning. No wonder. It's too terrifying. It was that period of history that made us realize the existence of the god of creation. That made us revere him in the subsequent eras. The true history of the Sumer civilization unfolded, shocking everyone. Gilgamesh was a proud man. When he learned the truth and understood the god of creation, he broke down a little. But he still did not lower his head. Suji said lightly. His eyes flashed with a wistful look as though he had recalled a period of time. Back then, the hero king had questioned him. He asked 3 questions in his time. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. That bard. For the sake of the bar's business, you actually fabricated nonsense. You dared to slander the ancient hero king and spread rumors that we humans had once disobeyed the god of creation in ancient times. A handsome man with red hair and a black robe walked out and looked at Suji. His eyes were red and his body was shrouded in a faint blue mist. It's the rock fireman Yuka. Someone in the crowd could not help but recognize him. People swallowed their saliva one after another. This was a pseudo-great emperor at the peak of the 6th rank, a legendary expert. Why was he suddenly here if he wasn't at the front lines? Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the degree of truth still needed to be considered. However, they were indeed intoxicated, and some of the processes were completely consistent with certain historical records. However, Yuka was a legendary powerhouse who was old-fashioned and hated evil. This bar owner, Messiah, was in trouble. Perhaps, they would not be able to hear the rest of the conversation. Yuka surveyed the surroundings. Once experts like us aren't at the back, all kinds of ordinary people, ghosts, demons, and people pretending to be mysterious will sneak out. A few months ago, a saintess with the Holy Book of Light was appraised, and it was indeed real. But now, a monarch Messiah emperor has appeared? Is he talking nonsense? Disturbing the hearts of the people? He still listened to a part of it. In the beginning, he was as intoxicated as the others, but gradually, the more he spoke, the more it struck his mind. Was this the truth of the Great Flood? He did not believe it. No one knew about the most ancient Sumer myth. Even the current demon god and nether god did not know about it. This wandering poet was spreading rumors to gain popularity. I won't kill you, but pretending to be the most respected ancient great emperor, Messiah, and even fabricating history, you will at least be punished. His body flashed with dark blue electric arcs. His eyes were as bright as stars as he quickly ran forward. Suji only glanced at him indifferently and continued, although the era of the Sumer was an era of one person, it was because the hero king was too dazzling that people neglected the other 2 hero kings. They were able to survive by consuming the power blood. Their elegance is not inferior to any of the current monarch emperors. At the final moment, they also performed admirably. Just as Suji finished speaking, he extended his hand and a hazy figure appeared in front of him. Let's go. A voice sounded as a bronze-skinned woman who was as beautiful as a sun god appeared. Everyone's expression turned fierce. What sort of person was this? Just by standing there, she emitted a terrifying and barbaric aura. She was like a Braveheart king of the plains, with an indomitable determination. History will remember this great moment. The year 175 of the Sumerian dynasty, the Sumer will slay the intelligent behemoth and return with the blood of eternal life. She roared, riding a behemoth, she led the mighty army into the distance. Yuk's expression changed. He felt immense pressure and the endless morale of the army. Such a tone seemed to reign supreme in the world. It gave him an indescribable feeling of heroism. His body was trembling, as though he was subservient to his king. He had a desire to follow her into battle. This was the charm of a person. This is the era of the Sumer 3 kings, Queen Ishtal of the plains? Everyone was taken aback. What was an aura? This was an aura. That figure had a blazing determination, giving people a sense of sorrow and unwillingness. It made people unable to resist the urge to sing a sad song. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly man holding a cane. His back was facing the crowd. Without kindness and morality, one is no different from a beast. Kill me. The sorrow in his words instantly filled everyone's heart. The suicide of the Sumer forest king made people feel a sense of glory. This was the difference between a man and a beast. This is the image of reconstructing history? Yuk's eyes widened as he looked at everything in disbelief. He didn't know what to say. The 2 people in front of him were both extraordinary. They gave off an indescribably terrifying aura. They were both heroes, people destined by the heavens. He had seen similar auras from ancient sovereigns and emperors, but in front of him, one was barbaric while the other was scholarly. Now, let history record my courage at this moment. In the next moment, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A tall and sturdy snow-white figure slowly squatted down and leaped up. With a long sword in hand, he rushed towards the vast giant that pierced through the clouds. Whoosh, lightning illuminated his figure, imprinting it into an eternal legend thousands of years later. Dominating the world and making all life bow down to him, what kind of peerless style was this? Hero King, Gilgamesh. In that story, people instantly recognized him as the strongest hero king in the legends. How is this possible? He reconstructed history. Seeing this, Yuk felt like he was suffocated by an indescribable fear. When he saw the three hazy figures, it was as if he had returned to his childhood. He was a weak, ordinary person. When he saw the peerless experts, other than shock, he could only look up to them. A fabricated history wouldn't have such real figures. Was this a story or real history? Shock filled Yuk's heart. He stared at the unknown, mysterious bard and fell into a daze. He was confused by the cruel poneglyph, but he was also shocked by the person who knew everything about the past and the present. To the weak, it was just a story. To the strong, they knew what it meant. He couldn't help but ask, all of this, is it really not a fantasy figure created by you, but real history? If it's not a real person and was fabricated, how could it have such an aura? Suji's expression was calm. He suddenly reached out his hand. Fine, I'll let you witness the real ancient hero king. Suji took out an exquisite wizard's staff and held it in his hand. Under the shocked and confused gazes of everyone in the bar, he calmly said a few words, Rose Equinox flower. Suddenly, sharp thorns appeared in the void. A black rose appeared, and the world turned into night. An ancient figure slowly walked out. He held the human path holy sword in his hand. Like a god, he swung it at Yuk. Boom, in the next second, the sword fell. It was such a beautiful strike. At this moment, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and the leaves stopped swaying. People were instantly speechless. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared. Even God held his breath and closed his eyes. End of chapter 308. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.